Chapter 1. At last I stand upright. Lowly slave, do not delay in assisting me with my cultivation. Fairy, please, I beg you, I am on the brink of death. Begone, you useless waste. It is but a trifling 6 times. Regain your strength within half an hour, or I shall send you straight to your demise. As the fairy's words echoed, Chen was unceremoniously cast outside the hall. Vile enchantress, mad woman. The emaciated Chen weakly muttered a few curses, struggling under the watchful eyes of 2 spider demonesses as he crawled toward the alchemy chamber. It had already been 3 months since Chen traversed from Blue Star to this realm. Initially, he envisioned a mystical swallowing immortal cauldron within his mind, believing he could become the destined protagonist, equipped with powerful abilities and ascend to the pinnacle of the world. However, upon his arrival, he was deceived and sold into this demonic palace of the Yaoyur. No matter how he attempted to coax it, the swallowing immortal cauldron remained utterly unresponsive, leaving him to helplessly watch as he became the lowly furnace for the demoness dual cultivation. At first, Chen could endure it, for he was well-fed and accompanied by beautiful women, creating an illusion of paradise. Yet, gradually, he began to feel increasingly unsettled. The demonesses prolonged their dual cultivation sessions, and with each encounter, Chen emerged more and more weakened. Were it not for Wan's reluctance to part with his handsome visage, providing him with various nourishing herbs after each session, he would have been drained dry like other men long ago. Nevertheless, how could one sustain such an exhausting routine day and night? Recovery was utterly futile against the depletion. It is said that no land is overworked. Only the oxen die from exhaustion at this rate. Chen would soon meet his end. He had attempted to flee, but each time Wan captured him, punishing him with a full 10 sessions. He had come perilously close to his demise. This is intolerable. I cannot bear it any longer. Chen glanced at the myriad of nourishing herbs within the alchemy chamber and felt a wave of nausea wash over him. During these 3 months, he had consumed an unfathomable amount, able to recognize the types merely by their scents. "O great swallowing immortal cauldron, would you kindly speak?" Frustrated at the continued silence from the swallowing immortal cauldron within his mind, Chen felt a surge of anger. While others traversed as destined protagonists, endowed with fortuitous abilities, slaying gods and Buddhas alike, why was he left to suffer as the demoness furnace? Enough. Death would be a blessing. Chen began to pour the elixirs into his mouth, ready to make a final end. Just as he prepared to embrace his demise, the swallowing immortal cauldron stirred with unexpected life. With a gentle sway, it seemed to awaken, and to Chen's astonishment, it spoke. "I am the swallowing immortal cauldron. Do you seek my aid?" Its voice bore no discernible age, yet resonated with an air of ancient wisdom. "How dare you ask for assistance? Finally, you choose to speak? Why not wait until I am dead to utter a word? I have called upon you for 3 months. 3 entire months. Do you have any idea what I have endured?" The swallowing immortal cauldron appeared taken aback by Chen's outburst, momentarily rendered speechless. "Ah, you are so aloof, so magnificent. Let's perish together." Chen, feeling utterly wronged, grasped a knife, intent on ending his life. "Wait, there are reasons for my silence." The swallowing immortal cauldron was abruptly alarmed, hastily interjecting, shedding its previous air of superiority. "Spare me your excuses. When I am dead, you may lament to the king of hell. Do not. I possess a method to help you escape the demonic palace." "Is that true?" "Absolutely. Without a doubt." The swallowing immortal cauldron hastened to assure him. With a mixture of skepticism and hope, Chen lowered the knife in his hand. The earlier scene had merely been a test of the cauldron's capabilities. How could this artifact within him dictate his fate? With the swallowing immortal cauldron within him and One outside, he might as well choose death to avoid being manipulated. Then, the swallowing immortal cauldron elucidated why it had awakened at this moment. "I had wondered why, despite consuming so many nourishing herbs, I remained so weak. It turns out you have been absorbing them." Chen now yearned to tear the swallowing immortal cauldron into pieces, for nearly 70% of the herbs he had consumed had been siphoned away by this insatiable entity. Even so, that merely allowed the cauldron to awaken to a rudimentary state. I am utterly feeble, and you're not fully unsealed. How can we escape? Yi Chun questioned the swallowing immortal cauldron, incredulous that two incapacitated beings could possibly escape the demonic palace. I may indeed be powerless, but it can. With that, a beam of golden light detached from the swallowing immortal cauldron. Yi Chun focused his gaze, and a radiant alchemical furnace appeared before him. As the golden light dissipated, the furnace revealed its true form, entirely black, save for the intricate patterns adorning its surface, resembling ancient incantations. Is this it? We have plenty of alchemical furnaces here. This was, after all, Immortal's alchemy chamber, brimming with various elixirs and more than enough furnaces, each appearing far superior to the black furnace produced by the swallowing immortal cauldron. However, the ebony furnace seemed to possess a degree of sentience, gently swaying as if displeased with Yi Chen's remarks. Before he could react, the black furnace suddenly unleashed a powerful suction, drawing every elixir in the chamber into itself. As if to refute Yi Chen's words, the black furnace began to refine the herbs autonomously, flames roaring as if to incinerate all. Moments later, a colorful elixir was expelled, swirling mysteriously in midair. Is that all? What sort of elixir is this? Yi Chen had encountered numerous elixirs before, yet none compared to the vibrant concoction before him. At this moment, the swallowing immortal cauldron fell silent, adopting an air of mystery, while the black furnace dimmed, seemingly losing its luster. With no other choice, Yi Chen steeled himself to accept the elixir, a rush of information flooding his mind. Name, Battle Heaven Pill. Effect, revitalize male potency. What on earth? It even introduces itself? Revitalize male potency? Does that mean this elixir is akin to Viagra? What a grandiose name. Seemingly aware of Yi Chen's confusion, the voice of the swallowing immortal cauldron echoed in his mind once more. It does seem so, but originally, the swallowing immortal cauldron intended to mention potential side effects, but Yi Chen interrupted, swallowing the pill whole. Once upon a time, he believed he would never require such a thing, for man must never admit weakness. Yet, after these past months, he had grown genuinely fearful. Preserving his life took precedence over pride. As the elixir dissolved upon entry, Yi Chen felt a surge of power emanating from his dantian, his once gaunt form visibly revitalizing, his physique becoming robust. Had his clothes not been sufficiently loose, they would undoubtedly have burst apart. Roar! A deep, primal roar erupted from Yi Chen's throat, unable to restrain himself any longer. His eyes blazed with a crimson glow, and his mind was overwhelmed by the potent effects of the elixir. He distinctly felt as though he had transformed into a beast, brimming with boundless strength. With a single punch, he shattered the door of the alchemy chamber, stones splintering into debris. What is that noise? It must be that lowly slave. How terrifying. The two spider demonesses waiting outside were rendered speechless upon witnessing Yi Chen's transformation, especially in light of his impressive stature. Even if they were not naive maidens, they were still thoroughly astonished. Vile woman. Yi Chen's voice was hoarse, a wave of heat escaping his lips as he lost control, lunging toward the two demonesses. His speed was astonishing, quickly subduing both of the chi refinement stage demonesses. It was worth noting that Yi Chen had previously possessed no spiritual power, yet now he could easily overpower them. Simultaneously, he suppressed both of them. Chapter 2. As you wish. Lowly slave, I advise you to cease at once. Do not throw away your life. I will never dare again. It's too terrifying. Please put me down. Realizing their threats were futile, the two demonesses fell into a state of inexplicable panic, acutely aware that they could not escape Yi Chen's grasp, their hearts gripped by terror. Yet, Yi Chen was indifferent to their plight. All he desired was to unleash the effects of the elixir, oblivious to the fate of the demonesses. A series of desperate pleas echoed through the corridor, quickly drowned out after 10 minutes. Ultimately, the two demonesses could not withstand Yi Chen's onslaught, perishing on the spot. Clearly, this brief interval was insufficient to expend the overwhelming power surging within him. Yi Chen felt the immense, terrifying strength still coursing through him, nearing the brink of explosion. Mo1, I'm coming for you. Yi Chen gritted his teeth. Devoid of thoughts of retreat, his mind was consumed solely by Mo1's enchanting visage and devilish figure. The more he thought, the more unbearable it became. In a frenzied rush, Yi Chen barreled toward Mo1's chamber. Moments later, what do you intend to do? Seeing the sudden appearance of the beast, Mo1 was momentarily taken aback. Confronted by the terrifying aura emanating from Yi Chen, even a seasoned warrior like Mo1 felt breathless, her expression paling in shock. Isn't this what you desired? Yi Chen growled, launching himself forward at an astonishing speed. What do you want? Stop this at once. Mo1 was indeed in a state of panic, instantly striking out with every palm, driven by the primal instinct to protect herself. Yet, this instinctive, all-out attack was utterly futile against Yi Chen's prowess. Yi Chen deftly seized her wrist, maintaining an unyielding grip regardless of her desperate struggles to break free. It is worth noting that Mo1 was a formidable foundation cultivator, far superior to those two spider maidens. Yet even this could not sway Yi Chen. At this moment, Mo1 found herself completely subdued by Yi Chen, who pressed her down as if a mountain were bearing down upon her, thereby gaining absolute control of the situation. Since you are so fond of cultivating, allow me to ensure you have ample opportunity today. With a roar, Yi Chen struck her neck with a palm, causing Mo1 to feel dizzy and immediately lose her ability to resist. What followed was all too predictable: a savage and brutal onslaught, fueled by the pent-up rage Yi Chen had harbored over recent days, unleashed entirely upon Mo1. No, I can't endure this. Mo1's piercing screams echoed throughout the palace, a lament so tragic it resembled a haunting melody piercing through the mind. Ha ha ha, truly worthy of the battle heaven pill. Continue. Do not let it cease. The violent tempest raged on, so intense that even the palace seemed to tremble. After an indeterminate period, as the effects of the pill began to wane, Yi Chen's body grew slender once more, and the tumult finally came to a halt. The potency of the battle heaven pill had been thoroughly expended at that moment. Beneath Yi Chen, Mo1 lay in a state of utter exhaustion, unable to conceal her expression, her body occasionally twitching, appearing completely limp. Ye brat, a powerful presence approaches. We must depart swiftly, for this individual is beyond our current capabilities to confront. The voice of the swallowing immortal Cauldron resonated in his mind, causing Yi Chen to pause momentarily as he deduced the identity of the approaching figure. It was likely Mo1's elder sister, Mo Qing. Previously, Mo Qing should have been in seclusion. It seemed the commotion had roused her. With her superior strength far exceeding that of Mo1, if Yi Chen were to linger any longer, escape would become an impossibility. Mo Qing possessed a cold and proud demeanor, although she practiced dual cultivation techniques. She had always looked down upon Yi Chen for his relatively low cultivation level. This thought stirred a sense of defiance within him. Brother swallowing immortal Cauldron, is it possible to refine another battle heaven pill? If he could obtain such a pill, he would surely command respect in front of Mo Qing. Having experienced its effects firsthand, he found himself somewhat addicted to the sensation. Alas, that last pill has completely depleted the spiritual energy of the black alchemical furnace, and at present, another cannot be produced, the swallowing immortal Cauldron replied candidly. However, should you manage to open your chi and embark upon the path of cultivation, nurturing your own spiritual power, not only will the black alchemical furnace awaken, but so too shall I, revealing various opportunities. All the fortunes concealed within this cauldron shall rightfully belong to you. Fortunes? Yi Chen found himself intrigued by this term. If by chance he were to become the emperor of this realm, how magnificent would that be? Yet, after these exchanges, the swallowing immortal Cauldron became uncommunicative, insisting that the time was not yet ripe, and that any further discussion would be futile. Left with no choice, Yi Chen inquired about how to open his chi. Opening the chi is not difficult. But alas, a skilled artisan cannot work without materials. It would be prudent for you to join a sect, where guidance will surely be provided. Initially, Yi Chun had hoped the swallowing Immortal Cauldron could serve as a mentor, imagining the joys of being a carefree, wandering emperor, yet now it seemed it could only serve as a mere decoration, prompting a flicker of disdain within him. What use are you to me, then? Yi Chun muttered in exasperated. However, it was clear that now was not the time for such sentiments. He needed to make his exit before Mo Qing arrived. Without hesitation, clad in simple hemp garments, Yi Chun turned and fled from the demonic palace, racing toward its periphery, not daring to linger for even a moment. Shortly after Yi Chun's departure, a formidable aura descended upon the demon palace. It was none other than Mo Qing, who had successfully broken through to the Golden Core stage. She swiftly located the half-dead Mo Wan within the chambers. Infusing spiritual energy into Mo Wan's body, she managed, after considerable effort, to revive the weak figure. Mo Qing couldn't help but furrow her brow upon learning the details of the situation from her sister. Mo Wan appeared extremely frail, her complexion pale and wan. Without needing further explanation, Mo Qing gestured for Mo Wan to rest and recuperate her strength. However, I am curious. What exactly did you feed that wretched servant to restore her so remarkably? Naturally, Mo Wan was unaware of the answer. At this moment, even maintaining consciousness was a struggle, leaving little room for other thoughts. Fortunately, it seemed that misfortune had turned into fortune for Mo Wan, as she had broken through to the 6th level of cultivation, drawing ever closer to perfection. Rest well. I will go capture that wretched servant, Mo Qing declared, a glint of coldness flashing in her beautiful eyes. I can't run any longer. I'm utterly spent. After fleeing the demon palace, Yi Chun felt his legs growing weak. Despite having consumed the battle sky pill, the fierce battle had drained him. The toll of recent hardships weighed heavily upon him. And reaching this point was no small feat. Were it not for the residual effects of the battle sky pill, he would likely have collapsed in bed, unable to travel so far. Chapter 3. The Jinxian Sect Examination at long last. After what felt like an eternity of running, Yi Chun spotted the distant Juyang city. Finally arriving in the realm of humanity, he breathed a quiet sigh of relief. After all, he was a member of the human race, and lingering in a palace rife with monstrous beings made him feel like an outsider. Returning to the human territory provided a sense of security. Juyang City, situated ahead, was one of the towns inhabited by humans, though somewhat remote. It was far from desolate. Yi Chun hastened to the city gate, but his disheveled appearance quickly drew the attention of passers-by, who frowned in disapproval. During this time, Yi Chun had endured hardships worse than a dog's life. His meals consisted of medicinal tonics, his clothes were tattered sacks, and he slept in a makeshift pen, as Mo Wan treated him like a mere beast. Now back in the human realm, he resembled a beggar. What a filthy beggar! How unfortunate to encounter one right after stepping outside. With his empty attire, one might wonder if he had forgotten to wear even his undergarments, but he thought little of it. The selection of disciple for the Jinxian sect was about to commence, and he could not afford to miss the opportunity. At that moment, numerous young men and women entered Juyang City, many of whom bore distinguished identities. Some even riding mounts that suggested they were not to be trifled with. The group that had commented on Yi Chun's appearance was clearly among them, drawing curious glances from others. The Jinxian sect? Upon hearing these words, Yi Chun's brow furrowed slightly, and his eyes brightened. Was this not precisely what he needed? Finding a sect to join and opening his spiritual sea was paramount. Without cultivating, he would be forever estranged from destiny, forced to press forward regardless. Excuse me, could you tell me about the selection process for the Jinxian sect? Yi Chun shamelessly approached a group of passers-by. They were clearly reluctant to engage with a beggar. But Yi Chun persisted until they reluctantly provided a brief explanation before hastily departing. Thus, Yi Chun learned that the Jinxian sect, one of the foremost sects on this continent, was renowned for its swordsmanship, but also embraced a diverse array of cultivators. With countless talents emerging, the disciple selection was a triennial event to welcome fresh blood into the sect, open to anyone under 30, regardless of their background or status, as long as they possess sufficient talent. This was precisely the opportunity Yi Chun sought. Without further contemplation, he blended into the crowd, swiftly arriving at a bustling square, which was already filled with thousands of people, a testament to the Jinxian sect's fame. In the center stood an altar, upon which hung an enigmatic stone tablet, exuding a faint white glow, as if capable of peering into one's soul, ensnaring the gaze of all who beheld it. Not far behind the tablet stood an elderly man with white hair, accompanied by two middle-aged individuals, one male and one female, whose distinguished demeanor suggested their exceptional status. Those wishing to register, come to me and form an orderly line. Disruptions will result in penalties. The speaker was a purple-robed attendant standing at the altar, presumably in his 30s or 40s, commanding respect without raising his voice. Huh. Aren't you the one from earlier? You actually came. A lively voice reached Yi Chen's ears. Following the sound, he quickly spotted the group he had inquired about earlier. The one speaking was a young girl in pink, who was now quite close to him. Indeed, I merely came to join the festivities. Who knows, perhaps I might succeed? Yi Chen replied with a smile, trying to appear nonchalant. The registration fee is 100 low-grade spirit stones. Once paid, fill out your identity information. Initially brimming with confidence, Yi Chen was taken aback. What? A fee to register? Standing before the attendant, Yi Chen was left speechless. His pockets were emptier than his face, and he had no idea where to procure 100 low-grade spirit stones. Do you expect to get something for nothing? The testing spirit tablet requires upkeep and maintenance. Do you think you can test it for free? The attendant found the situation amusing, clearly having encountered such scenarios before. Caught off guard and at a loss for words, Yi Chen prepared to admit his lack of funds when, unexpectedly, a delicate hand extended beside him, offering a pouch of spirit stones. I'll cover it. To Yi Chen's surprise, it was the pink-clad girl who had come to his aid. Momentarily stunned, he stood frozen in place. After a brief pause, he quickly expressed his gratitude, feeling deeply moved. Thank you. Fair maiden, I am truly grateful for your kindness. I shall repay this debt tenfold when the opportunity arises. Please, there's no need for such formalities. Just call me Guiwearer, the girl in pink replied with a gentle smile. Reminiscent of the most exquisite flower in bloom, enchanting yet ethereal. Let us go. Why linger here? Spoke a nearby young man, who bore a resemblance to the girl, suggesting a familial connection. His gaze was cold, evidently unimpressed by Yi Chen. Having already completed their registration, the pair moved ahead. After this brief interlude, the attendant announced the commencement of the testing, drawing the collective gaze of the crowd toward the altar and the mysterious stone tablet. Soon, the candidates were called forth one by one, guided to touch the tablet, which responded with a flicker of white light, revealing the talent level of each participant, rated from 1 to 10, the higher the number. The greater the talent, but a 3-star rating would qualify one as a servant disciple, 5 stars for outer disciples, and 7 stars for inner disciples. Achieving an 8-star rating could lead to becoming a direct disciple of an inner elder, granting access to abundant resources and privileges. Rumors of 9 or 10 stars had not surfaced in nearly 50 years. The last genius to reach 8 stars was now an esteemed elder within the Jinxian sect. Formidable in strength and status. Tong Long, 4 stars, age 15. Spiritual scene not yet opened, but a flash of white light enveloped the boy, and his information appeared on the tablet. Not bad, for stars is modest, but acceptable. The white-haired elder on the high platform nodded in approval. This man was the 6th elder of the Jinxian sect, Tianzhu. The accompanying male and female were the peak masters of the outer sect. Wu Ao and Si Kong Yenyu. Join my southern peak. Wu Ao declared first, accepting to be a white eye. In contrast, Si Kong Yenyu remained non-committal. Unlike Wu Ao, she had certain standards for her disciples, as the candidates continued to take the stage. Wu Ao accepted nearly all who achieved 3 stars and above, while Si Kong Yenyu only selected those with 5 stars or higher, ensuring they were suitable for her northern peak. Eventually, Wu Ao had already accepted close to 1,000 disciples, while Si Kong Yenyu had only taken in a few dozen. Guiwearer, 16 years old, Chi refining first level, 7 stars out of familiar scene unfolded. But this time the stone tablet displayed a prominent 7, adorned with a purple glow, even more mysterious than the previous white light. Wow, a rare 7 stars. Surely she can become a direct disciple of an elder. Guiwearer, isn't she from the Gu Phoenix dynasty? No wonder she has opened her spiritual sea. She must be of royal lineage. We truly underestimated her. Upon the revelation of Guiwere's results, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Buzzing with excitement, as if the 7-star talent belonged to them, Chen was equally taken aback to discover that the girl who had aided him was of noble blood. Not only was she of high status, but she was also beautiful and kind. Truly a celestial being among mortals. Momentarily taken aback, it was the turn of the youth accompanying Guiwere to take the stage, as he gently placed his palm upon the stone tablet. It underwent yet another transformation. Jiu Chuan, age 17, at the 3rd level of Qi refinement, possessing a 7-star talent. A hush fell over the crowd, as if their collective breath had been momentarily stifled, and the atmosphere once again erupted with fervor. Chapter 4. A prodigy with 10 stars of talent. No one had anticipated the emergence of 2 7-star geniuses in succession. Even Tianju, who had remained composed throughout, could no longer sit still. Rising alongside the 2 peak masters. Ha! What a delightful surprise! I never imagined that Jiuyang City could yield such unexpected treasures. Tianju, shedding any pretense, promptly descended before Guiwere and her companion. Gesturing grandly, from this moment forth, you two shall be my disciples and I, Tianju, am merely an inconspicuous 6th elder within the sect. Please do not think poorly of me. Within the Immortal sect, there were a total of 6 elders in the inner sect, with one being designated each year to recruit disciples, essentially serving as companions. Unless one possessed exceptional talent, it was unlikely they would take any direct action. Tianju, who had not harbored any hopes, was pleasantly surprised to find such fortune near the end of the selection. Now, only 2 candidates remained, one of whom was Chen, who was last in line. The other candidate ascended the stage and displayed a 6-star talent, which was indeed impressive. Yet in the presence of Guiwere and Gu Chuan, he naturally paled in comparison. But a 6-star talent, while not enough to secure a personal disciple from an elder, was still commendable for entry into the inner sect. Finally, it was Chen's turn. He took a deep breath and stepped forward slowly, silently praying that he at least achieved a 3-star talent, even if relegated to the ranks of the commoners. He hoped to at least open the 7 Cs. As Chen placed his hand upon the stone tablet, it began to shift, gradually revealing his information. Chen, age 19, with an unrefined Qi C. However, when it came time for the crucial talent assessment, the stone tablet suddenly fell silent. Chen was immediately bewildered. Surely this faulty contraption couldn't be malfunctioning. Filled with doubt, he reached out to pat the stone tablet before him, lamenting its poor quality. Regardless of its grade, it ought to display a number, right? Yet it remained motionless. Did that not equate to 0? No talent whatsoever. It seemed he was merely an ordinary person. Yes, the crowd witnessed the stone tablet's lack of response. Murmurs of pity began to arise, their gazes toward Chen tinged with sympathy. After all, on this continent, it was rare for a human to possess a talent lower than 1 star. It was likely that Chen couldn't even compete with a 3-year-old child. All right, you may step down now, said the attendant nearby, his tone laced with impatience and disdain. However, just as Chen lifted his foot to descend, the testing stone tablet unexpectedly stirred once more. Chen, age 19, with an unrefined Qi C, talent 10 stars. With the revelation of the stone tablet's results, an eerie silence enveloped the venue. 10 stars. After a prolonged pause, someone tentatively spoke up, their voice quaking in disbelief. Surely this stone tablet is not broken. How can it possibly indicate 10 stars? Astonishingly, it truly registered 10 stars. 10 stars, the pinnacle of talent assessment, represented the maximum displayable limit of the stone tablet. Yet, the crowd understood that this was merely a display limit, not a cap on potential talent. Such a star rating had not been witnessed in countless years. The last high talent recorded was only 8 stars. And yet Chen stood before them with 10 stars. The most bewildering aspect was that this individual bore no semblance of a prodigy. He appeared more akin to a beggar at that moment. Guiwere gazed at Chen on stage, her expression one of astonishment. Not only she, but even Sikong Yinhue, the peak master, was momentarily taken aback, hastily approaching to inspect the stone tablet. After confirming its integrity, she turned her attention back to Chen. Could you please verify this once more? Evidently, Sikong Yinhue, too, found it hard to believe that Yi Chun possessed 10-star talent. Before Yi Chun could respond, a pained expression crossed his face. He felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, and he collapsed to the ground. Could this lad be feigning? Was that just a trick? Some in the crowd speculated, noting the odd timing of his fainting spell. Sikong Peak Master, let us first ascertain his condition. We can conduct further tests afterward, Elder Tian Zhu calmly suggested. If Yi Chun truly possessed 10-star talent, the Sword Immortal Sect might have stumbled upon a true treasure. Warranting an exception in their usual protocols, Sikong Yinhue approached Yi Chun to check his pulse, quickly concluding that he was severely depleted of vitality, which had caused his fainting spell. Forcing him awake using spiritual energy could lead to irreversible harm. What if this prodigy with 10-star talent is indeed genuine? Yet, should we force him awake and leave him with hidden injuries, it would be a tremendous loss for the Sword Immortal Sect. Sikong Peak Master, might I take charge of this individual for the South Peak? Wu Ao, who had initially shown little interest in Yi Chun, suddenly reappeared before the crowd, a 10-star talent prodigy. Better to err on the side of caution than to let an opportunity slip away. Should Yi Chun rise to prominence as his Peak Master, I would also benefit from abundant resources. Moreover, since we are all recruiting disciples, why not take in a promising one? Consider it an investment. Leave, even if this person possesses no talent. He is still one of our North Peak's own. Sikong Yinhue resolutely rejected, asserting her intention to accept Yi Chun as her disciple in front of everyone. The onlookers exchanged glances filled with skepticism. Could it be that this fellow truly possessed 10-star talent? If so, would he not be a celestial being descended to the mortal realm, the offspring of a genuine Taoist immortal? Impossible, even among the descendants of celestial beings. How many could boast 10-star talent? At most, it would be 9 stars. Indeed, there must be some misunderstanding. Surely this is a mistake? Many voiced their doubts, yet more were reluctant to accept that the previously inconspicuous Yi Chun had transformed into a genius. Sikong Peak Master, I advise you to proceed with caution. Even if 10-star talent is exceedingly rare, do you truly believe the North Peak has the resources to nurture such a gem? Wu Ao chuckled, his words laced with condescension. There is no need for Wu Peak Master to concern himself. Sikong Yinhue refused to back down, her expression growing increasingly frosty. Wu Peak Master, since we are being candid, I must inquire about the numerous cases of missing disciples from the South Peak over the past few years. Have there been any developments? Utter nonsense. My South Peak disciples are all accounted for. There have been no cases of disappearance, Wu Ao insisted, his demeanor unflinching. Is that so? However, I must remind you, Wu Peak Master, to limit the number of disciples you take in. You are already struggling to manage them all. Should this matter reach the sect leader's ears, it will not be easily resolved or perhaps you would like to have a duel with me right now, Sikong Yinhue said with a smile, her gaze laden with meaning, causing Wu Ao's heart to sink. Seeing that he hesitated to act, she declared, now that the conference has concluded, everyone may disperse. With a lingering glance at Wu Ao, Sikong Yinhue swiftly carried Yi Chun away. Observing this, Elder Tian Zhu waved his hand and led the Goose siblings away, flying towards the direction of the Sword Immortal's trail. Sikong Yinhue, wait for me, Wu Ao huffed coldly, turning away with a wave of his sleeve. Chapter 5. This person seems rather lacking. North Peak, outer sect of the Sword Immortal Sect. Awakening slowly, Yi Chun propped himself up, feeling slightly dazed in the unfamiliar surroundings that I recall participating in the selection. Where am I now? At this moment, he had changed into a long black robe, imbued with a faint fragrance. Before Yi Chun could fully process his surroundings, a tall figure entered the room. Yin Luyu. Junior brother, you're awake. I'll prepare some food for you right away. Here, this Qi refinement pill is for you. With that, Yin Luyu tossed the Qi refinement pill to Yi Chun. Once she departed, Yi Chun swiftly swallowed the pill, which dissolved instantly, leaving no discernible sensation. Moments later, Yi Chun felt a warmth emanating from his dantian, and as the temperature rose, he heard a crackling sound as a vortex indeed began to form within his Qi Si. This must be what they refer to as the Qi Si. Feeling the changes within his body, Yi Chun was filled with delight. However, before he could bask in his joy, his vision suddenly burned with intensity. golden light emanating from his eyes. Upon opening them again, it was as if he could see through everything. The room, the courtyard, the towering mountains, all lay bare before him. X-ray vision. This is undoubtedly X-ray vision. Chen realized immediately, curiously surveying his surroundings, adapting to this newfound ability, until he caught sight of Yen Luyu diligently preparing a meal in the kitchen, noticing the beads of perspiration glistening on her forehead. Chen couldn't help but appreciate the extraordinary figure of his second senior sister at the stove. He hadn't realized just how stunning she was. As he focused intently, he could even see through her clothing, directly perceiving her heart. Such purity and beauty made his head spin. Feeling dizzy, Chen shook his head vigorously, and the strange vision faded. Only then did he feel a bit better. This is the celestial eye. It seems that everything is predestined by the heavens at this moment. The long-dormant Tunxian Ding once again spoke, its tone imbued with complex emotions, yet predominantly resolute. Tongtian Miao. Repeating these 3 words, Chen found himself at a loss. What on earth was wrong with his eyes? Could they have mutated? That is the cultivation talent you successfully awakened after opening your Qi Si, known as Tongtian Miao. The intricacies of its utility will become apparent as your cultivation level advances. Tunxian Ding had no intention of elaborating on Tongtian Miao, for it held little significance for Chen at present. He merely needed to focus on enhancing his cultivation. When the time was right, everything would fall into place. You mentioned that talents vary in rank. What tier does my Tongtian Miao belong to? Chen inquired with curiosity. In the realm of cultivation, Chen was but a novice. His curiosity piqued by everything around him. It is not a matter of tiers. The fact that it bears the name Tongtian suggests it is far beyond ordinary talent. If it were to be classified, it would begrudgingly be considered a celestial grade talent. Tunxian Ding murmured, celestial grade. Chen might not fully comprehend, but Tunxian Ding certainly understood that this was merely the pinnacle of mortal knowledge. Above it lay another level, transcendent. Supreme divine abilities, truly Tongtian. No wonder my talent was assessed at 10 stars. It seems I am quite remarkable after all. That Wei Chen was now filled with astonishment, having initially thought himself a slow starter, only to discover that he was the true genius. But why did I feel dizzy just now? Coming back to his senses, Chen curiously asked, celestial grade talents are not easily harnessed. They require a substantial amount of spiritual energy, which you currently lack for sustained usage. Upon hearing this, Chen nodded, recognizing the truth in the statement. Very well. Once my cultivation improves, I shall naturally come to appreciate the power of Tongtian Miao. There is no need to rush. From what I can see, at the very least, Tongtian Miao possesses the ability of X-ray vision, which is already an extraordinarily formidable skill. IT must not be exposed. Chen resolved in his heart, knowing that if those great cultivators were to discover this, they would likely seek to pluck out his eyes. It appeared that enhancing his strength was of utmost importance. With this thought in mind, Chen suddenly remembered something and quickly asked Tunxian Ding, "Hey, old Ding, what about the promised opportunity? You haven't forgotten, have you?" Indeed, follow me." Tunxian Ding's voice resonated. Chen sat cross-legged on his bed, slowly closing his eyes. His consciousness drifted away. He swiftly followed Tunxian Ding into a realm of darkness. Time passed without measure, and eventually, a massive stone door radiating golden light gradually came into view. Being the sole source of light in this abyss, the stone door was exceptionally dazzling. Before it sat a gaunt old man, his hair white as snow. Having lived for countless years behind him, the stone door occasionally emanated a terrifying aura, as if it could devour everything around it. Just a glance made Chen feel as though his spirit were being drawn in. Had it not been for the reminder from Tunxian Ding, he might have lost himself in the moment. "Ding bro, what is happening here? You can't be selling me out, can you?" Chen exclaimed in fear. "Didn't you dare to perish together with me before? Are you still afraid?" "This is the place where opportunities are sealed," Tunxian Ding replied, his tone taking on a more enigmatic quality. Speaking plainly, the pair approached the stone door, and Tunxian Ding spoke. 3,000 years have passed. "Old ghost, we meet again." The old man, who had kept his eyes closed, slowly lifted his eyelids, his gaze deep as the ocean, seemingly capable of piercing through all truths. Indeed, after 3 millennia, you have finally appeared. So, have you found your destined one? The old man's voice was filled with the weight of time, his lips barely moving. Yes, and I have brought him with me, Ding replied, referring to Yi Chen at his side. Upon hearing this, the old man's eyes narrowed, fixing upon Yi Chen as if he could see straight through him, causing Yi Chen to tremble involuntarily. This one seems lacking. The old man shook his head slowly. A hint of disappointment in his demeanor. Whether he is lacking or not remains to be seen. That will become clear in time, Ding replied with an indifferent tone, revealing nothing of the underlying reasons. Very well, since you have stated your intentions, I shall indulge you in a moment of madness. After 3 millennia of idleness, the old man found himself utterly bored. Continuing to wait would only lead to death. So he might as well gamble on a slim chance at the future. Even if he were to fail, at least he would have acted. Yet, Yi Chen listened in confusion, completely baffled by their cryptic conversation. What are you two playing at? Haha, young man, you need not know too much just yet. The old man chuckled, his demeanor warming slightly, no longer as cold as before. The crux of the matter now is that I require you to provide sufficient materials to suppress the stone door. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen was taken aback, turning to Ding in shock. Wasn't he, I here to seek an opportunity? Why must I provide materials in return? It seems he hasn't informed you. But that is of no matter. Let us first discuss your reason for coming here. Before Ding could explain, the old man interjected, in response. Yi Chen felt no need for pleasantries, as this was an agreement made by Ding. He could not be deceived as a novice. I have come here to seek an opportunity. I have just opened my Chi Si, and I hope to rapidly enhance my strength. Why Yi Chen recounted his intentions candidly. Faced with such an ancient being, he felt no pretense. After all, the old man could likely crush him with a mere flick of his wrist. I was expecting something grander. After hearing Yi Chen's words, the old man first chuckled, his tone lightening. Then he raised a finger, and a ring materialized on Yi Chen's ring finger, perfectly sized. This is a spirit ring, which will aid you in your cultivation, enabling you to progress at an astonishing pace. It also serves as a minor storage artifact, a 2-in-1 treasure. With that simple statement, the old man had no intention of elaborating further, leaving Yi Chen momentarily stunned. He couldn't shake the feeling that the old man was trying to deceive him. Could a mere ring possess such power? He is not deceiving you. This spirit ring is a supreme spirit treasure, endowed with extraordinary abilities, a divine artifact for cultivation. Even the strongest of the Dongshu realm would be left battered in its wake. Ding's voice echoed once more, stirring a tempest of emotions within Yi Chen. So incredible, a supreme spirit treasure. It is evident that it is anything but ordinary. At that moment, Yi Chen felt both excited and apprehensive, for such treasures must surely be exceedingly rare. You want to be taking back this spirit ring. Will you? Consider it a gift. The old man was unexpectedly generous, showing no signs of reluctance, making Yi Chen feel as though he had stumbled upon a windfall. There is no spiritual energy in this space. Keeping the ring would be of no use to me, so it is better to gift it to you. Moreover, you cannot accept it without giving something in return, can you? Indeed, Yi Chen furrowed his brow, wearing an expression of realization. How could such a treasure be so easily given away? It was clear now that he was expected to provide something in return. Thus, you shall supply me with 10,000 top-tier spiritual herbs each month. The old man stated flatly. The ring returned to him. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Chen declared he would remove the ring to my goodness. Although he had not been here long, Yi Chen was well aware of the value of top-tier spiritual herbs. A single one was worth over 10,000 upper-grade spiritual stones, and they were exceedingly rare. How could he possibly procure 10,000? It would be more reasonable to demand his very life. Old ghost, stop asking for the moon. It's remarkable enough that he can even find spiritual herbs at all, given that he is utterly destitute, let alone top-tier ones. Before Yi Chen could speak, Ding had already come to his defense, fully aware of Yi Chen's circumstances. Opening the Chi Si had required reliance on the Jinxian Sect. He was so impoverished that he lacked even clothing. So what now? You can't expect to take advantage of him, can you? The old man was momentarily taken aback, realizing the urgency. After all, he had gifted the spirit ring and had no grounds to reclaim it. Without considering the ethics of the situation, he could not afford to lose face. Furthermore, my demand for spiritual herbs is not for myself. It is to seal the stone door behind us that if the seal is broken, you will be the first to suffer the consequences, and your very life may be at stake. The old man spoke plainly, eschewing any circumlocution with Yi-chan. Upon hearing this, Yi-chan felt he had uncovered a tremendous secret. How was it that he might be the one to perish? The stone door sealed opportunities, yet also harbored unfathomable horrors. The old ghost had lingered here for 3 millennia to maintain the seal. If it were to weaken and he could not contain it, they would all face doom together. Tun Xianding explained this with an air of nonchalance. Yet Yi-chen's heart raced with fear. Goodness, it feels as though I have boarded a pirate ship, and one for which I cannot disembark. Could you please leave my body now? I cannot. If I depart, I will perish. I am bound to you. Our fates are intertwined. Rest assured, I shall exert every effort to assist you in enhancing your cultivation, striving to ensure that you possess the means of self-preservation before the seal becomes uncontainable. After all, if you perish, I too shall meet my demise, remarked the swallowing immortal Cauldron. Upon hearing this, Yi-chan felt as though 1,000 thoughts rushed through his mind, akin to a stampede of wild horses. Was this not a grave deception? Was he left with no choice but to return the goods? Observing Yi-chen's unwilling expression, the elder chuckled softly and added, "Young one, to seize opportunities and transformations, one must inevitably pay a price. However, you need not worry. We shall employ every conceivable method to nurture you, aiding your swift growth. You may consider it as us being like grasshoppers on the same piece of string. We rise or fall together. As long as you possess sufficient strength, the seal shall never be lifted, and there exists a chance to utterly extinguish the supreme terror." At this juncture, a glimmer of coldness flickered in the elder's eyes, emanating a formidable aura that nearly rendered Yi-chan breathless. In that moment, Yi-chan felt utterly despondent, taking quite some time to reluctantly accept the reality. Ultimately, the elder made a final concession. "I shall endeavor to send some spiritual herbs each month. Regardless of their quality, anything that can be supplemented is better than nothing." The elder, too, felt helpless. He once commanded the world, but had never been troubled by such matters. Yet, this was the only course available now. Very well, Yi-chen nodded, ultimately agreeing. Having accepted the reality, he found the prospect of acquiring some spiritual herbs to be not so daunting after all. Moreover, if this old man were to perish, then he too would face the same fate. Thus, assisting him equated to assisting oneself. Furthermore, one cannot bite the hand that feeds, and morally and logically, he ought to lend a hand. Without further delay, Yi-chan withdrew his consciousness and swiftly returned to his quarters in the Sword Immortal Sect. Gently opening his eyes, gazing at the spiritual ring in his hand, he was convinced that he had not merely been dreaming. However, was this ring truly as miraculous as it seemed? Could it aid in cultivation, enabling one to progress at an astonishing pace? Filled with curiosity, Yi-chan quickly settled into a meditative posture, forming seals with his hands and closing his eyes once more, but this time it was for the purpose of cultivation. As he shut his eyes, the spiritual ring immediately activated its powers, and Yi-chan was elated to discover that the spiritual energy within him began to flow autonomously along his meridians. An automatic cultivation process? Little did Yi-chan realize that at that moment, the spiritual energy surrounding him surged like a dam unleashed, flooding toward him with wild abandon. The velocity was astonishing, creating a vortex around his body. Had it been witnessed by outsiders, they would undoubtedly have been left agape in astonishment. The immense spiritual energy, after being filtered through the spiritual ring, entered Yi-chen's body without hindrance, circulating through his body and gathering in his dantian, thereby augmenting his strength. Yi-chen's cultivation level ascended as if he were aboard a rapid elevator, soaring upwards at an absurd speed. Second level of chi refinement. Third level of chi refinement. Fourth level of chi refinement. In the blink of an eye, Yi-chan had reached the great perfection of chi refinement. with the pace of his advancement only slightly slowing, yet it did not cease. When the spiritual energy in his dantian reached its zenith, Yi Chen distinctly heard a shattering sound as his dantian expanded tenfold in an instant. Having broken through the limits, Yi Chen truly stepped into the foundation establishment stage, with the surroundings instantly elevating to the third level of foundation establishment. Such a terrifying rate of cultivation would surely lead others to deem Yi Chen a monster, destined to be captured for dissection and study. The surge of his cultivation did not halt there, as it skyrocketed to the fifth level of foundation establishment before finally stabilizing to be precise. It was not Yi Chen's desire to stop. After all, who would easily relinquish such a rapid enhancement in cultivation? Rather, it was the spiritual ring in his hand that autonomously ceased its absorption, compelling Yi Chen to exit the state of cultivation. What was happening? Could it truly be that it had malfunctioned after a single use? Yi Chen, curious, raised his hand to examine the spiritual ring, yet it appeared no different from an ordinary ring, leaving him baffled. Fear not. It is merely that the spiritual ring believes you must consolidate your cultivation. Hence it has voluntarily ceased its function. After all, a towering edifice rises from the ground up. Cultivation must be undertaken step by step. Otherwise, even if you were to ascend to the great ascension in one fell swoop, you would ultimately possess a body full of strength without knowing how to wield it, leading to a tragic waste, the swallowing immortal Cauldron explained. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen finally relaxed, acknowledging the wisdom of the spiritual ring's approach. Cultivation, indeed, requires a gradual and steady progression. Haste could potentially leave considerable hidden dangers for the future. With the surging spiritual energy within him, Yi Chen felt both astonished and exhilarated. Was this what it meant to be at the fifth level of foundation establishment? He felt capable of taking down a grizzly bear with his bare hands. Junior brother, have you been waiting long? As Yi Chen exited his meditative state, Fu Luiwei entered, carrying a food container, the enticing aroma of the dishes laid out before him. A feast for the senses. Not only were the dishes fragrant, but the person was also beautiful, and Yi Chen felt his eyes feast upon her beauty. However, he soon realized that Yin Luiwei was merely at the first level of foundation establishment, and her cultivation seemed somewhat unstable, likely due to a recent breakthrough. So fragrant. Yi Chen exclaimed, quickly moving to sit at the dining table. It was one thing for a senior sister to be beautiful, but her cooking was equally delightful. What use is good cooking? For us cultivators, cultivation is the true path. At that moment, an incongruous voice interrupted. Yi Chen glanced at the speaker, surprised to find that this person was actually at the third level of foundation establishment. Yin Liu's expression darkened upon seeing Guowang. Guowang, you should leave at once. You are not welcome here. Yin Liu warned with a guarded demeanor, her words laced with a tone of expulsion. It is none of your business. Remain silent for a moment. Guowang completely disregarded Yin Liu, reaching out effortlessly to toss her outside the mountain. Finally, some peace. Guowang's gaze fixated on Yi Chen, as if attempting to read something from his face. You are Yi Chen? Seeing this, Yi Chen felt puzzled. We know each other? We do not, but it suffices to confirm your identity. Guowang sneered coldly and then produced a miniature stone tablet. This is the testing stone tablet designated for the South Peak. Come here, Guowang commanded. Given the earlier example of this person resorting to underhanded tactics, Yi Chen was unwilling to comply. Who knew if this would be detrimental to him? You think you can just order me around? Who do you think you are? Yi Chen retorted. However, Guowang clearly had no intention of allowing Yi Chen a choice, upon seeing his refusal to cooperate. Guowang snorted coldly and made his move. Yet, just like before, his speed was astonishing as he reached for Yi Chen's collar, intending to lift him effortlessly. The strength of a third-level foundation establishment cultivator was no joke. Possessing strength akin to an ox was merely the basics, and since he only aimed to restrain Yi Chen, he assumed it would be an easy task. However, in the next instant, Yi Chen's eyes activated his innate ability. The Heavenly Eye, illusion. Logically speaking, given Yi Chen's fifth-level foundation establishment strength, casting an illusion would require considerable effort, yielding subpar results. Alas, Guowang bore no defenses, and his lack of vigilance allowed him to unwittingly fall into the trap. At that moment, he saw not Yi Chen, but rather the North Peak's master, Sikong Yinwe, the master of the North Peak? Guo Wang gasped in shock, nearly losing control of his bladder. The master of the North Peak. Sikong Yinwe wielded immense power, and Guo Wang, merely an ordinary disciple of the South Peak, dared not show disrespect to the master. Being expelled from the sect would be a mild consequence, while a severe one could lead to the loss of his cultivation, rendering him a cripple, ultimately imprisoned in the cliff abyss, a veritable dungeon of the Sword Immortal sect, where survival was a rare fortune. Overcome with fear, Guo Wang's legs went weak as he knelt before Sikong Yinwe without a moment's hesitation. Master Sikong, I did not mean to. I mistook you for someone else. Please spare me this once. Guo Wang pleaded earnestly. Mistook me for someone else? So you mistook me for Yi Chen? Sikong Yinwe sneered. Then struck, instantly seizing Guo Wang by the neck. That moment, Guo Wang dared not resist, terror-stricken as he cried out, resembling a man who had seen a ghost. Master, spare my life? I was forced into this. It was an order from above to send me. Having been so frightened by Sikong Yinwe, Guo Wang had completely shed his earlier arrogance. Speak. Yi Chen's fate has already been determined. Why come here to create trouble? What is your intention? Sikong Yinwe pressed, her voice sharp and demanding. Yes. It was Master Wu Ao who sent me. He said this child possesses exceptional talent and absolutely cannot be left to the South Peak, urging us to seize the opportunity, even if it meant killing him by mistake. Guo Wang, trembling with fear, divulged the truth without reservation, continuing to plead, Master Sikong, I was also coerced into this. It truly has nothing to do with me. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen could not help but gasp in shock. It seemed that the Sword Immortal sect was not a benevolent place. Having just entered, he was already embroiled in schemes and machinations. As Yi Chen, now embodying Sikong Yinwe, continued to speak, he inquired, You say Wu Ao and Yi Chen have no enmity. Why act in such a manner? Does the master not understand? My master simply does not wish to see the North Peak rise. As soon as these words were spoken, Yi Chen felt a sudden clarity in his heart, accompanied by a profound disdain for that old dog. Wu Ao, so. If one cannot possess it, one must destroy it. Is that the way of this man? How utterly malicious. Guo Wang, you have squandered your master's painstaking efforts in nurturing you. Today, I shall surely incapacitate you. Just moments ago, Guo Wang, who had been pleading for mercy, suddenly found that Wu Ao had inexplicably appeared beside him. That familiar tone, the suffocating pressure, and the chilling gaze, all were strikingly real. He turned abruptly, only to discover that Sikong Yinwe had vanished without a trace, and no one was gripping his throat. Guo Wang opened his mouth, feeling as if something was lodged in his throat, rendering him speechless for an eternity. A wave of dread surged from his heart, transforming his expression from initial fear to astonishment and finally to sheer terror, his eyes widening to an alarming degree. This is impossible. Master, how did you get here? Master, please let me explain. I am not a traitor. I did not betray you. Master, spare my life. Chapter 8. A single punch to annihilate Meng Li. Guo Wang, already in a state of chaos, suddenly clutched his head, overwhelmed by the rapidly shifting scenes before him, his mind spinning as if it were on the brink of explosion. In reality, Guo Wang, who had charged forward to seize Yi Chen by the collar, was now frozen in place, his eyes filled with bewilderment. Trapped within an illusion it became evident that his opponent was nearly subdued. Yi Chen finally withdrew his divine powers. After Guo Wang had lunged forward, he stood there, dazed and immobile, unresponsive to calls, when suddenly another figure emerged from the shadows. Damn it, I knew you would dawdle. I have to supervise you. Hurry up and bring him over for testing. Meng Li's voice seemed to pull Guo Wang back to reality. But the latter was in a dire state, akin to a mental breakdown, frantically dashing outside while simultaneously raising his hands and screaming, Don't kill me. It's not my fault. I had nothing to do with it. Meng Li quickly recoiled to the side, gazing at Guo Wang with a look of astonishment. Has this guy been possessed? Meng Li murmured. Guo Wang's commotion soon drew the attention of other disciples in the courtyard. This seems to be Guo Wang from the South Peak. How did he come running out from the back courtyard? Something wrong. Quickly inform a master. Gather in the back courtyard. The commotion outside rapidly escalated. And Meng Li, who had initially been somewhat dazed, turned to glare fiercely at Yi Chen. I'll let you off for today. But this isn't over between us. If it were only Yi Chen, Meng Li could have dealt with the matter, but now that the North Peak disciples were congregating here, staying would likely lead to being unable to escape. He hastily grabbed the stone tablet and stowed it back into his storage bag, not bothering to look back, clearly intending to make a getaway. Seize him. Take that stone tablet. It must be worth at least 1,000 low-tier spirit herbs. The previously silent Tan Xianding suddenly spoke. Trusting in the Tan Xianding, Yi Chen didn't hesitate, stepping forward with a speed that far surpassed Meng Li's attempt to flee. The distance between them was minimal, and in an instant, Yi Chen closed the gap and unleashed a punch that Yi Chen had initially intended merely to knock Meng Li unconscious and seize the stone tablet from him. After all, the latter was no virtuous character and had come looking for trouble. There was no need for courtesy. However, this punch seemed to have been delivered with too much force, resulting in a complete obliteration of Meng Li's head, leaving the unfortunate individual utterly stunned. What just happened? He was at least a cultivator of the 3rd level of Foundation establishment. How could his head be shattered like a watermelon? In his astonishment, Yi Chen found himself momentarily at a loss for words, only to be pulled back to reality by the voice of Tan Xianding. This individual, though not weak, is 2 small realms below you, and given that he was unprepared earlier, it is entirely normal for a single punch to be fatal. Moreover, the spiritual power within you is far beyond what someone of his caliber could contend with. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen nodded in a semblance of understanding he was not a saint. In the world of cultivation, the law of the jungle prevailed. Killing was simply part of the game, and there was no need for excessive sentimentality. Besides, these two had harbored ill intentions towards him from the start. He quickly stowed his storage bag away silently, just as the disciples from outside burst in. What the hell? What happened here? Everyone gasped in shock. Among them were 3 men and 1 woman, their attire revealing them as disciples from the North Peak. The men managed to maintain a semblance of composure, though their faces remained pale, while the woman cried out in horror upon stepping into Meng Li's blood. Quick, go to the outer mountain and rescue the senior sister. Feigning terror, Yi Chen urged the newcomers to head to the outer mountain. Before long, they carried Yen Luyu back. Senior sister, wake up, wake up. After a lengthy pause, Yen Luyu finally opened her eyes. What on earth happened here? One of the men spoke up, and their tone and demeanor indicated they held a certain status within the North Peak. Yen Luyu appeared somewhat dazed, and as she regained her senses, she did not rush to respond to the young man's question, but instead first inquired about Yi Chen. Junior brother, are you all right? Did they harm you in any way? Having prepared his response, Yi Chen feigned fear, his expression awkward as he explained, I don't know. Those 2 senior brothers suddenly started fighting. One of them went mad and exploded the other's head. Then he ran off screaming not to kill him. I don't know anything. It was so terrifying. Yi Chen's performance was convincing, leaving no trace of a flaw. His words were a mix of truth and fiction. Guo Wang had indeed fled in a frenzy, screaming loudly, and those outside had heard him, as did the 2 young men present. For a moment, they could not find any discrepancies. However, as they continued to ponder, the situation seemed riddled with inconsistencies. Nonsense. How could Guo Wang have killed Meng Li? Are you truly hiding something? The North Peak senior brother, Li Wei, cast a cold glance at Yi Chen. What I say is the absolute truth. If you don't believe me, you can confront Guo Wang. After all, he has already lost his sanity. Yi Chen felt no fear. No need for that. Guo Wang has run into the den of the El Wolves and has already been torn apart. A melodious voice rang out from outside, and a familiar, slender figure appeared. It was none other than Sikong Yenyu, the master of the North Peak. Today, she donned a long gown, her gaze radiant and her demeanor noble. Appearing to be in her early 20s, yet she had lived for over 200 years. Time seemed to hold no sway over her, and even with Yi Chen possessing the heavenly eye, he found it challenging to gauge her power, which likely surpassed the nascent soul stage. What? Torn apart by the wolves. Now that the main culprit is dead, there will be no evidence left. Senior Brotherly Wei looked somewhat astonished. How would he explain this to the South Peak now? No matter. You go and summon Elder Tianju from the inner sect. I will make arrangements, said Si Kong Yenyu, maintaining her calm demeanor throughout. Si Kong Yenyu, You must give me an explanation for today's events. As soon as Li Wei departed, Wu Ao's voice thundered from above. He then descended like the wind, his icy gaze seemingly capable of penetrating everything. Wu Ao radiated a terrifying pressure, as if he could crush everything in his path. The disciples present felt as if they were struggling to breathe. The power above the nascent soul stage was indeed overwhelming. Meng Shidi, who could be so ruthless as to leave not even a complete corpse? Need it be said, it must be someone from the North Peak. With Wu Ao's arrival, the disciple from the South Peak surged in behind him. A chaotic throng. Stop spouting nonsense. This is clearly a self-scripted play to frame us. Meng Li's death has nothing to do with our North Peak. Yin Luyu immediately spoke up to defend the North Peak as the South Peak disciples slandered them. Sharp-tongued little girl. This is not your place to speak. Wu Ao coldly snorted and reached out, grasping at the void, whereupon an invisible giant claw descended upon Yin Luyu, intending to slay her on the spot. Chapter 9. Reassessing Talent Presumptuous. As Yin Luyu faced a life-threatening crisis, Sikong Yinyu resolutely intervened, her finger pointing like a sword as a blade of energy cleaved through the giant claw in the void. The violent energy stinging the faces of those present. Stop! Just as the two were about to engage in a fierce confrontation, a stern voice resounded from the void. A white-haired elder appeared silently, stepping forth from the ether, bringing an eerie stillness to the surroundings, even halting the wind. The newcomer was none other than Elder Tianzhu of the Inner Sect. He cast a glance at Wu Ao and coldly remarked, "Wu Peak Master, what is the meaning of this intrusion into another peak? Do you take the sect rules lightly?" "Elder, the Viper's Sikong has slain my disciple. I have come solely to seek justice for them." Wu Ao's voice was filled with fury, his eyes ablaze with wrath. "I Kong Peak Master. Is Wu Peak Master's statement true?" Elder Tianzhu's expression darkened, concealing his thoughts that Wu Peak Master's claims are unfounded. This incident is clearly a self-directed play by the South Peak, and it is likely that this matter cannot be divorced from Wu Peak Master's involvement. Sikong Yinyu responded with a cold voice. "Stop talking nonsense here. Not only did the venomous Sikong kill my disciple, but now she also dares to turn the tables. Do you really think I, Wu Ao, am made of clay?" Wu Ao exclaimed in anger. "Am I the one turning the tables? Then please explain, Wu Peak Master, how your disciple from the South Peak managed to trespass into my North Peak." Sikong Yinyu met Wu Ao's gaze with unwavering courage. "Our two peaks are adjacent. Is it not common for us to visit each other occasionally? Wu Peak Master, while visits may be permissible, this is the residence of my female disciples. Are you blind? According to the sect's rules, male disciples who intrude into the rooms of female disciples deserve execution." Sikong Yinyue's tone was calm, yet carried an undeniable strength that Wu Ao, not one to be easily intimidated, retorted coldly. "Even if they trespassed, you have no right to directly kill them. At most, you could suppress them and leave the matter to the sect's law enforcement hall. Besides, they were merely visiting and did not commit any outrageous acts. By what right do you claim the authority to kill?" As he spoke, Wu Ao deliberately cast a cold glance over the many disciples of the North Peak, the threat in his eyes unmistakable. "Nonsense! They threw my senior sister out to the outer mountains. How is that not outrageous?" Chen could no longer hold his tongue. "Kid, you must speak with evidence." Wu Ao shot him a cold look, momentarily taken aback to find that it was Chen who spoke. "That I am the evidence. After they threw my sister to the outer mountains, Guowang suddenly went berserk and ambushed Meng Li, smashing his head, then ran away in a frenzy, claiming he didn't want to die and that it was his master who ordered him to do it, begging for his life." Chen stepped forward, delivering the shocking revelation without hesitation. "If you dare to continue spouting nonsense, beware that I will silence you." Wu Ao's desire to eliminate Chen intensified. If only he had acted decisively from the start. Even if it meant acquiring a bad reputation, he would have ensured this child was silenced forever. Yes, we all heard what the junior brother said. It was Guowang himself who shouted it. "Indeed, I was in the courtyard and saw him run out. I can swear to the heavens. Absolutely. I heard it too." After hearing Chen's words, the disciples of the North Peak stepped forward to testify on his behalf. "You bunch of curs! You are simply spouting filth. The South Peak disciples were unwilling to back down. Silence. Tianzhu, who had remained silent until now, finally waved his hand, interrupting the crowd and preventing the situation from spiraling further out of control. I will personally investigate the truth of this matter. Until a conclusion is reached, no one is permitted to act rashly. However, having finally reached this point, Wu Ao was not about to let it go. He then spoke, casting an unfriendly glance at Yi Chen. Elder, there is no need for such trouble. This kid witnessed the entire process, and we can directly search his soul to ascertain the truth. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen felt speechless. This old fool was truly determined to go against him. What merit did he have to warrant such attention? He was merely a rookie fresh out of the novice village. Moreover, if they truly searched his soul, it would spell disaster for him. Before Yi Chen could further worry, Sikong Yinue spoke with commanding authority. Yi Chen entered the North Peak as my disciple. I challenge anyone here to attempt to search his soul. Sikong Yinue, you are indeed quite formidable. The inner sect elders will naturally ensure justice is served. Do you dare to disregard their authority? Wu Ao refused to back down, even dragging Tianzhu into the fray. Only then did Tianzhu finally notice Yi Chen's presence. Pure Yang has already been broken. How could such a poor physical constitution yield a 10-star talent? The gazes of the crowd turned to Yi Chen alongside Tianzhu. The 10-star talent had spread throughout the Sword Immortal sect upon Yi Chen's arrival. Such a prodigy was a rarity in a century. Yet, how could such a genius possibly exist among mortals? The crowd, astonished, mostly remained skeptical. Is that correct? Has his talent been tested again? Tianzhu's eyes gleamed with curiosity. Not yet, Sikong Yinue answered truthfully, seeing that Tianzhu seemed intent on diffusing the situation. Wu Ao grew anxious and quickly interjected. Elder Tianzhu, please ensure justice regarding Sikong's murderous actions against my disciple. However, Tianzhu was unfazed by his imploring, raising an eyebrow with a hint of impatience in his tone, regardless of the circumstances. It was your South Peak disciples who intruded upon the chambers of my North Peak female disciples. You are not in the right, so how can I ensure justice? Enough, enough. I will do my best to investigate the truth of this matter. If Sikong Peak is indeed at fault, I won't let it slide. I will ensure a verbal reprimand. A verbal reprimand. Upon hearing this phrase, Wu Ao's expression turned green. Damn it, such a blatant bias is apparent even to a deaf person. Since Elder Tianzhu failed to recognize right from wrong, we shall seek out other elders for justice. Suddenly, a disciple from the North Peak spoke through gritted teeth. Ha ha. Wu Peak Master, am I the one who fails to discern right from wrong? Tianzhu's expression was a mix of amusement and disdain, his sharp gaze directed at Wu Ao. You insolent fool. Do you think you can speak carelessly about an elder? Wu Ao's face changed dramatically, and he swiftly slapped the speaking disciple. Elder Tianzhu, forgive my lack of discipline. The deceased Meng Li was his brother, and in his eagerness for the truth, he momentarily lost his composure. I hope the elder can be magnanimous. As the two powerful figures clashed, Yi Chen's gaze fell upon the face of the one who had just spoken. This person looked quite familiar. Damn it, Mingyu! How dare he? Wasn't it this fellow who sold me to the demon palace in the demon domain a few months ago? Moreover, Yi Chen noticed that the several individuals following Meng Yu were also quite familiar. Indeed, they were all part of the same group. Connecting this with what Sikong Yinue and Wu Ao mentioned yesterday about the frequent disappearances of disciples from the South Peak, Yi Chen suddenly realized a shocking possibility. That scoundrel Wu Ao couldn't possibly have sold all the missing disciples to the demon domain. Could he? Chapter 10 Yi Chen hides his talents. Wu Peak Master. How could I stoop to the level of a junior? If you are dissatisfied, feel free to seek out the Sect Master directly. Tianzhu regarded Meng Yu and his companions with a smile that held a warning undertone. Sikong Peak Master, I am quite curious. This fellow seems to be in decent spirits. Why not have him retest in public? With Tianzhu's words, Sikong Yinue had no room to refuse and promptly produced a small, bluish stone tablet. Dingo, could you suppress his talent a bit? As the test approached, Yi Chen hastily communicated with the swallowing immortal cauldron. The taller the tree, the harder it falls. I do not wish to be the one to attract attention right now. If Wu Ao continues to fixate on me, my future days will surely be unbearable. It is crucial to develop quietly in the early stages and dominate later. No problem. I will suppress your cultivation to the qi refining stage. With me here, even the strongest expert will be unable to discern your true cultivation as long as you do not reveal it. The swallowing immortal cauldron exuded confidence. Yi Chun then confidently placed his hand upon the testing tablet. Yi Chun, 19 years old, qi refining stage 1, talent rating. 4 stars. Only 4 stars? I said it, this fellow doesn't seem like a genius at all. He's merely adequate. Laughter erupted. It was hard to deny that this was no different from being a waste. Sikong Yinhua was initially taken aback. Her eyes soon filled with deep disappointment. I had thought he was a genius, but it turns out he is merely trash. Tianju also sighed. All right, this matter ends here. Everyone disperse. Furthermore, the newcomer hunting competition held once every 4 years will commence next month, and all new disciples of the sect will participate. Those who achieve good rankings will receive substantial rewards. So prepare yourselves. Elder Tianju's voice echoed through the air, and by the time everyone processed his words, he had already melted into the void. That Wu Ao's anger intensified at this outcome. Had he known this fellow was a waste, he wouldn't have sent anyone for testing. Now, with 2 of them dead without any gains, it would have been more profitable to sell them off. Sikong Peak Master, how does it feel to steal a waste? Wu Ao smirked, mocking her. Even if he is a waste, I still take pleasure in it. Now, be gone. Seeing Sikong Yinhua's furious expression, Wu Ao coldly laughed as he led his group out of the North Peak. It's all your fault. If you hadn't embarrassed me, the master wouldn't have lost face like this. Li Wei glared at Yi Chun, his words brimming with disdain. Why are you still standing there? Hurry up and pack your things. Yi Chun was momentarily taken aback. How did the conflict suddenly shift onto him now that they had left? Where was he supposed to pack up and go? With a 4-star talent, you're only fit to be a servant. If you don't leave, do you intend to stay and embarrass yourself? Li Wei's tone was icy to the extreme, but the master never said that I would not be accepted as a disciple. Yi Chun retorted, such meager talent is unworthy. If it weren't for the presence of the master, Li Wei would likely have taken action to expel you directly. Enough. Yi Chun shall remain at the North Peak. Sikong Yinyu waved her hand dismissively. Until now, she had no choice but to swallow her grievances in silence. As the esteemed Peak Master, one cannot simply renege on their words. New disciples, heed my command. You have 1 day to cultivate your Qi Si. Each of you shall receive 5 first-grade elixirs, which you may collect from your senior sister, Yin Luyu. Thank you, Master. With that, Sikong Yinyu flicked her sleeves and departed. Yi Chun was subsequently assigned to another location, as the courtyard belonging to Yin Luyu was exclusively for female disciples, making it unlikely for him to remain there indefinitely. The male disciples' quarters of the North Peak were arranged for 3 to a room, and Yi Chun was allocated to room 5. He paid little heed to this, simply finding the room and pushing the door open. Isn't this the genius with 10-star talent? What brings you to our humble abode? A young man clad in black spoke, his tone laced with a hint of mockery. Yi Chun had now gained considerable notoriety. Few were unaware of him. The disparity between 10 stars and 4 stars was stark. We know each other. Yi Chun scratched his head, a look of confusion adorning his face. However, he didn't dwell on it. And after a brief period of acquaintance, they learned each other's names. The young man in black was named Xiao Luo, while the other, a robust figure resembling a young bull from the wasteland, was named Zhao Sanpao. After becoming acquainted, Yi Chun formed initial judgments about the two. Xiao Luo appeared meticulous and cunning, as he had taken an interest in the first-grade elixirs in Yi Chen's possession. In contrast, Zhao Sanpao had a simple disposition and was relatively easy to get along with. After a short while Zhao Sanpao was meditating and cultivating, a gust of wind suddenly swirled around him. I've finally broken through to the first level of qi refinement. Due to the freshness of his breakthrough, Zhao Sanpao's aura was still somewhat unruly, taking a while to stabilize. Congratulations, I didn't expect you to succeed so swiftly. Xiao Luo chuckled, observing Zhao Sanpao's transformation with curiosity. In response, Zhao San Pao sheepishly scratched his head, his expression growing increasingly joyful as he felt the surge of newfound power within him. Yi Chun, at that moment, cast another glance at Zhao San Pao, his celestial eyes allowing him to see through the latter's conditioned. To his surprise, he discovered that Zhao San Pao's blood flowed with a faint golden hue, unmistakably indicating he was no ordinary human. Oh, he possesses the bloodline of the savage bull. How rare! Yet, individuals with such bloodlines typically have talents of 8 stars or higher. The swallowing Immortal Cauldron's voice echoed with a touch of intrigue in Yi Chen's mind. What? Yi Chen was taken aback, somewhat bewildered. The lad's ancestor must have been a savage bull. He can be considered a genius, awakening his bloodline at the tender age of 14, the swallowing Immortal Cauldron remarked. 14? How is that possible? If the swallowing Immortal Cauldron hadn't mentioned it, Yi Chen would have assumed him to be 40. Listening to the explanation, Yi Chen gleaned that Zhao San Pao was likely a hybrid of savage bull and human. Though that had occurred millennia ago, and it was uncertain how many generations had passed since then. Meanwhile, at the South Peak, Master, should we not request the third elder's intervention? After all, you share a good rapport with him. Upon returning, Meng Yu remained undeterred and sought out Wu Ao once more. The death of his brother weighed heavily on him, and he was determined to seek justice. Sounds noble, but where am I supposed to procure 4 to 500,000 low-grade spirit stones? Wu Ao squinted his eyes at the mention of the third elder. That old fellow was all about the money. He could hardly be said to have a good relationship with anyone. Do not fret. I have my own methods to deal with that venomous woman. See calm. Just sit back and enjoy the show. Master, there's a message from the Demon Palace. From Imo Ching that a young man suddenly appeared. He was Wu Ao's top disciple and a trusted confidant. What news? Wu Ao inquired. Could it be that those demon folk are running low on supplies again? Although he conducted business with the demon race, Wu Ao held them in disdain. No. Imo Ching mentioned that a very important blood servant has escaped, and she is willing to offer 1,000,000 spirit stones as a reward. The mention of 1,000,000 spirit stones startled Wu Ao. What sort of individual could be so significant? Moreover, for a blood servant to escape from the Demon Palace was unprecedented. What makes this blood servant so vital? Wu Ao questioned, astonished. Unknown, and there is no additional information available. Only that this blood servant is named Yi Chun. The disciple replied, Why Yi Chun? Hearing this name, Wu Ao was momentarily taken aback, his expression shifting dramatically. Could it be that worthless fool with 4-star talent? Even Meng Yu at that moment suddenly recalled, it seems to indeed be that fellow. I wondered why he looked so familiar. I encountered him before. What? Wu Ao was perplexed. Half a year ago, I was with my fellow disciples when we captured a batch of blood servants to deliver to the Demon Palace. And among them was a lunatic named Yi Chun, who kept rambling about coming from some blue star. Are you certain? Even with Meng Yu's assertion, Wu Ao was not inclined to believe it immediately. After all, who could say whether he was simply seeking revenge? Furthermore, offering 1,000,000 spirit stones for a worthless individual. Had Imo Ching lost her mind? After all, even exceptionally talented blood servants typically only valued around 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. Master, I believe there's a high probability. This lad just arrived at the Sword Immortal Sect, and shortly thereafter, the Demon Palace sent out the news. What are the odds of such a coincidence? Meng Yu asserted confidently. It's possible that this fellow stole something from the Demon Palace, prompting them to place a bounty for his capture. Otherwise, how could he possibly be worth 1,000,000 spirit stones? This reasoning held some merit, and upon hearing it, Wu Ao's eyes glinted with contemplation. In that case, I entrust this matter to you. Capture this lad for me, and when the time comes, I will certainly advocate on your behalf to the third elder. Wu Ao directed this to Meng Yu, who, feeling previously disheartened, now seemed invigorated. This night fell. The North Peak remained as tranquil as ever beneath the moonlight. After dining, Yi Chen settled onto his bed, gradually entering a state of cultivation. At this moment, he found himself once again before the stone door within his consciousness. Although the stone door had not changed, Yi Chen sensed an ominous presence lurking behind it, as if some monstrous entity awaited in the darkness, poised to tear through the void and break free at any moment. You returned rather swiftly. The white-haired elder slowly opened his eyes, his body resembling a desiccated corpse, seemingly devoid of any remaining vitality. Nevertheless, even standing before him, Yi-Chun could feel an almost tangible pressure emanating from the elder, whose gaze seemed capable of ensnaring one's very soul. Why Yi-Chun understood that such individuals were once formidable figures. Now reduced to this unfortunate state, Senior, here are 5 first-grade elixirs and a testing stone tablet. Although they pale in comparison to what you once bestowed upon me, it is all I can offer at present. Might you settle for this? Yi-Chun spoke earnestly, laying bare his meager possessions as a gesture of respect toward the elder. You have a kind heart. I find this satisfactory. The elder merely nodded in acknowledgement. Wait, allow me to refine these items with the black cauldron. It will enhance their efficacy considerably. The swallowing immortal cauldron transformed into a spiritual form, quietly hovering beside Yi-Chun. Upon hearing this, Yi-Chun recalled the existence of a black alchemical furnace. With a thought, the black alchemical furnace materialized, and he proceeded to toss all his offerings into it. Having previously used the furnace, Yi-Chun was well aware of its capabilities. It would autonomously refine the materials without requiring his assistance, ensuring optimal results that if, in the future, he could rely on his own thoughts to guide the refining process. This contraption would truly be a divine artifact. However, for now, it remained merely a hypothesis that required thorough validation. Before long, a golden elixir floated before Yi-Chun, a fusion elixir of the 7th grade, with its effects yet unknown. Gazing at the 7th grade elixir before him, Yi-Chun was taken aback. The disparity was astounding. 5 first-grade elixirs and a testing stone tablet somehow yielded a 7th grade elixir. Yi-Chun couldn't help but question whether the swallowing immortal cauldron had made an error. However, the aromatic fragrance wafting from the elixir was unmistakable, invigorating the senses in response to Yi-Chun's astonishment. The swallowing immortal cauldron offered no explanation, simply watching in silence, as if to say, surprised, are we? Not to mention, this alchemical furnace is far superior to your shabby cauldron. After a brief moment, Yi-Chun regained his composure and leisurely uttered a phrase. Without regard for the thoughts of the Tun Xianding, he hurried to present the elixir before the old man. Ha ha! Who would have thought that the illustrious Tun Xianding would have such a day? The old man couldn't help but chuckle, accepting the 7th grade fusion pill without any formalities. What? Can it still be that impressive? Yi-Chun scoffed, unable to discern its merits up to this point. The old man found it difficult to explain, but, in the current situation, felt compelled to heed its words. After pondering for a moment, he offered a slight clarification. Senior, I am more curious about your identity compared to it. With the conversation reaching this juncture, Yi-Chun felt no need to conceal his thoughts and voiced his doubts. Have you ever heard of the Heavenly Tao? Or perhaps the Celestial Lord? Sensing Yi-Chun's potential misunderstanding, the old man added, Indeed, you only need to know that I was once the Heavenly Tao of a realm, what you commonly refer to as the Celestial Lord. Upon hearing this, Yi-Chun's expression darkened. He had initially thought that the Tun Xianding was boastful, but now he encountered someone even more grandiose. Observing Yi-Chun's disbelief, the old man shrugged. Very well, it is still too early to share these tales with you. When your strength reaches this level, you will naturally understand. With that, the old man did not elaborate further and instead swallowed the 7th grade fusion pill. Even with a 7th grade elixir, the old man sighed and shook his head, still far too inadequate. Remember to procure more in the future, or it won't even suffice to fill the gaps in my teeth. Upon hearing this, Yi-Chun couldn't help but grimace. Not enough to fill the gaps in your teeth. Do you think this is mere candy? Chapter 12. The Tai Divine Needle Sensing Yi-Chun's Confusion. The old man explained, I have been here for 3,000 years, and am indeed quite famished. However, as he spoke, a hint of self-deprecation crossed his features. I never imagined that the esteemed Heavenly Tao would be reduced to the point of starvation. Listening to the old man's lament, Yi-Chun raised an eyebrow and quickly conveyed his thoughts to the Tun Xianding beside him. Could it be that this old fellow has been here too long and has lost his wits? Yi-Chun felt helpless. It wasn't his curiosity, but rather the old man's peculiar state that concerned him. Young one, it is still too early to inform you of such matters, yet one thing is certain. This old man is indeed the Heavenly Tao. The Tun Xianding stated solemnly. This revelation took Yi Chen aback. Put it plainly, those so-called demonic gods and celestial beings might not even qualify to carry his shoes, the Tun Xian Ding continued. Such an extraordinary being. How could he have fallen to this state? Yi Chen pondered. It was a calamity, the reasons for which are intricate and complex, too convoluted to explain in a brief moment. The disaster that occurred then is now sealed behind the stone door. The old man sacrificed himself for the sake of the world's populace, thus guarding this place. Moreover, there are not just one, but multiple seals, and there are many heavenly Daos, the Tun Xian Ding recounted, causing Yi Chen's mouth to twitch. These old fellows claim that even 7th-grade elixirs are inadequate to fill their teeth. How could I possibly afford to support even one, let alone a multitude? Brother Ding, are you certain I can be of assistance? This involved a host of heavenly Daos. Yi Chen expressed his exasperation. Although the Tun Xian Ding's words seemed ethereal, he grasped some of the implications. These world heavenly Daos had to remain steadfast to maintain the seals, and his role would naturally be to provide logistical support. That I am uncertain, but as of now, I have no other choice. This is not only the hope of myself and the old man, but also the hope of all beings across the realms, the Tun Xian Ding replied nonchalantly, seeing him take it so lightly. Yi Chen could only sigh inwardly. The path ahead is fraught with challenges. Everything happens according to fate, young man. There is no need for excessive lamentation. The white-haired old man seemed to read Yi Chen's thoughts and suddenly spoke. Moreover, I shall lend my assistance. Indeed, when soldiers come, generals will meet them. When water comes, earth will cover it. Furthermore, you should possess more than just the spiritual ring, should you not? As there was no point in overthinking. Yi Chen turned his gaze toward the old man with curiosity, his eyes sparkling as if he had stumbled upon a treasure trove. Naturally, what you can conceive, I have in abundance, the old man replied with confidence. Do you possess any particularly formidable, unparalleled techniques? I would like a set. There are indeed. He paused for a moment before continuing. However, given your current cultivation, even slightly advanced techniques would be beyond your capacity. You would likely perish from the attempt, as the white-haired old man described. Techniques are categorized into 4 major tiers. Heaven, earth, profound, and yellow, further divided into 3 sub-tiers, with the celestial and divine realms above. The techniques stored in the old man's memory were predominantly of celestial quality or higher, which Yi Chen could not wield at his current level. Attempting to do so would not only be impossible, but could also drain his spiritual energy instantaneously, potentially leading to his explosion. Handing these over to Yi Chen would be tantamount to signing his death warrant. Surely, there must be something I can learn? Yi Chen protested, somewhat unwilling to not rush. With that spiritual ring, you will break through to the nascent soul stage within 3 months. At that time, we could discuss the cultivation of techniques. The Tun Xian Ding interjected at the opportune moment. That I am not in a hurry. But I fear the old man may not hold out. If he perishes, I too shall meet my end, shall I not? Observing the old man's emaciated form, Yi Chen felt a surge of insecurity for the first time. His life was already in jeopardy, and he had not anticipated being beholden to another. The young man is indeed perceptive, the white-haired old man chuckled, gazing deeply into Yi Chen's eyes, as if he could see through him. However, now that you have awakened the heavenly eye, I do have a technique that suits you. The Tai Divine Needle. The Tai Divine Needle. Yi Chen paused, taken aback. It sounded akin to a medical skill. Young man, do not underestimate this art, the old man added. Medical skills can save lives, and naturally, they can also take them. Furthermore, with this technique, many issues regarding spiritual medicine and cultivation can often be resolved effortlessly, making it quite suitable for you at this time. Come closer to me. Yi Chen did not act arrogantly. Instead, he stepped forward confidently, realizing they were now bound by mutual interests and had no cause for concern regarding each other. The old man gently tapped Yi Chen's forehead, and a golden thread instantly vanished within. In that moment, Yi Chen felt as though his head might explode from the influx of memories. The Tai Divine Needle encompassed more than just needles. It included a wealth of knowledge about various spiritual medicines, minerals, and even relevant imagery, essentially a comprehensive encyclopedia. After 3 arduous hours, Yi Chen finally regained his composure, and upon opening his eyes again, he felt a newfound clarity. Having been introduced to the Tai divine needle, Yi Chen's understanding of this world expanded significantly, particularly in the realm of cultivation, granting him newfound insights. He was no longer like a headless fly, flailing aimlessly. In cultivation, the greatest fear is chaos. A single misstep can lead one astray, resulting in dire consequences. Reflecting on it now, he felt a chill. With the Tai divine needle, Yi Chen turned his gaze toward the white-haired old man and immediately discerned his ailments. The old man was depleted of vital energy, and even his mental strength was nearly exhausted. If this continued, he would likely not last beyond a year. Never would I have expected the heavenly Tao to fall to such depths. Yi Chen mused inwardly that, I do not fear extinction. Rather, I worry about the lack of successors. The white-haired old man spoke first, seemingly reading Yi Chen's thoughts. Why Yi Chen understood that the so-called successors were, of course, meant to seal away the calamity. Rest assured, as long as I draw breath, I shall ensure your safety. Having endured these trials, Yi Chen finally found his purpose and did not linger, swiftly returning to reality. When he opened his eyes again, dawn had already broken outside. Why am I so exhausted? Zhao Sanpao slowly awakened after a night's sleep, only to find his entire body sore, as if he had been thoroughly beaten. He quickly noticed a large bump on his head, momentarily bewildered. Did someone hit me? Indeed, that was my doing. The culprit, Xiao Luo, did not shy away from admitting his role. Xiao Luo, by what right did you strike me? Are you bullying me for coming from the countryside? How else could I sleep if I didn't knock you out? Your snoring nearly brought the house down last night. I suggest you sleep in the courtyard tonight. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't see tomorrow's sunrise. Chapter 13. The new town of the North Peak. Zhao Sanpao Xiao Luo was clearly pushed to the brink by Zhao Sanpao, whose thunderous snores were truly tormenting. Though I hail from the countryside, let me tell you, Xiao Luo, I am not to be trifled with. Although Zhao Sanpao is honest, he possesses an equally stubborn temperament. The two were on the verge of a fierce altercation. A sudden cry from outside interrupted them. Where have all the people gone? With a series of door-opening sounds, it soon became their turn. Before long, Yi Chen and his companions learned the entire story. All the new disciples from Beifeng, who had only joined the previous day, had mysteriously vanished without a trace. After Wu Ao returned, he had secretly spread threatening remarks against the Beifeng disciples, as well as temptations from the other two peaks, causing everyone to flee. Out of nearly 100 new disciples, only Yi Chen and his two companions remained. Tianming felt a pang of discomfort in his heart. If the master found out, wouldn't he be furious? Alas, let's gather at the square first. At least there are still 3 of us left. Without further delay, Yin Luo led Yi Chen and the others swiftly to the Beifeng Square. Why are there only 3 left? Where are the others? Li Wei inquired, astonished. They have all run away. Sikong Yinyue furrowed her brows, as the reasoning behind their departure became apparent. After a moment's contemplation, her gaze fell upon Yi Chen and his companions. At this juncture, you have the opportunity to choose, as you have yet to establish your soul lamp, that I shall not force you. Given the circumstances, Sikong Yinyue decided against further elaboration, offering Yi Chen and the others a choice. I'm a person of strong principles and cannot serve as a traitor. The first to speak was Xiao Luo, who resolutely shook his head. I shall not leave either. I have only just entered. And how can I depart without making a name for myself? Zhao Sanpao seemed a bit too earnest, utterly unaware of the unfolding events. As for Yi Chen, he felt fortunate to have a place to stay. Fearing to be picky given his current circumstances, with his 4-star talent, he could only aspire to be a mere servant disciple. Since you all choose to stay, I shall establish your soul lamps today. From now on, you shall be members of Beifeng. With that, Sikong Yinyue acted, first establishing the soul lamp for Xiao Luo. She lightly tapped his forehead with her fingertip, drawing forth a wisp of spirit and infusing it into the prepared soul lamp. Xiao Luo experienced little discomfort. Next was Zhao Sanpao, following the same procedure. However, as Sikong Yinyue extracted that wisp of spirit, a flicker of surprise crossed her eyes. Upon confirming, her expression transformed into one of delight. Heaven has eyes. I never expected to receive such a talented disciple. Sikong Yinyue beamed with joy. Laughing heartily, a stark contrast to her usually composed demeanor. "Master, what is the reason for this?" Li Wei and the other disciples expressed their curiosity. Zhao Sanpao has awakened the bloodline within him, and his talent has now surpassed 8 stars. Finally, there is hope for the future of Beifeng. At this point, Sikong Yinhua couldn't help but sigh, not intending to disclose the details of Zhao Sanpao as condition to avoid attracting the envy of others. "From now on, you shall cultivate in the main hall, with all resources of the peak at your disposal, that I will nurture you with all my efforts." This statement was directed at Zhao Sanpao. And when Sikong Yinhua looked at him again, her gaze softened. There was no denying reality. Even a powerful figure like her could not escape its grasp. Realizing the gravitas of the situation, Zhao Sanpao was astonished yet exhilarated. "Thank you, master. Ha ha. I have finally emerged." Seeing the scene unfold, the senior brothers and sisters couldn't help but wonder what kind of bloodline could elevate an ordinary disciple's talent to such heights. However, since Sikong Yinhua remained silent, they did not dare to inquire further, fully aware of the current situation in Beifeng. "Senior sister, how did the master know?" Yichen quietly asked Yen Luiwe, curiosity lacing his tone. Establishing a soul lamp requires probing the spirit, and such matters cannot escape the master's notice, Yen Luiwe explained. Upon hearing this, Yichen realized he too could not remain concealed. Sikong Yinhua, radiating joy, was beyond ecstatic at this moment. For too long, Beifeng had been overshadowed by the other peaks, primarily due to the lack of formidable disciples. Without Elder Tianju support, she feared she would have already been expelled. With the awakening of Zhao Sanpao's bloodline, given time to grow, he could dominate the younger generation of the entire Sword Immortal Sect. This was indeed a great fortune. With Yi Chen gone and Zhao Sanpao now present, Beifeng's fate was not yet sealed. The next step was to devote all efforts to nurturing Zhao Sanpao. For at the upcoming hunting competition, he would surely shine brightly and make a name for himself. Sikong Yinhua could leverage this opportunity to secure additional resources and influence within the Sword Immortal Sect, possibly even becoming an inner door elder. After finishing with the first two, it was finally time for Yi Chen at this moment. He hesitated, recalling that the immortal pill had already conveyed that the soul lamp would not intervene and would expose his cultivation level. During the entrance talent assessment, Yi Chen had already witnessed the treachery of human nature. If he were to face a similar ordeal again, he might not see the light of day. "Master, there is no need for this one. A mere 4-star talent should not waste a soul lamp." Li Wei interjected that Yi Chen could only think. "Brother, you are absolutely correct." Unexpectedly, it was Li Wei who came to his aid at such a critical moment. "Master, there is no need to waste a soul lamp on a waste like me." Yi Chen quickly agreed, feeling no shame in calling himself a waste, but rather taking pride in it. Upon hearing this, Sikong Yinhua frowned but ultimately acquiesced. "Li Wei, you take these two to the library pavilion. According to the sect rules, new disciples are allowed a day to comprehend the text within .as for Zhao Sanpao. I have my own arrangements. Master, what use is it to send this waste to the library pavilion? It would be better to send him to the storeroom, where he can at least be of some use." Li Wei remarked, a hint of disdain in his expression. "That is not appropriate. After all, he is a disciple of Beifeng, and everything must adhere to the rules." Sikong Yinhua shook her head, refusing to agree with Li Wei. "If after a month, Yi Chen has still made no progress, then I shall arrange for him to go to the storeroom. A month is but a fleeting moment for cultivators." Sikong Yinhua was willing to wait. Chapter 14. When enemies meet, their eyes burn with hatred, having arranged everything. Zhao Sanpao followed Sikong Yinhua away, while Yi Chen and Xiao Luo headed towards the library pavilion. The library pavilion of the Sword Immortal Sect housed numerous supreme techniques from across the world. As the floors of the pavilion increased, the quality of the techniques became higher and rarer. Disciples could enter without restrictions, as long as they could comprehend the teachings. Even the most elusive heavenly grade techniques were within reach. Of course, time was limited. Those who could not comprehend within the designated time would be expelled from the library pavilion. Today, over 1,000 new disciples had already gathered outside the library pavilion, most of whom hailed from the South Peak. Leading these disciples was none other than Mengyu, who held a grudge against Yi Chen at this moment. Mengyu was staring intently at Yi Chen. His eyes filled with an array of inexplicable emotions, none of which boded well. Feeling unnerved under Meng Yu's gaze, Yi Chen began to wonder if Meng Yu had recognized his identity. Meng Yu bore animosity towards him. Yet Yi Chen harbored a desire for revenge as well. Had it not been for Meng Yu selling him to the demon palace, he would not have endured those months of inhumane torment. If the opportunity arose, he would certainly eliminate this brat. You will enter the library pavilion, and how much you can comprehend within a day is your fortune. When the time is up, you must exit. Is that clear? The elder guarding the library pavilion was an old man dressed in purple, with a youthful face and white hair. After a round of admonitions, the elder added a final note. The crowd bowed in unison, lining up to enter in an orderly fashion. With the elder present, they dared not act recklessly. Tonight, after you finish, you must wait for me here. Do not wander about before departing. Li Wei solemnly instructed Yi Chen and Xiao Luo, leaving the two momentarily stunned. Senior brother, could it be that Wu Ao intends to take action? Xiao Luo quickly deduced the reason. This old fox is up to something. Be cautious, Li Wei whispered. Just ensure your safety, and avoid the South Peak disciples if you can. All right, hurry inside. After giving these instructions, Li Wei turned and departed. I never expected the Sword Immortal Sect to be in such chaos. Xiao Luo couldn't help but chuckle bitterly, letting out a soft sigh. You're not afraid, are you? Upon witnessing such a scene, Yi Chen could not help but chuckle. Fear? I, young master, have been through life and death, and have yet to learn how to write the word fear. It seemed as though he had touched a nerve. For Xiao Luo immediately sprang to his feet, though he quickly regained his composure. Keep your distance from me. I always have the feeling that you bring misfortune. Staying close to you can only lead to trouble. With that, Xiao Luo ceased his rambling and turned to enter the Sutra Pavilion. Just as Yi Chen intended to follow him inside, Meng Yu, who had been waiting at the entrance, blocked his path. You, come with me. Meng Yu's tone was domineering, leaving Yi Chen no room for negotiation. Why should I go with you? Yi Chen glanced warily at Meng Yu, bracing himself for confrontation. However, to his astonishment, he discovered that Meng Yu's cultivation level was also at the 5th stage of foundation establishment. No need for questions. I merely wish to exchange insights on our cultivation experiences. What? Are you afraid? Meng Yu raised his eyebrows, suddenly wearing a provocative expression. After all, they were still outside the Sutra Pavilion, where many eyes were upon them, making it impractical to act openly. Yet, seeing that Yi Chen remained unmoved, Meng Yu felt displeased. He had plenty of ways to deal with a newcomer. If all else failed, he could resort to brute force. With that thought in mind, Meng Yu suddenly made his move, reaching out to grab Yi Chen. Given his 5th stage foundation establishment strength, subduing Yi Chen should be effortless. At that moment, Yi Chen was secretly gathering his spiritual energy, ready to retaliate if necessary. He could use illusions to defeat him, just as he had done with his brother. However, before Yi Chen could act, the elder guarding the Sutra Pavilion noticed the commotion and spoke coldly. Meng Yu, what are you doing here? It was common knowledge that the North and South Peaks were at odds, and Meng Yu had no need to state the obvious, especially since Yi Chen was clearly dressed in the North Peaks attire. The elder might overlook matters elsewhere, but he could not allow any disciple to come to harm in the Sutra Pavilion. Reporting to the elder, I am acquainted with this disciple and merely wish to reminisce, Meng Yu replied, maintaining his composure despite facing the elder. However, the elder did not give him a chance to finish. Nonsense. Do you think I'm blind? Whatever grievances you have, keep them away from here, that I will not tolerate any disturbances in my Sutra Pavilion. Elder, my intentions are sincere. This disciple merely seeks to reminisce. Meng Yu attempted to placate, but the elder was unyielding. Enough. If you dare to cause any trouble in my Sutra Pavilion, I will not hesitate to be impolite. Seeing that the situation was untenable, Meng Yu cast a covert glance at Yi Chen, forced a smile, and promptly exited the Sutra Pavilion. Yi Chen paid him no mind, but the incident served as a reminder that Meng Yu had likely recognized him. Had he left with Meng Yu, he might have already faced dire consequences. It seemed that few were aware of the South Peak's dirty dealings. Yi Chen had no desire to involve himself in such matters. His sole focus was on enhancing his own cultivation abilities. He would bide his time until he could emerge invincible. Soon after, Yi Chen entered the Sutra Pavilion, surrounded by an array of diverse and intricate techniques. He found himself momentarily dazzled. He even noticed many disciples seated on the floor, deeply engrossed in their comprehension of the techniques. These techniques did not deplete, and as long as one possessed sufficient talent, anyone could grasp them. Since they were all new disciples, most were naturally delving into low-tier techniques, with few examples of those aspiring to higher realms. Those like Xiao Luo, at the 7th stage of Qi refinement, should be in the higher-tier technique sections. With this thought, Yi Chen made his way toward the higher technique area. Before long, he spotted a familiar figure, Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo was intently studying a technique, his furrowed brow indicating that the process was not going smoothly. Why Yi Chen momentarily paused, activating his heavenly eye, and astonishingly, he was able to comprehend the technique Xiao Luo held from several meters away. The phantom step was a movement technique, and just a glance through his heavenly eye granted Yi Chen a flash of understanding. Igniting a surge of eagerness within him to his astonishment, he found himself leaping an impressive 10 meters in a single bound. What the? Even Yi Chen was secretly astounded. Within mere seconds, he had comprehended a technique. Such extraordinary talent was truly remarkable, although the low-tier nature of the technique played a part in this ease. It was enough to leave Yi Chen elated. Why are you always lingering around? Can't you find somewhere else to be? Chapter 15. The Great Wilderness Divine Sword. Upon sensing Yi Chen's presence, Xiao Luo's expression darkened immediately, his tone laced with irritation. What are you doing here? You won't be able to comprehend the techniques available. You're just wasting your time. In Xiao Luo's view, with Yi Chen's aptitude, it will be a feat in itself to grasp even the lowest tier techniques. Hard work can make up for a lack of talent. Although my gifts may not be high, I possess good insight, and besides, who says I can't come here? Yi Chen retorted, matching Xiao Luo's attitude. Ungrateful wretch. Xiao Luo was disinclined to waste any more time with Yi Chen. Just a reminder, we only have one day. If you wish to continue wasting it, no one can stop you. Then there's no need for your concern, Yi Chen replied nonchalantly. Seeing that his words fell on deaf ears, Xiao Luo turned back to his studies. While Yi Chen also continued on his way, seeking out another direction. With so many techniques in the Sutra Pavilion, there had to be one suited for him. He was in no hurry and took his time to explore. Although the techniques here were not of low quality, most were beneath Yi Chen's notice, flashy but lacking substance. Just as he thought he might leave empty-handed, one technique caught his eye, the Great Wilderness 9 Swords. The simple 4-character title, plain and unadorned, piqued Yi Chen's interest. Through his heavenly eye, he quickly grasped the technique's contents, but upon reaching the end, his expression shifted slightly. This sword technique appeared to be incomplete. The Great Wilderness 9 Swords promised 9 swords. Yet only the first 3 were present. This technique was indeed a fragment. I never expected to encounter the Great Wilderness Divine Sword here. That moment, the voice of the swallowing Immortal Cauldron echoed in Yi Chen's mind, accompanied by a soft sigh. The Great Wilderness Divine Sword was founded by one of the ancient emperors. When the Great Wilderness Sword is unleashed, it can shatter mountains and part the heavens. Invincible in all directions, the 9 Sword before you are merely the foundation of the Great Wilderness Sword technique. Oh, but now only 3 swords remain. Hearing this, Yi Chen was taken aback. He had not anticipated the remarkable origins of the Great Wilderness Sword technique. Can you restore the remaining 6 swords? Sensing something from the tone of the swallowing Immortal Cauldron, Yi Chen quickly inquired. Of course, but there is no free lunch in this world, came the reply. Yi Chen hesitated, but eventually gritted his teeth and asked, what is the price? From the earlier explanation, Yi Chen could tell that this sword technique was far from ordinary. If he could master it, it would provide him with a means of self-preservation. One sword consumes a small realm of power. With 9 swords unleashed, it consumes a large realm, allowing one to glimpse the divine sword's visage. The swallowing Immortal Cauldron spoke in a calm tone, though it was already being conservative in its description. After all, Yi Chen's current cultivation was too low, and each small realm provided only a meager amount of spiritual energy. Though the Great Wilderness 9 Swords was not the final version, it was still a heaven-tier technique. The Great Wilderness Divine Sword was even above that. Once mastered, it could pave the way for world-altering feats. Such a divine skill, especially one so easily wielded, was enticing. However, Chen furrowed his brow. Currently, he was only at the 5th stage of foundation establishment. Restoring 6 swords, and the final Great Wilderness Divine Sword would undoubtedly set him back to square one. Wait, is it possible to utilize the Spirit Ring's abilities to cultivate while restoring? Chen suddenly thought of the Spirit Ring's capacity to rapidly supply him with vast amounts of spiritual energy, which could serve as the necessary consumption for restoration. That is feasible, but the Great Wilderness Divine Sword is not an ordinary technique. Once fully restored, it may invoke celestial phenomena, creating a significant disturbance. Moreover, once the Spirit Ring absorbs all the surrounding spiritual energy, it will lead to a temporary vacuum of spiritual energy, making it apparent to anyone nearby, which could prove troublesome. The explanation of the Immortal Pill was something that Chen found quite reasonable. For such divine techniques, it was prudent to restore them discreetly. Thus, he resolved to find a secluded place to practice the sword technique. With that thought in mind, he no longer hesitated and quickly memorized 3 of the 9 swords of the Great Wilderness. With his current ability to remember everything he saw, these 3 swords posed no challenge to him. After mastering these, Chen wandered around the scripture pavilion, but he did not make any other significant discoveries and was already contemplating his departure. Ascending further would lead him to techniques exclusive to inner disciples. Curiosity piqued, Chen wished to use his heavenly eye to discern what he could. His astonishment. He found that his ability to see through was indeed effective. But he could not comprehend the techniques as he had earlier. It seemed some sort of taboo had been set. Clearly, the Sect had invested considerable effort to prevent outsiders from peering in. To avoid detection, Chen refrained from further probing. He had not anticipated making any substantial gains in the scripture pavilion. Discovering 1 or 2 protective techniques would suffice. What remained was to continue enhancing his strength. Once he reached the nascent soul stage, he would seek out the white-haired elder to learn supreme divine skills, far more beneficial than anything the scripture pavilion could offer. After all, he would eventually need to support the elder, and learning a few techniques from him would serve as compensation. Isn't that the once-in-a-century genius? Why has he come out in less than half an hour? They scoffed. What a joke, a mere 4-star talent. Even the dogs in the Sect are likely more capable than him. Chen had already gained notoriety, first being tested to have a 10-star talent, only for it to turn out to be a mere 4-star, a blunder that led to ridicule. Jealousy is part of human nature. Had Chen truly possessed 10-star talent, they might have remained silent, but once the lie was exposed, they wasted no time in kicking him while he was down. At that moment, Chen had undoubtedly become a laughingstock. What brings you out so soon? Inquired the elder in a purple robe, encountering a situation like Chen's for the first time. After all, new disciples rarely left the scripture pavilion until the last moment. Chen's premature exit was indeed perplexing. Hearing the elder's words, Chen raised his gaze, surprised, and let out a soft sigh. The elder before him, though at the nascent soul stage, was clearly at his limit. The internal injuries he bore were grievous, already reaching an incurable state. Through his heavenly eye, Chen discerned that the elder's lifespan was nearing its end. Likely less than a century remained. If his cultivation did not make any progress, he would inevitably return to dust. You there, what is so captivating? The elder frowned at Chen's silence. Realizing he had been lost in thought, Chen responded, Elder, I have something I am unsure whether I should say. After a brief hesitation, he finally spoke, such a young lad with such an audacious tone. What is it? The elder raised an eyebrow, genuinely intrigued now that Chen had something to express. Elder, before joining the Sect, I was fortunate enough to learn some medical skills that I noticed that your brow is dark, blood clouds gather your crown, your aura is chaotic, and there is a faint medicinal scent about you. I believe you are suffering from a stubborn ailment, exacerbated by the frequent consumption of pills, which has led to internal chaos in your body. Your wounds remain untreated, and you have likely set the stage for further complications. Chen spoke with conviction, while the other disciples around them looked on with disdain, believing he was merely pretending to understand. Yet only the elder knew how accurate Chen's observations were. How did you ascertain this? The elder gazed deeply at Chen, astonished. I possess a modicum of medical knowledge. Chen replied with a smile. not wishing to divulge that he had gleaned this insight through his heavenly eye. He could not reveal that he not only identified the elder's ailments, but also saw the numerous precious medicines within his storage pouch. Elder, my advice is to refrain from taking pills indiscriminately. All medicines carry some toxicity, and the pill poison within you is already run deep. Should you continue down this path, there may be no way to salvage your condition. Chen refrained from disclosing the elder's lifespan, as he assumed the elder was well aware of his own health situation, opting not to press the matter further. At this moment, the purple-robed elder fell silent, internally lamenting while casting several scrutinizing glances at Chen. Had another elder made such observations, he might not have been surprised, but the fact that these words came from a novice disciple was indeed remarkable. This youth was merely at the Qi refinement stage. Having recently opened his Qi sea, how could he possess such discernment? What is your name? After a brief pause, the elder regained his composure. I am Chen. He replied, Ditto, you are the one whose entrance talent was rated 10 stars, only to be measured at a mere 4 stars. The purple-robed elder was evidently aware of Chen's reputation. Upon hearing this, Chen scratched his head in embarrassment. He had intended to keep a low profile, but it seemed his efforts had backfired and made him widely known. Forgive my intrusion, elder. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Chen was eager to contemplate the remaining 6 swords. Having already said all he intended to, wait, the purple-robed elder called after him. Since you know of my injuries, do you have any suggestions for treatment? Having reached this point, the elder asked with a hint of desperation, though not harboring too much hope, considering his deteriorating condition. Your injuries are not insurmountable, elder. Even with the accumulation of pill poison, there remains a significant chance of recovery. Chen did not hesitate to offer his insights. His insistence on advising the elder was not without ulterior motives. He was quite eager for the precious medicines the elder possessed. It wasn't that he needed them for himself, but someone else did, someone who had been starving for countless millennia. Are you certain? The previously composed, purple-robed elder suddenly became animated, albeit briefly, a reaction Chen noted with precision. Indeed, Chen replied with a smile. However, the elder understood that there is no such thing as a free lunch. Such candor does not offend me. For the sake of healing my lifelong affliction, I have spent more than a small fortune. The elder was resolute, having awaited this day for far too long. Upon finally seeing a glimmer of hope, even a mere 10% chance was not to be dismissed. I require 1,000 fourth-grade pills as payment, with a guarantee that you will be cured. With that, Chen laid his cards on the table. 1,000 fourth-grade pills seemed an exorbitant demand, but he was confident that the purple-robed elder could indeed procure them. The elder's accumulation of pill poison was profound, resulting from the excessive consumption of countless pills. Thus, this request was merely a small sum compared to the gravity of his condition. You brat, the purple-robed elder was taken aback at the figure. Though young, your audacity is remarkable. Elder, I believe 1,000 fourth-grade pills is a trifling matter compared to your life. Wouldn't you agree? Seemingly sensing the elder's hesitation, Chen continued with a smile. Moreover, my method guarantees a cure. Should it fail, you may reclaim your pills. Thus, neither party stands to lose. His reasoning was sound, and Chen was unafraid of the elder's rejection, exuding confidence as he awaited a response. Speak then. After a prolonged silence, the purple-robed elder finally nodded in agreement. Given the elder's current state, this prescription could indeed facilitate his recovery. Chen then gently produced a prescription, which floated gracefully into the elder's hands. The elder cherished it as if it were a treasure, meticulously recording the information. The initial ingredients were rare but manageable to gather, yet the last item, the blood of the immortal phoenix, was exceedingly scarce, although there had been precedents for using the blood of demonic beasts in medicine. The blood of the immortal phoenix was exceptionally rare, almost impossible to find in the market. Whenever it appeared, it incited frenzied competition among cultivators, often leading to violent confrontations and fatalities. Elder, your lifespan is waning, and your injuries are grave. Only the blood of the immortal phoenix can provide the treatment you require. It is the potent life force within that can rejuvenate a withered body. Chen discerned the intentions of the purple-robed elder. and thus proceeded to elucidate his thoughts. Point 1 must admit, though the formula for the elixir may appear fantastical, the elder, with his vast knowledge, surely recognized its feasibility. Should he truly succeed in concocting the aforementioned potion, it might very well provide a remedy for his ailment. After a prolonged moment of silence, the elder chuckled, "I underestimated you. Pray tell, for which esteemed physician did you receive your tutelage?" Having consulted countless renowned doctors in pursuit of a cure for his own malady, the purple-robed elder was astonished that Chen could pinpoint the root of his affliction at a mere glance, and even propose a solution. His master must undoubtedly be a figure of remarkable capability. "Forgive my impertinence, esteemed elder. I am unaware of my master's true identity. He merely instructed me in the art of healing, and nothing more," Chen replied, offering an awkward smile, knowing that at this juncture he could only resort to deception. It would be unwise to reveal the existence of the Cien's swallowing cauldron and the sealed stone door. Setting aside whether the elder would believe him, what if he were to be captured for dissection and study? Upon hearing this, the elder furrowed his brow, clearly taken aback by the unexpected revelation. Yet, it was not uncommon for many a reclusive sage to behave thus. It seemed somewhat justifiable. "Elder, I suggest we swiftly procure the necessary herbs for treatment. This illness cannot afford delay, especially the blood of the phoenix. It is pivotal for the cure," Chen interjected, not allowing the elder to delve deeper into his musings. Chapter 17. I am Sangtian. I am assured that as long as this formula holds merit, all shall be well. The purple-robed elder waved his hand dismissively, while the blood of the phoenix was rare and precious. It was not beyond reach, for he possessed a plan. Sensing the elder's confidence, Chen was taken aback. If the blood of the phoenix could be so readily acquired, it seemed this elder was no ordinary figure. Enough with the conjecture. I am Sangtian. Had I not been injured in the great battle of Ur, you would be standing before the master of the sword Immortal Sect today. Sangtian did not shy away from revealing his identity. Gesturing grandly as he introduced himself, a candidate for the sect leader. No wonder he possessed such profound depth. Why, Chen understood, yet it was evident that the injuries Sangtian sustained must have been grievous. For such a devastating battle must have been extraordinarily fierce. In the aftermath of the battle, Sangtian, severely wounded, saw his cultivation diminished. If it caused instability in his foundation, it would not only hinder his advancement, but also lead to regression. Consequently, Sangtian fell into despair, ultimately settling for the position of elder guardian of the scripture depository. Compared to the lofty status of the sect leader, the role of elder guardian was indeed a significant downgrade. Before encountering Chen, Sangtian had resolved to languish in this place for the remainder of his days until his demise. Elders' noble aspirations are admirable. I hold the utmost respect with that. Chen bowed deeply, recognizing the significance of this gesture both as a junior and as a disciple of the Sword Immortal Sect. It was indeed unexpected that after such arduous searching, he would stumble upon an opportunity to treat Sangtian's affliction by mere happenstance. If memory serves, Sangtian should be the elder brother of the current sect leader, correct? Enough with the formalities. As long as your formula proves sound, I shall procure a drop of the phoenix's blood from the sect leader, and I trust it will not disappoint me. Sangtian waved his hand, eager to divert attention from his own plight, his gaze alight with excitement as it returned to the elixir's formula. After so many years, he finally had a chance to remedy his chronic ailment. To claim that he felt no exhilaration would be a blatant falsehood. Who among cultivators would willingly resign themselves to mediocrity and mere survival? Cultivation is inherently a rebellion against fate, a pursuit of freedom and transcendence. To languish in the scripture depository would be more unbearable than death itself. Elder, should this treatment fail, will my life be in peril? Although Chen held confidence in his formula, he felt an inexplicable sense of trepidation upon observing Sangtian's expression. After all, he had placed such high hopes in Chen. Any misstep could deliver a significant blow to the elder. Not fret. It is evident that this is not the first time I have received such a formula. Despite numerous failures, I have never relinquished hope. As long as there exists a glimmer of possibility, I shall endeavor. Regardless of the outcome, your efforts on my behalf are commendable. Should I recover, you shall be my savior. Sangtian replied with a smile, and without further ado, he vanished in a wisp of smoke, leaving no trace behind. Aware of his own condition, Sangtian was resigned to grasp at this slender thread of hope. A flicker of possibility was infinitely preferable to languishing in despair. As Yi-chan watched Sangtian disappear, the weight of pressure that had burdened him dissipated entirely, and he let out a sigh of relief. He remained confident in the formula. After curing Sangtian, he would undoubtedly establish a connection with the sect leader of the Sword Immortal sect. At the very least, his safety within the sect would be assured. Moreover, even if he were unable to effect a cure, the elder would bear no loss, for Yi-chan had already stated that there would be no charge if he failed. Now reflecting on his earlier decision not to demand a deposit from Sangtian, Yi-chan felt a wave of gratitude surge within him. Moments later, regaining his composure, he resolved to leave the scripture depository without hesitation. His immediate task was to find a secluded place to swiftly restore the great wilderness 9 swords and master this technique for self-preservation. The Sword Immortal's sect boasted vast grounds, encompassing not only living quarters but also numerous mountain ranges, surrounded by towering peaks. Finding a tranquil, uninhabited spot was not a challenge, and soon Yi-chan discovered a secluded cave. Its remote location suggested a scarcity of human presence, making it an ideal place for him to repair the sword technique without fear of discovery. Furthermore, the cave was rich in spiritual energy, perfectly suited for replenishing his own reserves through his spiritual ring. Without further hesitation, Yi-chan entered the cave, setting up a few rudimentary formations before commencing the restoration of the sword technique. As the spiritual ring activated, the surrounding spiritual energy surged toward him as if seeking release. Coalescing into a palpable mist that enveloped the cave, the discerning eye would reveal that this fine mist was composed of tangible spiritual energy, lending an air of mystery to the surroundings. With sufficient spiritual power at his disposal, Yi-chan swiftly summoned the black alchemical furnace. According to the Chen swallowing cauldron, this black furnace possessed capabilities beyond mere alchemy. It could also be employed to restore techniques. He cast 3 of the great wilderness 9 swords into the furnace, and to his astonishment, as he infused it with immense spiritual energy, the sword technique began to restore itself bit by bit. However, the great wilderness 9 swords, being an ancient technique, consumed a full hour before Yi-chan could solidify even the 4th sword, and that was merely a rudimentary form to fully manifest the 4th sword. An even greater reservoir of spiritual energy was required. Enough, young one. This is sufficient. With your current strength, you cannot wield the full power of this 4th sword, even if you manage to manifest it. It would merely be a waste of spiritual energy, the Chen swallowing cauldron interjected, just as Yi-chan was about to continue his restoration. For now, focus on integrating the first 3 swords, and familiarize yourself with the 4th sword's existing form. This will suffice. While it may not catapult you to greatness, it will certainly render you invincible among peers, and grant you the capability to contend against foes of higher realms. Upon hearing this, Yi-chan gradually ceased his efforts, recognizing that techniques are ultimately mere tools. Without formidable strength to support them, their true potential could not be realized. Then I shall first enhance my cultivation before delving deeper into the sword technique. Indeed, you are a promising disciple. The Chen swallowing cauldron praised. Cultivate the 4th sword. You must at least reach the golden core stage, although this will still be quite challenging. You will likely only possess enough strength to unleash a single strike. A single strike at the golden core stage? Yi-chan was taken aback, suddenly comprehending the sheer terror of this sword technique. This was merely the 4th sword. What magnitude of power could the remaining 5 swords possess? Chapter 18. Enemies at the door, Fist of Fury against Mengyu. Moreover, beyond these, there existed the great wilderness divine sword that unifies the 9 swords. It would not be surprising if one could cleave open the gates of heaven with a single strike. Young one, devote yourself to cultivation. Your own strength is the ultimate truth. Techniques such as these are merely embellishments. The Chen swallowing cauldron reiterated. Why Yi-chan nodded in understanding. This principle was clear to him. Thus, he refrained from further restoration of the sword technique, opting instead to delve into the first 3 swords. Although he had grasped their essence while in the scripture depository, revisiting them offered fresh insights. Half an hour swiftly passed, when a voice pierced through Yi Chun's meditative state. Truly, you tread the path of folly, choosing such a graveyard for yourself. Your discernment is commendable. Hearing the chilling tone of the newcomer, Yi Chen slowly opened his eyes, only to find a familiar figure standing outside the cave. The visitor was none other than Mengyu. Yet before Yi Chen could utter a word, Mengyu lunged forward, his speed so swift that he left only a fleeting shadow in the air. Ah, how persistent you are! I had yet to seek you out, and here you come knocking at my door. Yi Chen rose slowly, his gaze imbued with a hint of serenity, a stark contrast to the person he once was. It seems you still remember who I am. Mengyu scoffed, confronted with Yi Chen. He felt entirely confident, deeming him merely a newly initiated disciple, one who had recently opened his Qi and was therefore no match for him. Curiosity piqued, he wondered how this young man had managed to escape from the demon palace. Such a place was perilous. Even Mengyu himself would have no assurance of escaping unscathed. How had this lad accomplished it? Why not try for yourself? Yi Chen replied dismissively, uninterested in providing an explanation. The sight of an enemy stirred a distinct animosity within him. The fact that they had yet to come to blows was already a testament to his restraint. Heh, quite the sharp tongue you have. But now you are a coveted prize. Qing has placed a bounty of 1,000,000 spirit stones just to retrieve you, that I wouldn't want you to harm yourself, Mengyu remarked with a cold smile. His eyes fixated on Yi Chen like a predator eyeing its prey, reminiscent of their initial encounter when he had sought to sell him. Feeling the weight of Mengyu's gaze, Yi Chen was overcome with a wave of revulsion. Yet, he was intrigued by the fact that Qing had placed such a hefty bounty on him. When had he become so valuable? Back in the demon palace, he had been no different from the other slaves. Could it be due to his defeat of Immortal? That seemed plausible as a member of the demon race. Qing could not recklessly tread upon the path of the sword immortal. Even with her formidable skills, her presence here would only lead to her demise. Thus the bounty was warranted. Mengyu, the sycophant, likely yearned to curry favor with her. Enough of this idle chatter. Come, step into my pet pouch. Let's hasten your return so I can claim my reward. Rest assured, if you surrender quietly, not a single hair on your head will be harmed. At this moment, Mengyu felt assured of his victory, even going so far as to open the mouth of his storage pouch, waiting for Yi Chen to comply. Pet pouch, why don't you let your mother crawl into it? Having been deceived before and enduring several months of torment without regaining his strength, Yi Chen held a deep-seated grudge against Mengyu. The weight of both new and old grievances bore down on him, and he could no longer contain his fury. The illusion of the heavenly eyes could lead Mengyu to a fate similar to that of Meng Li, succumbing to his own delusions. Yet Yi Chen felt that mere illusions would not suffice. He desired a visceral confrontation to vanquish this detestable foe. Otherwise, the bitterness in his heart would remain unresolved. With that thought, Yi Chen's robes billowed as if caught in a tempest. And a terrifying surge of spiritual power erupted forth, the aura of the Foundation establishment stage enveloping the area, sending sand and stones flying. This is impossible. Mengyu gasped in disbelief, staring at Yi Chen. Wasn't he just a novice? How has he attained such Foundation establishment prowess? Moreover, I recall him possessing only the most ordinary 4-star talent. How could a mere mortal cultivate so swiftly? As Mengyu stood astounded, Yi Chen's fist was already hurtling toward him. There was no finesse in the strike. It was raw spiritual power infused with physical might, charged with an unstoppable momentum. In that moment, Mengyu felt a prickling sense of dread. The oppressive force bore down on him, nearly suffocating him. His instinct screamed that if he did not evade, he would be obliterated by a single blow. Unfortunately, they were too close for him to evade. He could only react instinctively, unleashing his own cultivation in a desperate attempt to shield himself, raising his arms to protect his chest. With a resounding thud, Yi Chen's fist crashed into Mengyu's arms. He was sent flying like a severed kite, his arms shattered and bloodied. Had he not raised his arms in defense, his skull would have been the target of that devastating blow. A blood-curdling scream erupted from Mengyu as he spat blood. Attempting to rise, but realizing his arms were gone, the terror in his eyes amplifying. Flee. Run, you fool. In that moment, Meng Yu's thoughts were consumed only by the instinct to escape. Survival was his only hope. Just moments ago, he had been brimming with confidence in his cultivation and myriad techniques. But now, in the face of Yi Chen's might, they felt as fragile as parchment. I had intended to let you live a bit longer. But who asked you to come seeking death? Yi Chen declared, his fist descending once more. This time, Meng Yu had no arms to shield himself, forced to watch helplessly as the punches rained down upon him. Meanwhile, at Nanfeng, Wu Ao suddenly opened his eyes, sensing something amiss, and shouted for his disciples. Master, what has happened? The figure that appeared was his eldest disciple. Meng Yu's soul lamp seems extinguished. Where has it gone? After confirming his suspicions, Wu Ao's expression darkened. Let us go. Follow me to pursue him at Wind Valley. As Wu Ao led his disciples out of Nanfeng, Yi Chen, now at Wind Valley, slowly regained his composure. He was no stranger to taking lives, and his previous anxiety had faded, replaced by a newfound calm. That scoundrel has finally met his end, Yi Chen murmured, reflecting that countless others had likely suffered the same fate at the hands of this man. He could not be the only one now. He felt as though he was enacting justice. With Meng Yu's soul lamp extinguished, Wu Ao would likely arrive shortly. The sound of the swallowing immortal cauldron echoed in his mind, reminding him that with his current cultivation, he could not hope to contend with Wu Ao. He needed to make a hasty retreat. Humph, that old ghost is no saint either. Why? Yi Chen scoffed, his eyes flashing with anger. All the troubles he had encountered upon entering the sect were thanks to Wu Ao. Regaining his composure, Yi Chen resolved to leave this place swiftly. Just as he lifted his foot, a voice suddenly resonated, laced with a hint of mockery. Young man, if you wish for no one to know, you must first refrain from doing anything that would bring it to light. Yi Chen was taken aback. Although he possessed only foundation establishment cultivation, the connection to the swallowing immortal cauldron and the heavenly eyes granted him heightened perception. Until now, he had been oblivious to anyone lurking nearby. Quickly, he utilized the heavenly eyes to discern the source of the voice. It came from a decrepit well, its mouth shrouded in foliage. While others might overlook it, Yi Chen noticed the astonishingly rich spiritual energy emanating from the well, nearly coalescing into mist. Cautiously, he approached and soon discovered a spiritual herb hidden beneath the well. This herb bore a striking resemblance to a ginseng fruit, dangling from a vine that connected it to the earth. Judging by its appearance, it would not be long before it matured into a humanoid form. Spirit ginseng fruit. Yi Chen quickly realized this was the very spirit ginseng fruit recorded in the Tai divine needle. According to the texts, the spirit ginseng fruit absorbed the essence of heaven and earth. Evolving every 300 years, it first acquired form, then sound, and ultimately, after a millennium, it would take root. The current spirit ginseng fruit, based on its appearance, was estimated to be around 800 years old. Given a little more time, it might indeed transform into a human. Once the spirit ginseng fruit took shape, it could rapidly grow by absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, becoming comparable to the strongest geniuses among humanity. At that point, it would be indistinguishable from an ordinary person. But before transformation, it was at its most potent stage. In addition to its usefulness in alchemy, even a single bite could extend one's life, resurrecting the dead and serving as an invaluable source of spiritual energy. Under normal circumstances, spirit ginseng fruits were born with sentience and would typically hide away prior to taking shape, making them exceedingly rare in the outside world. Young man, you wouldn't want your actions to be exposed, would you? If you're wise, release me, and I will keep your secret. The spirit ginseng fruit seemed to have awaited Yi Chen's discovery before it spoke, albeit with a hint of veiled threat. Isn't it better to remain hidden here, secretly cultivating and growing until you can break through and emerge? Yi Chen inquired, not rushing to refuse. What is so good about being trapped here? Try being confined for 1,000 years and see how you fare. The spirit ginseng fruit retorted with irritation. Recalling its own circumstances over the years, it was on the verge of despair. Each day began and ended in darkness, the well mouth obscured by plants, rendering the outside world invisible, and with so few passers-by, it had been trapped for over a millennium. The millennium? Shouldn't you have already transformed by now? Yi Chen expressed surprise, for according to records, a normal spirit ginseng fruit would take shape around that time. This one seemed to be lagging behind. Do you think I don't wish to? Although the spiritual energy here is abundant. Facilitating my transformation, it is also my curse. There seems to be some kind of taboo nearby that suppresses my evolution at this rate. Even in another 1,000 years, I wouldn't be able to take that final step. So hurry up and release me, or I will expose your murderous deeds. Amidst the dialogue, the tone of lingua fruit carried a hint of menace, as if it had already ensnared Yi Chen. Do not be foolish. You have mentioned the existence of taboos. It is likely that a venerable predecessor has sealed you here. If I were to release you, would I not be inviting calamity upon myself? Thus, Yi Chen declined the proposition. Do not presume I am unaware. Your attire is unmistakably that of the Sword Immortal Sect's North Peak. If you do not wish to be expelled from the sect for internal strife, you would do well to comply with my instructions. Lingua Fruit remarked, appearing quite familiar with the Sword Immortal Sect, even knowledgeable of its regulations. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen's expression darkened. This small entity, despite its diminutive size, possessed an astute mind. However, given the desolate surroundings, even if it were to expose him, when would it find the opportunity? Moreover, it was merely a lingua fruit. Who would believe its claims? Should it encounter others, it would likely find itself in peril as well. Naturally, Yi Chen kept these thoughts to himself. Truth be told, he was in dire need of elixirs, and this lingua fruit was an opportune supplement presented to him. Sensing Yi Chen's silence, lingua fruit assumed he was in a quandary and continued, Listen, I shall not ask for your assistance without recompense. If you release me, once I have matured, I can offer you some fruit peels as a token of gratitude. Should I manage to condense a seed, I could share one with you. What say you? Having found a chance to escape, lingua fruit was determined not to let it slip away, employing both coercion and persuasion in tandem. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen could not honestly claim he was unmoved. He immediately acquiesced. Very well. Let us hold to this agreement. You shall swear by the heavenly principles. Yi Chen was not naive enough to take mere words at face value. A vow by the heavenly principles was far more reliable than empty promises. As the name suggests, a vow by the heavenly principles serves as a testament to the heavens. Should it be violated, one would inevitably suffer backlash. The consequences could range from injury and diminished cultivation to the ultimate fate of death and disintegration of the soul. As a celestial being, lingua fruit was naturally bound by this rule. After a moment of contemplation, it ultimately consented and swore its oath before Yi Chen. With this, Yi Chen agreed to assist. How shall I rescue you? He inquired, gazing into the well, soon noticing the ceiling formation inscribed above. Strange characters intertwined, yet Yi Chen had little understanding of formations and could not decipher their meaning. Never mind, I shall clear these plants first, he thought, and with that he began to act, channeling his spiritual power. Expecting an easy task, to his astonishment, he found it impossible. The vines of those plants were as unyielding as iron. When he struck them, Yi Chen felt a sharp pain. What is the meaning of this? He exclaimed, relieved that he had not exerted much force earlier, for otherwise, the rebound alone could have shattered his hand. This formation was set by someone at the nascent soul stage, without sufficient skill. It cannot be undone, lingua fruit clarified. Why did you not mention this sooner? Yi Chen retorted, exasperated. You did not inquire. With annoyance, Yi Chen sometimes felt an urge to strike this being, despite it merely resembling a humanoid fruit. Then what do we do now? He asked, tired of the banter. Simple. Do you know what a virgin girl's urine is? Lingua fruit replied. You must procure some, but it must be from a female. The male variety is useless. How absurd. Yi Chen scoffed, setting aside the question of where to find such a thing. Even if he did, wouldn't asking someone for it lead him to be branded a pervert? Today, she must provide me with an explanation. Get lost. Do you find amusement in playing me? Yi Chen fumed. Who is playing you? I have lived for over 1,000 years and am intimately familiar with this formation. There is but one method to unravel it, lingua fruit asserted with unwavering confidence. Where then am I to find virgin girl's urine? You truly overestimate me. Yi Chen lamented. Are you not for the North Peak? I recall that your peak is predominantly comprised of women. As long as they remain chaste, age is irrelevant. Lingua fruit stated matter-of-factly. Enough. Do not waste time here. I shall give you 2 hours. If you fail, do not blame me for being indiscreet. It continued, impatient to escape. Yi Chun gritted his teeth. Very well, just wait. Once I free you, I shall skin you alive and pickle you like dried radish. With no time for further conversation, Yi Chun turned and departed to seek the virgin girl's urine as instructed. No sooner had Yi Chun left than 2 figures emerged nearby. Wu Ao and his disciple. Arriving from the South Peak, they swiftly discovered the headless corpse of Meng Yu lying on the ground. Observing the gruesome sight, Wu Ao's eldest disciple wore a grim expression, his brow furrowed tightly. What enmity could provoke such a fate, leaving not even a complete corpse? Humph. Need you even ask? This is the Sword Immortal Sect, and soon only the North Peak will be left to carry out such ruthless deeds. Wu Ao surveyed the surroundings, finding no additional traces, yet his conviction deepened. That venomous woman Sikong truly believes I am afraid of her. Today, she must answer to me. You go and inform the 3rd elder. I want to see what excuses the North Peak has to offer this time. Wu Ao's countenance darkened. He was not foolish enough to summon Tianzhu, who clearly favored the North Peak. To seek justice, he must approach the other elders. Though he too would pay a price, it paled in comparison to dealing with Sikong Yen. Wu Ao took action. News of Meng Yu's demise spread within the sect, especially among the 4 major peaks. Did the South Peak not just lose 2 disciples? How could another incident occur? Indeed. Moreover, it is said that this was the doing of the North Peak. Are the North Peak's members fools? The previous 2 disciples perished on their territory, and yet they acted so swiftly again. Do they truly think the Sword Immortal Sect belongs to them? In no time, the news stirred a commotion within the sect. Reaching the elders' ears, the 3rd elder was promptly notified by Wu Ao, while the 4th elder and Tianzhu also received word, and the 3 made haste to the pursuing Wind Valley. Esteemed elders, this matter must be addressed on behalf of our South Peak, Wu Ao proclaimed, feigning sorrow and indignation upon their arrival. The IT was undoubtedly the North Peak's doing. 2 of my disciples have met untimely ends. I had hoped they would show restraint, yet their audacity knows no bounds. Wu Ao's words left no room for interpretation. It was clear he accused the North Peak. The 3 elders could hardly fail to grasp this implication. Before the 3rd and 4th elders could respond, Tianzhu interjected, such claims require evidence. Do you possess proof that it was the North Peak responsible? 6th elder, our long-standing rivalry is well known. Just yesterday, 2 disciples perished under mysterious circumstances at the North Peak. Is this not evidence enough? Indeed, I recognize that you hold the North Peak in high regard, but even if our South Peak is lacking, as its leader, I cannot stand idly by while my disciples fall victim to such unjust fates. Wu Ao's fervent rhetoric flowed seamlessly, leaving no opportunity for rebuttal. The 3rd elder interjected at the opportune moment. Old 6, this matter demands careful consideration. The untimely death of disciples is a grave issue within the sect. If we hastily conclude matters repeatedly, we risk disheartening the sect's disciples, who would dare to join the Sword Immortal Sect in the future. This statement raised the stakes significantly, and even Tianzhu found it difficult to continue mediating. Old 6, I am aware that Sikong Yenyu is your disciple. However, your handling of this situation has indeed been inappropriate. Matters of life and death cannot be treated so carelessly, the 4th elder added. With the 2 elders and Wu Ao united in their stance, they effectively cornered Tianzhu, leaving him speechless. If you insist on this course of action, I have no rebuttal. I act with integrity. My conscience is clear regarding yesterday's events. Tianzhu's countenance darkened, fully aware that the 3 had conspired against him. Yet, with 3 disciples lost, the situation had escalated to a point that could not be dismissed lightly. Wu Ao, why did you not report the deaths of the 2 disciples yesterday? Seeing Tianzhu relent, the 3rd elder turned back to Wu Ao. In response, elder, it was the 6th elder who instructed me to let the matter rest and not to mention it again, which is why I did not report it, Wu Ao said, adopting an expression of feigned innocence. The 6th elder also stated that any wrongdoing by the North Peak would be addressed separately and did not require the involvement of others. Upon hearing this, Tianju's brow furrowed in frustration. Were Wu Ao not the peak master, he would have struck him down on the spot. Indeed, Wu Ao's assertions were not without merit, yet when spoken from his lips, they took on a different flavor, as if the Sword Immortal sect had become his personal domain. Very well. Tianju, I never imagined you would become so adept if you were to oversee sect affairs for a time longer. Would you not come to regard even the sect leader with disdain? The third elder let out a cold snort, raising his voice considerably. Human life hangs in the balance. Such a significant matter should not be taken lightly. Time and again, you show favoritism towards Beifeng and Xikong Yinyu, blatantly disregarding the sect's regulations. As an inter-sect elder, your sense of duty is truly commendable. Old Six, you have gravely disappointed us. The law enforcement hall is not meant for such purposes. The fourth elder sighed, his eyes filled with disappointment. Tianju could easily see that these two were clearly colluding with Wu Ao to target him. Gentlemen, the truth of the matter remains uncertain. We must adhere to evidence. What transpired yesterday was indeed suspicious. So how can we hastily draw conclusions? Tianju retorted unyieldingly, casting a deep glance at Wu Ao before continuing. If we condemn the head of Xikong merely based on one side's account, would that not be a jest? Without your prompting, I shall conduct a thorough investigation into this matter. You need not involve yourself further. Clearly taken aback by Tianju's calm demeanor, the third elder then composed himself, saying, I hope the third elder will uncover the truth promptly. Disinterested in further entanglements with the trio, Tianju turned to leave. Elders, you must ensure justice is served. This matter is evidently the doing of Xikong Yinyu. Wu Ao quickly interjected. What use are your words, without a shred of evidence? How can we assign blame? Now that there were no outsiders present, the third and fourth elders no longer felt the need to maintain their aids. If we were to act so rashly, not only would Tianju be affected, but it could also escalate to the attention of the sect leader, and that would be troublesome, the fourth elder remarked at an opportune moment. Moreover, what about the disciples from Nanfeng who have gone missing if this situation spirals out of control? Chapter 21. I never expected my junior disciple to be such a person. Upon hearing this, Wu Ao fell silent. In his anger, he had forgotten the most crucial point. After all, they were merely a few disciples. If they died, what was the big deal? Such impulsiveness in the face of adversity will never lead to great accomplishments. The third elder snorted derisively, clearly dissatisfied with Wu Ao. This moment, we are all in the same boat. Our fortunes rise and fall together. We must proceed with utmost caution, the fourth elder cautioned. Meanwhile, standing quietly to the side, Wu Ao's chief disciple appeared as pale as a sheep. These three, the lives of disciples were as insignificant as weeds. And he too was among them. If anything went awry, he might be the first to be silenced. Rest assured, you are different from the other disciples. We are all in this together, the third elder said with a smile, patting his shoulder. After everything was said and done, he turned back to Wu Ao. Have you arranged 1,000 disciples yet? The 1,000 disciples are already taken care of, Wu Ao nodded, noting that the best opportunity would be during the upcoming hunting event, which would not only facilitate a secure transaction, but also provide cover. Upon hearing this, the two elders nodded in agreement, recognizing the plan's feasibility. However, we must remain vigilant. This time, the elders presiding are the Grand Elder and others. We must not leave any traces, the fourth elder reminded. Once this matter is settled, I will submit a request to the Elder Hall to include you, the third elder added. Hearing this, Wu Ao's heart surged with joy. All his efforts were for this day. The third elder remarked. Losing a few disciples was trivial compared to his ascension to elder status. Moreover, his long-standing rivalry with Xikong Yinyu stemmed from his fear of her usurping his position. Everyone disperse. Let us exercise caution from now on. With that, the third and fourth elders departed without lingering further. Master, will my junior disciples' matter just end like this? The chief disciple referred to Mengyu. End? Impossible. Although Wu Ao smiled and felt considerably better, he had no intention of letting this slide. However, for the sake of his grand plan, he could endure if we recklessly confront them at Beifeng. We will gain nothing, and it may even backfire. Let them revel for a few more days. When the hunting event arrives, we shall reclaim everything with interest. Thus, the chief disciple had no choice but to relent, but he still cautioned. Master, the two elders seem completely unconcerned about your affairs. If possible, please remain vigilant. All this time, Ninfeng had done so much for those two, yet they had only ever received spirit stones in return. Every request Wu Ao made ultimately came to not to gain something. One must lose something. The more they desire, the more advantageous it is for me. We are already entangled, Wu Ao sneered. A mind as astute as his could not fail to recognize this. As long as you can become an elder, all the sacrifices made today will be worth it. Upon hearing this, the chief disciple refrained from further probing. As if remembering something, he continued, Master, the demon palace has sent word. Yi Chen's bounty has increased to 200,000 spirit stones. This revelation. Wu Ao was momentarily taken aback. Even he sensed something amiss. How could an ordinary disciple be worth such a sum? It seemed he had stolen quite a few treasures, at least worth far more than 200,000 spirit stones. Perhaps even more. To Wu Ao's mind began to race with speculations. After a moment of contemplation, he instructed, keep a close watch on his movements. If the opportunity arises, it would be best to capture him. He had already formulated a plan. After apprehending Yi Chen, he would extract the treasures from him, and if necessary, resort to soul-searching techniques. As long as he remained alive, it mattered not if he was foolish or clever. Meanwhile, at Beifeng, in the female disciples' courtyard. How long has it been? Do they not need to use the restroom? Yi Chen wore a gloomy expression, currently hiding outside the lavatory. If discovered, he would undoubtedly be deemed a pervert. Who would have thought he would one day have to sneak into a women's restroom to steal urine from a maiden? The key was that the swallowing Immortal Cauldron insisted that this must be done while warm, or its efficacy would diminish. After hearing this, Yi Chen truly wished to curse the ancestors of the swallowing Immortal Cauldron. Ladies, please wait for a moment. I will be right back. Fortune smiled upon him, as finally, someone approached, none other than the familiar face of his fourth senior sister, Luo Ying, who had rushed to the scene during the illusionary murder incident. Luo Ying hurried into the lavatory, locking the door behind her and confirming her privacy thrice before she could relax and relieve herself. However, she found it curious that the lavatory's contents seemed to have been replaced. Everything was new. Little did she know that this was all Yi Chen's handiwork. To ensure the effectiveness of the urine collection, he had meticulously cleaned the lavatory inside and out, leaving not a speck of dust. After finishing her business, Luo Ying felt light as a feather and swiftly left to catch up with her junior sisters. Meanwhile, it was time for Yi Chen to reap his rewards. Fortunately, everything is in order. Yi Chen examined his spoils, nodding in satisfaction as he tucked the night pot away and prepared to leave. However, matters did not proceed as smoothly as he had hoped. Just as he lifted his foot, he was spotted by Yin Luyu at the courtyard entrance. Junior disciple, what brings you here? Upon hearing this, Luo Ying and the other female disciples turned in confusion. Oh no, it's over that moment. Yi Chen felt his scalp tingle. How could he possibly defend himself? Even if he claimed he was here to use the restroom, he would likely be deemed a deviant. Junior disciple, shouldn't you be in the scripture pavilion comprehending the Tao? Why are you at the female disciples' courtyard? Yin Liu looked at Yi Chen with a puzzled expression. I got lost. Would you believe me? Yi Chen forced himself to respond, but the words sounded implausible even to him. Lost? Why are you sneaking around with something in your hand? Luo Ying noticed Yi Chen's furtive demeanor, stepped closer, and lifted his sleeve, revealing the night pot that he had hastily placed down in broad daylight. What are you doing with a night pot? Wait, this is mine. Luo Ying's face flushed crimson, her expression shifting to one of anger and embarrassment. Destruction. Yi Chen felt utterly defeated, even too exhausted to explain. All he wanted was a peaceful death. Oh, junior disciple. Although Yin Luyu said nothing, her sigh and the complexity in her gaze pierced Yi Chen like daggers. Pervert. The other female disciples echoed in disgust, barely suppressing the urge to spit at him. Sisters, it's not what you think. I was merely in urgent need and thought to resolve it quickly. I promise I will clean it and return it right after. Yi-chan could hardly articulate a coherent defense, his scalp prickling as he hastily concocted an excuse and turned to flee the courtyard like a gust of wind. This kid is suspicious. I just came from that direction. Luo immediately reacted, realizing that not only was Yi-chan a pervert, but also a peeping Tom. I never expected my junior disciple to be such a person. Yin Luyu lamented in disappointment. Filthy pervert, stop right there. Realizing the situation, Luo emerged with her sword, filled with a fierce determination to strike down Yi-chan. Chapter 22. Foundation Establishment. 9th Layered, in the depths of the forest. Yi-chan sprinted relentlessly until he confirmed that he was alone. Finally, he found a suitable spot to halt his frantic pace. It was over. His life seemed to have reached its end, with a slight sigh of relief. Yi-chan still felt as though his heart had turned to ash. How could he have been so foolish as to sneak away to the restroom for a night pot, upon returning to the withered well? The spirit fruit sensed immediately that Yi-chan had indeed brought back the young girl's urine. Kid, I didn't expect you to keep your word and actually return with something. Upon hearing this, Yi-chan's mind began to concoct a method to peel the spirit fruit, pondering if it could be used for soup. After calming himself for a considerable while, Yi-chan managed to regain his composure, dismissing the need to argue further with the spirit fruit. What exactly happened while I was away? Yi-chan perceptively noted the presence of several distinct auras in the air, some of which felt familiar. Ever since he activated the heavenly eye, he had sensed that his spiritual awareness had significantly strengthened, which was indeed a benefit he had gained. Rest assured, they have not discovered you, but your Immortal Sect is truly intriguing. The spirit fruit narrated with great interest, recounting everything it had overheard, including news of Wu Ao purchasing disciples at the hunting convention. After absorbing this information, Yi-chan was utterly astonished. He had initially thought Wu Ao was quite wicked, but it turned out there were even more formidable figures behind him. .2 inner sect elders, and they are actually human traffickers. Is there no other news? The more detailed, the better that I didn't catch anything else. But that's your Immortal Sect's affair. It has nothing to do with me. Just hurry up and let me out, Yi-chan insisted. When it came to the matter of unsealing, the spirit fruit became impatient, having grown weary of its confinement. Without further ado, Yi-chan poured the liquid from the night pot onto the seal at the well's mouth. Accompanied by a sizzling sound, the seal began to loosen and tremble involuntarily. Before long, the mysterious runes gradually dissipated, transforming into a wisp of white smoke that disappeared into the void. Suddenly, Yi-chan heard a cracking sound, and the seal at the well's mouth was broken. So simple, he could hardly believe it. After all, with his foundation establishment at the 5th layer, he had been outdone by a mere pot of urine. Haha, I'm free. I am finally free. The spirit fruit quickly soared out of the well. Having cultivated for over 1,000 years, it was well beyond the dust and could move freely. However, just as it had barely escaped the cave, Yi-chan seized it and pressed it into his spirit ring. You know what you are, strutting about like that. Aren't you afraid of being eaten? I can't guarantee your safety. Yi-chan retorted, not pausing in his actions. The spirit fruit wanted to argue, but had to concede. Realizing Yi-chan made a valid point. But you can't just stuff me back into the storage ring, can you? How is that different from imprisoning me at the bottom of the well? What I desire is freedom. Understood, understood, Yi-chan replied, feigning comprehension, yet his hands remained unfaltering. He was aware that while the spirit fruit lacked combat power, it was remarkably swift, and if he did not capture it now, it might vanish in the blink of an eye. Fraud. Before the spirit fruit could finish its sentence, Yi-chan had already shoved it into the spirit ring. Fortunately, within the spirit ring, the spirit fruit could still sense the outside world, allowing it to communicate with Yi-chan through sound, which was certainly an improvement over before. Fraud? Just you wait. If I don't repay this grudge, I'll write those 3 words backward. Yi-chan dismissed the spirit fruit's tirade, unconcerned, as he easily muted it. After all, the spirit ring belonged to him, and this was a simple task. Once everything was settled, Yi-chan wasted no more time. After drawing a formation around him, he sat cross-legged to begin his cultivation. The spiritual energy surrounding the withered well was rich, a blessing from the spirit fruit, which had gathered this energy over thousands of years, and had hardly absorbed any of it, leaving it all for Yi-chan. As the spirit ring activated, torrents of spiritual energy surged into Yi Chen's body. With the spirit ring filtering the energy, he did not need to exert much effort. He could absorb it directly. In the blink of an eye, several hours had passed, and Yi Chen forcefully elevated his foundation establishment from the 5th layer to the 9th layer, an astonishing rate of improvement with his current strength. He should be able to wield a fraction of the great wilderness 9 swords might. A smile crept onto Yi Chen's face. He finally possessed a semblance of power to protect himself. Yet, he felt it was still somewhat lacking. He had hoped to break through to foundation establishment. Why, Yi Chen murmured to himself. If any other disciples were to hear this, they would likely be enraged to the point of spitting blood. While others spent years advancing from chi refinement to foundation establishment, accumulating time for each subsequent elevation, Yi Chen had only taken a few days since opening his chi si. While Yi Chen was feeling somewhat disappointed, he remained oblivious to a figure lurking not far away, observing everything. This figure was none other than Yang Kuei, Wu Ao's eldest disciple. In fact, he had followed Yi Chen since he left the North Peak. Witnessing Yi Chen's cultivation as his aura soared to the 9th layer of foundation establishment, at this moment, Yang Kuei was utterly astounded at why Yi Chen was no mere talent with a 4-star aptitude. In just a few short days, he had broken through to the 9th layer of foundation establishment. He had never encountered such a prodigious individual before. If he were to report this to Wu Ao, the latter would likely find it unbelievable. After pondering for a moment, Yang Kuei chose not to linger any longer and silently departed. His own cultivation was only at the 6th layer of foundation establishment, making him no match for Yi Chen. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been foolish enough to remain so close that it was better to return and discuss strategies with his master. Kid, the first sealing stone door has been opened. Do you want to take a look? Sensing Yi Chen's rise in strength, the voice of the swallowing immortal cauldron echoed in his mind. Without further ado, Yi Chen transformed into a spiritual entity and appeared in his consciousness sea. Under the guidance of the swallowing immortal cauldron, Yi Chen deftly arrived at the stone door, but this time, in addition to the stone door, there was another large silver door radiating white light. Standing before the silver door was a man clad in armor, battered and scarred. His armor was adorned with various wounds, suggesting he had endured fierce battles before the sealing, and the conflict must have been extremely brutal. Who is this person? Yi Chen felt a twinge of curiosity, simultaneously awed by the aura emanating from the man. This individual was named Wang Yu, a celestial being of a realm, much like the Elder, stationed here to seal calamities. As he spoke, the swallowing immortal cauldron flew from his brow and quietly appeared beside Yi Chen. Swallowing immortal cauldron? Wang Yu slowly awakened, his golden eyes opening as if they could pierce through everything. Chapter 23. The celestial being Wang Yu. Yi Chen observed the profound weariness etched on the man's face, even noting a terrifying scar. Instinctively, he activated his heavenly eye, only to be astonished to discover that the man had no nascent soul. Within Wang Yu's consciousness, lingered a minuscule, feeble flame of soul, seemingly on the verge of extinguishment at any moment. It's me. My apologies for arriving late. The tone of the swallowing immortal cauldron carried a hint of regret as it introduced Yi Chen. This is the new sovereign, Yi Chen. Upon hearing this, Wang Yu lifted his golden eyes and gazed deeply at Yi Chen. Indeed, exceptional talent, and with a heavenly eye, it appears everything is fated. Wang Yu nodded, his tone becoming notably more respectful. Wang Yu has met the sovereign. Such a grand gesture left Yi Chen at a loss for how to respond. There is no need for such formalities. Just call me Yi Chen. Previously, the elder guarding the stone door had not shown such reverence, and Yi Chen did not dare to accept this honor. The sovereign jested. Your bond with the swallowing immortal cauldron signifies you as the new sovereign. And thus you are our leader, Wang Yu stated calmly. Moreover, our lives now rest entirely in the hands of the sovereign. You're also the hope for all living beings, deserving of this respect. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen felt not a shred of joy, but rather an overwhelming sense of pressure. He was merely a fledgling cultivator, intent solely on enhancing his own strength while supporting these celestial beings. Seemingly perceiving Yi Chen's thoughts, Wang Yu continued, there is no need for the sovereign to worry. With your talent, you will undoubtedly shoulder this great responsibility in the future. In response, Chen could only awkwardly scratch the back of his head and modestly say, "You flatter me, senior. I will do my utmost." Not wishing to waste more time on such discussions, Chen quickly inquired, "What has happened to the soul within you? Why is there only a wisp of soul fire remaining?" Chen was astonished to discover that even within the records of the Tai Divine Needle, there existed no documentation pertaining to such symptoms. The master was unaware that this was merely a method of cultivation unique to me. As I was inherently devoid of a nascent soul, Wang Yu candidly conveyed the truth that put it plainly. Wang Yu is a body cultivator, having refined his physical form to its utmost limit, thus lacking a nascent soul, which perhaps represented an inherent flaw of all body cultivators. Originally, Wang Yu's condition should not have deteriorated to such an extent, but the previous battle had not only wounded his body, but also eroded his soul, leaving only a flicker of spiritual fire struggling to survive. Were it not for the unwavering commitment to guard against calamity, I fear I would have long since vanished into oblivion, Wang Yu said. Listening to him narrate his tale, Chen could not help but feel a deep respect. Here was a hero who, for the sake of all living beings, was willing to sacrifice everything. Not to mention, with Chen's current enlightenment, he found himself incapable of such selflessness. The senior's noble resolve was truly admirable. With that, Chen bowed respectfully to Wang Yu. After completing this gesture, Chen continued, "If there is anything you require, senior, please do not hesitate to command me. Although my strength is lacking, I shall exert myself to the utmost." That Wei Chen's words were heartfelt, spoken with genuine willingness. "Is there wine?" Wang Yu suddenly inquired, his gaze tinged with nostalgia and yearning. However, ordinary wine would not suffice. It must be earth-grade sacred wine to aid in my healing. Understood. Wei Chen did not hesitate, nodding in agreement. "I will do my best to procure it." After all, he had never encountered sacred wine, and if it was associated with the earth grade, it must be rare and precious. Then I shall express my gratitude in advance, master. Once the matters were settled, Chen prepared to take his leave. Before departing, Wang Yu reminded him, "Master, with your current physique, you are still lacking. This may hinder the full expression of your innate talents. Senior, what should I do?" Chen respectfully inquired, recognizing that the other party was offering guidance. With such a wise mentor, he could surely achieve twice the result with half the effort on his path of cultivation. Naturally, you must temper your physique to reach the same height as your primordial spirit. Only through their unification can one attain an immortal body, Wang Yu elucidated. "Might I inquire if you possess suitable methods for body cultivation, esteemed senior?" Chen, eager to avoid circumlocution, recognized that Wang Yu had likely already formulated a plan. "Come closer, master," Wang Yu instructed. Without hesitation, Chen advanced. Then, Wang Yu lightly touched his fingertip to Chen's forehead, and as before, a beam of golden light entered Chen's mind. It was a body-refining technique known as the undying body of the Great Tao. Chen was astonished to find that, with his current perspective, he could not discern the rank of this technique. "Master, remember, while cultivating the undying body of the Great Tao, be mindful not to become arrogant or impatient. Progress step by step, lest you fall into demonic paths and perish," Wang Yu cautioned once more. Hearing this, Chen nodded earnestly, committing each of Wang Yu's words to memory. "Did I understand? Esteemed senior," he recognized that with great power comes great risk. The more formidable the technique, the greater the potential peril. Subsequently, after conveying several other points of caution, Wang Yu allowed Chen to depart. The remainder of the journey would inevitably require Chen to navigate through his own explorations. After all, while a master may lead one to the door, the cultivation must ultimately be undertaken by the individual. Upon emerging from the sea of consciousness, Chen slowly opened his eyes. The sky had darkened, and he then turned his gaze towards the direction of the scripture pavilion. Reflecting on the medicinal formula he had provided to Elder Mo during the day, he wondered how his injuries were faring now. After all, he had entrusted 1,000 fourth-grade medicinal pills to him. With these 1,000 fourth-grade pills as raw materials, Chen could, through the Black Cauldron, surely concoct a substantial number of high-tier pills to supply the two heavenly paths. However, the sooner, the better, He could not afford to delay. On the other side, at the southern peak. After hearing Yang Kuei's account, Wu Ao immediately rose from his seat, his eyes filled with disbelief. Master, this is what I witnessed with my own eyes. There is no exaggeration. Yang Kuei affirmed earnestly that I suspect that the lad is intentionally concealing his true abilities. This would explain why the demon clan places such importance on him. Upon hearing this, Wu Ao fell into deep contemplation. The testing stone had indeed proven accurate, and both aptitude tests were genuine. It was highly likely that Yi Chen had employed some secret method to obscure his true talents. Do you know why he pursued the Wind Valley? Wu Ao inquired, voicing his underlying curiosity. Today marked the time when newly appointed disciples were to seek enlightenment in the scripture pavilion, and everyone else was eager to remain immersed within. Except for Yi Chen, I am unaware. The disciple did not clearly hear his conversation with the spiritual fruit. Yang Kuei replied candidly. Wu Ao narrowed his eyes, seemingly deducing something. This lad is likely connected to Meng Yu's demise. Given his strength, Meng Yu was no match for him. In response, Yang Kuei nodded in agreement with Wu Ao's assertion. Master, capturing this lad now may not be so simple. Should we join forces with the elders? Unwise. 200,000 spirit stones. Do you expect me to share with those two old misers? Wu Ao immediately rejected the notion. Chapter 24. Who exactly are you to him, though capturing Yi Chen posed some difficulty at present? It had not yet reached the point of needing to ally with the third or fourth elders. He intended to claim the entire 200,000 spirit stones for himself, without yielding even a portion. However, given his current strength, it seemed that all of us disciples were likely no match for him. Yang Kuei hesitated for a moment before speaking up. Though it is embarrassing, the truth remains, fear not. I have my own methods, Wu Ao mused, stroking his chin, already formulating a plan. Since he was aware that Yi Chen held considerable value, 200,000 spirit stones would certainly be insufficient. First, notify Mo Qing. I will assist in capturing him, but the original 200,000 spirit stones will not suffice. I require 50 million. Upon hearing this, Yang Kuei was taken aback. Master, is 50 million not a bit excessive? Can those serpent demons agree to such terms? Excessive. Given his extraordinary aptitude, do you truly believe 50 million is too much? Wu Ao scoffed, his tone resolute. Even if she refuses, there are other demon clans. Are there not? I am confident that such an exceptional commodity will attract eager buyers. After hearing this, Yang Kuei's eyes widened in realization, and he nodded vigorously. The disciple shall comply. The northern peak. Yi Chen, just as he reached the courtyard entrance, Yi Chen was called to a halt by his senior brother, Li Wei. Senior brother, what brings you to await me? Yi Chen inquired, puzzled, wondering when he had offended this fellow, who now wore a murderous expression. Did I not instruct you to wait at the entrance of the scripture pavilion after you emerged? Do you not fear for your life? Li Wei's voice was laced with anger. His tone elevated. In truth, Yi Chen's wandering did not concern him, but due to this incident, Si Kong Yanyu had scolded him severely, and how could Li Wei harbor no resentment? Yi Chen sheepishly scratched his head. He had thought himself to be a useless disciple, unnoticed by anyone, only to realize that his master was indeed concerned for him. We shall see how you explain yourself to the master later. Quickly, follow me. Casting a cold glance at Yi Chen, Li Wei strode ahead without looking back. Thus, Yi Chen had no choice but to hasten his pace to catch up. Soon, the two arrived at the Grand Hall. There, Yi Chen encountered a familiar face, Zhao Sanpao, who was meditating nearby. Not only him, but even Tianzhu was present, seemingly engaged in a serious discussion with Si Kong Yanyu, their expressions grave. Master, Yi Chen has returned, Li Wei reported respectfully, then stepped aside, preparing to observe the unfolding drama. To be honest, Yi Chen felt quite anxious at this moment. He stepped forward quickly, his gaze falling upon Si Kong Yanyu, who occupied the main seat, his expression somewhat unnatural, suddenly reminded of the incident earlier in the day when he had sneaked into the female disciple's courtyard to steal a chamber pot. Yi Chen's heart raced with guilt. Surely, this matter had not been discovered. Li Wei, you may withdraw for now. Si Kong Yanyu waved her hand. Understood. Li Wei exited. As the surroundings quieted, Chen resolved to take the initiative and confess his faults. After all, honesty often leads to leniency, while resistance invites severity. Master, I can explain, Chen began, and oh need. Si Kong Yinyu interrupted, not granting him the opportunity to speak. Permit me to inquire what you learned in the scripture pavilion today. Returning to Master, the disciple is dull-witted and has learned nothing. Chen had already prepared this excuse, having practiced it several times. Now, he spoke with a steady heart, betraying no signs of deceit. Si Kong Yinyu fixed a penetrating gaze upon Chen, a hint of a dangerous smile gracing her lips. What a dull-witted disciple. In all my years as Peak Master, I have never encountered a situation quite like this. You truly open my eyes. Ah, Master, I do not understand that why Chen was utterly bewildered by Si Kong Yinyu's words, having no inkling of her intent. I have not planted a soul lamp for you. I'm not yet worthy of that title of Master. Si Kong Yinyu regarded Chen with an enigmatic smile, one that seemed to harbor unspoken thoughts. Upon hearing her words, Chen felt a jolt in his heart. Was his master truly contemplating expelling him from the sect? After all, he had brazenly ventured into the female disciples' quarters to pilfer a chamber pot. Such perverse behavior certainly warranted expulsion. Yet he remained composed, urging her to elaborate on his actions in Chaofeng Valley during the day. Si Kong Yinyue's gaze fixed upon Chen, sending a chill down his spine. He had believed he had concealed his transgressions well, only to discover that he had been unmasked. The assassination of Meng Yu and the theft of the spirit fruit were no trifles, especially considering that Chaofeng Valley was the territory of the Sword Immortal Sect. It was likely that the Peak Masters and Elders possessed some form of surveillance technique. At this juncture, Chen's heart sank. Being expelled from the sect was a minor concern compared to the possibility of being slain. Noticing his silence, Si Kong Yinyu remained unfazed and took the initiative to speak. It seems you have forgotten. Allow me to remind you. You murdered Meng Yu in Chaofeng Valley, stole the spirit fruit, and even concealed your cultivation. Who exactly are you? Why have you joined the Sword Immortal Sect? Listening to her words, Chen felt a prickling sensation at the nape of his neck. He had thought himself to be skillfully hidden, only to realize he had been discovered. In light of the circumstances, he had no choice but to bravely spin a tale. Since his master was already aware, there was no longer anything to conceal. I hail from humble beginnings, with no grand lineage or powerful backing. However, I was sold to the Demon Palace 6 months ago and barely managed to escape, and my sole reason for joining the Sword Immortal Sect was to seek refuge. As the Demon Palace continues to hunt me down, offering a bounty of over 100,000 spirit stones for my capture. These were all truths, albeit Chen had conveniently omitted the crucial details, thus not truly deceiving her. If you came seeking refuge, then why resort to murder? Si Kong Yinyu clearly remained skeptical. Because the person who sold me was Meng Yu, a disciple of Wu Ao, Chen replied honestly. Moreover, their master-disciple duo did not act against me, evidently motivated by the bounty. Otherwise, given the threat I posed to them, they would have likely struck in front of everyone. His words struck like thunder, even causing Si Kong Yinyu to draw a sharp breath, as all her doubts suddenly fell into place. Given the gravity of this matter, why did you not confess sooner? After a prolonged silence, Si Kong Yinyu finally spoke again. Initially, I harbored a sense of luck, thinking they might not recognize me. However, events did not unfold as I had hoped. They were far from blind, Chen replied with a wry smile. And what of your talent and cultivation? This was another of Si Kong Yinyue's significant concerns. The testing stone had never erred. Chen's talent could not possibly be merely 4 stars, observing others break through to the 9th level of foundation establishment within days. It was evident he was a genius among geniuses. I am uncertain. Perhaps it relates to the demon pills I consumed before my escape, compounded by the bounty placed on my head. That seems the only explanation. Chen scratched his head, feigning ignorance. Did you consume all the pills? This was a premeditated excuse. The matter of the swallowing of the immortal devouring cauldron must remain concealed from outsiders, who knew how they would react. What if someone with ulterior motives decided to use him as a test subject? Such pills exist. Si Kong Yinyu frowned, for even with her extensive knowledge, she had never heard of such substances that I am unaware. It is simply the truth. Yi Chen thought it best to feign madness and ignorance, knowing that Sikong Yenyue would find no alternative explanation or evidence. You consumed all the pills? Sikong Yenyue remained obstinate. For if any pills were still available, perhaps they could develop a formula from them that, if they could promote such a formula within the peak, it might even elevate the entire North Peak. Considering Yi Chen's extraordinary rate of advancement, imagine an entire cohort of North Peak disciples enhancing their power significantly within mere days. The Sword Immortal sect would have no rivals. However, Yi Chen merely nodded, shattering Sikong Yenyue's illusions. I now cultivate daily and experience significant growth, though I am uncertain how long this will last. Upon hearing this, disappointment flickered across Sikong Yenyue's face, and after a moment of contemplation, she inquired, "How did you unseal the spirit fruit?" It was known that such seals could only be broken by those at least at the nascent soul stage. Yi Chen's strength, without some special means, clearly was insufficient. The spirit fruit compelled me to release it by threatening to expose my crime of murder, hence the subsequent events, Yi Chen recounted, alluding to his escapade with the female disciple. And the spirit fruit, it has long since fled. At its speed, I could not hope to catch it, Yi Chen replied, his expression earnest. From their discourse, Yi Chen surmised that Sikong Yenyue likely remained unaware that the spirit fruit was still with him. This was a treasure of great value, and he decided to take a gamble. Indeed, Sikong Yenyue sighed softly, clearly disappointed by the revelation. As for the missing disciples within the sect, do not fret. Elder Six will investigate and handle the matter. Once evidence is found, the puppet master behind it all will surely be revealed. After a lengthy pause, Sikong Yenyue's attention returned to Yi Chen, observing him deeply. Now let us discuss your situation. Do you wish to plant the soul lamp and truly become my disciple? In the Sword Immortal sect, only after the master had planted the soul lamp did one truly become a disciple, and Sikong Yenyue was intent on securing Yi Chen, this prodigy. Now that Yi Chen's power had surged, even if his talent was merely 4 stars, what of it? In the face of absolute strength, all talents appeared trivial, and no matter how exceptional one has talent, if it could not be nurtured, it was ultimately futile. Yi Chen, however, was different. He now possessed a solid foundation at the 9th level of cultivation, capable of dominating the younger generation. Naturally, by planting the soul lamp, Sikong Yenyue would gain a clearer understanding of Yi Chen's secrets. She was not foolish, and it was evident that his earlier words contained a mix of truths and fabrications. I do not wish to, Yi Chen stated plainly, withholding nothing. Master, I believe the soul lamp is entirely unnecessary, and the sensation of being scrutinized at this moment is profoundly disquieting. Why, Yi Chen? While your reasoning holds merit, without the soul lamp, I am at a loss as to how to cultivate you. After all, each disciple's circumstances differ, and I must tailor my instruction accordingly. Sikong Yenyue seemed unwilling to relent. Master, I believe cultivation is a matter of personal endeavor. Only I truly understand what I require. Should I need any resources, I can most certainly discuss them with you. Yi Chen remained unperturbed. The dialogue flowed seamlessly, even leaving Sikong Yenyue momentarily speechless. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Chen pressed on. Master, the pressing concern now is not my predicament, but rather how you intend to deal with Wu Ao. This old ghost has no intention of letting us off the hook. The 3rd elder and 4th elder aim to recommend Wu Ao as the new elder during this hunting tournament. Should they succeed, the repercussions for North Peak could be dire. Upon hearing this, Sikong Yenyue initially looked taken aback, her expression soon darkening. How do you know of this? I not only know this, but I also understand that Wu Ao and his disciples plan to sell all the newly inducted disciples, over 1,000 of them, to the demon race during the hunting tournament. Yi Chen dropped yet another bombshell, causing Sikong Yenyue's head to throb. Wu Ao, this old ghost is utterly audacious. Is what you say true? Sikong Yenyue's brow furrowed even tighter. If you do not believe me, you may witness it firsthand. Yi Chen insisted. Selling over 1,000 disciples without anyone noticing was an impossible feat. Even 1,000 pigs would make a considerable uproar. Moreover, Sikong Yenyue could easily catch them red-handed, leaving no room for Wu Ao to deny his actions. Master, I have relayed all I know. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Yi Chun bowed respectfully, not permitting Sikong Yinue a chance to speak further before he turned to exit. You brat, Sikong Yinue clenched her silver teeth, feeling a mix of dissatisfaction, yet refraining from obstructing him. Now, her curiosity regarding Yi Chun had only intensified. What other secrets did this young man harbor? However, Sikong Yinue needed to consult Tianzhu to devise a strategy. This time, they must capture these individuals without fail. Meanwhile, in the Demon Palace, Missouri Qing sat in the main seat, her expression as frigid as if it could summon frost. The letter that had arrived in her hands was instantaneously reduced to dust by the surge of spiritual energy she unleashed. Wu Ao. Qing nearly bit her teeth as she uttered these two words. Sensing the fury emanating from her, Emol Wan, standing nearby, spoke in confusion. Sister, has something happened? Is it that person, the slave? Initially, I intended to capture him early and had raised the bounty to 2 million. Yet now Wu Ao is brazenly demanding a staggering 50 million, claiming that the slave's testing talent is a perfect 10. Mo Qing briefly recounted the contents of the letter to Mo Wan, but she had little faith in Wu Ao's assertions. This fellow clearly aimed to inflate his price. Taking advantage of the fact that she had already raised the bounty twice in quick succession, harboring ill intentions. Sister, please calm your anger. Old Wan stepped forward. Even though several days had passed, she still walked with a slight stagger. A testament to the severity of her previous injuries, that if Wu Ao dares to set such a price, it is likely that there is truth to his words. After all, he is not a fool, and we hold leverage over him. Are you suggesting that this slave truly possesses a perfect 10 in talent? Chapter 26. Money is required everywhere. Upon considering this possibility, Mo Qing's lips involuntarily twitched, and she found herself almost wanting to laugh at such an absurd rationale that Wu Ao had concocted. Even if his talent did not reach 10 stars, it surely could not be low. Regrettably, we had not tested it back then. Wan pondered for a moment before continuing. Sister, do you still remember the condition of that slave at the time? I still cannot fathom what exactly transpired. It seems that this slave truly possesses extraordinary talent, just as Wu Ao described. Listening to Wan's words, Mo Qing fell into contemplation, and indeed, the more she thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. What you say does hold merit. Mo Qing furrowed her brow. However, even without talent, based solely on the events that transpired last time, this lad is worth 50 million that I can hardly contain my eagerness to meet this fellow. As she said this, Mo Qing licked her lips, her exquisite eyes filled with a longing, a thirst for blood. If she could absorb this particular ability from Yi Chun, it would undoubtedly propel her strength to new heights. The next day, Yi Chun set out early in the morning, inquiring with several senior brothers about suitable places for body tempering within the northern peak. To his fortune, he discovered that a body tempering area was conveniently located in the central region of the peak. The central area was bustling with activity, featuring not only body tempering venues, but also a variety of shops, alchemy rooms, and taverns that could be said that there was nothing one could not find here. After some inquiries, Yi Chun finally located the central area. Although he had arrived a bit early, the place was already lively. Numerous vendors shouted their wares along the roadside, all related to cultivation, including spirit fruits, elixirs, weapons, and armor. There were even those selling treasure maps, though their authenticity was uncertain. The vendors here, aside from a few outsiders recognized by the Immortal Sect, were mostly disciples and elders of the sect themselves. They would sell their surplus goods obtained during their excursions or missions in exchange for spirit stones or bartering, based on personal needs. Following the directions, Yi Chun soon stood before the body tempering hall, surveying the structure, which stood out distinctly amidst the surrounding buildings. After a moment of admiration, he intended to enter, but was halted by two burly men at the entrance. Halt. If you wish to enter the body tempering hall, please present your token, one of the muscular men said, his physique resembling that of a young bull, likely capable of striking down several cows with a single blow. Their imposing stature, nearly 2 meters tall, made them appear as immovable walls before Yi Chun. Their intimidating presence caused Yi Chun to gulp, and he quickly composed himself, retrieving his own token. Upon inspecting his outer sect status, the two muscular men furrowed their brows. scrutinizing Yi Chun from head to toe. Isn't this lad a recent entrant? Instead of focusing on cultivation, he comes to the body tempering hall for what? Seemingly perceiving their thoughts, Yi Chun smiled and inquired. Gentlemen, is there a rule that prohibits newly admitted disciples from entering the body tempering hall? Not exactly, but the body tempering hall differs from other training areas. You must endure the pressure while tempering your body. A moment's carelessness could reduce you to a puddle of flesh, which poses a life-threatening risk that a new disciple. You wouldn't even withstand the first level of the body tempering hall, so I suggest you practice a bit more before coming back. The burly man offered a kind reminder. Yi Chun could certainly discern the underlying intent, but the more they spoke, the more it piqued his curiosity. Senior, please allow me to try my hand at it. If it proves unmanageable, I shall exit. Yi Chun insisted. In that case, the consequences are yours to bear. Seeing that Yi Chun was resolute, the two burly men ceased their attempts at persuasion. One of them waved his hand, and the door to the first level of the body tempering hall slowly opened. The starting fee is 100 low-grade spirit stones for 1 hour. You must first pay a deposit of 100 spirit stones. No refunds for excess, and any shortfall must be compensated. It costs money. Yi Chun was momentarily taken aback. What else did you expect? Do you think our body tempering hall is a charity? If everyone could temper their bodies for free, the gravity room would have long been depleted, and the body tempering hall could not possibly remain operational. Hearing that there was a fee, Yi Chun froze, his steps halting. Who would have thought that cultivating within the sect would require spirit stones? Yi Chun was entirely unprepared. He had already given away all his valuable possessions to that group of Tian Dao, leaving him without a single spare spirit stone. Gu shimmy. This is a carefully selected gift from your senior brother. Please accept it. As the words fell, a familiar figure emerged in Yi Chun's sight. It was none other than Guyuer, with whom he had crossed paths during the testing event. He had not anticipated encountering her again in such a place. At this moment, she was clad in a flowing white gown, her grace and poise even more ethereal than before. The Guyuer's appearance immediately drew the attention of numerous young talents, their gazes fixated upon her, momentarily rendering them unable to move. In just a few days, Guyuer had already reached the 8th level of chi refinement, seemingly just a step away from the pinnacle. Her 7-star talent was indeed remarkable, allowing her cultivation speed to soar. I appreciate your gift, senior brother, but please take it back, Guyuer replied with a hint of displeasure, still managing a slight smile as she returned the present. Moreover, I kindly ask that you refrain from bothering me in the future, that I wish to focus on my cultivation and pursue my path without any other distractions. Faced with Guyuer's resolute rejection, the young man appeared taken aback, yet he showed no signs of embarrassment or anger. Instead, he shamelessly continued, Junior sister, this is merely my admiration for you, with no intention to intrude. Guyuer did not elaborate further, her expression revealing a trace of disdain. Since her intentions had been made abundantly clear and the other party feigned ignorance, there was no need for her to maintain a cordial demeanor. She turned to leave. Gu Shimi, please don't rush off. I have arranged a banquet in this building, inviting esteemed guests, including your brother. Would you care to join me at the Zue Xianlu for a chat? The young man clearly had no intention of giving up. He had prepared a backup plan long before arriving, unafraid of Guyuer's refusal. What if I do not wish to go? Guyuer's expression hardened, her eyes glinting with coldness, annoyance rising within her. Chapter 27. Rescuing the maiden. Others may turn a blind eye, but that does not imply that Yi Chun will simply stand idly by, setting aside the fact that Yi Chun has already become a benefactor to others. He cannot bear to witness a beauty being wronged without intervening. Moreover, Guyuer is a princess, wealthy in spirit stones. She is indeed a little heiress, and Yi Chun is even contemplating borrowing some spirit stones from her for his cultivation. Today, he is determined to visit the body refinement hall and see if it suits his taste. I ask that you, brother Yi Chun? Guyuer, clearly taken aback by someone defending her, turned to look at Yi Chun and, upon recognizing him, her surprise deepened. Long time no see. Yi Chun smiled, recalling his own financial constraints, and mustered the courage to voice his prepared excuse. To be honest, I left in such a hurry this morning that I misplaced my money pouch. I had intended to visit the body refinement hall, but But alas, not to worry, I have some that in stark contrast to her earlier demeanor towards the young man. Guiware exhibited a markedly different attitude towards Yi-chun, even generously pulling out her own money pouch. Isn't it a bit inappropriate? I haven't even returned the last time I borrowed from you. Yi-chun's face flushed, feeling embarrassed at having a girl repeatedly offer to pay for him. His audacity was truly remarkable. Not at all, it's just sitting there and used anyway. Guiware laughed, showing no signs of hesitation as she tossed the pouch to Yi-chun. Brother Yi-chun, take it. You can return it when you have the means. Though she spoke casually, Guiware had never truly intended for Yi-chun to repay her, as she had no need for it in the first place. Wait. The young man beside them could no longer contain himself and stepped forward. Previously aloof towards him, Guiware was now warmly engaging with Yi-chun, which he found utterly intolerable. He was determined to uncover the background of this Yi-chun fellow. However, Yi-chun had no intention of indulging him. Heavenly Eye. Activate. In the young man's perspective, Yi-chun transformed into the Third Elder, causing him to shut his mouth in fright before he could utter a harsh word. Third Elder, is that you? The young man exclaimed in shock. The Third Elder immediately delivered a resounding slap across the young man's face. Get lost. Do you dare to covet even my tribulation? Do you believe I won't skin you alive? Third Elder, I was wrong. The young man swiftly turned to Guiware, but she had now morphed into a muscular man within the body refinement hall. Not only that, but the muscular man kept throwing flirtatious glances at him, which made him tighten his muscles in fear, nearly losing control of himself. Get the hell out of here! What are you still doing here? Do you truly wish for me to take action? The Third Elder bellowed. This tactic proved effective. The young man, thoroughly frightened, turned and fled, scarcely daring to linger. Third Elder, I was wrong. I will leave at once. Immediately, as she watched the young man, who had been so persistent. Retreat. Guiware was left puzzled. What just happened? Why did he mistake you for the Third Elder? Especially considering the look that young man had given her, it was as if he had encountered some formidable beast, completely unlike his usual demeanor. I'm not sure, perhaps he suddenly lost his mind. Yi-chun naturally refrained from disclosing the truth behind his transformation due to the Heavenly Eye, hastily shifting the topic. Speaking of which, how have you been faring in the inner Sect recently? Oh, I'm nearly at my wit's end, Guiware sighed, her eyes filled with exasperation. Their mentor, Tianju, had indeed been generous to the two siblings, providing abundant resources for cultivation, which had allowed Guiware to make remarkable progress. She initially joined the Sword Immortal sect for the sake of cultivation, only to discover that the sect was rife with treachery, where even so-called noble social interactions were woven into the fabric. The primary source of her troubles was none other than Ling Fei, a disciple under the Third Elder. Since learning of Guiware's entry into the inner sect, Ling Fei had been showing up at her door every few days. Initially, she managed to maintain a semblance of politeness, but as time passed, her patience wore thin, and she genuinely contemplated kicking him in the face that Guiware could see through Ling Fei's intentions. Yet her heart was filled with disdain. She had made her disinterest abundantly clear on numerous occasions, but he remained unyielding, pursuing her relentlessly. Not only was Ling Fei a disciple of the Third Elder, but he was also the third son of the Gufeng dynasty's royal family. Listening to Guiware's explanation, Yi-chun began to grasp the situation. The third prince held significant influence within the dynasty, and with his various schemes over the years, he had subtly begun to assert dominance among the other royal families. As a princess, Guiware was indeed a suitable match for Ling Fei in every aspect, and if there were genuine interest, an opportunity might not be out of the question. Sensing Yi-chun's thoughts, Guiware elaborated, her tone laced with distaste. Brother Yi-chun, you may not be aware, but Ling Fei is inherently deceitful. He may appear to be a refined gentleman, yet behind the scenes, he is a thoroughly despicable scoundrel, a lecherous fiend. He has a peculiar penchant for targeting young girls, particularly those who have yet to lose their innocence. Were it not for his status and the protection of the Third Elder, he would have likely been expelled from the sect long ago. Upon hearing this, Yi-chun was taken aback, and he quickly understood Guiware's perspective. What a scoundrel, he muttered inwardly. He then glanced at the money pouch in his hand, tossed it lightly, and, feeling a bit embarrassed, turned to Guiware. I still owe you for that previous favor, and now with this, I truly don't know how to repay you. Brother Yi Chun, it's nothing. It's merely a trivial sum, so there's no need to dwell on it. Guiwearer waved her hand, appearing quite generous. However, she suddenly paused, as if struck by a thought, and looked at Yi Chun with a mischievous smile. Noticing her expression, Yi Chun felt a sudden sense of foreboding. Chapter 28. Little girl, come. In truth, Guiwearer had a favor to ask of Brother Yi Chun. What is it? Given the circumstances, Yi Chun could only brace himself. Previously, I made it clear that I rejected Ling Fei and mentioned that I already have someone I care for. Therefore, when we go to the drunken Immortal building, could you, Brother Yi Chun, pretend to be my partner and put on a show for Ling Fei? The moment those words left her lips, Yi Chun's first instinct was to refuse. He shook his head vigorously without a hint of hesitation. Setting aside everything else, my reputation and status are already well known in the sect. How could Ling Fei possibly believe that you have an interest in a waste like me? And what of it? Liking someone has nothing to do with talent or status. Isn't it fine that I enjoy being with you? Guiwearer retorted. Looking in her earnest eyes, Yi Chun momentarily felt dazed. Unable to suppress a rueful smile, did I say, my lady, you can't be serious, can you? Why not? Being hounded by them daily leaves me no time to cultivate. She implored. Please, Brother Yi Chun, just be my shield this once. I beg you. As she spoke, Guiwearer clasped her hands together in a charming manner, presenting a pleading expression. Who could possibly refuse such an earnest plea? Yet Yi Chun was no ordinary person. He was reluctant to involve himself in such troublesome affairs. No, I still feel this is inappropriate. As for how to repay you, I will find a way in the future. Let's discuss this matter later. With that, Yi Chun turned and hurried toward the body refinement hall, fearing that lingering too long would lead him further into Guiwearer's schemes. Indeed, beautiful women are perilous, regardless of their age, Senior Sister Gu. I didn't expect to find you here. Before Guiwearer could call out to Yi Chun, a voice preemptively interrupted her. It was the young man who had just fled, now accompanied by Ling Fei. Ling Fei's complexion was pale, clearly a sign of indulgence, and upon seeing Guiwearer, his eyes lit up with unmasked greed. Alongside them stood another young man, Guiwearer's brother, Gu Chuan, yet Guiwearer acted as if she were blind to their presence. Quickly chasing after Yi Chun towards the body refinement hall. Brother Yi Chun, wait for me. Her call was particularly sweet, sending shivers down the spine of the one it was directed at. What the hell? This girl is planning to cling to me. Before Yi Chun could react, he felt a fragrant breeze approach, followed by a delicate hand wrapping around his arm as naturally as could be. Brother Yi Chun, please help me just this once. Guiwearer wore a pitiful expression that made Yi Chun's heart race. My goodness, is she trying to take my life? The key issue was that Ling Fei had already cornered Guiwearer to this extent. Leaving no time to select a suitable ally, she had chosen him, a mere waste. Behind them, Ling Fei and his companions watched the unfolding scene with various expressions, their eyes glinting with malice. Who is that person? Ling Fei inquired coldly. Why Yi Chun? How is he? Although they had only met once before, Gu Chuan still recognized him, a hint of confusion in his gaze. Why Yi Chun? Is he the one who took the aptitude test twice? Indeed, even the testing spirit stones used for entry were provided by that girl. Gu Chuan had nothing to conceal and nodded in acknowledgement. What is going on with them now? Ling Fei's brow furrowed deeper. He did not want his woman to be touched by another, not even with a fleeting brush. Is it not obvious? Clearly, they are putting on a show for your sake. After all, you were so insistent. Weren't you? Gu Chuan said with a hint of amusement, fully aware of his sister's temperament. Could she possibly not see through it? However, no sooner had he uttered these words than Guiwearer and Yi Chun made their move. Yi Chun flashed a radiant smile. Come here, little girl. With practiced ease, he wrapped his arms around Guiwearer's waist and, in full view of everyone, pressed his lips gently against her crimson ones. Though it was but a fleeting touch, it was undeniably a kiss. Buzz! Guiwearer felt her mind go blank, her body instinctively stiffening, her beautiful eyes widened in shock, nearly popping out of their sockets. Had she just escaped the wolf's den only to enter the tiger's lair? How could Yi Chun be so direct? And this was her first kiss. Her heart raced, and her entire being trembled with nervousness. An inexplicable thrill coursing through her. What is wrong? Were we not supposed to be acting? Is it over so soon? Noticing Guyu Air's unusual reaction, Chen quickly transmitted a message to her, urging her to maintain her composure. That Guyu Air shot him an annoyed glare, but to outsiders, it appeared to be nothing more than playful banter. Are young people this open nowadays? We truly cannot keep up with the changing times. Wait, is that not Guyu Air's junior sister? She had previously turned away so many suitors without a second thought, yet it turns out she has someone in her heart. What the hell? That guy looks like that useless Chen from the North Peak. Impressive. He dares to intercept even Ling Fei's advances. Truly, the so-called useless one is not ordinary at all. The crowd erupted into a cacophony of chatter, each voice rising above the other, completely oblivious to the fact that the parties involved were right before them. Damn, Ling Fei could no longer contain himself, cursing out loud. This was even more unbearable than being cuckolded. Guchuan, is this the performance you spoke of? Whipping around, Ling Fei's gaze turned murderous. In that moment, Guchuan was at a loss for how to explain. Surely, Yu Air was merely acting, right? But what had just transpired? To dare oppose this young lord. That scoundrel is finished. Ling Fei was now beyond agitated, his eyes filled with palpable killing intent. Even from a distance, he swiftly positioned himself between Yi Chun and Guyu Air, moving with astonishing speed. This was the body technique exclusive to inner disciples. The 100-foot flowing steps, the aura radiating from Ling Fei was that of a peak foundation establishment cultivator, a truly terrifying presence. Yet, before Yi Chun could react, Guyu Air had already stepped in front of him, coldly regarding Ling Fei. What is your intention, senior brotherling? Are you obstructing our path? How dare you ask me that? Ling Fei scoffed, his eyes glinting with coldness that a dignified county princess and an inner disciple of the Sword Immortal Sect. How could you associate with such a worthless individual? Do you not feel ashamed? What is there to be ashamed of? I like Brother Yi Chun and enjoy his company. The Guyu Air was unafraid, her tone equally frigid. Even if Brother Yi Chun is deemed worthless, I will protect him. Moreover, he is not worthless. As for the opinions of others, she could not care less than tea that moment. Guyu Air's demeanor was utterly striking, earning her admiration from onlookers. However, for Ling Fei, the one directly involved, his expression darkened to a sickly green, barely able to contain his aura of fury. Before he could unleash his wrath, Guchuan had already flown over, shouting in anger, Guyu Air, how long do you intend to cause a scene? Brother, if you continue to associate with Ling Fei, do not blame me for severing our blood ties. With the situation escalating, Guyu Air decided to throw caution to the wind, casting down a harsh ultimatum. Subsequently, she followed Yi Chun into the body refinement hall, disregarding the others entirely. Soon, they were led by the guard into a small room measuring less than 40 square meters. The room was sparsely furnished, adorned only with some peculiar, glimmering minerals embedded in the walls, exuding an air of profundity. At the entrance stood a control panel for gravity, likely crafted through some special array. Remember, once the gravity is activated, you must endure it physically. Using protective spirit energy will cause the gravity to multiply, and if you are not careful, you may be crushed, losing your life. The guard warned sternly that if you cannot withstand it, just shout, and I will cut off the gravity source that you understand? Understood. Yi Chen nodded. Having conveyed his intentions to Guyu Air, he stepped forward. However, as soon as he took a step, Ling Fei's voice rang out once more. As he emerged from behind, stretching his limbs, eager to engage, perfect timing. It has been a while since I refined my body. Today is an excellent opportunity. Yet Guchuan had also brought along a throng of onlookers. You have already completed the first 2 levels of body refinement. The gravity here is not suitable for you. The guard was unyielding, stating the facts plainly. Hearing this, Yi Chun turned his gaze towards Ling Fei through his celestial eyes. Indeed, he could see 2 silver lines etched upon Ling Fei's body, markings that were indelibly imprinted upon his spirit form, invisible to the naked eye. The body refinement hall's gravity is divided into 9 levels, akin to cultivation realms. Each level leaves a mark on the body, culminating in the 9 marks returning to 1, achieving the great success of body refinement that I merely wish to warm up. It matters not where I do so. Ling Fei replied nonchalantly, as his followers stepped forward, producing a bag filled with low-grade spirit stones, presenting it to the guard. "Sir, my brother Fei only wishes to play. Please be lenient." The guard remained impassive, weighing the bag of spirit stones before speaking. "Warming up is fine, but let me make this clear. I do not care what you do outside, but if you cause trouble here, do not blame me for being impolite." Upon witnessing the scene, Guiware immediately turned her gaze towards Yi Chun, her eyes clearly conveying a message. She urged him not to follow Ling Fei inside. After all, once inside, the outcome was nearly predetermined. Ling Fei was evidently a frequent visitor to the Body Refinement Hall, possessing an intimate understanding of its layout, making it unlikely for him to stumble in his attempts to sabotage Yi Chun. "Everything will be fine." After exchanging a reassuring glance with Guiware, Yi Chun proceeded into the room, seemingly indifferent to the situation. Ling Fei, on the other hand, was more than pleased by this turn of events. He swiftly blocked the door, cutting off any remaining chance of retreat. Today he was determined to teach Yi Chun a lesson for daring to vie for a woman with him. Such audacity was intolerable. "Teacher," as everything was set in motion, Ling Fei's lackey shouted towards the guard, indicating that it was time to close the door and commence. Guiware attempted to interject, but was pulled aside by Gu Chuan, leaving her no opportunity to voice her concerns. With a resounding thud, the stone door of the room slammed shut, and Yi Chun instantly felt an immense gravitational force bearing down upon him. This being his first experience, he involuntarily trembled under the pressure. The Body Refinement Hall truly lived up to its reputation. It was no wonder it required such a hefty sum of spirit stones. If he could endure this, it would undoubtedly yield significant benefits for his physique. Although he was currently only facing the first level of gravity, it was already proving to be quite a challenge for Yi Chun. He could distinctly feel the weight pressing on every inch of his skin, as if it sought to crush him like a tea that moment. He dared not make any sudden movements, lest he risk a fracture. Even breathing had become somewhat arduous. "I didn't expect you to have some guts, actually daring to come in here with me." In contrast to Yi Chun's struggle, Ling Fei appeared remarkably at ease, as if he were already accustomed to the environment, exhibiting no signs of discomfort. "Die." With a sudden change in expression, Ling Fei struck without warning, intent on dealing with Yi Chun. Chapter 30. Can one become stronger through beatings? Given his status, killing a mere commoner would bear no consequences. No one would dare hold him accountable. Even if the Sect pursued the matter, he could simply resolve it with a few extra spirit stones. For Ling Fei, matters solvable with money had never posed a problem. His fist connected directly with Yi Chun's back, causing the already breathless youth to spew a mouthful of blood, as if struck by a heavy blow. Sending him flying point, one of his rib bones shattered from the impact, and, as Yi Chun fell to the ground, he felt a tumult of blood and energy surging within him, forcing him to expel another mouthful of blood just to stabilize himself. Now faced with severe injury and the oppressive gravity, Yi Chun could hardly bear the discomfort, feeling as if his entire being were being twisted together. Damn it, is this the price of refining the body? Had I known, I wouldn't have agreed to that heavenly path. The crucial point was that Yi Chun felt he had gained nothing from this ordeal. All he had was pain. Could it be that he was employing the wrong method? As Yi Chun pondered in distress, outside, Ling Fei was seething with rage at the memory of Yi Chun daring to kiss Guiware in front of so many people. It was an affront more unbearable than death itself. He had always considered Guiware as his own, merely awaiting her acceptance. This did not mean others could dare to encroach upon what was his. Previously, someone had merely glanced at her, only to have their limbs crippled and left to fend for themselves in the back mountains. Now, with Yi Chun's brazen behavior, Ling Fei was on the verge of losing his temper. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and he struck again. In a fit of rage, he delivered another kick, sending Yi Chun crashing into the wall with a resounding impact. Following that, Yi Chun coughed up several more mouthfuls of blood before finally coming to a halt, his face as pale as a sheet, yet still gritting his teeth in defiance. "If you have the capability, then kill me. Otherwise," seeing Yi Chun still attempting to be defiant, only darkened Ling Fei's expression further. He lunged forward, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks. Relying solely on his physical strength without employing any spiritual energy, intent on beating Yi Chen to death to extinguish his rage. I could see that moment. Yi Chen could only cover his head with his hands, doing his utmost to protect vital areas, enduring Ling Fei's relentless assault like a rain of blows. As the pain reached its zenith, Yi Chen was astonished to discover that his body began to heal at an accelerated rate, with his internal spiritual energy circulating through a special pathway. This was the undying body. The body refinement technique imparted by Wang Yu was actually commencing its natural operation under these conditions, even without Yi Chen having to divert his attention to control it. Realizing this, Yi Chen's heart raced with excitement. He was now concerned that Ling Fei's strikes were not fierce enough, thus slowing his cultivation of the undying body. After a considerable time of being pummeled, Ling Fei, drenched in sweat, paused to catch his breath, only to notice the corners of Yi Chen's mouth curling upward in a smile, leaving him utterly baffled. He had initially presumed that Yi Chen was on the brink of defeat and would no longer dare to be defiant. Who would have thought this fellow could endure such punishment and still smile? It was worth noting that with his current 2-mark strength, even without utilizing spiritual energy, each punch and kick could effortlessly shatter stone. The fact that Yi Chen could still smile after such a severe beating was astonishing, and the expression on his face seemed to mock. Is this all you've got? If you can't handle it, call for help. I see you're just a man who's played with too many women. Now utterly spent, a man like you is bound to meet an early demise. Having just begun to exhibit any signs of the undying body, Yi Chen was not about to squander such a valuable opportunity for cultivation. Noticing Ling Fei cease his attacks, he quickly taunted, "Come on, hit me faster. How can I refine my body if you don't strike me? What will happen to my undying body?" Although seeking a beating might seem masochistic, Yi Chen was genuinely inviting it at this moment. Damn it. Already on edge, Ling Fei was incensed by Yi Chen's mockery. His eyes reddening like a furious bull, he immediately resumed his assault, striking even harder than before, each blow landing with crushing force, showing no signs of holding back. It was as if he were intent on killing Yi Chen. With the support of the undying body, Yi Chen's injuries were healing rapidly. Initially, the healing process was swift, and his condition improved significantly. However, as Ling Fei's strikes grew increasingly brutal, Yi Chen's wounds also multiplied, with injuries beginning to accumulate faster than they could heal. Nevertheless, Yi Chen paid this no mind and instead continued to taunt. "Weak, pathetically weak. Haven't you eaten? With such little strength, you fight like a woman, and oh wonder you where looks down on you that a man like me is the one she truly desires, capable of making her scream with delight in every aspect." "My apologies, monsieur," Yi Chen thought to himself, though his expression betrayed a cheeky demeanor. I could see this moment. He was dancing on Ling Fei's last nerve, nearly causing the latter to spit blood in frustration. "Just you wait. Today, I shall see just how much you can endure." Half an hour passed with Ling Fei's relentless assault showing no signs of abating. By the end, he was panting heavily, drenched in sweat. Meanwhile, Yi Chen had managed to condense 2 inscriptions within his body, a feat achieved through the enhancement of the undying body, incomparable to Ling Fei's half-baked body refinement inscriptions. Now, Yi Chen felt that his physique had grown exponentially stronger, as if he had undergone a complete transformation. At that moment, the guards outside finally spoke up. Can the new disciple inside continue to endure? For a newcomer facing the first level of gravity, merely hanging on this long was already quite commendable. Haha, it's a miracle if he's still alive. By now, he must be flattened into a meat patty, one guard scoffed. Even if he hasn't been squashed, he has likely been utterly beaten down by Ling Fei. He probably doesn't even have the strength left to call for help. He deserves it. He should consider what he did. Ling Fei should just finish him off in there. Voices of disdain echoed among the crowd. While they held little affection for Ling Fei, their disdain for Yi Chen was even more pronounced. After all, Zhang Hui at least had the backing of a royal lineage, while Yi Chen was merely an inconsequential commoner. What right did he have to win Gu Yuer's favor? However, before the crowd could reach a consensus, Yi Chen's calm voice emerged from within the room, as though the gravity was having no effect on him whatsoever. And oh worries, teacher, I can still hold on to this declaration. The onlookers were left stunned, their faces etched with disbelief. And oh way, is this kid really that resilient? Chapter 31. Ling Fei is about to burst. Could it be that Ling Fei has yet to even begin? It should not be. Impossible, absolutely impossible. The onlookers outside were filled with astonishment, and inside the room, Ling Fei was equally bewildered. From the initial rage to astonishment, and now to self-doubt, a tempest of emotions surged within him. His hands were bruised from the blows he had dealt, yet Chen remained unfazed, as if nothing had happened. Though his clothes were stained with blood and his body swollen in various places, his tone was eerily calm, as if he were entirely indifferent to the situation. Then Chen spoke again. "Come on, continue. How about we step out for a meal and return to fight? I think you've reached your limit." Wei Chen's face was swollen to the size of a pig's head, making it impossible for Ling Fei to discern his expression, but he was exhilarated nonetheless by the current pace. Another hour of fighting might allow him to reach the third inscription, significantly enhancing his physical strength. This was his first attempt at body tempering, and to break through to the third inscription so swiftly was almost unprecedented. "Are you even human?" Ling Fei, having lost the will to continue fighting, quickly retreated several meters in the opposite direction, eyeing Chen on the ground with suspicion. His expression was akin to that of someone who had seen a ghost. He had never encountered such an individual in his life. "Ah, coward, softy! I haven't even struck yet, and you're already afraid? Could it be that your vitality is waning and your heart is trembling?" Chen, now resembling a swollen meatball, struggled to rise from the ground. The sound of cracking bones echoed in the dimly lit room, lending an eerie ambience to the scene. Ling Fei, witnessing this, nearly fainted, his complexion paler than before. This young man was undoubtedly a monster. At that moment, Ling Fei's limbs felt beyond his control, propelled by instinct as he dashed toward the door, pounding and shouting for someone outside to open it. However, a somewhat recovered Chen did not grant Ling Fei the opportunity to call for help, covering his mouth and intoning in a chilling voice from behind. "I already told you, if you have the ability, then kill me." As his words fell, Chen retaliated fiercely. After being beaten for so long, it was time for him to strike back. He was eager to test the might of the indomitable body of two inscriptions. A whip-like kick sent Ling Fei hurtling through the air like a cannonball, crashing against the wall with a resounding thud. The force was so tremendous that it propelled him nearly 10 meters away, leaving a dent in the stone wall, an awe-inspiring display of power. Not yet satisfied, Chen teleported forward, intending to press the advantage. Sensing Chen's murderous intent, Ling Fei's heart skipped a beat, and despite the brutal blow he'd received, his body reacted instinctively, summoning his dormant spiritual energy to envelop him. The thought struck him. "Damn it, he intends to perish with me." Chen's eyelids twitched, even though he looked like a swollen pig. The movement was hardly noticeable. The guards had warned that employing spiritual energy would exponentially increase the gravity within the room. What had initially been the first level of gravity surged to the third level as Ling Fei unleashed his spiritual energy. To withstand such gravity, one would need to inscribe at least the third inscription. In an instant, both Chen and Ling Fei expelled blood simultaneously. The suffocating sensation returned, far more terrifying than before. Ling Fei was crushed to the ground like a lump of clay, utterly immobile, and only in this state could he barely endure without being crushed to pieces. Chen fared slightly better, managing to hold on for a few breaths before collapsing to his knees, relying on the indomitable body to withstand the crushing weight. Originally, Chen's injuries had begun to heal, but under the oppressive gravity. They reopened, blood gushing forth. As for Ling Fei, he could not even call for help, merely enduring as the rampant gravity ground him down inch by inch, filling the air with a strong scent of blood. Blood oozing from all his orifices that moment. Chen began to bitterly laugh to himself. He intended to use this opportunity to break through to the third inscription, yet the gravity imposed seemed excessively ambitious. He couldn't endure it. Just as despair crept in, a silver inscription slowly emerged. With the lessons of the previous two experiences, he understood clearly that this signified the third inscription. When that silvery mark solidified, it meant he had achieved the full completion of the third stage of body tempering. With this realization, a smile crept across Chen's lips, tinged with a hint of madness. Ling Fei, who had hoped to see despair on Yi Chen's face, was instead met with a visage of triumph, his own expression paling in disbelief. Who would have thought that even at such a dire moment, Yi Chen could still smile? Unbeknownst to him, Yi Chen was contemplating whether the gravity enhancement was still too slow, considering whether to unleash more spiritual energy to further increase the room's gravity, expediting the cultivation of the indomitable body. He estimated that by using his spiritual energy, he could elevate the gravity to the 4th level. Just imagine, the 3rd level of gravity was already so terrifying. If it reached the 4th level, the speed of cultivating the indomitable body would surely accelerate. Meanwhile, his body's healing rate had significantly improved. With wounds gradually closing, even the areas that had been bleeding had ceased, leaving behind scabs. Should I give it a try? It seemed Ling Fei could sense Yi Chen's intentions, his face turning as pale as a sheet of paper, his mind racing with 1,000 curses. What do you intend to do? You're a madman, a complete lunatic. Ling Fei had initially intended to hurl insults, but his words came out feeble, resembling a dying man's last utterance. Even if Yi Chen could withstand it, Ling Fei would likely be crushed into a pulp under the gravity, utterly devoid of hope. Yet, how could Yi Chen, who was determined to eliminate his enemy, concern himself with such thoughts? His sole focus was on enhancing the cultivation of the indomitable body. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Chen resolutely released the spiritual energy within him. Indeed, just as before, the gravity in the room escalated to a horrifying 4th level. Though Yi Chen had prepared himself, he could not help but spit blood as the oppressive force bore down upon him. As for Ling Fei, he was unable to utter a sound, crushed into a mass of flesh. Bursting apart on the spot. Chapter 32. One may indulge in food indiscriminately, but one must not speak recklessly. Outside the room, everyone felt a tremor, as if the entire body-tempering hall had shaken momentarily. Confusion reigned among the crowd. Had there been an earthquake? Not only that, but the hall continued to sway, the intensity increasing rapidly. The guards, being the first to react, their expressions darkened. Those 2 little brats dared to unleash spiritual energy within. Damn it, they are courting death. As they cursed, the guards swiftly acted to deactivate the gravity array in the room. However, due to the gravity spiraling out of control, the array was on the brink of collapse, making it difficult to manage. No. Open the door. The guard gritted his teeth, determined to force the door open, but at that very moment, the room exploded. The terrifying force swept through in an instant, leaving the nearest guard blackened and charred. Though he remained unharmed thanks to his spiritual protection, the disciples who had followed in to witness the spectacle were blasted away, including Gu Yiwerer and Gu Chuan. Fortunately, they were at a safe distance, suffering only minor injuries, while most merely looked disheveled but were otherwise unscathed. What on earth happened? Is someone detonating explosives in the body-tempering hall? The onlookers in the street were momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend the scene before them. Help! Quickly! Someone help! The henchmen who had entered with Ling Fei shouted urgently, worried for their master still trapped inside. Yet, in the midst of the swirling dust and chaos, clarity was elusive. Just then, a guard emerged, cradling a blood-soaked Yi Chen, but he was the only one left. Teacher, where's Fei Ge? He's still inside. You must save him! Several henchmen cried out. Don't waste your efforts. If you go in now, you'll only find fragments that would be difficult to piece together anything whole. The guard replied matter-of-factly. After saying this, he placed Yi Chen on the ground, marveling at the boy's resilience to survive such a catastrophic explosion. His life was indeed fortunate. Brother Yi Chen. The first to rush forward was Gu Yiwerer, who hurried to check on Yi Chen's condition. Originally in a coma, Yi Chen slowly opened his eyes, startling everyone. What happened? What transpired? Having sustained such grave injuries and endured an explosion of this magnitude, it is remarkable that Yi Chen not only survived but also regained consciousness so swiftly. The onlookers regarded him as if he were a monster, with only Gu Yiwerer's gaze reflecting genuine concern. In truth, all of this was due to the prowess of the undying body, which not only protected his soul and flesh, but also accelerated the healing of his wounds. Were he an ordinary person, such injuries would likely confine him to bed for at least half a year before he could recover. How could this be? Why did he alone manage to survive? Brother Fei was a formidable warrior with two engraved patterns, and even he could not withstand the explosion. What gave this boy the strength to endure it? Indeed, what transpired within? Yi Chun, speak clearly to me at once. Prompted by another, the supervising teacher seemed to realize something and quickly turned to inquire. What occurred inside? Speak the truth. If it were an ordinary disciple, he might not have been so anxious, but since Ling Fei hailed from a royal lineage and died without a trace, as the supervising guard present, he would undoubtedly bear the blame. The guard had no desire to attract trouble. Inside, Ling Fei attempted to harm me, and these injuries were inflicted by him, while Yi Chun feigned weakness, grimacing as if the movement aggravated his wounds. He even went so far as to channel spiritual energy to amplify gravity, attempting to kill me amidst the chaos. Then why did you not perish? One of Ling Fei's lackeys was the first to protest. Shouting out loud, I lost consciousness due to my relatively minor injuries. And as for the reasons behind it, they remain a mystery. Perhaps it was merely a stroke of good fortune, thought Yi Chun shook his head, as if struggling to remember anything. Could it be that someone is facing retribution? Guiware interjected with a sarcastic tone. Gu Chuan snorted coldly, hastily urging Guiware to silence. Do not speak nonsense. Now that Ling Fei is dead, all is lost to evidence. Even the gravity chamber has been obliterated, leaving no trace of proof. It is at times like these that one must be particularly cautious with their words, lest they invite calamity upon themselves. After all, Ling Fei's status was not ordinary, and should the royal family choose to investigate, the consequences would be dire. This situation is indeed bizarre. The cause of senior brother Ling's death is shrouded in mystery. Yet regardless, this is inextricably linked to Yi Chun and you. Guer. Ling Fei's followers glared with rage, resembling rabid dogs, directing their ire towards Guer. Were it not for you, senior brother Ling would never have entered the gravity chamber with this boy. And none of these events would have transpired. This time, there was no need for Guiware to speak. Gu Chuan stepped forward. One may indulge in gluttony, but one must not speak recklessly. Should you continue to stir trouble, you must bear the consequences. Gu Chuan's tone was exceedingly calm, yet the chill in his words was palpable to all. This was a blatant threat, and yet those present found themselves unable to retort, their expressions shifting dramatically. Enough. The guard, who had remained silent thus far, finally spoke. I too bear responsibility in this matter. I shall return to report to the Sect Master and await his decree. The Sect Master will decide how to proceed. Having said this, the guard ascended decisively, heading towards the inner gate, leaving the others behind. Without the guard to maintain order, Ling Fei's lackeys felt unshackled and lunged towards Yi Chun. However, Guiware stepped forward, positioning herself in front of them. What do you intend to do? You. How long do you plan to cause chaos? Gu Chuan felt overwhelmed, having just managed to stabilize the situation. Only for Guiware to persist in complicating matters. Could she not allow Yi Chun to fend for himself? Brother Yi Chun has become like this because of me. I cannot stand by and watch him be captured. Guiware argued fiercely, showing no signs of retreat. Guiware, today's events are not related to you. It would be wise for you to refrain from meddling. Otherwise, you shall face the consequences. As for this boy, whether his claims hold any truth, I shall capture him and have my master interrogate him. One of the lackeys interjected, displaying a modicum of intelligence, nearly causing Yi Chun to forget the unfolding chaos. Furthermore, he was the one who caused his own demise. Should this be uncovered, what then? Upon hearing this, Yi Chun executed a sudden leap, soaring 2 meters into the air with incredible speed. The lackey's expressions shifted. Damn it. This boy still possesses the strength to retaliate. He was merely feigning weakness. With that, several of them struck out simultaneously, launching powerful blows towards Yi Chun, intent on ending his life. Chapter 33. The Forbidden Domain of the Sword Immortal Sect, Wiagu. These rabid dogs continued to seek trouble with Yi Chun, and he could no longer tolerate it. Just as he prepared to retaliate, a furious shout resonated, instantly pushing the surrounding individuals back, even causing Yi Chun to involuntarily take half a step back. Cease this madness. The newcomer was none other than Tianzhu, the 6th elder of the Sword Immortal Sect. Master, Guiware hurriedly approached to pay her respects while simultaneously pleading for Yi-chun. Master, please save brother Yi-chun. Tianju raised an eyebrow, surveying the surrounding devastation before his gaze fell upon the gathered individuals. The first to speak were the lackeys, who looked at Yi-chun and reported, "Greetings. Sixth Elder, seeing your brother Ling has perished, and all of this is related to Yi-chun. We were about to capture him to bring him before our master for judgment. Our master is the third elder. Bah, the matter is not yet settled, and you are slandering him. Moreover, it was Ling Fei who entered willingly. He was outmatched and crushed by the unleashed gravity. How can you blame anyone else?" Guiware boldly stepped forward to defend Yi-chun. Hearing these words, Tianju furrowed his brow. Ling Fei was a direct disciple of the elder. Why would he randomly attack Yi-chun? That is because Ling Fei was envious of my close relationship with brother Yi-chun, which prompted him to resort to such despicable tactics. Guiware explained candidly, "Ha. So you mean to say that your brother's incident is also related to you? What does it have to do with me?" "It was clearly his own folly," Guiware retorted. "Enough," Tianju coldly scoffed, halting the argument. "Where is the guard?" "The guard has gone to the inner gate to seek the Sect master," Guchuan replied. "The Sect master has already left the Sect. How could he possibly be found?" Tianju shook his head, then turned to address the crowd. "I believe everyone understands today's events well enough. Let us cease our wild speculations that we shall await the Sect master's return to determine how to proceed, to avoid further complications. You may all disperse, Sixth Elder, while I do not concern myself with the rest. Yi-chun must be taken back to meet the third elder. We need to ascertain what transpired. A simple soul search will reveal the truth." The lackeys remained relentless, determined not to let Yi-chun off the hook. In truth, not only they, but even the others present were filled with doubt. Given the level of explosion that even Ling Fei could not withstand, how could Yi-chun have escaped unscathed? A moment's reflection revealed something amiss. None were fools, and this could not simply be attributed to luck. We need not concern ourselves with your affairs. I shall conduct the investigation personally. If your master harbors any discontent, let him come to me." Tianju spoke expressionlessly, raising a hand to silence them. Regardless, Tianju would not permit these individuals to take Yi-chun to the third elder today. Otherwise, regardless of the truth, the boy would likely lose his life. Moreover, Yi-chun was no longer merely a waste with 4-star talent. He was a promising seed worthy of cultivation. It would be a pity to waste such potential. Additionally, Yi-chun was entangled in Wu Ao's schemes. Should a soul search be conducted, everything he had been planning would undoubtedly be in vain. Sixth Elder, those lackeys clearly remained unwilling to relent, eager to voice their grievances, but Tianju had no intention of granting them that opportunity. "Enough. Today's events conclude here. You should focus on the upcoming hunting tournament, especially you newcomers." At this point, Tianju cast a deliberate glance at the Gu siblings. Having accomplished this, Tianju turned back, waved his sleeve, and directly took Yi-chun with him, soaring into the sky. "Elder, where are we going?" Yi-chun felt a pang of anxiety and weakly inquired. "Someone wishes to see you." Tianju smiled mysteriously, not revealing more. Noticing Yi-chun's intent to ask further, Tianju preemptively spoke. "You will know when we arrive. Before that, I have a few questions that I hope my young friend can clarify." With that, Tianju revealed a knowing smile. Upon hearing this, Yi-chun realized that it was unlikely to be anything good, yet he could no longer conceal the truth, promptly stating, "Is what the elder refers to related to Wu Ao's plan?" "That is merely one aspect. What I am truly curious about is your background." Tianju nodded slightly, neither affirming nor denying Yi-chun's statement. "I have already conveyed everything to my master. Could it be that master has not reported to the elders?" "Yes, but considering the complexities involved, you must be concealing certain truths. The most crucial point is your level of cultivation. To my knowledge, such elixirs should not exist within the Demon Palace." After a brief pause, Tianju continued, "You may have deceived that girl Seacombe, but you cannot deceive me. Even if such an elixir truly exists, it would be impossible for it to appear among the demonic tribe. Elder, what you say is indeed factual, but if you choose not to believe me, there is little I can do." Yi-chun insisted, gritting his teeth to this juncture. He could only proceed resolutely. as the matter of the celestial swallowing cauldron absolutely could not be revealed. Otherwise, who knows what fate awaited him. You are quite stubborn, Tianju remarked, casting a deep glance at him before breaking into a smile and shaking his head, choosing not to dwell further on the matter. As their conversation unfolded, they found themselves in a mountainous region of the Sect, surrounded by swirling mist, where a rich fragrance wafted through the air. That why Chen recognized this aromatic essence as the scent of elixirs. Particularly potent, manifesting as a tangible mist, a gentle inhale brought a refreshing sensation, alleviating his fatigue considerably. This truly is a treasure trove. As they ventured deeper, the mist ahead shimmered with a spectrum of colors, obscured from the outside world, adding an air of mystery to the location. Tianju guided Chen to a gentle descent, halting before a massive stone, upon which were inscribed the three characters, Wayag Valley. To Chen's knowledge, this ought to be a forbidden area of the Sword Immortal Sect. Wayag Valley is home to countless spiritual herbs, each worth a fortune if placed on the market. And many wondrous elixirs lie hidden within, hence the continuous aroma of elixirs. Elder, why have you brought me to this place? Chen queried in astonishment, glancing at the elder beside him. Such locations either indicate a clandestine attempt to concoct elixirs or a plan to silence him. Chen was acutely aware of this. I am merely acting on someone else's behalf. As for the reason, I cannot say, Tianju replied, bowing respectfully towards the valley with a solemn expression. Disciples Tianju, accompanied by Chen, seek an audience. A raspy voice echoed, revealing the speaker's age, yet also a gentleness, suggesting no significant animosity towards him. Why Chen's heart raced with shock, if Tianju referred to himself as a disciple. Could it be that Tianju's master resided within? If so, how ancient must this mysterious figure be? Chapter 34. A bond of brotherhood, each with their own affairs. Master has always been low-key, only venturing in and out of Wayag Valley. Given his standing, he is already equal to the Sect's ancestors. Remember to behave when you enter, Tianju cautioned quietly, concerned that Chen, in his naivety, might act recklessly. The elder hasn't revealed the matter of my spiritual fruit. Has he? Chen thought immediately of this, his mind racing with apprehension upon recognizing the valley's significance. Lower your voice. If Master learns of this, you would be in deep trouble, Tianju warned, his anxiety palpable. Sensing Tianju's tension, Chen felt reassured. Evidently, his secret had yet to be exposed, and it seemed Tianju sought him for other matters. Enough of these wild speculations. Once inside, all will become clear. Tianju concluded, stepping respectfully aside, indicating he did not intend to enter. Chen inhaled deeply, adopting a demeanor of indifference. Having come this far, if these ancient beings intended to target him, there was no escape, leaving him to accept his fate and go with the flow. With a curious spirit, Chen took a step forward, surveying his surroundings. The dense spiritual energy was no wonder for the abundance of celestial herbs. If he could cultivate here, combined with the assistance of his ring, his cultivation would surely flourish. Walking along the path through the valley, Chen suddenly felt a sense of clarity as he approached a serene lakeside, where an elderly man with flowing white hair stood, his youthful visage betraying no hint of age. Yet Chen knew this man must have lived for several centuries. However, what truly astonished him was the figure standing beside the elder. It was none other than Mo Songtian, the head of the scripture pavilion. Furthermore, Mo Songtian's injuries had evidently healed. His presence exuded vigor, contrasting sharply with his previously disheartened demeanor. Yet, what could account for such a drastic transformation in Mo Songtian? Wasn't he merely a worn-out old man when last seen in the scripture pavilion? Ah, young friend, we meet again. Upon spotting Chen, Mo Songtian's smile broadened, revealing gratitude in his eyes. I shall never forget the life-saving grace you bestowed upon me. Allow me to pay my respects. Without hesitation, Mo Songtian clasped his hands and bowed deeply towards Chen. Such a grand gesture caught Chen off guard. He barely had time to intervene before the elder bent his body, nearly kneeling. Mo, this is unnecessary. You are embarrassing me, Chen exclaimed, rushing forward, employing his agility so swiftly that both elders looked on in surprise, though it was merely a fleeting moment, and no need for concern. This is merely what you deserve. Were it not for your medicinal formula, how could I have experienced this rebirth? This bow is rightfully yours. Tsang Tian laughed heartily, showing no concern for societal conventions. In the path of cultivation, it is the capable who prevail. Tsang Tian had spent his life searching for a remedy to his chronic ailment, only for Yi Chen to perceive it at a glance, illustrating the young man's extraordinary talent. Naturally, one must treat their savior with utmost respect, and Tsang Tian regarded this as entirely appropriate. I simply happened upon it. Such an honor is too much for me. And I find myself quite uncomfortable with this. Yi Chen scratched the back of his head, feeling a bit awkward. Upon hearing this, Tsang Tian seemed to ponder for a moment before exclaiming, "Since you say so, how about we become sworn brothers? From now on, we shall address each other as brothers, eliminating the need for excessive formalities." Tsang Tian was forthright, yet Yi Chen was momentarily taken aback, smiling wryly. Please do not jest. I am but a novice. How could I possibly be your brother? You are mistaken. I, Tsang Tian, am always free-spirited. As long as I find someone agreeable, I disregard age and status. Today, we shall forge a bond of brotherhood. Should you ever need assistance, I will brave any danger for you. If anyone dares to mock our bond, they shall answer to the blade in my hand. Tsang Tian's words were imbued with a fierce spirit, perfectly in line with his character, embodying the essence of a man of passion. To be honest, Yi Chen was quite tempted at this point. He desperately needed a means of survival. With Tsang Tian as a backing, he would feel more confident in confronting Wu Ao and the others. Yet he remained unsure of Tsang Tian's current strength and whether it could withstand them. Furthermore, even if Tsang Tian faltered, he had the current sect master of the Sword Immortal sect behind him. Surely the sect master would intervene to protect this fledgling disciple, making it seem plausible that he could walk unimpeded within the sect, unchallenged by anyone. Brother your candidness humbles me. Very well, I shall accept this proposal and embrace this newfound brotherhood. Yi Chen smiled, cupping his hands in a gesture of respect. Splendid. With that, Tsang Tian eagerly stepped forward, his face radiating anticipation. Heaven and earth bear witness. Dan Lao shall attest. I, Tsang Tian, hereby take Yi Chen as my sworn brother. From this day forth, we shall share fortune and adversity, by the sun and moon as our witness. Heaven and earth shall judge. I, Yi Chen, willingly accept the bond of brotherhood with Tsang Tian. We shall share fortune and adversity. Heaven and earth shall judge. Though these were merely two simple statements, to those on the path of cultivation, it was akin to swearing an oath to the heavenly Tao. Should they dare to defy this vow, they would face the wrath of heaven, which could obliterate them in an instant. Once the oath was sworn, there would be no retreat. Thus, treachery or ulterior motives were entirely absent from the equation. Brother Yi, should you ever require assistance within the sect, do not hesitate to seek me out. Also, I have these for you, Tsang Tian said, producing a storage pouch from his pocket and handing it to Yi Chen. Here lie the promised spiritual herbs, along with a token of my sincerity. A total of 50,000 fourth-grade spiritual herbs. Brother Yi, you must accept them. Just moments after receiving the storage bag, Yi Chen felt an unexpected weight in his hands. Astonished by the lavishness of the gift, although he was eager to accept it, he hastily declined, saying, Brother since we have already forged a bond of brotherhood, it is only fitting that I refuse the promised reward. These spiritual herbs are far too precious. I implore you to take them back. However, Tsang Tian was unwilling to concede. Do not speak such nonsense. Even among brothers, we must honor our agreements. You must accept these. And the remainder is simply my heartfelt gesture. If you refuse, it would imply that you look down upon me. Moreover, these fourth-grade herbs are of little use to me now, so if they can aid Brother Yi, it would be a fitting use of resources. With such earnest words from his counterpart, Yi Chen felt that further protest would seem somewhat insincere. Very well, since it is so, I shall graciously accept it. With that, Yi Chen accepted the spiritual herbs with an air of generosity, his heart brimming with joy, nearly bursting into laughter before those present. After being impoverished for so long, he finally had a chance to experience wealth. Chapter 35. Severing the Nascent Soul. Reconstructing the Spiritual Seed. Brother Yi, I never imagined that at such a young age, you would possess such remarkable alchemical skills. The formula you provided left even Elder Dan astounded. After a brief pause, Tian continued, his smile even broader than before. These words. Yi Chun, filled with happiness, recalled that Elder Dan was also standing nearby. Someone whom even Elder Lu Tianju held in high esteem as a master. A figure of his ancestral generation. Disciple Yi Chun pays respects to Elder Dan. Yi Chun quickly offered a respectful bow, though he was somewhat surprised to discover that Elder Dan's cultivation was merely at the nascent soul stage. Do not be anxious, young friend Yi. Did you notice anything unusual about me just now? Seemingly detecting Yi Chen's gaze, Elder Dan spoke in a calm, measured tone. Yi Chen realized his attempts to remain discreet had failed. The old man's spiritual perception was truly formidable. I am but a dullard. Unable to discern the nuances, Yi Chun hastily chuckled, concealing his true thoughts. You are too modest, young friend. I have lived for over 1,000 years. And my simplicity is due to my own afflictions. Since Elder Dan had summoned Yi Chun, he intended to be forthright. Speaking candidly that a few days ago, I was astounded by the formula you provided to Tian, and I have greatly benefited from it, hoping it might alleviate my ailments. However, my skills are insufficient to replicate the method, and I dare not risk my frail body, which is why I have taken the liberty to invite you for a discussion. Elder Dan, may I inquire about the origins of these ailments? After a moment of contemplation, Yi Chun finally asked. That is a tale from millennium ago. Elder Dan's gaze turned nostalgic. It turned out that the sect was not originally called the Sword Immortal Sect, but rather the Sword Immortal Holy Church. At that time, the Holy Church was teeming with talent, boasting 5 celestial beings who held dominion over the realm. However, due to a cataclysmic battle 1,000 years prior, not only were the celestial beings annihilated, but the once mighty Holy Church was reduced to a mere 2 survivors, one of whom was Elder Dan in an effort to revive the sect and continue its legacy. The 2 of them re-established the Sword Immortal Sect, leading to the present-day organization. Yet, Elder Dan had suffered severe injuries, causing his foundational cultivation to become unstable, leaving him stagnant for life. He barely managed to reach the Mahayana stage through the use of elixirs. But this became the root of his troubles, culminating in a fateful day. On that day, the hidden injuries within me erupted, causing a chain reaction that led to a rapid decline in my cultivation, reducing me to the nascent soul stage. For the past century, I've sought countless remedies, but all have been in vain. The reminiscence in Elder Dan's eyes was palpable, and Yi Chun could discern the bitterness in his tone. Originally, he had aimed to avenge the sect and restore the Sword Immortal Sect. Yet he found himself relegated to a life of mediocrity. Who could accept such a fate? Elder Dan, this could be a consequence of your excessive ambition, which has hindered you from overcoming your inner demons, Yi Chun suggested. Indeed, I have contemplated this possibility, but the greater issue lies in my over-reliance on elixirs, resulting in a buildup of poison, which led to my current predicament. Upon hearing this, Yi Chun nodded. An overdependence on elixirs, coupled with the eruption of inner demons, would naturally result in a backlash. However, considering your cultivation level, this process must have been exceedingly protracted, aligning with your current situation. These reflections were drawn from the Tai Divine Needle record, and Yi Chun was merely echoing its wisdom. Might I inquire about your insights, young friend? With the conversation having reached this juncture, Elder Dan naturally sought a solution. Now, Elder Dan's body was already corroded by elixir poison, and given the passage of time, even his nascent soul was affected, leading to a decline in his power and a deepening of the poison. Yi Chen's expression turned serious, his brows furrowing involuntarily. This situation was indeed too precarious. Nevertheless, the Tai Divine Needle record did offer potential remedies. Young friend, do not hesitate to speak. Elder Dan smiled, a flicker of hope igniting within him. Yi Chun had become his last hope. If even this prodigious talent could not succeed, Elder Dan would be left to spend his remaining years in quietude, ultimately passing away in this place. Sever the nascent soul, reconstruct the spiritual sea. Yi Chun pronounced each word with clarity, As his voice fell, silence enveloped the surroundings. Even Elder Dan, with his vast experience, could not help but gasp in astonishment. It is well known that the spiritual sea is fundamental to cultivation, and the nascent soul arises from this very S. If you sever, it would be tantamount to rendering oneself powerless. Moreover, if the nascent soul is destroyed, one cannot continue to cultivate. How could there be talk of reconstruction? Elder Dan, if all old ailments cannot be eradicated, then even if one were to ascend to the Mahayana stage again, the outcome would merely mirror past failures. As the saying goes, no destruction, no creation. Only through severance can one be reborn anew. It is only by resolutely severing the old that one can embrace a new life. Chen perceived Elder Dan's doubts and explained at a measured pace. But how is one to reconstruct the spiritual sea? In Elder Dan's understanding, the spiritual sea had accompanied every cultivator since their very first step on the path. This was the first time he had heard of the possibility of reconstructing it. Young man, do you intend to use the Black Cauldron to reconstruct this old fellow's spiritual sea? At that moment, a voice echoed in his mind, the voice of the swallowing Immortal Cauldron. Indeed, the Black Cauldron possessed such capabilities. But to reconstruct the spiritual sea of a former Mahayana master would require more strength than Chen currently possessed. I understand that my current level is insufficient, but are there alternative methods? Chen inquired of the swallowing Immortal Cauldron, for if it had spoken, it must have devised a strategy. You rascal, your calculations are astute. The swallowing Immortal Cauldron nearly laughed in exasperation, but nonetheless responded truthfully. It is not entirely impossible. If two Dongshu realm experts were to assist, transmitting the purest spiritual energy to you and activating the Black Cauldron, there would still be a chance of success. This. Chen nodded, refocusing his attention on Elder Dan. Rest assured. Elder Dan, I have a plan for reconstructing the spiritual sea. However, I will require the cooperation of two Dongshu realm experts to proceed. Dongshu experts? Elder Dan's brows furrowed. The Dongshu realm is only a step below the Mahayana stage. Characterized by formidable strength, currently, throughout the sect, there were likely no more than a handful. However, most of these powerful individuals were away and would not return anytime soon. There was, however, one Mahayana expert, the current sect leader of the Sword Immortal sect. Yet, to aid Sangtian, they had already sacrificed a drop of heart's blood and were now in closed-door cultivation. Wait a moment. I am now fully healed, and my cultivation has been restored. I am at half a step into Dongshu. Shouldn't I count as one? Sangtian turned to inquire of Chen. However, upon hearing this, Chen shook his head. Even two peak Dongshu experts might not guarantee success, let alone just a half-step Dongshu. How about this? Brother Mo, you should enter closed-door cultivation first, striving to break through to the Dongshu realm, and then wait for the sect leader to emerge. With the assistance of this Mahayana expert, the likelihood of success in the reconstruction will be greatly enhanced. After a moment's contemplation, Chen proposed a compromise. Very well, give me 1 month. I shall attain the Dongshu realm within that time. Chapter 36. Am I not composed enough at this moment? After recovering from his injuries, Sangtian felt an inexhaustible energy within him and had long considered entering closed-door cultivation. His innate talent was already considerable. After being suppressed for so many years, he would soon experience a surge in growth. Seizing this opportunity, he may well achieve a breakthrough into the Dongshu realm. Haha, splendid. I shall await your good news. Though uncertain if Chen's plan would indeed succeed, Elder Dan finally felt a glimmer of hope and spoke with a smile that by the way. Brother Yi, I must ask you to keep today's matters confidential. I do not wish for this news to reach the outside world, especially not to those sycophants of the Lingzhou royal family. Once everything was settled, Sangtian turned to Chen and said, Brother Imo, have you had some past grievances with the Lingzhou royal family? Chen was filled with perplexity. Indeed, there is no enmity that cannot be endured. The ailments that plague my body are a result of their malevolence. As he spoke these words, the eyes of Sangtian were evidently ablaze with fury. In the past, the royal family of Lingzhou, in their quest for power, did not hesitate to ally with the demon race to encroach upon the territory of the Sword Immortal sect. And it was during that cataclysmic battle that Sangtian sustained his injuries. The lands of the Sword Immortal sect were hard-won by the previous generation through sheer determination, and just recently, those rogues have begun to stir once more. The forefront of this audacity is the Zhenwu Academy, forged by the Lingzhou royal family in conjunction with various powers. Not long ago, the Zhenwu Academy sent a challenge under the guise of sparring. But their true intent was to probe the depths of the Sword Immortal sect's strength. Should the Sword Immortal sect prove unable to defend itself, they would undoubtedly launch a full-scale invasion. The might of the Zhenwu Academy is comparable to that of the Sword Immortal sect, and they even hold the upper hand. These ruffians are emboldened by their affiliation with the Academy. Elder Dan began to elucidate. Over the past 2 centuries, the Zhenwu Academy has persistently issued challenges to various sects under the pretext of sparring, and they have coerced many into submission through sheer force. Those of lesser strength have no choice but to yield, while those slightly stronger may choose subservience to retain a vestige of their lineage. Indeed, at present, I must not reveal too much too soon. This is also to preserve a trump card for the sect. For now, we can only act according to the circumstances. Sangtian interjected. Enough, Brother Yi. I shall retreat to seclusion for cultivation. We shall meet again in a month. Before his words had fully dissipated, he soared towards the depths of Uyghur. Wei Chen opened his mouth, but ultimately refrained from speaking. He had intended to broach the subject of Ling Fei's demise and seek Sangtian's assistance in confronting the third elder. Young friend Yi, is there something amiss? Elder Dan inquired. Are you aware of the collusion between the third elder and the fourth elder with Wu Ao and the demon race? Yi Chen probed tentatively. Tianzhu has mentioned this matter to me, yet he currently lacks concrete evidence and is wary of making hasty conclusions. Elder Dan nodded in response, of course. I have no authority to intervene in such matters. I trust that once the sect leader emerges from seclusion, a thorough investigation will ensue. Very well. In that case, I shall take my leave. Yi Chen opted not to elaborate further. In truth, he had contemplated requesting Elder Dan to allow him to stay temporarily in Wiagu. But he ultimately dismissed the idea, for the timing was not yet ripe. Wait, young friend Yi, should anyone in the sect trouble you, present this token. It will ensure your safety. Elder Dan then produced a palm-sized insignia from his waist and handed it to Yi Chen with a smile. The insignia bore the clear inscription of Danzu. Evidently, Elder Dan had sensed certain abnormalities and, as a precaution, entrusted such a precious token to Yi Chen. Thank you, Elder Dan. Yi Chen expressed his gratitude with a bow. Secretly elated, he then departed from Wiagu. What did Elder Dan want with you? Upon Yi Chen's emergence, Tianzhu promptly approached and asked, I believe I just heard Elder Mo's voice. What did he say? It was evident that Tianzhu was unaware that Sangtian's injuries had improved. It pertains to Wu Ao and the others. Yi Chen sighed, shaking his head. They merely wish to ascertain how I came by this information. Upon hearing this, Tianzhu nodded, refraining from further inquiries, for Elder Dan had evidently intended to keep certain matters to himself, and thus there was no need for him to pry. Rest assured, in the coming period, focus all your efforts on preparing for the hunting tournament. It would be best to secure a commendable standing, as it will aid the sect. Tianzhu reiterated that Yi Chen understood that he was referring to the forthcoming sparring session with Zhenwu Academy. The disciples of the Sword Immortal sect had long since lost their former glory. While their numbers were considerable, the quality was indeed concerning. The young generation capable of standing out was scarcely more than a handful. According to Sangtian, Ling Fei, who had perished at Yi Chen's hands, was one of them, and he was notably a disciple of a human trafficker. The already limited top-tier combat strength had now diminished further, exacerbating the sect's plight. Tianzhu, recognizing the terrifying potential within Yi Chen, had offered this reminder, and in times of necessity, he might even extend a helping hand, albeit solely in matters of cultivation. Enough, it has already been a considerable time since you left. The distance to your north peak is not far. You should return now. After imparting this instruction, Tianzhu took flight, vanishing into the mist. He had to return to address the mess left in Yi Chen's wake. For the death of a beloved disciple of an elder was no trivial matter. Watching the sixth elder's retreating figure, Yi Chen let out a gentle sigh, never anticipating that matters would become so convoluted. Initially, he had merely sought to repay a favor owed to Guyuer. However, contemplating further was futile. It was inconceivable to place the blame on Guyuer, and the only ones to fault were those unfortunate souls who insisted on troubling him. Resolving not to squander time on such vexations, Chen shook his head and returned to the central area, where he spent spirit stones to procure a considerable quantity of fine wine, which he stored within his spiritual ring before leisurely making his way back to the North Peak. Meanwhile, in the inner Sect's law enforcement hall, the third elder, Yin, upon hearing the news of Ling Fei's demise, immediately brought along his witness and attendant, Su Hui, straight to the law enforcement hall. As numerous elders gathered, they could not help but frown at the sight of Yin's darkened countenance, reminiscent of a charred bottom of a pot. Ling Fei, as Yin's most favored disciple, had been nurtured with great care, and the inexplicable nature of his death left him unable to swallow this bitter pill. Third, the situation has yet to be clarified. Remain calm. It might merely be an accident. After all, life and death are fated, and wealth and nobility lie in the hands of heaven. None wish to witness such tragedies, the Grand Elder advised solemnly, for he was the only one who could speak with authority in this moment. However, Yin was in no mood to listen. His anger was palpable, threatening to spill over. Calm. Am I not sufficiently calm already? The death of his favored disciple was already a considerable blow. That he should be advised to remain calm was an affront. The demise of your favored disciple was indeed due to the reckless use of spiritual power, resulting in uncontrollable gravitational forces within the room, ultimately leading to an explosion. The current evidence supports this as an accidental occurrence. The Grand Elder furrowed his brow, but felt compelled to speak. For every matter must be substantiated by evidence. Even as the Grand Elder, he could not arbitrarily assign guilt without justification. Presently, all evidence indicated that Ling Fei had succumbed to an accident. Esteemed elders, had that brat not interfered, Senior Brother Ling would undoubtedly still be alive. Moreover, if the explosion was beyond even Senior Brother's endurance, how could that waste of space possibly withstand it? Is it not evident how suspicious this is? Su Hui, as Ling Fei's attendant and an eyewitness, interjected even before the elders could finish their discourse. You two have labeled him a waste of space. Does that mean Ling Fei could not even handle a mere waste, and was thus ambushed within? Spoke the second elder, his voice laced with disdain and derision. Should such rumors circulate, it would surely tarnish someone's reputation. Upon hearing this, Su Hui was rendered speechless, as the logic rang true. At present, we should focus on the selection of disciples for the hunting tournament. To prepare the sect for the impending confrontation with Zhenwu Academy, that we must select a sufficient number of outstanding disciples. Otherwise, the sect faces dire straits, the second elder added. While disciples like Su Hui might be oblivious, Yin was acutely aware of the stakes, and his expression darkened further. So, are we to accept that Ling Fei met such an untimely end without resolution? Yin clearly rejected the opinions of the other elders. His singular focus was vengeance for Ling Fei, and he yearned to personally eliminate Yi Chen. Since Yi Chen's arrival, everything Yin had planned had gone awry, and much of it could be traced back to him. Yin was eager to rid himself of Yi Chen at the earliest opportunity. And what of it? The Grand Elder countered, his patience wearing thin. At this juncture, it is evident that Ling Fei sought to bully the weak and was ultimately outmaneuvered. By all accounts, this is entirely his own doing. Do not further trouble yourself with this matter. Once the sect leader emerges from seclusion, he will certainly provide you with an explanation, the Grand Elder concluded. Upon hearing this, Yin's expression darkened even more. With the Grand Elder's words, the other elders fell silent. He found himself at a loss for rebuttal. Yet, how could Yin accept this? Grand Elder, even if I, as the master, have no objections, well, the Ling clan. Ling Fei perished within our Sword Immortal Sect's refinement hall. Should there be no accountability, the Ling clan's retribution will surely befall us, and our sect will not emerge unscathed. Hein had long been prepared with a contingency plan. Now that the situation had escalated, he unveiled his trump card. This incident originated from Guyuer, who is also of royal lineage. We are unable to act against her, but the Ling family must provide an explanation. Therefore, my suggestion is to find a suitable candidate to fill this vacancy. Though it sounds noble, in reality, it is merely a search for a scapegoat. Upon hearing this, Tianju, standing behind the numerous elders, could not help but curl his lip in disdain at so. What do you propose we do? The Grand Elder furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before inquiring. Capture Yi Chun and hand him over to the Ling family for their judgment. He is the one directly involved in this matter. If blame is to be assigned, it should fall on him for being blind to the situation. Absolutely not. This matter has nothing to do with Yi Chun. To apprehend someone without cause is utterly inappropriate. Tianju was the first to voice his opposition. Setting aside Yi Chun's prodigious talent, the mere fact that Dan Lao summoned him warrants utmost caution. However, it seems Dan Lao wishes to keep this matter under wraps. So Tianju could not reveal the truth immediately and had to adopt another approach. Without cause. At that time, he was present along with Ling Fei, and ultimately he survived at D. Oh, you truly believe this is unrelated? You should consult the Ling family and see if they agree. Hein scoffed, as if he had anticipated Tianju would rise to obstructing that moment. Tianju found himself at a loss for a rebuttal. After all, the matter concerning Dan Lao could not be disclosed, and Yi Chun was diligently concealing his talents. If he were to expose this now, it would likely bring considerable trouble upon him. Ultimately, Tianju could only let out a gentle sigh, refraining from further opposition. After a lengthy excursion, Yi Chun had filled his spiritual ring to a considerable extent, though the spiritual stones borrowed from Guyuer were now dwindling. Soon he adeptly returned to the gates of the northern peak, only to find a throng of people awaiting his arrival, in addition to the northern peak's leader, Sikong Yenyu, and a multitude of disciples. Yi Chun also spotted a familiar figure, Su Hui, the attendant who had once been by Ling Fei's side. As he drew nearer, the silhouettes accompanying Su Hui became increasingly distinct. 3 elderly men, each bearing solemn expressions, fixed their gazes upon Yi Chun. I never imagined that a mere waste like you would warrant the presence of 3 elders waiting here. Su Hui sneered coldly. The newcomers were none other than the Grand Elder. The second elder and the third elder, Yi Chun promptly approached them, respectfully performing the customary greeting before asking, "May I inquire why the esteemed elders seek me?" Yi Chun, your audacity knows no bounds. You have only just entered the sect, and yet you have already caused Ling Fei's demise. If you wish to court death, that is your prerogative, but why implicate the Northern Peak? Before the elders could speak, the Northern Peak's senior disciple, Li Wei, could no longer contain himself and shouted angrily, "You have caused a death and yet have the gall to return. Do you truly believe you can evade the consequences?" Not only Li Wei, but the other disciples of the Northern Peak also regarded Yi Chun with hostile expressions. The news of Ling Fei's death at Yi Chun's hands had swiftly spread, first within the Northern Peak, and it would not be long before disciples from other sects were also informed. At this moment, Sikong Yenyu did not glance at the 3 elders. Instead, her attention remained solely on Yi Chun. Her brow furrowed with concern. The path of cultivation is fraught with peril, and the occasional loss of a disciple is not uncommon. However, Sikong Yenyu could not fathom why Yi Chun would dare provoke Ling Fei. Tianju, standing at the edge of the crowd, could only let out a soft sigh, realizing that the situation had escalated beyond his control. Even if he wished to plead for Yi Chun, he found himself powerless to do so. Moreover, the third elder, Hain's reasoning was exceedingly sound. Within the enforcement hall, no one could refute it. Today, it seemed that Yi Chun was truly doomed. "What? Are you all here to take me back to confess my guilt?" Yi Chun's gaze swept across the assembly, finally landing on Hain. Ling Fei was his disciple, and it was undoubtedly Hain who had taken the lead in seeking trouble today, as others would not waste their time on a newcomer like him. The facts are laid bare before you. What more is there to say? Comply and return with us to confess. Perhaps you may receive leniency. Otherwise, you shall find yourself on a path to ruin. Hain declared coldly, "Forgive my bluntness, but you shall not take me today." Yi Chun remained remarkably composed, his eyes betraying no hint of excessive emotion. It was as if everything unfolding before him were the concerns of a mere bystander. You shall regret this insolence. Chapter 38. Dare to lay a hand on me, and I shall lie here. Seeing Yi Chen's audacity, Su Hui could no longer contain himself. He took swift strides forward, leaping to seize Yi Chen's wrist. If Yi Chen was unwilling to leave willingly, then he would be subdued and forcibly taken back. If a single hair on my head is harmed today, you shall lose a leg. Open your eyes and behold what this is. Yi Chen brandished the token from his waist, the very one bestowed upon him by Dan Lao within the Wiaga. Is that the Dan ancestor's token? How could he possess it? The Grand Elder was the first to react, and his words ignited shock among the crowd. The expressions of those present shifted to one of bewilderment, particularly among the elders, whose faces fluctuated between various emotions upon seeing the Dan Lao token in Yi Chen's hand. Disciple pays respects to Dan Lao. Pays respects to Dan Lao. In the blink of an eye, two of the elders clasped their fists and bowed to Yi Chen, even going so far as to kneel before him, performing 3 bows and 9 prostrations. The Dan ancestor's token was a symbol that only the founding figure, Dan Lao, possessed. To behold the token was akin to meeting the man himself. The residual aura emanating from the token was vast and formidable, unmistakably belonging to the Dan ancestor. It could not be fabricated. Even the current sect leader would be compelled to bow in reverence upon encountering this token, let alone these elders. With 2 elders leading the way, the others, despite their reluctance, were compelled to kneel as well. And the disciples followed suit, suddenly subdued. Ain had intended to retort, but before he could utter a word, Yi Chen interrupted him. Third elder, it seems you hold the Dan ancestor's token in low regard. Or do you simply not regard the esteemed Dan ancestor at all? What is your true intention? Yi Chen's words were sharp and precise. With such a heavy accusation, even if Hein wished to counter, he could only kneel obediently and bow his head. After the Grand Elder completed the bowing ritual, he turned back, his eyes filled with confusion as he inquired, Yi Chen, have you ever met the Dan ancestor? It is known that the Dan ancestor rarely ventured into the depths of Wiago. Not to mention others, even the Grand Elder had not seen him in nearly a century. The Grand Elder had always held the Dan ancestor in high esteem. Even to catch a glimpse of him had never been an opportunity afforded to him. Yet Yi Chen possessed the Dan ancestor's token, stirring a complex mix of emotions within him. Yes, I am but a young disciple, lacking in virtue. Even if I admit it, you would likely not believe me. The words of the 6th elder should hold some weight, no? As he spoke, Yi Chen turned to look at the 6th elder, Tianju, with an understanding nod. Tianju, who had been observing from the side, finally nodded in affirmation. Indeed, it was I who took him to meet the Dan ancestor. The Dan ancestor personally requested to see him. The latter part of Tianju's statement emphasized the Dan ancestor's direct involvement, intending to dispel any lingering doubts regarding Yi Chen. Regardless of the Dan ancestor's intentions, the current Yi Chen was not someone they could easily manipulate. Impossible. He is merely a waste with a talent level of 4. Why would the Dan ancestor summon him? Su Hui was evidently the first to express disbelief and stood up to refute this claim. However, before he could finish speaking, a resounding slap echoed through the air as Yi Chen struck him across the face without hesitation. The speed was so swift that even Su Hui, at the first foundation stage, had no time to react. Although Yi Chen had not exerted much force, the slap was unexpectedly loud, causing everyone present to momentarily lose their composure. After a brief pause, Su Hui regained his senses, his face a mixture of shock and fury. How dare you strike me? As he spoke, Su Hui unleashed a torrent of formidable spiritual power, the terrifying strength of the first foundation stage surging forth in an instant. Having assumed that Yi Chen was merely a newcomer, Su Hui believed he could easily overpower him. Yet to his surprise, Yi Chen remained unfazed. Raising the token in his hand, Yi Chen declared, "If you dare to lay a finger on me today, I shall lie here and await the Dan ancestor's judgment." At that moment, Yi Chen exuded an air of defiance, as if he were inviting confrontation with the words "come at me," practically written across his face. Yet, Su Hui hesitated. Before fully understanding the origin of the token, he, a mere Sect disciple, dared not provoke the Dan ancestor, even if it was simply a token. You waste of space, do not get too cocky. Thinking that holding the Dan ancestor's token grants you the right to act recklessly within the sect. Su Hui nearly shattered his teeth, but ultimately had no choice but to swallow this silent grievance. Boy, I shall see whether this token can truly protect you. At that moment, He Yin spoke, his gaze ablaze with fury, eager to strike down Yi Chun on the spot. Yet he refrained, should the boy perish and turn out to be someone of significance to Danzu. His own fate would be sealed. Nevertheless, capturing the boy and sparing his life would allow him to bear the brunt of any blame from Danzu, easily rectified by a mere apology. He Yin could hardly believe that with his status as the third elder and his prowess in the harmonization realm, he could be outmatched by a mere Yi Chun. Enough, the Grand Elder could no longer tolerate the scene. Speaking sharply and casting a fierce glare at He Yin as the third elder of the sect, he should possess a measure of composure. Yet here he was, so easily blinded by rage. What a disgrace. However, such admonishments would not be delivered before this assembly. The Grand Elder would save that for later. He then turned his attention to Tianzhu, inquiring, "What business does Danzu have with you?" "I do not know. As disciples, we dare not pry into Danzu's affairs," Tianzhu replied, shaking his head, stating nothing but the truth, especially since Yi Chun had not voluntarily divulged anything to Ti that moment. Yi Chun finally spoke. "Danzu summoned me merely to recruit me as a medicine boy. However, I have grown accustomed to my carefree life, which is why I declined." Upon hearing this, the crowd was taken aback. Disbelief etched upon their faces, setting aside Danzu's reclusive nature. Merely the fact that Yi Chun had rejected such an offer was utterly absurd. This was an unparalleled opportunity to rise within the ranks of the Sword Immortal. Danzu, a figure whose status surpassed even that of the Sect Master, was offering a position that, in certain respects, placed one on par with the current Sect Master. How could Yi Chun so easily refuse such a chance? Nonsense. Even if Danzu were seeking a medicine boy, it would be impossible for him to consider someone as insignificant as Yi Chun. Su Hui voiced his opposition loudly. The onlookers nodded in agreement, expressing their shared sentiments. "Nonsense. Yi Chun, do you not fear that your boastful words may lead to your downfall?" Ling Fei asserted. "The death of Ling Fei is undoubtedly tied to you, today, regardless of what you possess. I must subdue you first, whether true or false. I shall clarify your innocence once I uncover the truth." He Yin glared, his patience waning, disregarding the consequences as he resolved to capture Yi Chun before the situation spiraled further out of control. However, before he could act, a voice imbued with authority descended from above, a wave of overwhelming spiritual pressure instantly enveloping He Yin. His body, once poised for action, now felt as though it were sealed. Rendered immobile. "He Yin, do you intend to turn the entire Sword Immortal sect upside down while I am away?" Chapter 39. Are you instructing me? The voice belonged to the Sect Master. Upon hearing this familiar tone, all present immediately bowed, including the Grand Elder. "We humbly welcome the Sect Master." Even He Yin was compelled to grit his teeth and lower his head, not daring to show any sign of defiance. "Sect Master, forgive me. That was not my intention. That I am aware that Ling Fei's demise was due to his own lack of strength, breaching the rules of the Body Refinement Hall, leading to the chaos of spiritual energy and his subsequent self-destruction. This matter is settled. Should anyone persist in their grievances, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." Yet, He Yin remained obstinate, hastily retorting, "The Ling clan will not let this matter rest if we do not provide them with an explanation. It may jeopardize our relations." He spoke with a veneer of righteousness, believing it might sway the Sect Master. "Are you instructing me?" The Sect Master's voice rang out once more, this time laced with anger. Clearly displeased with He Yin, "I would not dare." He Yin quickly lowered his head, clasping his fists in a gesture of submission. Yet internally, he seethed, harboring an ever-deepening resentment toward Yi Chun. "Enough. This matter ends here. I shall provide an explanation to the Ling family. Your primary focus now is the upcoming hunting competition. Put aside all else." With those words, the matter was effectively concluded. Any further insistence on the subject could very well lead to dire consequences. The Sect Master was a formidable figure, a current powerhouse of the Sword Immortal sect. "We respectfully bid farewell to the Sect Master." The Grand Elder promptly led the others in bowing, and once the Sect Master's presence receded, a collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd. "Disperse, return, and prepare for the hunting competition. Details regarding rewards and rules will be announced at the Sect Square. Everyone, put in your best efforts. Yes, with the Grand Elder's directive, the crowd began to disperse. As the number of people dwindled, Su Hui too prepared to leave, though he did not forget to cast a threatening glare at Yichun, his eyes brimming with menace. Boy, pray that we do not cross paths in this competition. Thus, an enmity had been firmly established between the two. Should the opportunity arise, they would surely devise ways to eliminate one another. Though unwilling, Heiyin glanced at Yichun before turning to depart. What did Dan Zhu want with you? Once the crowd had dispersed, his roommate Xiao Luo approached Yichun, pulling him aside. Who would have thought that Zhao Sanpao, from their dormitory, had been selected by the Peak Master to become a direct disciple, while Yichun had caught Dan Zhu's attention. Yet here he was, left as an ordinary person, along with Xiao Luo. Their senior brotherly Wei, sister Yin Luyu, and Zhao Sanpao gathered around, all curious about what had transpired. I just mentioned it earlier. He merely sought a medicine boy and happened to choose me. But I did not wish to toil in the garden, so I declined a S for this token. It was likely given to me in an attempt to retain my presence, Yichun stated earnestly, even as the others struggled to discern the truth from his expression. However, his explanation fell off, as if even a fool would not believe it. If it were me, I would have certainly accepted the position of medicine boy. Zhao Sanpao replied, speaking with unexpected resolve, even humorously regarding Yichun. Why, Yichun, I never expected you to be so foolish as to refuse such a golden opportunity, Xiao Luo remarked in disbelief. Shaking his head as he departed, I must distance myself from you two fools. Otherwise, I too shall be assimilated. Enough. Everyone disperse and prepare diligently for the hunting competition that I look forward to your performances. Spoke Sikong Yinyu, who after imparting a few more instructions, turned to leave. In truth, Sikong Yinyu harbored her own doubts regarding Yichun and wished to clarify matters, yet ultimately chose to let it be. Setting aside whether she ought to know, the words Yichun uttered were likely fabricated from start to finish. If that were the case, why should she subject herself to unnecessary embarrassment? As night fell and silence enveloped the surroundings, Yichun, as was his custom, settled onto his bed to enter a state of cultivation, swiftly directing his consciousness back to the sealed door. He did not rush to awaken the two deities, but first regulated his breath, pouring all the prepared medicinal materials into the black cauldron. With the miraculous efficacy of this alchemical furnace, he refined all the spiritual herbs, yielding a single, pure essence of spiritual liquid, due to the absence of any intermediary processes. This essence had not transformed into pills, but remained as pure energy. Wai Yichun could distinctly sense that this spiritual liquid contained even more energy than the combined total of the original herbs. The Black Cauldron was indeed a remarkable treasure. The pills produced from it would likely surpass the quality of the originals, and the success rate would significantly increase, even functioning autonomously without his intervention. Such a treasure, if word got out, would surely incite fierce competition among many. It has been ages since I have encountered such a concentrated and pure essence of energy. The elder guarding the first stone door approached, a grin on his face, clearly salivating at the sight. My lord, may I be granted this essence. With it, I can at least sustain my current foundation. My primal fire would not extinguish at a moment's notice. Before the elder could speak, the second guardian, Wang Yu, interjected. Wang Yu, that is rather ungracious. One must adhere to the principle of first come, first served. That I discovered this first, the elder retorted, his displeasure evident. Tian Tsung, your current condition should allow you to endure for several decades. Look at me. Without the spiritual liquid, I might not survive 3 more years. Wang Yu hastily remarked, his tone tinged with urgency, clearly demonstrating his fervent desire for the spiritual liquid. Such pure energy holds immense benefits for both cultivation and the physical body. So it is no wonder they are vying for it. Young friend, pay him no heed. This old fellow merely seeks to elicit sympathy by playing the victim. He is quite well off, and sustaining himself for another decade or so is not an issue. Young friend, simply hand over the spiritual liquid to me. Tian Tsong, disinterested in reasoning with Wang Yu, turned directly to Yichun. After all, Neither of them could leave the seal at present, and their only chance to acquire the spiritual liquid rested with Chen. Master, if you grant me the spiritual liquid, I can impart to you a set of boxing techniques. Once mastered, you will effortlessly crush opponents of the same tier and defeat those above your level. Wang Yu urgently insisted, even resorting to the allure of martial arts. Wang Yu, you are shameless. Is it merely a matter of some spiritual liquid? Must you resort to thievery? And do not presume that you alone possess the legacy of martial arts. Do you truly believe I lack one? Observing Wang Yu's willingness to barter his legacy for the spiritual liquid, Tian Song was genuinely taken aback, feeling a mix of astonishment and ire. Tian Song, you are blissfully unaware of the plight of the starving man. I am on the verge of collapse. What use is it to cling to these legacies? Wang Yu retorted defiantly, for his condition was indeed worse than Tian Song's. If he could obtain the spiritual liquid, it would at least prolong his life. Tian Song, we have known each other for ages. I implore you to show some mercy this time. With that, Wang Yu even played the emotional card. Who does not face their own trials? It is only fair that we adhere to the order of precedence. If you arrive too late and miss out on the spiritual liquid, that is your fate. Do you intend to defy destiny? Tian Song stood firm, for as heavenly beings, were they not the very ones who opposed fate itself? His words were intended to silence Wang Yu. The spiritual liquid rightfully belonged to the master. He could bestow it upon whomever he pleased, and there was no inscription of your name upon it. And on witnessing Tian Song's obstinacy, Wang Yu grew weary of politeness and spoke coldly. You too, Chen, who had been silently observing, could no longer bear the squabbling of these two ancient beings, likely both over 10,000 years old, bickering like children. After listening for quite some time, his ears nearly became calloused. This is mine to seek and successfully refine. How about we split it equally? He proposed, not waiting for their response, as he divided the spiritual liquid in two and presented it before the two seals. Looking at the half portion of the spiritual liquid before them, both Wang Yu and Tian Song felt a twinge of embarrassment. How had they not thought of such an equitable division? After so many years, they lacked even this measure of generosity, and it seemed a fledgling like Chen had outdone them. Indeed, my young friend speaks the truth. We have been selfish, Wang Yu admitted graciously. Feeling no shame. Yes, what is there to fight over when we are both trapped here like decrepit old men? Tian Song chuckled, suddenly gaining a new perspective. However, neither wasted time, and both quickly consumed their share of the spiritual liquid. At such a moment, survival was the paramount concern. If they were to lose their lives, what good would pride serve? As the spiritual liquid coursed through their bodies, the forms of the two heavenly beings solidified significantly. Though Wang Yu still lagged slightly behind Tian Kong, this was due to his more severe injuries and a later awakening, resulting in greater energy depletion. Chen remained silent, quietly cultivating until both heavenly beings had regained their composure. At which point he produced some fine wine he had prepared earlier. This wine had cost him a considerable number of spiritual stones, but he felt no reluctance in offering it to Wang Yu. Senior, here is the wine you requested. Do tell me if it pleases your palate. Accepting the storage pouch containing the wine, Wang Yu did not hesitate, pouring himself a generous amount and drinking heartily. After downing half the flask, he exclaimed with delight, "What a pleasure! Truly exhilarating! It has been ages since I enjoyed such a drink." The combination of fine wine and the earlier spiritual liquid had remarkably aided in Wang Yu's recovery. Chen could even perceive a faint golden glow emanating from him, a sign of healing. After the final sip, Wang Yu made every effort to waste not a single drop, nearly licking the flask clean. Watching this scene, Chen felt a pang of sorrow. Here was a dignified heavenly being, a supreme entity in his own realm, reduced to such lengths for a mere flask of wine. Fortunately, Wang Yu appeared unfazed by this. And after finishing the flask, he turned his gaze to Chen. After scrutinizing him, he expressed surprise. "Not bad. You've already inscribed 3 runes, and the 4th is nearly within reach. Your talent as a master is nothing short of astonishing." Senior, I have a question. Is there a correlation between the realm of body tempering and the realm of spiritual power, or perhaps a connection? After experiencing body tempering and feeling his physique grow stronger, the sensation of power intoxicated Chen, intensifying his interest in body tempering. Currently, he was at the foundation establishment stage, merely cultivating at the second realm. If this were to hinder his progress in body tempering, he would need to plan accordingly. No, the two complement each other, but do not restrict one another. Even if you master one to its pinnacle before pursuing the other, it is certainly achievable. However, the difficulty of body cultivation increases exponentially in later stages, often far more so than spiritual power. Yet the benefits are equally evident. Each breakthrough in a realm will yield significant advancements in your strength. However, it is still early to discuss this. When you eventually reach those realms, you will understand naturally. Fear not and cultivate boldly. You must have heard the term, the flesh becomes sacred. It is not merely a phrase. Wang Yu patiently elucidated Yi Chen's doubts. Why Yi Chen listened attentively, eager to absorb every word and punctuation mark. This was the guidance of an ancient master, and if he could grasp the true essence within, it would undoubtedly pave a smooth path for his future cultivation. Senior, regarding the boxing techniques you mentioned earlier, Yi Chen suddenly recalled something and spoke with a smile. Now that we are here, we cannot engage in a losing proposition, can we? Yi Chen believed that Wang Yu's boxing techniques were far superior to those hidden away in the Sect's scripture repository. You rascal. Even with Wang Yu's temperament, he could not help but chuckle at Yi Chen's audacity. After all the build-up, it turned out he was waiting for this moment. However, as the saying goes, a soft mouth eats the hard food, and a short hand receives from others. It was merely a set of boxing techniques. Leaving it behind would mean it would accompany him to the grave. It was better to pass it on, for perhaps there would be an opportunity for it to flourish, and future generations could remember his name. This boxing technique is named 8 styles of celestial slaying, comprising 8 forms, totaling 64 punches. When you can execute these 64 punches, you will be able to stir the heavens and boil the earth, uproot mountains, vanquish evil spirits, and strike down celestial beings, invincible wherever you go. As he spoke of these techniques, Wang Yu's tone was imbued with immense pride, and Yi Chen could almost sense the profound martial intent behind his words. Merely hearing the description imbued him with a sense of awe. He could not help but wonder what spectacle would unfold when he mastered these 64 punches. Senior, may I learn this boxing technique? Without hesitation, Yi Chen asked earnestly, his eyes reflecting sincerity. Certainly, mastering this set of boxing techniques is not overly difficult, but to reach the pinnacle and unleash its full potential, that will depend on your own fortuity. Wang Yu slowly opened his mouth, his gaze imbued with a touch of pride. This set of martial arts was his life's creation, distinct from all other techniques within the realm of cultivation. It relied solely on physical strength and the extraordinary capabilities of the body. One could assert that as long as the physical form was sufficiently robust, one could continue to fight indefinitely, until the very heavens and earth were shattered, a feat that spiritual energy could never hope to achieve. However, with your current physique, you are incapable of unleashing its full power. At most, you can execute 5 strikes. Should you recklessly attempt a 6th, it would likely result in the severance of your meridians and the ruin of your body. Even begin learning the 8 styles of slaying immortals. One must at least activate the 4th inscription and master one of the techniques. Each technique corresponds to delivering 8 strikes, and according to Wang Yu, the might of 8 strikes is sufficient to vanquish a cultivator in the early stages of the nascent soul realm. If faced with a slightly weaker opponent in the nascent soul stage, it's probable they would be obliterated outright. As Wang Yu elucidated this, Yi Chen felt increasingly astonished. He had never imagined such a remarkable martial art existed in this world. Surely it must surpass the celestial tier. If one could master the entirety of the 8 styles of slaying immortals, it would be akin to steaming mountains and boiling seas. Invincible. Senior, I understand, Yi Chen affirmed earnestly, his eyes now reflecting a newfound determination. Aware of the arduous nature of this technique, Yi Chen nonetheless resolved to learn it, much to Wang Yu's surprise that, in truth, he possessed numerous celestial tier techniques, each with lesser side effects and demands. Had Yi Chen chosen to learn 1 or 2 of those, he would have easily dominated his contemporaries, yet he opted for the most challenging path. Very well, come forth, Master Zai, Wang Yu instructed succinctly. Once Yi Chen approached, he gently tapped his finger upon his forehead, imbuing him with the entirety of the 8 styles of slaying immortals, etching them into his consciousness. For a moment, Yi Chun felt a whirlwind of information flooding his mind, leaving him dizzy and in need of time to assimilate it all. Yet before he could digest the influx, an unexpected voice echoed from outside. "It was Xiao Luo." "Who is out there?" Xiao Luo growled, springing from his bed with a wary gaze fixed on the outside. "What is happening?" Yi Chun, regaining his senses, opened his eyes, his pupils narrowing as he cautiously surveyed the surroundings. There was a surge of murderous intent outside. "You were in such a deep slumber that you failed to notice?" Xiao Luo frowned, casting a glance at Yi Chun before returning his watchful gaze to the exterior. Upon hearing this, Yi Chun was taken aback. He indeed had not sensed anything. "It seems they were targeting you. Had I not detected it in advance, you might have already been ambushed," Xiao Luo added, his expression settling into calmness, as it appeared their assailant had departed, leaving no trace of presence to me. Yi Chun exclaimed, a look of confusion crossing his face. He had been in a state of detachment from his body, lingering in the sealed area. Thus his awareness of the outside world had dwindled to a minimum. It was unsurprising that he had felt nothing. "Did you see who it was?" Yi Chun inquired, a chill creeping into his heart, realizing that the confrontation he had anticipated had arrived, albeit sooner than expected. Catching him off guard, "I'm not sure, but judging by the aura, it was at least a Foundation establishment master, exerting a formidable pressure," Xiao Luo recounted, shaking his head as he reflected on the earlier encounter. "A Foundation establishment cultivator? Why would they be afraid of you?" Yi Chun was astonished. Xiao Luo had only recently begun his training. Despite his considerable talent, he was far from the Foundation establishment level. The fact that their adversary had fled at the sound of his voice was indeed surprising. Xiao Luo, unable to provide an answer, continued, "In any case, be cautious. I have a strong feeling they will return." With that, Xiao Luo rose and exited the room. "Where are you going at this late hour?" Yi Chun queried, perplexed. "Where else? Naturally, I'm distancing myself from you. The harbinger of calamity, I certainly would want to be your collateral damage." He mused that even 3 Xiao Luos would likely fall to a Foundation establishment master. It was prudent to prioritize his own survival. Without waiting for Yi Chun's response, he departed, left alone in the room. Yi Chun fell into deep contemplation. Recently, he had made numerous enemies. If he were to hazard a guess, several possibilities came to mind. However, mere conjecture would not suffice to confront someone directly. Even if he approached, denial would render him powerless. "Kid, the person who just came was that old man Wu Ao." Just as Yi Chun was lost in thought, the Chaos Golden Cauldron spoke up. "That Wu Ao?" Yi Chun took the words of the Chaos Golden Cauldron to heart. With its capabilities, recognizing the aura of others should not pose a challenge. If it truly was Wu Ao, then he was at the nascent soul level. After a brief silence, Yi Chun's brow furrowed in realization. It appeared that this old coot was still intent on capturing him for a reward. This would explain why Wu Ao had refrained from striking earlier. He was merely concerned about revealing his identity. It seemed that many were already awaiting him at the hunting competition, including a formidable nascent soul cultivator. As this thought crossed his mind, Yi Chun felt overwhelmed. Currently, he was unable to contend with the wild beasts. An escape was equally implausible. Knowing full well that the hunting competition was a trap, he still had to leap into it. Damn it, since they are so eager for my life, I might as well turn the tables. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Chun gritted his teeth and declared, How do you intend to turn the tables?" The Chaos Golden Cauldron inquired, intrigued. "Naturally, I shall facilitate Wu Ao as plans and allow him to capture me for the reward." Yi Chun replied with a smile. "Are you intending to eradicate the entire Serpent Demon clan?" "Clever. The hunting competition is all about slaying as many demons as possible to accumulate points and reap greater rewards. This opportunity for points has presented itself, and I have no reason to refuse," Yi Chun admitted, his expression suddenly turning serious. "I've endured so much torment. It's high time I return to settle the score." Recalling the harrowing 6 months, Yi Chun's heart grew colder. In the demon palace, his dignity as a man had been ground beneath their heel. He vowed that if he did not avenge this grievance, even if he were to achieve greatness in the future, he would never find peace. "Kid, whatever you plan to do is your business, but I must remind you that with your current strength, You may not be capable of handling the Serpent Demon Clan, the Chaos Golden Cauldron cautioned, of course. But what if I were at the peak of Foundation establishment? Yi Chun mused, contemplating the spirit ring in his possession, which he had not utilized for some time. He believed he had adapted to his current realm and could resume his cultivation. Coupled with the 3 inscriptions enhancing his physique, even if he could only unleash 5 strikes of the slaying immortals. Yi Chun felt confident in wiping out the entire Serpent Demon Clan. With this thought, he hesitated no longer. He promptly seated himself, activating the spirit ring to begin absorbing the spiritual energy from the world around him. Chapter 42. Peak of Foundation Establishment at the Southern Peak, within the conference hall. Master, has the task been accomplished? The eldest disciple, Shun Ping, rushed to greet Wu Ao upon his return. Wu Ao shook his head, his expression reflecting displeasure. There were unforeseen complications. That boy had another person in his room, and his awareness was exceptionally keen. Just as I prepared to strike, I was detected. However, Wu Ao maintained his composure, quickly regaining his tranquility. No matter. Tomorrow is the hunting competition. That boy will undoubtedly participate, and we shall have ample opportunities then. Have you completed the arrangements set by the third elder? Upon hearing this, Shun Ping nodded affirmatively. Rest assured, everything is in place. As long as the Demon Clan does not create any disturbances, this transaction will proceed smoothly. Excellent, Wu Ao replied, satisfied that a plan that had been in preparation for so long must not falter. What of the disguise technique I instructed you to learn? Master, fear not. Even if a Void Realm expert stands before me, I can still deceive them, Shun Ping declared with a smile. Very well, the Northern Peak. Within his chamber, Yi Chun's aura grew increasingly potent, ascending at an alarming rate until he reached the peak of Foundation establishment. Now, he was but a mere step away from the Golden Core realm. In fact, with the assistance of the Spirit Ring, Yi Chun could step into that realm at any moment, yet he chose not to rush. Rapid ascension could lead to an unstable foundation, a truth he understood well. Seeking immediate gratification at the expense of future cultivation was not Yi Chun's desire. Exhaling, Yi Chun released the spiritual energy coursing through his body and slowly opened his eyes, feeling the immense power within him. He could not help but smile. With a surge of spiritual energy, he burst through the windows and doors of his room, the rampant force nearly toppling the furniture within. What overwhelming spiritual energy! Yi Chun marveled. This was merely the peak of Foundation establishment. If he were to break through to the Golden Core realm, how much stronger would his abilities become? The previous display of power was due to his insufficient control right after the breakthrough. Yet it seemed that this was his limit. Should he dare to push further, the potential for his spiritual energy to run rampant within his body loomed. A risk of severe injury, or worse, the severing of his meridians and the loss of his cultivation. Fortunately, he had not been blinded by his newfound strength. Yi Chun secretly felt relieved. However, at that moment, Si Kong Yin appeared at the window, seemingly just arriving. This startled Yi Chun, who quickly leapt down from his bed, exclaiming, "Greetings, master! When did you arrive?" It was Xiao Luo who informed me of your assassination attempt, prompting my visit to investigate if there were any clues. Si Kong Yin responded candidly. I happened to find you in the midst of your training, so I waited outside for a brief moment. In truth, Si Kong Yin had arrived even earlier than she admitted, merely choosing to observe from the shadows. Thank you, master. Yi Chun paused momentarily, but still gritted his teeth and continued. Master, I have a request. You wish to discuss your cultivation, I presume? Do not worry. Elder Lu has already apprised me of this matter, and it will remain confidential. Si Kong Yin interrupted, having anticipated his intent. However, given the rapid pace of your cultivation, it seems you have consumed more than just the treasures of the demon race. Have you not? As she spoke, Si Kong Yin cast a deep gaze at Yi Chun, yet she did not press the issue further. It is of no consequence if you remain silent. I am here primarily for the hunting competition. Speak freely, Master, Yi Chun replied, recognizing that since she had agreed to keep his secret, he too should reciprocate with a gesture of goodwill. Moreover, he intended to participate in the hunting competition, as it was essential for aligning with Wu Ao's intentions and returning to the Demon Palace. Thus, he would go along with it, also repaying a favor to Bei Feng, for had it not been for Si Kong Yin Yu's protection, he would not know where he stood now, let alone successfully establish his Qi Si. Then I shall speak plainly. I hope you will refrain from participating in tomorrow's hunting competition, Si Kong Yin Yu stated, causing Yi Chun to be taken aback that he had assumed she would encourage him to join, given that the rankings in the competition affected the distribution of cultivation resources among the peaks. The higher the rank, the more resources one would obtain, which would benefit her disciples as well. But to not allow him to participate. What was the meaning of this? To be candid, I sensed the presence of none other than Wu Ao searching for you. Si Kong Yinyu remarked, her brow furrowed. After all, Yi Chun was her disciple now. Regardless of his talent, it was her duty as a master to ensure his safety. She was not like Wu Ao, willing to sacrifice her own disciples for personal gain, especially considering Yi Chen's astonishing speed of cultivation, which could only be described as unprecedented in the history of the Sword Immortal Sect. Witnessing him leap 5 minor realms in succession had made her question her own vision. Master, since both you and Elder Liu are aware of Wu Ao's treacherous ambitions, why not act swiftly to eliminate this threat and cleanse our ranks? Yi Chun inquired, his brow furrowed with confusion. Wu Ao has managed to conceal his ambitions for so many years. Capturing him will not be a simple task. We lack concrete evidence, Si Kong Yin Yu replied, shaking her head with a sigh. For tomorrow's hunting competition, the peak masters and elder disciples are prohibited from participating, leaving no chance for us to catch him red-handed, as if sensing Yi Chen's thoughts. Si Kong Yin Yu elaborated. Additionally, Wu Ao has become utterly deranged. He has disregarded the lives of so many disciples and is capable of committing heinous acts. Given his temperament, he might very well choose to self-destruct if cornered, leaving us with nothing but emptiness in the end. Therefore, it is prudent to hold off on any action until we are absolutely certain. For now, your primary focus should be on refining your skills. Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to ask. I will find a way to assist you. At this point, Si Kong Yin Yu's gaze softened as she looked at Yi Chun, though it remained complex. Master, your sudden kindness is a bit overwhelming, Yi Chun said, scratching his head awkwardly. Si Kong Yin Yu remained silent, her lips curling into a slight smile as she raised an eyebrow at Yi Chun, her expression seemingly asking, do you really need to ask? Very well. Rest well, she declared, choosing not to linger any longer. In an instant, she transformed into a gust of wind and departed. Such a good master. Both beautiful and kind-hearted, though perhaps a bit discerning, Yi Chun mused as he watched her leave, shaking his head in resignation. Nevertheless, he could understand Si Kong Yin Yu's concerns, as Bei Feng had been in decline for quite some time. As the peak master, she had to consider the welfare of her peak and all her disciples. Setting aside these thoughts, Yi Chun continued to consolidate his current cultivation level. The next morning, the inner gate square was already teeming with people. There must have been over 1,000 in attendance, besides the 4 peak masters. All 6 elders had also arrived, engaged in hushed conversations, seemingly discussing something important. Among them, the most eye-catching sight was the imposing stone door at the foot of the high platform, which served as the entrance to the hunting competition venue. That must be the 4th elder's disciple, Han Mo, often hailed as the sect's greatest talent. One remarked, he is not only handsome, but also exceptionally strong, already at the 8th layer of foundation establishment. Indeed, just look at Han Shixiang's prowess. If only I could join his team, even being a bystander would ensure my success in the competition. What a beautiful thought. With your looks, you wouldn't even be worthy of carrying Han Shixiang's shoes. At this moment, many female disciples were already starry-eyed over Han Mo, while several male disciples shot him glances filled with envy. The presence of so many female cultivators made it easy for tensions to rise among the men. Yet, jealousy soon turned towards the 2 stunning women standing beside Han Mo, both of whom were equally remarkable and reminiscent of celestial beings. One of them was Guiwer, but the other, Yi Chun did not recognize and quickly lost interest at. That must be Qiu Lingyun, the 2nd elder's disciple. Truly a beauty, no wonder she and Guiwer are often referred to as the twin beauties, remarked a few male disciples, who were now comparing the 2 women's appearances and talents while indulging in fantasies. If I could win the favor of either one, my life would be complete. Hearing this, Yi Chun nearly chuckled aloud, realizing that according to their logic, he too had achieved a remarkable life. What are you laughing at? One of the disciples noticed Yi Chun's expression and furrowed his brow. The group of male disciples, evidently familiar with one another, turned their attention towards Yi Chun. Nothing, just reminiscing about a joyous occasion. Yi Chun replied, quickly suppressing his smile, adhering to the principle of avoiding unnecessary trouble. Are you mocking us? You are indeed laughing at us. Exactly. What is so funny about it? A gentleman seeks beauty. Do you not appreciate lovely women? Exactly. You think you're better than us? We're all new outer disciples. If you're so capable, why don't you go stand up there? The barrage of accusations left Yi Chun flabbergasted. Laughing a crime nowadays. I might as well be tied up and sentenced. Just as Yi Chun was about to ignore them and turn away, a figure's sudden appearance brought an abrupt silence to the surroundings. Brother Yi, you're here. Are you participating in the hunting competition? The voice belonged to none other than Guyuer, who had just moments ago garnered the crowd's attention. She gracefully landed beside Yi Chun, her proactive demeanor evoking envy in those watching. The male disciples, already filled with ire, now seethed with jealousy, gritting their teeth at the sight of Yi Chun conversing with her goddess. What merit does he possess to speak with her? Is it merely because he is a bit handsome? Does being a pretty boy confer privileges? Taken aback, Yi Chun felt an ominous premonition but managed to steady himself, smiling as he replied, Yes, such grand events are rare. I merely came to join in the excitement. Brother Yi, it seems Su Hui is also here, Guyuer whispered, glancing around and noticing that he had yet to form a team. She kindly suggested, Don't worry, Brother Yi. I will speak with Han Shixiang and have you join his team for added safety. However, before she could finish, Han Mo's voice rang out from behind. Apologies, but our team is already full. With an air of sophistication, Han Mo turned to size up Yi Chun. So, you were the one who caused Ling Fei's downfall? In an instant, the surroundings fell into a profound silence, particularly the male disciples who had just been hurling insults, now retreating to a safe distance, their anger forgotten, fearful of courting disaster. However, after casting a cold glance at Han Mo, Yi Chun had no desire to exchange further words and turned to leave. Yet, Han Mo obstructed his path, stating, I did not say you could depart. There's something you wish to discuss. Yi Chun raised an eyebrow, contemplating that if he couldn't provoke trouble, he could at least avoid it. Yet, this individual insisted on approaching him, and thus he would not hold back his retorts. Why, Yi Chun, do not blame me for not warning you. The matter concerning Ling Fei is far from over. A simple statement. Yet it was clear to anyone that Han Mo's words carried a hidden meaning, laced with a hint of menace. Before Yi Chun could respond, Guyuer interjected, her brow furrowing, Senior Brother Han. What are you implying? Nothing of consequence, merely a kind reminder. Jiu Shimmy, it would be wise for you to keep your distance from him, lest you attract misfortune. Han Mo replied, his demeanor markedly different from when he faced Yi Chun. I appreciate your good intentions, Senior Brother Han. If that is the case, I shall withdraw from your group, Guyuer declared, her expression having turned icy the moment Han Mo had spoken. Initially, she had held a favorable opinion of this cultured and eloquent senior brother with formidable strength. But now, all that goodwill had evaporated, replaced by a burgeoning disdain. The situation regarding Ling Fei stemmed from herself, rendering Yi Chun an innocent victim. Gu Chuan, arriving late, quickly approached, his voice laced with urgency as he sought to stop her. Brother, there is nothing entertaining about this hunting competition. I have no interest in it. This time, I wish to team up with Yi Chun, just to join in the fun, Guyuer stated calmly, her seriousness apparent. It seems this fellow is more important in the eyes of Miss Gu than Senior Brother Han, remarked Xiao Lingyun, unexpectedly joining the conversation. Yet, she cautioned, however, the hunting competition relies solely on one's abilities, and once it commences, the risks are unpredictable. I advise Miss Gu to think carefully before proceeding. Then there is no need for you to worry. Senior Sister Q, my mind is made up, Guyuer replied resolutely, disregarding Gu Chuan's expression. Moreover, she could see that Xiao Lingyun was merely trying to curry favor with Han Mo, a sentiment she had no regard for. Preferring to go with the flow, as anticipated. Once her words fell, Han Mo's countenance darkened, his eyes reflecting a flicker of unrestrained fury, though he quickly regained his composure. Very well. Do as you wish with that. He cast one last cold glance at Yi Chun before turning to leave. You, what exactly do you intend to do? Gu Chuan's frustration boiled over. Everything had been proceeding smoothly until Yi Chen's arrival, whom he deemed a harbinger of misfortune. Yet, since Hanamo had already acquiesced, there was little Gu Chuan could do to salvage the situation, and he could only follow Han Mo away if Gu Yiwearer wished to withdraw. Then let her do so. He could not allow his foolish sister to act recklessly. This hunting competition presented both an opportunity and a peril. Seizing the chance could lead to tremendous progress in cultivation, beneficial for future endeavors. Conversely, the dangers were manifold, and aligning with the wrong team could jeopardize not only their chance of success, but their very survival at present. Yi Chun was nothing short of a calamity. Participating in a hunting competition, one could not ascertain if survival was even feasible. Moreover, with Hanmo's strength, Gu Chuan believed that joining his team would undoubtedly secure a commendable ranking, perhaps even a place among the top 10. As he watched the group depart, Yi Chun turned back, a wry smile of resignation upon his face. What on earth are you thinking? Why withdraw when you could benefit from a strong backing in this competition? And what of it? Am I incapable on my own? Besides, I still have you, don't I? I will team up with you, Gu Yiwearer replied with a smile, displaying no signs of distress over the matter. Yi Chun felt at a loss for words. Had this girl not been quite clever before? Why was she now acting without thought? Yet he recognized that Gu Yiwearer felt a sense of obligation to defend him. And regardless of her motives, he was grateful, resolved not to disappoint her goodwill. Very well, I shall give it my all and strive for a commendable rank. Just as Yi Chun was lost in contemplation, the voice of the Grand Elder resonated, bringing an immediate stillness to the crowd. All right, before the hunting competition commences, I have some matters to address. The location of this competition will be the Wan Yao mountain range within the demon domain. Your task is to slay the demonic beasts found there and obtain their demon cores, which will serve as the criteria for evaluation. The duration is 1 week to at the conclusion. Those who have slain the most beasts, or those of higher cultivation levels, will accumulate more points, with rankings correlating directly to these points. What I am about to discuss pertains to the rewards. Those who secure a place in the top 10 will receive focus cultivation from the sect. Additionally, the top 3 will receive special rewards. The third place will earn 10,000 4th-grade spiritual herbs. The second place will receive 50,000 4th-grade spiritual herbs, while the first place will not only acquire 80,000 4th-grade spiritual herbs, but also a 7th-grade elixir. The Long Xian Dan, the announcement of such generous rewards ignited a stir among the disciples. The bounty was sufficient to elevate an ordinary cultivator into the golden core stage, with superior talent. One might even reach the nascent soul stage. Particularly, the Long Xian Dan was a divine remedy for breaking through to the nascent soul stage, significantly enhancing the chances of success and aiding the user in forming a celestial-grade nascent soul. Even among nascent souls, there existed distinctions. The lowest tier was the yellow grade, followed by the Xian, Earth, and celestial grades. The celestial grade represented the pinnacle of nascent souls. Once one entered the nascent soul realm with such a grade, they would be nearly invincible within the same level in the future. Silence. Rewards are reserved for the capable, and the hunting competition is fraught with peril. The slightest misstep could lead to death at the hands of powerful, demonic beasts. This is your trial, and it comes at a cost. The second elder interjected before continuing after a brief pause. Thus, before we begin, you have one final opportunity to withdraw. Once you enter the Wan Yao mountain range, you must remain for 7 days, with no one to protect you. However, before he could finish, the assembled disciples responded in unison. We shall not withdraw. Without entering the tiger's den, how can one hope to catch a tiger cub? Such a splendid opportunity for ascension is laid before us. If we forsake it, how will we continue our cultivation? Indeed, we join the Sword Immortal Sect to seek ascension. If we cannot endure this minor hardship, we might as well perish. Please, esteemed elders, we have made our decision. The collective spirit was formidable, with not a single disciple opting to withdraw. Excellent. Such resolve. With that, we officially commence this year's hunting competition upon the Grand Elder's declaration. The disciples surged toward the stone gate, eager for the challenge ahead. Everyone follow my lead, lest we become separated. As the leader, Shun Ping stepped forward, guiding the throngs of disciples orderly onward. Observing this scene, Yi Chen's brow furrowed deeply, particularly at Shun Ping, whose aura felt entirely different from before. Activating his Tong Tian'ai, all illusions were rendered transparent. Yi Chen's pupils constricted in disbelief. This person was no longer Shun Ping, but rather Wu Ao, the master of Nan Feng, that old codger. The two had swapped identities, and it was evident that Wu Ao intended to infiltrate the hunting competition. Yi Chun, what is the matter? Guiwer, sensing his unease, cast a puzzled glance his way. Nothing, perhaps you should stick with your brother and the others. This competition is fraught with danger, and I fear I may not be able to protect you. Yi Chun replied earnestly to his surprise. Guiwer turned her head defiantly, refusing to give him any room for persuasion. How can that be? I've already chosen to withdraw. It would be shameful to return now. Besides, they're all insufferable individuals, and I refuse to lower myself to their level. Hearing her words, Yi Chun sighed helplessly once more. If it were merely Shin Ping, he would have had ample confidence. But who could have anticipated that the shameless Wu Ao would personally enter the fray? Yi Chun, what brings you here? At that moment, the burly Zhao San Pao happened upon them, scratching his head in surprise at Yi Chen's presence at the event. Alongside Zhao San Pao were also the senior brother from Beifeng, Li Wei, Xiao Luo, Yin Luyu, and Luo Ying. Naturally, I am here to participate in the competition. Yi Chun spoke generously. Zhao San Pao and the others fell silent for a moment, their gazes towards Yi Chun varying in expression. The hunting competition was fraught with peril, and Yi Chun had yet to form a team, yet he dared to participate. It was hard to determine whether to commend his courage or to deem him a fool. It was Li Wei who first shattered the silence, turning to Gu Yiwer with curiosity. Junior Sister Gu, shouldn't you be with Han Mo and the others? Why are you still here? What is your purpose in following them? I am currently teamed up with Brother Yi Chun, Gu Yiwer replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the others became even more intriguing. Why Yi Chun might be excusable, but how could there be someone even more foolish than him? A dignified royal princess, yet she chose to team up with Yi Chun. Was she not courting disaster? Junior Sister Gu, you may not be aware, but Yi Chen's cultivation is insufficient, and coupled with his lack of talent, teaming up with him could lead to your downfall, Li Wei suggested, albeit delicately, though his words still bore the sting of insult. Indeed, not only is he lacking in talent, but he is also a pervert. He stole a chamber pot meant for female disciples. Before Li Wei could finish, Luo Ying interjected eagerly. Even now, she harbored resentment towards Yi Chun. After he managed to escape last time, the anger had only intensified, and she had been waiting for the opportunity to vent her frustrations. Gu Princess, why would you associate with such a person? Luo Ying inquired, both furious and curious as she gazed at Guiwer. Brother Yi Chun is not like that. If it weren't for his protection, I would not have been able to avoid the blame for Ling Fei's death. Brother Yi Chun is truly a good person, Gu Yiwer asserted, her words imbued with sincerity. Upon hearing this, the others began to understand. No wonder Gu Yiwer was so concerned about Yi Chun. There was indeed a deeper connection, for Xiao Luo. He gazed at Yi Chun with inexplicable envy. While he could accept that Yi Chun had good fortune in cultivation, why did he also have the likes of Gu Yiwer gravitating towards him? Sometimes you really do get on my nerves. Xiao Luo gritted his teeth and shot a glare at Yi Chun, but it seemed that was all he could manage. The team must be sheer luck. This fellow has stumbled upon a stroke of good fortune. Zhao Sanpao straightforwardly gave Yi Chun a thumbs up. Yi Chun, you really are impressive. How about we let them join us? More people means better support. He added, with Junior Sister Gu here, we might bear some responsibility if any mishaps occur. Ultimately, it was Yin Luiwe who broke the impasse. Speaking slowly, Ai Wei had initially been in good spirits, but now he felt as if he had swallowed a fly. Why couldn't Yi Chun just keep a low profile for a day? Trouble seemed to follow him wherever he went. Everyone, keep up. If something happens, I won't be responsible. He cast a glance back at the group before leading the way towards the teleportation portal. With the others following closely behind, if Yi Chun hesitated for a moment, he glanced around but failed to spot Sikong, Yin Yu atop the platform. given that Wu Ao had disguised himself as a disciple to infiltrate the hunting competition. He should have informed Sikong Yinyu immediately. Yet where was his master at this critical moment? The Wan Yao mountain range, serving as a natural barrier between the demon and human races, was undeniably perilous. The terrain within the mountains was complex and continuous, harboring powerful demon beasts lurking within. Should they encounter a fearsome entity, even those of the Void Realm could meet their end here. The dangers were manifold, and, at times, the roars of demon beasts could be heard, a sound so jarring it sent shivers down one's spine. Demon beasts could be considered mindless creatures of the demon race, possessing formidable abilities yet acting solely on instinct. For true top-tier experts, demon beasts might not pose much of a threat, but for these disciples who had recently joined the Sword Immortal Sect, they were akin to harbingers of death. Even demon beasts of the same realm could be quite challenging for human practitioners to handle, which was why everyone needed to team up before entering the Wan Yao mountain range. Relying solely on individual strength to breach the mountain range would only lead to a dead end. Roar! A shadowy black panther suddenly lunged from the thicket, its body marred with wounds, clearly having just endured an attack. Though none were fatal, they nonetheless hampered its movements. Everyone, quick! Don't let this shadowy black panther escape. Just as the panther dashed away, a dozen disciples surged forth, each wielding a celestial sword. While individually they might not match the panther's strength, together they were a different story. The shadowy black panther boasted the prowess of a third-layer Foundation establishment beast, coupled with its formidable physique, making it quite fearsome. Yet against this throng of eighth-layer Qi refinement disciples, it was evidently at a disadvantage. After injuring a few disciples, it fled in haste. It was no fool. Continuing to engage would only lead to its demise. However, these human pests clung to it like dogged leeches. Impossible to shake off? Roar! Another roar forced back several pursuers, prompting the shadowy black panther to dart into the woods, using the surrounding cover to make its escape. The disciples, unwilling to relent, regrouped and continued their pursuit. As they battled fiercely, a few figures not far away observed the scene quietly. "We should follow," said Han Mo, beckoning to his teammates. "It's just a black panther. There's no need to compete with them. Right?" Someone questioned, considering the panther's strength was not particularly impressive, and there were surely more in the mountains. One or two is certainly nothing, but what if we could locate the panther's lair? That could yield dozens, even hundreds. Han Mo replied with a smile, his tone calm and collected. He had done his homework before arriving. Once they exhaust each other, we can simply pick up the pieces. After all, the rules only stipulate the need for demon cores, not who has to slay the beast. This revelation, the group suddenly understood. Right? As long as we obtain the demon cores, why engage in a life-or-death struggle with these beasts? Isn't it better to just pick up the spoils? With this, their confidence in their decision to follow Han Mo only grew, and Xiaoling Yun's gaze towards him brightened noticeably. "Everyone, gather at the West Peak. There are hundreds of rat demons here." In another part of the mountains, a group of West Peak disciples quickly seized a valley. The rat demons were not particularly strong, most only at the Qi refinement stage, but their sheer numbers represented a significant haul. "This is our spot. What are you looking at? Do you want me to take you down first?" One disciple shouted, brandishing his weapon. Indeed, a bunch of fools thinking they can lay claim to West Peak's spoils, facing such arrogance. Li Wei dared not retort, gritting his teeth as he led his group forward. Their numbers were simply too few. Engaging in conflict with others would likely lead to their own depletion without even needing to face the demon beasts. "This won't do. Nature calls." Suddenly, Yi Chun clutched his stomach, his expression one of great discomfort, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, clearly not feigning that Li Wei, already irked, shot him a cold glare. "You're more trouble than you're worth. If you don't want to be a burden, you should leave now." "No. You all go ahead. I'll catch up shortly." Yi Chun hastily waved his hand and dashed into the woods without waiting for a reaction from the others. The group was left speechless. Guiwer had wanted to say something, but it was too late. She could only be pulled along by Yin Luiwei to join the main group. Chapter 46. Wu Ao's deal. Meanwhile, the departing Yi Chun was not retreating out of fear. His target was the entire Serpent Demon clan, and to claim the top spot in the hunting competition which promised a reward of 100,000 fourth-grade spirit herbs. Not to mention, there was also a dragon Shen pill at stake. These were urgently needed by Chen. To accomplish all this, he first needed to locate Wu Ao. It was only through this old wretch that he could smoothly infiltrate the Serpent Demon clan. If the opportunity arose, eliminating Wu Ao would be a welcome bonus, but given the latter's strength, Chen was not yet capable of that. Before long, Chen caught up with Wu Ao, who had disguised himself as Shen Ping. As over 1,000 disciples followed closely behind, rapidly distancing themselves from others, they did not halt until they reached a canyon, surrounded by swirling mists, where visibility was less than 5 meters. Had their group not been so large, they likely would have lost each other long ago. Brother Shen Ping, where exactly is this place? Weren't we supposed to hunt demon beasts? Why don't we see a single shadow around? The disciples, eager for action, assumed Shen Ping was leading them to hunt demon beasts for points. I promise surprises, and there will be surprises. Just be patient, he replied. Shen Ping's eerie smile went unnoticed by anyone, as he suddenly turned and released 2 storage bags from his hands. The mouths of the bags flared open, and in an instant, vast swathes of violet flames surged forth, enveloping all present in the blink of an eye. Senior brother, what is the meaning of this? Damn it, fellow brothers, there is treachery afoot. Before anyone could react, screams erupted as the violet flames exhibited an absorbing power, swiftly dragging the thousands of disciples into the storage bags. This was all meticulously orchestrated by Wu Ao, who had prepared in advance. Not only were the numbers identical, but even their cultivation and gender matched, ensuring a seamless execution of the plan. Once all was complete, the desolate valley was left with only Wu Ao, who no longer needed to maintain his disguise and revealed his true visage. Are you satisfied with this batch? Wu Ao's voice resonated through the valley, swiftly eliciting a response that's barely acceptable. Following the sound, a figure appeared, a beast-faced demon, his gaze imbued with a hint of indifference. Master Wu is indeed becoming increasingly capable. This involves over 1,000 disciples. And you even dare to conduct the transaction yourself. Just then, a delicate voice chimed in, revealing a woman clad in a form-fitting chi-pao, a fluffy white tail visible behind her. The woman possessed a curvaceous figure, exquisite beauty, and captivating phoenix eyes that could ensnare hearts. Adorning her head were furry ears that added a further touch of enchantment to her appearance. Wei Chen's gaze sharpened. It was evident that she was a fox spirit. As she materialized, an inexplicable fragrance wafted through the air, and inhaling too deeply would induce a dizzying sensation. Wei Chen understood that this aroma likely held some hallucinogenic properties. Indeed, fox spirits were not to be underestimated. Fortunately, with the protection of the heavenly eye, Yi Chen was spared from succumbing to any illusions. The 2 demon beings before him both possessed cultivation at the 2nd level of the Yuan Ying stage. Their auras on par with Wu Ao's. Observing closely, Yi Chen finally discerned the nature of the beast-faced man. He was a Jiaolong, a creature inferior in power to true dragons, yet superior to ordinary serpent demons. This transaction is of great significance, hence my personal attendance for assurance, Wu Ao stated succinctly. After this deal, he intended to pursue a billion-dollar transaction, and thus discretion was paramount. As long as Master Wu is pleased. Here is your payment. If there are no further matters, we shall deliver and take our leave. With that, the man tossed a bag of spirit stones, which landed steadily in Wu Ao's hand. Hold on. Young Master Nu Lin, is this price not too low? Wu Ao remarked, weighing the bag in his hand, his brow furrowing. By past standards, this batch is worth at least 60 million, yet this only amounts to half. Indeed, but who can blame you when the quality of your goods is so poor? Quantity alone does not warrant more than 30 million. Nu Lin retorted coldly, turning to the fox demon beside him. Lu Mei, if you desire it all, then it's yours. The 2 were competitors, and in such dealings, the highest bidder would prevail. Nu Lin appeared quite pleased to see others take on the role of the fool. No, I would only offer 20 million. Lu Mei replied with a smile that could mesmerize. Miss Lu, what do you mean by that? Before Nu Lin could respond, Wu Ao's expression darkened. It's quite straightforward. We have recently acquired a considerable number of human slaves from other royal families. and now that we have over 1,000, they seem less significant. Hence the price reflects that Lu Mei did not intend to conceal anything and spoke plainly. Moreover, allow me to share some good news. After this conference concludes, you will likely engage in a contest with the true martial academy. Following that, your human race may face significant upheaval. Do not blame me for not warning you. It will be prudent to prepare in advance, lest you find yourselves in peril. At this juncture, as Lu Mei laughed, it was clear she had recalled something amusing. Now, Master Wu, do you see how valuable my 30 million spirit stones are? If you deem the price inappropriate, we can simply cancel the transaction. After all, they are merely a handful of individuals, and Nu Lin hardly considers them worthwhile. This may very well be our last transaction. Upon hearing this, Wu Ao's expression gradually darkened, yet canceling the deal was out of the question. After all, the thousands of disciples had been drawn into his storage bags. He could not possibly justify reneging on the deal. Furthermore, 30 million was better than nothing at all. Gentlemen, I hope for your future support. Should you require assistance, please do not hesitate to reach out. Wu Ao forced a smile, endeavoring to ingratiate himself with the two. Regardless of the veracity of their claims, should the demon race truly invade, he needed to ensure he had an escape route. That will depend on your worth, Nu Lin remarked, a smile creeping onto his face for the first time. Though it was a ghastly sight, he relished this moment. Wu Ao, a once mighty leader of the human Sword Immortal Sect, was now forced to grovel before them. Indeed, the Sword Immortal Sect has long since lost its former glory. The true pillars of strength have dwindled to a mere fraction, and our efforts are not in vain. I hope both of you take note. Wu Ao once again smiled respectfully, casting aside his earlier gloom. At this point, Yi Chun, hidden in the shadows, felt his expression shift. How could such matters exist? It appeared that the once mighty Sword Immortal Sect, despite its bustling numbers, had seen its true top-tier combatants dwindle alarmingly. All orchestrated by these nefarious individuals. It seemed these ancient wretches were not merely human traffickers, but traitors implanted within the Sword Immortal Sect by external forces. Chapter 47. Breaking through iron shoes without finding. Achieving effortlessly, Master Wu. Do not blame me for not warning you. As long as Mo Lin remains, the Sword Immortal Sect will never vanish. Nu Lin sneered coldly. Mo Lin, of course, referred to the current sect leader of the Sword Immortal Sect, the soul being in the great ascension stage. At such a tier, all other cultivations were mere ants. Numbers held no weight against such power, as long as Mo Lin lived. Once he escaped, he would undoubtedly rise again. That was a living great ascension cultivator, and being watched by such a formidable presence would surely keep one on edge, even during mundane activities. Master Wu, if you can eliminate Mo Lin, it would indeed be a significant achievement. Lu Mei chimed in with a radiant smile, her eyes captivating. The two did not linger on their words. Once they confirmed the goods were satisfactory, they turned to depart. Only after watching them fade into the distance did Wu Ao's expression darken once more. Damn it! If I could slay a great ascension cultivator, would I need to engage in such dealings? Just then, a rustling sound emerged from the grass, and Wu Ao instinctively reacted, transforming into a beam of light that swiftly captured Yi Chun, who had been hiding amidst the trees. Master Wu, I swear I saw nothing of what just transpired. Do you believe me? Yi Chun's face turned pale, as though he had been excessively frightened. You? Wu Ao was taken back, then burst into laughter. What a stroke of fortune! Just as I was lamenting the meager spirit stones from this transaction, an opportunity has presented itself. Yi Chun was now valued at 1 billion. With a single motion, Wu Ao hoisted Yi Chun up like a chick, and with his cultivation, Yi Chun could not escape the grasp of a Yuan Ing stage cultivator, no matter how he struggled. Master Wu, please let me go. I truly saw nothing. I won't say a word. Yi Chun pleaded, but his efforts were in vain. Wu Ao, however, was unconvinced. While holding Yi Chun with one hand, he raised the other to strike his forehead. He intended to extract his soul. Currently, his objective was to infiltrate the Serpent Demon Clan and eradicate them entirely, with the secondary goal of eliminating this old dog, Wu Ao. The order of operations could not be altered. Thus, Yi Chun could not resist. He had to feign a weak demeanor to lower Wu Ao's guard AS for the soul extraction. Yi Chen had already devised a countermeasure, hastily instructing the devouring immortal cauldron to seal his consciousness. Prepare to act in concert with Wu Ao. In truth, even the earlier commotion was a deliberate ruse by Yi Chen. Otherwise, with the heavenly eye, even if the 3 Yuan Ing stage cultivators were blind, they would not have been able to locate him. Rest assured, the sound from the swallowing immortal cauldron soon echoed, allowing Yi Chen to finally relax. Before long, Wu Ao reacted, his face filled with confusion as he gazed at Yi Chen in his grasp. Utterly bewildered, this lad appeared to be utterly inept, yet he found nothing within his mind, not even a trace of strength or cultivation. Such a situation generally implies one of 2 possibilities. Either Yi Chen possesses extraordinary power capable of evading his soul searching, or this fellow is genuinely worthless, devoid of any substance. Clearly, he was more inclined to believe the latter. Could it be that the previous events were merely a stroke of luck for this fellow? Wu Ao, release him. Before Wu Ao could savor the moment, a furious shout laced with murderous intent surged from behind, causing him to break into a cold sweat. Following the voice, he was astonished to find that the assailant was none other than Sikong Yingyue. Yi Chen was equally dumbfounded, wondering how his master could possibly be present here. Wu Ao had almost taken the bait. However, upon reflection, it dawned on him that Sikong Yingyue likely intended to gather evidence against Wu Ao. Hence a reckless venture. Wu Ao hurriedly seized Yi Chen and leapt aside, narrowly evading Sikong Yingyue's strike. His expression turned ashen. He had presumed everything would proceed smoothly, but ever since this lad appeared, everything had shifted. Yet, no matter how flustered Wu Ao felt, he could only force himself to continue the charade. Master Sikong, we are fellow disciples. Is it truly appropriate to resort to violence upon our first meeting? Wu Ao, at this juncture, do you still wish to quibble? I have recorded your earlier words using the Firefly Stone. Once we return, your crimes will be laid bare for all to see, if you know what is good for you. Hasten to reveal your accomplices, and perhaps you might gain some merit in atonement. Sikong Yingyue had no interest in engaging in further dialogue with Wu Ao. The evidence was irrefutable, leaving no room for denial. With a swift motion, she unsheathed her long sword. Sikong Yingyue, do you truly believe I fear you? Hand over the Firefly Stone. Since his cover had been blown, Wu Ao decided to abandon pretense. The surrounding deep mountains were devoid of any witnesses. As long as he silenced them all, he could act unnoticed. Moreover, he had long harbored disdain for Sikong Yingyue, and today presented the perfect opportunity to eradicate her once and for all. Wu Ao, you stand on the brink of death yet remain unrepentant. Release Yi Chen and return with me to face justice. Perhaps there might still be a glimmer of hope. Spare me the platitudes. Do you truly think I am afraid of you? A glimmer of malice flickered in Wu Ao's eyes as he exerted pressure, eliciting a crack from Yi Chen's neck. You dare, if you desire the Firefly Stone. I shall give it to you. Sikong Yingyue, unwilling to take a gamble, conceded for the moment. After all, Yi Chen was the future of the North Peak, and his safety had to come first this moment. Although Yi Chen appeared frightened, he secretly transmitted a message to Sikong Yingyue. Master, I can manage. You must leave? Why do you not heed my warning to stay away? Very well, cooperate with me later. Struggle with all your might. You should be able to break free. Ensuring your safety is paramount. Sikong Yingyue felt a flicker of annoyance. How could such unforeseen complications arise in an otherwise well-laid plan? Who could have anticipated this? Master, trust me. Yi Chen hurriedly conveyed, his heart racing like an ant on a hot pan. If Sikong Yingyue continued to intervene, his plans might truly unravel. However, blinded by her desire to save him, Sikong Yingyue was oblivious to Yi Chen's concerns. Without waiting for him to finish, she tossed the Firefly Stone into the air. Meanwhile, she quietly gathered her strength. As soon as she discerned Wu Ao's weakness, she would strike with lethal precision. Yet, Yi Chen's actions left her utterly astonished. He simply absorbed the Firefly Stone from the air, presenting it willingly to Wu Ao. Wu Peak Master. This is yours, as he spoke. Yi Chen wore a sycophantic expression, resembling a cringing lackey. Haha, a wise man knows how to adapt. You have good taste, lad. Wu Ao chuckled, realizing this fellow was indeed a coward who had chosen to betray him at such a critical juncture. Having obtained what he desired, Wu Ao wasted no time in shattering the talisman in his hand. Chapter 48. This woman is unpredictable. This was a teleportation array prepared for absolute certainty, and its grade was not low. It activated with astonishing speed, leaving Sikong Yinyuan no time to react. By the time she comprehended the situation, she found herself utterly alone, accompanied only by Wu Ao's parting words. Wretched woman, I shall remember this matter today. Our paths will surely cross again. Sikong Yinyue was filled with rage and helplessness. She could not fathom what Chen was up to at such a critical moment. Everything had been proceeding smoothly, and she was certain she would capture Wu Ao and expose his accomplices, yet all had been thwarted by Chen's interference. Why? Why did this fellow have to complicate matters? As the world spun around him, Chen's surroundings quickly regained clarity. He found himself in a valley alongside Wu Ao, with a nearby archway inscribed with the words Dust Fall Stronghold. This must be the agreed-upon location for Wu Ao's transaction with Imoching. Right? Damn it. This wretched woman is certainly not as innocent as she appears. The Firefly Stone is a fake. Wu Ao crushed the stone in his hand, his eyes blazing with fury. Hearing this, Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had feared Sikong Yinyue would bring a genuine item, but it seemed she had been prepared all along. Amidst his anger, Wu Ao's expression shifted. If the genuine Firefly Stone had been taken back, how could he continue to remain in the Sword Immortal Sect? Not to mention, if his crimes were confirmed, the law enforcement hall of the Sword Immortal Sect would not be lenient, no matter how vast the world. The law enforcement hall would pursue him relentlessly until he met his end. It's all your fault, you little brat. If not for you, I would not have ended up in such a predicament. After a moment of contemplation, Wu Ao finally refocused, his gaze on Chen filled with a hunger for vengeance. Wu Peak Master, what does this have to do with me? I was trying to help you just now. Chen nearly cursed under his breath, yet he maintained a fa ade of grievance, almost shouting that he was an innocent citizen. Humph. Were it not for you, I would not have been exposed. I have laid the groundwork for years, only to have it all fall into your hands. Wu Ao gritted his teeth in hatred, wishing he could slap Chen to death. Who goes there? Just then a voice rang out, and two serpent-like guards approached, armed with spears and exuding an air of vigilance. However, their eyes were filled with arrogance, especially when they laid eyes on the human before them. Their expressions tinged with disdain. I am Wu Ao, here to deliver the goods your master requested. Wu Ao waved his hand dismissively. It seemed that the name Wu Ao still held weight here, as the two serpent guards immediately recognized him. Wu Peak Master, why have you personally come this time? This is rather unusual. Enough with the pleasantries. Hurry and inform Imoching that I have brought Chen. Is she willing to meet? Having encountered so many setbacks, Wu Ao had lost his patience and spoke coldly. Let me inform our master. Please wait here. Before long, Imoching's voice echoed from within, familiar yet distant to Chen. Wu Peak Master, please enter for a discussion. However, given that this was indeed the territory of the demon tribe, Wu Ao had not grown so arrogant as to enter alone. Instead, he replied, there is no need for pleasantries. Imoching, let us exchange goods for payment without wasting time. Humph. You seek to skip the formalities? Imoching's cold snort was laden with evident anger, and as her words fell, a tremendous sound erupted within the canyon. Suddenly, a colossal serpent-shaped demon beast appeared in the sky. Its massive form seemed capable of engulfing the entire valley, causing Chen's pupils to constrict in terror. Yet he quickly regained his composure. This must be an illusion created by the array. The 7 Wounds Serpent Slaughter Array? I did not expect this minor nascent soul serpent demon to possess such an array. The voice of the swallowing Immortal Cauldron resonated in his mind. Clearly recognizing the demon beast formation, that the 7 Wounds Serpent Slaughter Array, truly formidable. Chen furrowed his brow. The array's display was indeed imposing, and he could not help but reassess his course of action. Ordinary, really. The array's creator was likely not the serpent demon itself, but rather a formidable being at the fusion stage. However, after years of wear, its current power is likely reduced by half. The swallowing Immortal Cauldron explained, demonstrating familiarity with the array, invincible beneath the nascent soul. Hearing this, Chen's expression shifted. Does this mean I cannot stir up any significant waves? I had initially thought to rely on surprise to perhaps take down Qing and the entire serpent demon clan. But now it seems rather troublesome. Dingu, is there a way to break this array? Chen suddenly came to his senses and hurriedly sent a message to inquire. This was also his first visit to this place. And the sight of this formation's lethal moves was enough to make one's heart tremble. In the past, I wouldn't have even bothered to glance at such a shabby formation. But now I find myself in a predicament. If the swallowing Immortal Cauldron were anthropomorphic, it would surely be gesturing helplessly at this moment. Upon hearing this, Chen's expression darkened. Could it be that even the swallowing Immortal Cauldron was at a loss? However, he then heard the other party continue. But there are other methods. Can you not just finish your sentence in one go? Who taught you to speak while gasping for breath? Chen was at a loss for words. Don't rush, there's a way. But it's not so simple. You must control Qing and seize the control talisman of the formation from her. After hearing this, Chen rolled his eyes again. If I could control her, will I still be worried about this broken formation? Kid, sometimes you truly lack wit. You can't force your way through. Don't you know how to outsmart her? Have you forgotten how you arrived here? The swallowing Immortal Cauldron reminded him why Chen suddenly realized, yet he still couldn't fathom why Qing wanted to capture him, especially when she was unwilling to accept the price of 100 million spirit stones. Am I truly worth such a fortune? I suspect that the serpent demon wishes to savor your essence. Do not forget how you were tormented and how you managed to escape back then. Upon hearing this, Chen was immediately filled with a sense of foreboding. The words of the swallowing Immortal Cauldron always seemed to catch him off guard. Can you be serious? My life is still in their hands. Chen retorted, I am quite serious. These are reasonable deductions, and it's highly likely that if you wish to subdue Qing, you'll have to rely on your particular talent. The swallowing Immortal Cauldron chuckled. And isn't this rather advantageous? You can fulfill your plan while also enjoying yourself, killing two birds with one stone. Upon hearing this, Chen could no longer be bothered to respond. Yet upon reflection, why did the words of the swallowing Immortal Cauldron seem to possess a hint of truth? While Chen was lost in thought, Wu Ao wore a grim expression, both furious and astonished. Qing, what do you mean by this? What do you mean? Do you truly believe this king would hesitate to kill you? You dare to demand 100 million spirit stones for a mere slave. And now you even raise the price. Do you think this king is made of clay? With a roar from Qing, the enormous serpent demon above immediately swept its tail towards him. Chapter 49. Why were you so formidable before? Wu Ao intended to resist, but it was utterly futile. He was tightly bound by the serpent's tail and rendered immobile. Although Wu Ao was also at the nascent soul stage. The 7 injuries serpent-killing formation before him was invincible beneath that realm, making it impossible to break the spell. With his movements restricted, the serpent people who had long been waiting at the side surged forward. Seizing Wu Ao and beating him mercilessly, Wu Ao's face became bruised and battered. Although he sustained only superficial injuries, his visage had become so swollen that even his mother would struggle to recognize him. After the beating, the serpent people bound him tightly and dragged him towards the canyon. Sister, I won't escape. I can walk on my own. Chen quickly called out to express his loyalty, but Qing clearly did not believe him and insisted on having the serpent people bind him thoroughly. Soon, both Wu Ao and Chen were brought before a grand palace, where Qing sat upon a high dais, her serpentine throne exuding an imposing aura befitting a queen of the serpent clan. At this moment, Qing was clad in sheer gauze, her figure exquisitely alluring. With her cultivation level, she had already transformed, and her beauty was simply breathtaking. Beside Qing stood another woman, whom Chen instantly recognized as Wan. Upon seeing her, Chen shamelessly greeted, raising an eyebrow at Wan. Vile slave, do you truly fear not for your life? Seeing Chen again ignited Wan's fury. Her teeth ground audibly as her murderous intent surged. Just moments ago, when she laid eyes on Yi Chun, her body involuntarily shivered. The profound fear that surged from within was utterly unbearable for her. Even after such a long time, Immortal, despite her reluctance to admit it, had yet to emerge from that shadow. Sister, please calm your anger. Let's discuss this rationally. After all, we are somewhat familiar with each other, are we not? At this point, Yi Chun could only muster the courage to trust the swallowing immortal cauldron once more. Forcing a smile as he spoke, sisters, rather than killing me, it would be better to keep me around. After all, I possess a unique skill that will undoubtedly not disappoint you both. Although Yi Chun wore a smile, and his demeanor was exceedingly sincere, Immortal found his words to be utterly lewd, further fueling her anger. Get lost. With that, Immortal was about to strike, intending to cripple Yi Chun's third leg so that he would think twice before being arrogant again. However, Immortal stepped in first, turning back with great interest to regard Yi Chun at, "Is what you say true?" Upon hearing this, Yi Chun's heart had already come to accept the swallowing immortal cauldron speculations with an 80% certainty. It seemed this woman genuinely wished to engage in dual cultivation with him. His previous words had merely been a test. Having obtained the desired result, Yi Chun felt a plan forming in his mind. Wu Ao, standing nearby, could no longer ignore the implications of Immortal's words, and his expression soured immediately. After a moment, he chose to concede, saying, "Your Majesty, you cannot let your grievances with him implicate me. In my pursuit of this brat, I have already exposed my identity, which is why I have raised a price that I hope, Your Majesty, that you will forgive me this once, given the circumstances," Wu Ao explained. Mo smiled faintly. If one were to say it like that, everything would make sense, including why Wu Ao had come personally this time. He intended to pull off a major heist before his identity was discovered. After receiving the payment, he would simply wash his hands of it, leaving behind a mess that would inevitably implicate the Serpent Clan. Well, very well. You wish to shift the blame onto us, the Serpent Clan? Immortal looked at Wu Ao with a half-smile, her gaze flashing with a hint of coldness. Upon hearing this, Wu Ao nearly soiled himself in fright. When had he ever said such a thing? Your Majesty, you misunderstand. I never intended to imply that. Wu Ao wanted to explain, but before he could finish his sentence, he felt a bloody hand pierce through his chest, and it was Immortal who had struck. Why you dare? At this moment, Wu Ao could hardly articulate his words, blood gushing from his throat, drowning out his voice. The injury was potentially fatal. However, as a nascent soul cultivator, as long as his nascent soul remained, he would not die. Even if his physical body were destroyed, he could simply switch to a new one that I haven't tasted the blood of a nascent soul cultivator in quite some time. Immortal licked her fingers with a look of indulgence, her eyes shimmering with a hint of seduction. Witnessing this scene, Yi Chun felt a chill run down his spine. Otherwise, you die with a single strike capable of shattering a nascent soul's body. This woman's strength was likely far beyond his imagination. Wu Ao wished to say more, but blood continued to pour from his mouth, rendering him unable to articulate his thoughts like a tea that moment. Even his soul trembled with genuine fear. I am a demon. When you conspired with the tiger, you should have anticipated this moment. Mo-Ching spoke with a smile, her eyes filled with disdain. She then delivered a palm strike directly to Wu Ao's forehead, obliterating his body and severing his life force. Naturally, his soul and nascent soul would follow suit. Mo-Ching would not allow a nascent soul enemy to survive, even if she could endure it. Her kin could not. With a resounding crash, Wu Ao's head was shattered, and even his feeble nascent soul was seized by Mo-Ching. Wu Ao's nascent soul resembled a miniature version of himself, struggling in Mo-Ching's grasp, but in his current state, it was utterly futile. Without further ado, Mo-Ching swallowed the nascent soul whole, leaving no remnants behind. What astonished Yi Chun the most was that Mo-Ching, who had only been at the 5th layer of the nascent soul stage, had forcibly ascended 2 realms after devouring Wu Ao, reaching the 7th layer. What kind of demonic technique is this? Kid, you are quite ignorant, aren't you? For demon clans like them, not only can they grow stronger through cultivation, but they also possess a much swifter method by devouring the strong, especially human cultivators. This is akin to a potent elixir for them. Can you guess why they desire so many human cultivators as slaves? The voice of the swallowing immortal cauldron echoed in Yi Chen's mind, leaving his face ashen. Their physical bodies are formidable, and they can also grow stronger through devouring. Is this the terrifying talent of the demon clan? What is the point of fighting? I could simply flee. Indeed, quite delectable. Ching licked her crimson lips, her expression reflecting satisfaction as she refined the excess spiritual energy within her. Speaking of which, she turned back to gaze at Yi Chen, who appeared dazed, as if he had been frightened. Observing this, Ching couldn't help but sneer, her disdain for Yi Chen growing. After all, he was but a lowly servant. Kid, do you still wish to live? When this remark was made, one could hardly fathom what thoughts were swirling in Ching's mind. Her cheeks unexpectedly flushed, resembling festive lanterns of a new year. Of course. What orders does the esteemed queen have? Yi Chen promptly replied, even displaying an air of urgency that would, to others, suggest he was nothing short of a coward. Very well, Ching composed herself and inquired. During that incident, when you rendered me unconscious, how were you so formidable? This inquiry naturally referred to the events that transpired when Yi Chen consumed the Zhan Tianwan in his escape. At that time, after taking the elixir, Yi Chen transformed into a creature as wild as a beast, his appearance straddling the line between human and demon. However, his memories of that moment were scant, his actions driven purely by instinct. Yet, Yi Chen hastened to respond, Your Majesty, that was merely a unique talent of mine, triggered under specific conditions. Upon hearing this, Ching's expression immediately morphed into one of knowing realization. As if everything unfolded just as she had surmised. You have opened your cheese, see? Wan, sensing the aura emanating from Yi Chen, finally spoke up, her astonishment evident at such rapid advancement in so brief a time. I owe my gratitude to you, Lady Wan. Were it not for your generous bestowal of precious materials, my foundational training would not have progressed at this remarkable pace, Yi Chen quickly flattered. Despite the fact that the aura he projected was merely that of an 8th-level Qi refinement practitioner, a staggering feat for one newly initiated into cultivation. Wanner. You may take your leave. I shall ensure he receives a proper reckoning. Ching said, her expression somewhat peculiar as she forced herself to maintain composure. Upon hearing this, Wan's countenance shifted. She could easily discern Ching's intentions and found herself at a loss for words. I understand what you wish to convey, but having just absorbed such an abundance of spiritual energy, I require time to properly regulate myself, lest I fall into madness. Sensing Wan's thoughts, Ching spoke. Her previously composed demeanor now tinged with a hint of embarrassment. Sister, Wan intended to say more, but ultimately retreated under Ching's piercing gaze. With no other option, she departed alongside the other subordinates, leaving only Yi Chen and Ching in the grand hall. Come here. Ching beckoned slowly, and with a mere gesture, Yi Chen found himself soaring through the air, the ropes binding him suddenly severed. Feeling a lightness beneath his feet, he soon realized he was forcibly reclined in the center of the hall's pink canopy, impeccably straight. Truly, she was a seasoned expert. Everything unfolded with such natural ease. A familiar routine. Regrettably, having just endured such a repulsive scene, Yi Chen felt no interest, even in the presence of the stunningly beautiful Ching. Young man, the opportunity lies before you. Seize it well. I have faith in you. The voice of the swallowing immortal cauldron echoed once more, falling silent thereafter. I could see that moment. Yi Chen's mind was flooded with a torrent of expletives. If that cursed cauldron had a physical form, he would surely use it as a dog bowl. I have no medicine. How can I regain my vigor? He recalled that he had only achieved such prowess with the aid of elixirs previously. Now he had nothing to work with, merely grasping at air. You still possess an entire spirit fruit, do you not? It is not too late to refine it into a pill, the swallowing immortal cauldron reminded him. Am I mad to use an entire spirit fruit to concoct an aphrodisiac? Yi Chen cursed inwardly. 1 leaf will suffice, but if you truly cannot muster the strength, using it all is not out of the question. The cauldron teased, damn you. Next time, can you not leave things half said? If you have something to say it in one breath. Yi Chun thought to give the cauldron the middle finger, without waiting for the spirit fruit's consent. He swiftly plucked a leaf and, amidst the cauldron's wails, tossed it into the black cauldron. This was one of the few treasures the swallowing immortal cauldron possessed, and it was the finest Yi Chun had ever utilized. Meanwhile, Ching frowned at Yi Chun, who lay feigning death on the bed. What are you still waiting for? Do you wish for me to end your life? Her impatience was palpable, her gaze flickering with cold intensity. Your Majesty, should such matters not be approached with due preparation? If you are dissatisfied later, I cannot bear such a grave crime. Yi Chun hastily obsequiously delayed, turning his head away to prevent this enchantress from detecting any signs. What? Does this king lack appeal to you? Ching, ever confident in her beauty, felt a chill in Yi Chun's evasive movements despite his words of preparation. Your Majesty has misunderstood. I am merely preparing for transformation. An instinctive action, Yi Chun quickly replied, though his thoughts were entirely focused on the black cauldron within him. Just then, the spirit fruit's leaf had finally been refined, yielding a golden elixir, the Golden Lance Immortal Pill. An upgraded version of the Zhan Tian Wan requires the user to unleash all medicinal power to cease its effects. Failure to do so will result in explosive demise. Staring at the warning from the black cauldron, Yi Chun momentarily froze. This spirit fruit was indeed extraordinary. The efficacy of just one leaf surpassed that of all the materials combined previously, yielding an upgraded aphrodisiac, while the enhanced effects were undeniable. The side effects were daunting. Failure to vent one's energy could lead to explosion, causing Yi Chun to hesitate. Nevertheless, with Ching urging him on, Yi Chun had no choice but to decisively absorb the Golden Lance Immortal Pill, feeling its power flood his entire being. Servant, must you take your time? Ching's impatient voice resonated once more, but before she could finish, Yi Chun's body ignited with a layer of golden, ethereal flames. And transformations began to occur. His muscles swelled, rippling with a peculiar mutation, causing his garments to tear and fall away, hanging in tatters. Particularly, that indescribable part of him stood proudly, akin to a golden lance. Witnessing this, even Ching could not suppress her astonishment, her previously flushed cheeks paling in shock, instinctively retreating a step. Behind her was the bed, and she stumbled back onto it, momentarily forgetting her status as a formidable Yuanying practitioner. How does this differ so vastly from what Wan described? Even ancient demon beasts would pale in comparison to the terrifying aura emanating from Yi Chun at this moment, after consuming the elixir. Yi Chun, now teetering on the brink of madness, had eyes ablaze with crimson fury, his thunderous roar shaking the very foundations of the Grand Hall. Not only did Yi Chun's physical form undergo a transformation, but his cultivation level surged dramatically, abruptly breaking through to the Yuanying stage, nearly overpowering Ching in the process. In his frenzied state, Yi Chun seized Ching, pinning her down with unyielding force. Her struggles proving futile. What awaited Ching was a tempest unleashed by Yi Chun, and whether she could withstand it would depend solely on her own fortune. How could it possibly grow to this extent? Chapter 51. It is of no concern to him. The commotion swiftly attracted Wan, who had just departed, as she rushed back with her subordinates, only to be halted in fright at the entrance. Weaker servants quaked in terror, collapsing to the ground, especially witnessing Ching unable to contend with Yi Chun, forced to endure his onslaught. Wan's complexion paled. Stop! I can't take it anymore. Ching was utterly disheveled, gasping for breath, devoid of any strength to resist, unable even to control the formations of the Grand Hall. Despair enveloped her. She had exhausted all her skills and treasures, yet still could not prevail against Yi Chun. His body was as impenetrable as stone, impervious to damage, and devoid of any sensation of pain. Truly a monster. As for Yi Chun, he had no intention of halting. After all, this was what Ching had requested, and it was of no concern to him. Furthermore, stopping now would lead to his own explosive demise. Driven by the mentality of if I perish, so shall my companion, he could only continue to unleash his fury. Cease this, wretched slave. Upon regaining her senses, Wan immediately unleashed a sword strike, But these blades of energy were utterly ineffective against Yi Chun, shattering upon encountering the pressure he exerted even before his ascension. Not only that, but Yi Chun instinctively retaliated, releasing a terrifying wave that sent all the incoming servants flying, while Immortal herself was thrown back several dozen meters, crashing against an outer stone pillar. Blood spurting from her mouth, her eyes filled with fear, despair, and regret. This fellow was nothing short of a beast, a savage. Had she known, she should have slain him with a single sword strike earlier. Now, he posed a dire threat, and there was no way to contend with Yi Chun. In this pivotal moment, Yi Chun appeared to have grown exponentially stronger than ever before, effortlessly suppressing even his own sister, Immortal, who was utterly devoid of any capacity for resistance. Quick, summon the master! At this moment, Immortal was barely clinging to life, gasping with her last vestiges of strength to utter these words. The grand formation she had once controlled dissipated with a resounding crash, clearly indicating her inability to maintain the spell any longer. I will tear you to pieces. Immortal gritted her teeth, nearly shattering them in her fury, casting a venomous glare at Yi Chun. Yet reason dictated that she must flee and seek reinforcements. However, Yi Chun would not be foolish enough to allow a tiger to return to the mountain. If he could barely handle Immortal, he certainly could not contend with an old demon as well. Leave none of them alive. As Yi Chun spoke, a terrifying sonic wave surged forth, locking onto the retreating Immortal and instantaneously immobilizing her. Casting a glance at the nearly lifeless Immortal, Yi Chun wasted no further time, leaping forward to confront Immortal. Upon seeing Yi Chun's appearance, Immortal was paralyzed with fear, her heart racing in terror. Quick, everyone, stop him! No one is allowed to retreat. The servants of the demon palace, all female demons, charged fearlessly at his command. Yet they soon discovered that their attacks were utterly futile against Yi Chun, whose skin seemed impervious, akin to a magical artifact, shattering their assaults with the slightest tremor. Yi Chun, however, paid them no mind. His singular focus remained on Immortal. He needed to expel the excess medicinal power coursing through him without delay. Time was not a luxury he could afford. The servant's onslaught merely delayed him for a fleeting moment, just enough for Immortal to break free from her paralysis and produce the teleportation talisman concealed within her garments. Without hesitation, she shattered it instantly. Yi Chun's heart sank at this sight. He had witnessed such a device in Wu Ao's possession, capable of transporting individuals across vast distances that not let her escape. Yi Chun swiftly launched a punch through the air, unleashing a terrifying pressure that compressed the very atmosphere, striking Immortal's back with great force. Blood gushed from Immortal's mouth, yet the sheer might propelled her forward into the teleportation array, causing her to vanish in an instant. Your time is running out. The voice of the swallowing immortal Cauldron echoed in his mind, prompting a renewed sense of urgency in Yi Chun. Though the golden spear indestructible thunder pill was powerful, its side effects were equally severe. He could feel his meridians straining to their limits, and if he did not release the pressure soon, he risked a catastrophic explosion of his own body. Fortunately, his training in the indestructible body of the Great Tao and the formation of 3 inscriptions had fortified him against such overwhelming medicinal energies. Never mind, I can do this with my eyes closed. Here, there was no shortage of female demons. Yi Chun turned, his eyes ablaze with a fierce intensity that could only be described as terrifying. What do you want? Stay away. The remaining female serpent demons were not fools. Upon witnessing Yi Chun's scarlet gaze, they seemed to instinctively comprehend the impending doom. Over 100 of them fled in panic, creating utter chaos in the hall. That you've come this far. Do you think you can escape? With another powerful leap, Yi Chun's massive form blocked the exit, and without a second thought, he unleashed a punch that collapsed the entrance under the force of his might. Now, they were trapped. No, don't come any closer. Stay away. Inside the hall, screams of terror echoed as, over the next several minutes, not a single serpent demon managed to escape. Once he had dealt with all the serpent demons, Yi Chun leisurely collected the demon cores. Although the demon race was stronger than ordinary beasts, the process of extracting demon cores remained the same, and these would serve as valuable points in the upcoming competition, particularly with Immortal's core. Yi Chun trembled with excitement as he retrieved the demon core from the Yuanying realm. With such a treasure, he was all but assured a place in the top 10 of the hunting competition. He mused before collapsing against the wall of the hall, feeling utterly drained. Having endured the side effects of the golden spear-indestructible thunder pill through sheer physical prowess, he could nonetheless sense cracks forming in his body. Such treasures came with a hefty price, Yi Chun thought wryly. Yet, more distressing was the realization that one of his limbs felt lifeless. Had he not felt its presence, he would have doubted its existence entirely. Could this be the price of perseverance? Fortunately, had he not undergone rigorous physical refinement recently, the earlier frenzy might have cost him dearly. Kid, you should leave this place at once. Do not forget you let someone escape. Reinforcements will likely arrive shortly, the swallowing Immortal Cauldron advised. Chapter 52. Hurry. I'll hold them off. Upon hearing this, Yi Chun nodded in agreement. Mustering his weary body to rise once more, he searched the hall for anything of value. Collecting all that he could carry. Regrettably, in such a vast palace, he found no treasure vault. Without the heavenly eye, he might have believed that Mo Qing had hidden it far too well. Opening the storage pouch he had taken from Mo Qing, Yi Chun's spirits lifted upon discovering nearly 10,000 top-grade spirit stones within, equivalent to a staggering 100 billion lower-grade spirit stones. With these resources, he need not worry for quite some time. Though he had felt somewhat despondent earlier, his mood had significantly improved. Additionally, he unearthed several more teleportation talismans from the pouch. Could this truly be an unexpected boon? Holding the talismans in his hands, he scrutinized them thoroughly, yet could discern nothing conclusive and ultimately sought the swallowing Immortal Cauldron's guidance. Typically, teleportation talismans bound a location or individual through the user's intent and could be activated by simply shattering them. Hearing this explanation, Yi Chun's eyes gleamed with excitement. These talismans were indeed treasures, invaluable for escape. Without hesitation, he shattered one, and a swirling blue vortex materialized before him. Stepping into it, he felt a dizzying sensation as he was whisked away. Shortly after Yi Chun's departure, a colossal dragon burst forth from the heavens, its furious roar reverberating through the mountains. Its immense form cast a shadow over the entire valley, exuding an overwhelming aura of terror. Upon its back lay the bloodied and gravely injured Mo. During her flight, she had taken a devastating blow from Yi Chun's punch, nearly extinguishing her soul. Recovery would not come easily. The dragon descended rapidly, transforming into a middle-aged man clad in a gray-white robe. Cradling Mo in his arms, he soon discovered Mo Qing's lifeless body within the hall, a ghastly sight. Her life extinguished in a fit of rage. Her expression frozen in terror. Well, well, well. Each utterance of these words ignited the man's fury, culminating in a crescendo of wrath that shattered the palace under the unbearable pressure. You wretched slave, with a thunderous roar. His terrifying spiritual sense swept across a radius of 100 miles. Yet alas, Yi Chun had long since vanished without a trace. Master must avenge my sister. Mo spoke feebly, her agitation causing her to cough up blood. Though the man used his spiritual energy to stabilize her injuries, providing her some relief, not worry. I will ensure we settle this score. The man's eyes burned with rage, wishing only to obliterate Yi Chun until not a single bone remained. Meanwhile, Yi Chun, having activated the teleportation talisman, returned to the Wan Yao mountain range. Hardly had he rested for a few minutes when he fortuitously encountered Li W.T. That moment, Li Wei and his companions seemed to be in dire straits, embroiled in a fierce battle against a 3-meter-tall golden ape. The Golden Ape King possessed the strength of the 7th layer of Foundation establishment, coupled with formidable physical prowess, and displayed no fear. Even when facing peak Foundation establishment human cultivators, unable to defeat it, Li Wei's group relied on their numbers, hoping to wear down the beast through attrition. Among them, Li Wei was the most severely injured, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth while a horrific claw mark marred his chest, exposing bone beneath. The eldest disciple, with his own strength at the 3rd layer of Foundation establishment. He bore the brunt of the Golden Ape King's assaults. Run. I'll hold it back. With those words, Li Wei turned and charged at the beast, channeling all his spiritual energy to maximize the power of his strike. Yet the Golden Ape King was not only powerful, but also possessed a cunning intelligence far surpassing that of ordinary beasts. It deftly dodged Li Wei's attack and lunged at him. The claws of the Golden Ape King were exceptionally sharp, capable of scratching even diamonds, let alone the flesh of Li Wei. A mere mortal, he exerted all his spiritual energy to shield his arms, crossing his hands in a desperate attempt to withstand the impending blow. With a thunderous crash, Li Wei was sent flying like a kite severed from its string, blood gushing from his mouth, gravely injured. "What are you all dawdling for? Hurry and flee," Li Wei shouted to the stunned Xiao Luo and the others. In times like these, every escapee counted, and rashness must be avoided. Observing this scene, Chen couldn't help but feel a sense of regret. It seemed he had misjudged this senior brother, who was willing to risk his life in moments of peril. Such a person couldn't be entirely wicked. "Senior brother, how could we possibly abandon you?" Zhao Sanpao exclaimed, his voice booming as he charged towards the Golden Ape King with his fists raised. Though he was somewhat single-minded, his immense strength was undeniable. Even with a cultivation level that wasn't particularly high, his attacks surged forth with the ferocity of a tempest. Zhao Sanpao possessed the strength of an 8th-level Qi refinement cultivator, and with his innate bloodline talent, he could contend against even ordinary Foundation establishment experts. His muscles swelled, elevating him to a height of over 3 meters as he collided with the Golden Ape King, each punch resonating with a dull thud. Despite being at a significant disadvantage in terms of cultivation level, the fact that he could exchange blows with the Golden Ape King revealed the extent of Zhao Sanpao's talent. This was largely thanks to his skill that enhanced his physical prowess. Otherwise, he would have been unable to endure such a confrontation. "Stop watching. He stands no chance of victory," the voice of the swallowing Immortal Cauldron echoed in his mind. Indeed, before the sentiment had fully settled, Zhao Sanpao was already sustaining injuries. With each punch he threw, new wounds appeared, and soon he was covered in injuries. The disparity in cultivation levels was vast, something that talent alone could not bridge. Had he mastered the immortal body of the Great Tao, perhaps he could have engaged the Golden Ape King in a more balanced fight. A resounding boom followed as Zhao Sanpao was struck by the beast's fist, crashing into the ground and creating a massive crater. This fool out of his mind? Unable to win, doesn't he know to evade? Why not exploit the beast's weaknesses instead of clashing head-on? Chen watched in exasperation, as did the others, with Xiao Luo unable to contain his frustration. "This idiot," he asked, throwing his life away. Despite his harsh words, Xiao Luo still intervened to save Zhao Sanpao, albeit only briefly distracting the beast to allow him to regain his composure. "Xiao Luo, do you have any way to defeat this beast? You're full of cunning ideas. I trust you." Zhao Sanpao wiped the blood from his mouth, heavily injured yet refusing to concede. "Damn it, stop talking nonsense. Just be grateful I'm here to save you. Hurry and get lost." Chapter 53. A single punch to vanquish the Golden Ape King utilizing his speed advantage. Xiao Luo managed to entangle the Golden Ape King momentarily. This beast possessed formidable physical strength but lacked speed, allowing him to evade with agile maneuvers. However, this was ultimately a temporary solution. Brute force would eventually break through any cleverness. 100 sword technique. Coming from a prestigious lineage, Xiao Luo had mastered numerous sword techniques since childhood, but he had been gathering strength, and suddenly unleashed a sword strike aimed directly at the beast's crown, which should have been its weak point. However, when Xiao Luo's attack struck the beast's forehead, it was violently repelled by its protective spiritual energy, leaving no trace behind. Without the swallowing Immortal Cauldron's reminder, Chen could see it was indeed a vital area, but the attack was simply too feeble to penetrate the beast's defenses. "Damn it!" Xiao Luo cursed aloud. Having failed, he knew he had exposed himself. In the process of attacking, he had revealed vulnerabilities, and the Golden Ape King seized this opportunity to retaliate, swinging its tail like a steel beam. The tail struck Xiao Luo with tremendous force, sending him hurtling backwards like a cannonball, crashing through several trees before finally being pinned against a large trunk, which splintered everywhere, obscuring the view of Xiao Luo's condition. Roaring in fury, the Golden Ape King appeared incensed by the recent assault, unleashing a thunderous roar that startled numerous birds and beasts into flight. It turned to survey the remaining group, and a palpable sense of despair enveloped the onlookers. Its overt Liway's face was etched with hopelessness. Yet he resolutely charged forward that if even the newly initiated junior brother dared to risk himself, how could he, as the senior brother, possibly withdraw in such dire circumstances? Just then, a shadow suddenly surged forth from the darkness. Moving with lightning speed, a brutal punch landed squarely on the Golden Ape King's head. The beast, sensing a lethal threat, swiftly conjured its protective spiritual energy, aiming to block the attack, as it had before. However, this time, the beast's defenses crumbled like paper beneath the force of the blow, and the terrifying impact struck the Golden Ape King's crown directly. With a crack, the beast's head exploded, revealing its inner demon core. This shocking spectacle left everyone astounded, and as they regained their composure and recognized the attacker, disbelief painted their faces. "It's Yi-chun. How could it be you?" they exclaimed in astonishment, with Guiwearer expressing her uncontainable joy. Even Xiao Luo, who had just emerged from the debris, stood frozen, staring at the vanquished beast. "Everyone, it's been a while," Yi-chun greeted with a smile, casually collecting the demon core and showing no interest in formalities. After all, having slain the beast, it was only right that the core belonged to him. Li Wei struggled to stand, only to find most of his meridians shattered, spewing blood in an effort to stabilize himself, lacking even the strength to speak. Witnessing this, Yi-chun approached and gently supported Li Wei, channeling some spiritual energy into him to help stabilize his injuries. Then he retrieved a third-tier healing pill from his spatial ring and handed it to Li Wei. "Senior brother, no need for words. Take this and heal first." Wei gazed at Yi-chun with a complex expression before accepting the pill and promptly sitting down to recover. Xiao Luo, too, took the healing pill and quickly entered a meditative state. The Wanyao mountain range was fraught with dangers unlike any other place. If they did not recover swiftly, they would become burdens, unable to protect themselves and only causing trouble for others after a considerable time. Xiao Luo and Li Wei slowly emerged from their meditative states. Their injuries healed by about 70%, and they regained considerable strength. Even if they encountered another demon, they could at least escape without issue. Observing their condition, the others gathered around, concern etched on their faces as they confirmed that both Li Wei and Xiao Luo were unharmed, finally allowing themselves to breathe a sigh of relief. "I sincerely apologize for my previous actions," Li Wei said, feeling quite embarrassed yet bowing deeply to Yi-chun. Such earnest contrition would undoubtedly be accepted by Yi-chun. It was now evident to all, even the most foolish, that Yi-chun's earlier display of ineptitude had merely been an act. No one thought less of him, and no need to worry. Let bygones be bygones. I bear some responsibility in this as well. Yi-chun replied with a gracious smile. After all, had he not feigned weakness, he would not have been looked down upon. In truth, Yi-chun had not intended to intervene until he saw Guiwearer and the unexpected actions of Xiao Luo and Li Wei. Otherwise, he had planned to protect Guiwearer at the critical moment and continue concealing his true abilities. "I say, you've kept us in the dark for far too long. That 10-star talent of yours was genuine, right?" Xiao Luo questioned, his expression a mix of complexity as he approached with lingering doubts to this. Yi-chun could only respond with an awkward smile, having already prepared an explanation. "What a stretch. I merely succeeded by chance after receiving guidance from the pill ancestor. Do you think I'll believe that? The Golden Ape King is a terrifying beast at the 7th level of Foundation establishment. None of us could defeat it together, yet you took it down with a single punch? That's not something mere guidance could achieve." Xiao Luo was skeptical. His broad experience rendered him less easily deceived than Zhao Sanpao. "No matter how great a master is, if the talent is lacking, it amounts to nothing. Believe it or not, that's your choice," Yi-chun replied with a helpless smile, thinking he should have fought longer earlier. Who knew the beast would be so frail? Where's senior sister Yin and the others? Why are there so few of us? Yi-chun quickly changed the subject, turning to Li Wei that we got separated while fleeing from the beast. "But they should still be nearby. Let us go reunite with them." Li Wei explained, his pale face, which had relaxed momentarily, instantly tensed again as he seemed to forget about Yin Lu Yu and the others. "Let us first deal with the corpse of this demon beast. Zhao Sanpao chuckled and hurried towards the Golden Monkey King. After all, this was a foundational level 7 demon beast. Although the demon core had been taken, its flesh and blood were still treasures. Even if they couldn't use it, selling it would certainly yield a considerable amount of spirit stones, so it would not go to waste. However, just as Zhao Sanpao was about to approach, a white streak shot in from afar, crashing down before him with a loud bang, sending shards of stone flying. The attack was clearly laced with murderous intent. Even if Zhao Sanpao were to be struck, he would not die, but would certainly be injured. This frightened the lad considerably, and it was fortunate he had hesitated earlier. Looking towards the source of the attack, several figures emerged. It was none other than Han Mo and Gu Chuan. Chapter 54. Slapping Qiu Lingyun. Han Mo, what do you intend to do? Although Li Wei was injured, upon seeing his team member nearly struck, he immediately stepped forward. Han Mo, however, paid no heed, grinning as he stood before the corpse of the demon beast, blocking Zhao Sanpao's path. His intentions were transparently clear. They aimed to reap the benefits of another's labor. You, shameless! This was our kill. Zhao Sanpao, known for his fiery temper, erupted at the audacity of someone trying to claim what was rightfully theirs. A large stature does not equate to a sharp mind. Just because you say it's yours, does that make it so? Qiu Lingyun chuckled, regarding Zhao Sanpao as if he were a fool. Qiu Lingyun, do you have no shame left? Why steal someone else's prey? At this moment, Guyuer could no longer contain herself and pointed an accusatory finger at the opposing group. They had risked their lives to slay the Golden Monkey King, and now these interlopers sought to claim it for themselves. No one could possibly accept such a thing. Yuer, how long will you continue this nonsense? Get over here at once. Gu Chuan commanded sternly. You can take your leave. I have no brother like you, who spend the entire day colluding with them. Guyuer, now furious, did not spare Gu Chuan either, pointing at him and scolding. Fine, fine. You even deny your own flesh and blood. I truly cannot comprehend what makes Yi Chun so special that it drives a dignified princess to such depths. Just then, Su Hui descended on his sword, appearing from the sky. Now, Yi Chun and his companions felt immense pressure. Not only were they outnumbered, but each opponent was formidable, causing anyone in their presence to feel a chill. Zhao Shidi, Li Wei quickly called back Zhao Sanpao. This was no longer just about the corpse of a demon beast. They needed to find an opportunity to escape, or they might not know how they would meet their demise. These individuals were clearly targeting Yi Chun, and Li Wei could no longer afford to act nonchalantly. Regardless of Yi Chen's strength, he could not possibly protect them while simultaneously contending with these foes. Fleeing the ruins was the only viable strategy. You may leave, but this boy must stay. Su Hui completely disregarded Li Wei and his group, his gaze fixated on Yi Chun, his seething fury almost palpable. In response, Han Mo did not hesitate. He had already drawn from his storage bag, preparing to claim the demon beast's corpse for himself. Him. Dealing with Yi Chun was the sole responsibility of Su Hui. He saw no need to dirty his hands, stepped forward, and Yi Chun sighed softly, casually uttering these words, evidently directed at Han Yi Chun. What do you think you're doing? Li Wei was taken aback by his words. Given the current situation, escape was the only prudent course of action. Who could have anticipated that Yi Chun would choose to confront the pressure head-on? Was he not courting death? Master brother, that demon beast was slain by me. Although I only took the demon core, the remaining corpse is my rightful spoils. How can I allow others to lay claim to it? Yi Chun chuckled lightly, his expression indifferent. Boy, are you out of your mind? Qiu Lingyun laughed uncontrollably, as if she had heard the most absurd joke in the world. However, before she could finish her sentence, Yi Chun's figure flickered, and he reappeared right before her. The suddenness of it all caught everyone off guard. Yi Chun moved like lightning, and by the time they realized what had transpired, his palm had already struck Qiu Lingyun's face. Smack! Yi Chun had not even utilized spiritual power, relying solely on his physical strength to send Qiu Lingyun flying. Who could have anticipated Yi Chun would exhibit such brutality, slapping Qiu Lingyun with such swiftness that the others had no time to react? How dare you hit me? Qiu Lingyun struggled to rise from the ground, her face swollen on one side, her speech slightly slurred. Yet the fury in her tone erupted like a volcano. No one had ever dared strike her before. Yi Chun was the first. Not only her, but even Han Mo's expression darkened, as if he had just swallowed a fly. This was not merely an affront to Chiu Lingyun, but an insult to him as well. In an instant, a chill enveloped Han Mo's countenance. His gaze murderous. Kneel. With a thunderous roar, Han Mo's aura erupted, revealing he was at the first level of the Golden Core realm. His power was terrifying. Han Mo struck swiftly, aiming a punch directly at Yi Chen's forehead. The force of this punch was formidable. Devoid of any technique, it could easily shatter a massive rock, let alone strike a person. Be careful. Gu Yu'er exclaimed, her heart racing with anxiety for Yi Chun. After all, Han Mo was a Golden Core expert, and none present were likely his match. Yet despite knowing of his opponent's strength, Yi Chun advanced rather than retreated, meeting Han Mo's punch with a palm strike of his own. With a resounding crash, Yi Chun astonishingly absorbed the blow. The terrifying force pushed both individuals back, but in the exchange, Yi Chun only staggered back 10 steps before regaining his footing, and it appeared he had suffered no injuries at all. Though Han Mo fared somewhat better, retreating merely half a step, his mind was tumultuous. He was a Golden Core expert. Facing Yi Chun should have been as simple as crushing an ant, yet the outcome was evenly matched. How could he accept this? Have you condensed 3 body tempering inscriptions? Feeling the feedback from his fist, Han Mo exclaimed in shock, his expression now imbued with a hint of awe as he regarded Yi Chun, even if he was reluctant to believe it. The current situation seemed to suggest as much. Otherwise, how could Yi Chun withstand his punch? This fellow, Xiao Luo, regarded Yi Chun with astonishment. Meanwhile, the senior brother, Li Wei, simply shook his head with a wry smile. Yi Chun was surely hiding more than just this. Watching the newly initiated junior brother stand before them, shielding them from the storm, Li Wei felt somewhat guilty. However, he could see that Yi Chun must have other means at his disposal. Otherwise, mere body tempering inscriptions would not suffice to contend with Han Mo. Typically, 3 body tempering inscriptions could only match the physical strength of a peak foundational level expert. Why Yi Chen's ability to achieve this was undoubtedly remarkable. Brother Yi Chun, Gu Yu'er gasped, her small hand covering her mouth, her eyes brimming with disbelief. Reflecting on how Yi Chun had just slain the Golden Monkey King with a single punch, everything began to make sense. The Ji Yuchuan observed the scene with a shifting expression. He had never expected this boy to have been feigning weakness all along. But what was his aim? The evidence was irrefutable. What else could he say? Senior brother Ling Fei had perished at his hands. Su Hui stepped forward at this moment. From Yi Chen's earlier display of strength, it was clear he was the one responsible for Ling Fei's death, having pretended innocence all along. Su Hui had known he was not mistaken. However, since Yi Chun dared to reveal his strength, he was certainly prepared for any repercussions. If you want to strike, then strike. What need is there for such idle talk? If you wish to kill me, feel free to try. Chapter 55. That Panlong spear is quite impressive. May I borrow it? It seems you do possess some skill, managing to take down that fool Ling Fei. Han Mo frowned. The earlier clash had made him realize that even if he killed Yi Chun now, he would still pay a price. What does that have to do with you? We are not yet at the point of mutual destruction, so do not provoke me. Yi Chun, disinterested in idle chatter, reached for the corpse of the Golden Monkey King. This demon beast was slain by him. If it were to be given to Gu Yu'er and the others, Yi Chun would not complain. But he would never hand it over to these hypocritical moralists. He would rather cast it into a ravine to feed wild wolves. Do you truly think I cannot handle you? Han Mo could not withstand such provocation. As a disciple of the sect, who had ever dared to treat him with such disrespect, Yi Chun had already publicly slapped him. Now he dared to threaten him as well if Han Mo did not kill Yi Chun. How could he show his face in the sect again? Where will you put your pride? With a flash of cold light, a silver spear suddenly appeared in Han Mo's hand. The spear was entwined with a coiling dragon, its maw forming the spearhead, exuding a chilling aura. This was a high-grade spiritual weapon, the Panlong spear, which Han Mo had obtained during an adventure in a cave, relying on the Panlong spear and his own formidable prowess. He surged forward within the sect, achieving the status he holds today. The Panlong spear can be regarded as Han Mo's signature weapon. Many disciples who have faced him would likely be so intimidated upon seeing the spear brandished that they would surrender without hesitation. With the panlong spear now in hand, Han Mo no longer concealed it. He swiftly formed seals, and Yi Chun could distinctly perceive the terrifying aura emanating from it, distorting the surrounding space. Death, as the final seal was inscribed. Han Mo hurled the panlong spear with tremendous force, and with a whoosh, it cleaved through the void. Empowered by immense spiritual energy, the spear's speed surged to an unimaginable level, locking onto Yi Chen's position and leaving him no chance of escape. This strike was aimed at Yi Chen's annihilation, and Han Mo would not hold back. Not only Yi Chen, but even Li Wei and the others, standing at a distance, could distinctly sense the destructive aura radiating from the spear. This blow could likely obliterate even a cultivator at the third level of the Golden Core stage. Boom! Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the panlong spear crashed into Yi Chen, unleashing a massive shockwave that sent trees swaying and startled countless birds and beasts, plunging the scene into chaos. While Yi Chen's figure was engulfed by the smoke, that it's over. Is this fool truly incapable of dodging? Xiao Luo's complexion turned pale, having witnessed the might of the panlong spear. He doubted Yi Chen could survive such a blow. Why Yi Chen's sister, Guiwer, who had just shown signs of joy, now lost all color in her face. In that moment, she felt as though her heart was gripped by a colossal hand, rendering her breathless. Yi Chen dead? Li Wei sighed deeply, a newfound weariness settling on his already pale face. After all, their northern peak had finally produced a talent like Yi Chen, only for him to perish here. Ha ha! Serve him right. That beast deserved to die. Su Hui laughed maniacally, believing that his vengeance for Ling Fei had been fulfilled, feeling particularly at ease. Xiao Lingyun laughed with a sinister glee, declaring he deserved to die. It's a pity I cannot personally slay this scoundrel. However, just when everyone believed Yi Chen was doomed, a figure gradually emerged from the smoke. The figure held a long spear, seemingly toying with it. This is impossible. Han Mo, recovering from his disbelief, gazed in astonishment at Yi Chen, who had emerged from the smoke, the panlong spear now firmly in his grasp. You were clearly struck at a vital point by the panlong spear. How could you possibly be unscathed? Han Mo's voice was filled with shock and fury, his eyes reflecting disbelief. In his view, even a cultivator of the same realm would not be able to withstand such an attack. Yet here stood Yi Chen, alive and well, right before him. Moreover, he even wielded the panlong spear. How could this be possible? There's nothing impossible. Your panlong spear is quite impressive, so I shall borrow it for a while. Yi Chen casually shook the silver spear in his hand, a serene smile gracing his lips. However, to Han Mo, that smile appeared devilish. How on earth did this brat accomplish that? Indeed, had it been an ordinary cultivator, they would have been directly pierced by the panlong spear from that strike, unable to stand here alive. Yet Yi Chen practiced the undying body, which far surpasses ordinary body refinement techniques. Although he had not mastered the 9 marks to perfection and had not yet achieved the sanctification of his physical form. Having condensed 3 marks was already a glimpse into mastery, making his physical resilience even more formidable than that of some nascent soul cultivators. Not to mention that Yi Chen, now at the pinnacle of foundation establishment, was practically on the verge of entering the Golden Core stage. He could break through whenever he desired. However, to stabilize his cultivation, he had been progressing steadily. When it comes to combat prowess, even if Han Mo were to exert his utmost, he might not be a match for Yi Chen. The first level of the Golden Core, truly formidable. I can still fight. What's this? You were just intent on killing me, yet now you hesitate to act. Noticing Han Mo's continued inaction, Yi Chen's gaze fell upon him. Having become familiar with the panlong spear over time, he now wielded it as well. That if you have the ability, return my panlong spear, and we shall have another duel. Han Mo bellowed in anger, deliberately provoking. Yet Yi Chen was no fool. Why would he agree? I merely said I would borrow your panlong spear. Naturally, I must use it before returning it. As an inner Sect genius, do you possess no other weapons? Yi Chen replied nonchalantly. Who? Han Mo regarded Yi Chen with suspicion. At this moment, he was unable to ascertain the other's strength and dared not act recklessly. This fellow is far too enigmatic. Despite his aura being that of a Foundation establishment cultivator, he could withstand my assault with his physical body and even block the Panlong spear. Is this something a Foundation establishment cultivator can achieve? What are you? What other tricks do you have? Hurry and show them. I can adjust the timing. Why? Chen spoke again, eager to see what other formidable techniques his opponent might unveil. However, as his words fell, before Hanamo could respond, a cold gleam shot toward the back of Yi Chen's head. Several hidden weapons, glimmering with a purplish hue and seemingly laced with deadly poison. The assailant was Su Hui, who had been waiting for the opportune moment since Yi Chen emerged from the smoke. That Su Hui had not expected that this little brat's life would prove so resilient. If Han Mo alone could not kill him, then Su Hui would certainly join in. With his strength at the 5th level of Foundation establishment, he was considered strong among the disciples, and, alongside Hanamo, he was confident they could eliminate this brat. As the hidden weapons neared Yi Chen's nape, this deadly poison, purchased at great expense, and known as Blood Seal, was lethal enough to kill even a golden core cultivator with a mere scratch. Chapter 56. Now you think of fleeing. Is it not too late? Although using Blood Seal to kill Yi Chen seemed like overkill, this brat had far too many hidden cards, and Su Hui did not wish to see him escape once more. Yet, the cleverly angled hidden weapons passed right through Yi Chen's form, and the anticipated scene of bloodshed did not materialize. Instead, the Yi Chen they had seen gradually faded away, vanishing without a trace. An afterimage? Not only Su Hui, but even Hanmo's eyes widened in disbelief. What kind of speed must one possess to create an afterimage in place? Why bother? I had initially intended to let you live a bit longer. Su Hui was searching for Yi Chen's figure when he suddenly heard a voice coming from behind. He did not turn around, but instinctively hurled every hidden weapon he had concealed on his person. In that fleeting moment, Su Hui distinctly felt that Yi Chen was charging straight for his demise. Had he hesitated for even a moment, he would have become a corpse. However, Su Hui was unaware that no matter how quickly he reacted, he was merely buying himself a few precious seconds before inevitably succumbing to Yi Chen's assault. As he turned again, Yi Chen's fist aimed directly at Su Hui's forehead, the terrifying pressure seemingly capable of shattering his skull in an instant. Confronted with the imminent threat of death, and knowing he could not escape, Su Hui could only stammer, "You can't kill me. My master will not let you off. If I do not kill you, your master will not spare me either." Why, Yi Chen's expression remained indifferent, showing no intention of sparing him, and decisively struck Su Hui's forehead with a punch. With a muffled pop, Su Hui's head was crushed like tofu, and even his soul was torn to shreds by Yi Chen's spiritual energy, leaving him utterly deceased. It's over. Now, it was Li Wei's turn to express his despondency, his face etched with bitterness. Su Hui was someone who should never have been killed. How could he return and explain this to the elders? Yet at this moment, he felt an unprecedented sense of relief and exhilaration. You dare to kill? Do you truly fear death? Han Mo roared, having not witnessed the previous incident with Ling Fei, but he had seen Su Hui's demise with his own eyes. If he did nothing now, he would surely attract trouble upon his return. Han Mo unleashed his spiritual energy, elevating his aura to its peak. However, having done all this, he did not charge at Yi Chen, but instead turned to flee, abandoning his companions. Even Han Mo felt a twinge of trepidation from Yi Chen's earlier punch. Though he had a realm advantage over Su Hui, he knew it would not be so easy to eliminate him. This bizarre movement and terrifying strength, how could they all manifest in Yi Chen? This brat is too strange. Who knows how many secrets he harbors? Hanamo certainly did not wish to perish here. Humph. Think you can escape? Yi Chen's gaze was filled with murderous intent. At this juncture, he was determined to slay Han Mo, refusing to allow him to leave. With this resolve, Yi Chen no longer held back, unleashing his full spiritual energy, which surged to the pinnacle of Foundation establishment. A half-step into the golden core realm, the terrifying aura shocked everyone, revealing that this fellow had actually reached the pinnacle of Foundation establishment. No wonder he could suppress Han Mo. An ordinary foundation-building expert is vastly different from one who has achieved the grand completion of the Foundation. The disparity is not trivial by any means, especially in the case of Yi Chen at present, The aura emanating from him has long hinted at the opportunity to step into the golden core realm. It is merely that this young man has been suppressing himself, refraining from making a breakthrough. I knew it. You indeed have hidden cards up your sleeve. Hanemo felt a flicker of hope. With his strength at the first level of the golden core, he believed that in a preemptive escape, the people present would be unable to stop him. However, before he could finish his thoughts, Yi Chan's figure had already caught up to him. This young man's speed was astonishingly swift. Even a golden core cultivator like him could not evade. Hanemo nearly dropped his jaw in astonishment upon seeing Yi Chen pursue him relentlessly. Yet he did not sit idly by. He quickly formed hand seals and unleashed 3 attacks in an instant, each strike infused with the power of the golden core. Die! Hanemo ground his teeth and roared in fury. A genius like him. When had he ever been forced into such a desperate situation by Yi Chen? He had even chosen to flee, yet Yi Chen persisted in his pursuit, so he could not be blamed for his lack of courtesy. Whether by luck or something else, those 3 attacks remarkably struck Yi Chen directly, sending up a cloud of dust. Let that young man be arrogant. Did he truly believe I could not deal with him? Seeing this, Hanemo burst into laughter, his fleeing steps slowing somewhat. After putting some distance between them, he finally paused to observe. The others present were equally taken aback. What was Yi Chen doing? Those 3 attacks did not seem like they could have been avoided. That was a strike from the golden core realm. Even with Yi Chen having achieved grand completion of the foundation, enduring 3 such attacks would surely be unbearable. Stop your trickery. Come out. Hanemo, losing patience upon seeing the lingering smoke, hurled another attack into the mist, each more ferocious than the last, his eyes gleaming with malice, resembling a deity of death. Boom, boom, boom. The series of explosive sounds sent shivers down one's spine. And Guiwearer felt a wave of anxiety for Yi Chen. Why Yi Chen? She cried out in alarm. Having thought Yi Chen would turn the tide, who could have anticipated this current scene? The crowd stood momentarily stunned, struggling to comprehend. However, before anyone could worry for Yi Chen, a terrifying aura erupted from the smoke, instantly scattering the surrounding debris. Even the air around Hanemo was shattered by this force. How is this possible? Hanemo's expression froze, his pupils constricting. Others might not sense it, but he felt it all too clearly. The Yi Chen hidden within the smoke, previously on the brink of collapse, had seemingly undergone a breakthrough. His aura soaring. The 4th body refinement inscription. Although Hanemo was not proficient in body refinement, he recognized the changes in Yi Chen at this moment. Just earlier, Yi Chen had chosen to welcome Hanemo's attacks during battle, refining his body and managing to coalesce a 4th body refinement inscription in the midst of combat. Now, with the indomitable body of the Great Tao, Yi Chen had condensed 4 body inscriptions. And coupled with his grand completion of the foundation, he was more than capable of dealing with Hanemo, who was merely at the first level of the golden core. This time, Hanemo did not utter a word but turned tail and dashed toward the woods, believing that if he could reach the cover of the trees, he would surely escape. Monster! Li Wei and the others couldn't help but think of this word simultaneously, feeling that no other term could adequately describe Yi Chen. Now you think of fleeing? ISNT it a bit late. Yi Chen's voice drifted like a specter from behind him, and as he spoke, his voice grew closer. Hanemo didn't even need to turn around to know that his pursuer had caught up. Chapter 57. A single punch to annihilate the golden core. Damn it. Hanemo gritted his teeth, suddenly unleashing a palm strike backward, which met Yi Chen's fist with a resounding boom. The impact sent him hurtling away like a cannonball. Yi Chen had not even used spiritual power for this punch, relying solely on the sheer strength of his body, underscoring just how terrifying the Great Tao's indomitable body was with the activation of the 4th body inscription. Yet Hanemo, having been struck, showed no hesitation and immediately pulled out a teleportation talisman, crushing it without a second thought. Why Yi Chen's pupils constricted upon witnessing this. If Hanemo managed to teleport away, he would never have another chance to kill him. If he were to return to the Sword Immortal Sect, who knew what trouble might await him? With that thought, Yi Chen's aura exploded forth, his speed doubling as he gathered all his spiritual power into his fist, launching a simple yet powerful strike, .8 styles of immortal slaying. First Fist, Life and Death Forgotten. Originally, with 3 body inscriptions, Yi Chun found it exceedingly challenging to execute the 8 styles of immortal slaying. But with the breakthrough of the great Tao's indomitable body, while he could not unleash the full style, he could still manage to deliver one punch. The terrifying force of this punch even distorted the very fabric of space. The point of impact seemingly possessing a massive gravitational pull, forcibly dragging Han Mo back. If one listened closely, they could even hear the roar of a tiger and the cry of a dragon within that fist. A sight that could shake the very soul. Li Wei was the first to react, urgently calling out to Yi Chun, "Junior brother, show mercy, this man cannot be killed yet." Killing Su Hui might still leave room for redemption, but slaying Han Mo would change the nature of the situation entirely. However, by the time those words were spoken, it was already too late. That Yi Chun's fist struck Han Mo with blinding speed and pinpoint accuracy. Han Mo, who had nearly stepped into the teleportation array, wore an expression of joy at his impending escape. But that expression froze forever. Yi Chun's fist brutally obliterated him into a mist of blood, not even leaving behind remnants of the golden core. A single punch annihilated the golden core realm. Not even a trace remained. The arena fell into a profound silence, the only sound being the wind rustling through the trees, accompanied by a soft whisper, "Survival of the fittest." He is only himself to blame for his lack of strength. Yi Chun retracted his fist and casually remarked, "If any of you fear being implicated, you may leave freely. I will not impede you in the slightest. Only ask that you keep this matter to yourselves." Junior brother worries too much. Li Wei sighed deeply, realizing that with a man dead, further words were futile. "Senior brother, why is this so?" Zhao Sanpao stepped forward, his straightforward nature and admiration for Yi Chun's decisive action against Han Mo prompting him to speak in support of Yi Chun. "What you do not understand is that we are about to compete with the true martial academy. With Han Mo present, he could at least bolster our strength, preventing us from being too passive. This competition is not merely a simple contest. Should our Sword Immortal Sect lose, the repercussions could be dire, impacting even our human race." Li Wei explained slowly, though he was reluctant to admit it. Talents like Su Hui and Han Mo were already among the cream of the younger generation, but Yi Chun's swift elimination of both had significantly weakened their team for the forthcoming contest against the true martial academy. They would likely be left defenseless. Even Gu Chuan furrowed his brow upon hearing this, seemingly coming to the same realization. This hunting tournament ostensibly offers opportunities for newly admitted disciples, yet it also serves to select participants for the upcoming contest. It is truly unfortunate. Li Wei sighed deeply, feeling a wave of helplessness wash over him, and he blamed himself for his lack of strength. If he could dominate the younger generation, there would be no need for such concerns. Forget it. Now that they've been reduced to nothingness, what significance do these words hold? Xiao Luo shook his head helplessly. Though he spoke dismissively, his heart was still profoundly shaken by Yi Chun's prowess. Especially the punch that had obliterated the golden core. It remained vivid in his mind. A mere Han Mo, how could he possibly compare to our Chungu? Zhao Sanpao laughed heartily, entirely unconcerned with other implications. Yet Li Wei furrowed his brow, sighing again. If it were truly as simple as you say, how wonderful it would be. Today's events, once they spread, will likely prove detrimental to Junior brother. Not only the Ling family, but even the elders might not spare him. After all, Han Mo was a direct disciple of the fourth elder. Considering that old man's temperament, it would be miraculous if he let Yi Chun off the hook. Not to mention the third elder as well. Senior brother, we may be able to ensure silence, but what about them? Xiao Luo said, glancing back at Gu Chuan and Xiu Lingyun, knowing that only they remained unaligned. Li Wei's group, aside from Gu Yue. We're all from the same peak as Yi Chun, even sharing the same master. For anyone's sake, they would not betray him. Ji Yue, of course, was even less likely to speak out, as it was evident that she held feelings for Yi Chun. Let us silence them first. This person has the most loose lips. Zhao Sanpao, without a moment's hesitation, began to speak. It is no wonder that this lad possesses such a carefree disposition. When the topic of silencing witnesses arose, he was already prepared to take action, without the slightest hint of doubt. Rest assured, everyone, I shall keep my lips sealed. You are undoubtedly one of the most distinguished members of our Sword Immortal Sect's younger generation. And for the sake of the sect, I must protect this secret. Moreover, as a member of the royal dynasty, I could never allow the demon race to encroach upon us nor act as a traitor to humankind. Gu Chuan's rhetoric was flexible, yet it bore the unmistakable mark of a fence-sitter. Furthermore, the extraordinary talent and strength that Yi Chan exhibited were more than sufficient grounds for him to forge a connection with Gu Chuan. Gu Chuan's purpose for visiting the Sword Immortal Sect was not solely to enhance his own power, but also to cultivate valuable relationships. In the forthcoming struggle for the dynasty, how could one compete with other royal brothers without a sufficient array of cards to play? This was also the reason he had previously allied himself with Ling Fei and Han. As long as they were strong and capable, Gu Chuan welcomed them with open arms. Upon hearing his words, the others said nothing further. After all, Gu Chuan was indeed Gu Yu's brother, and it would be inappropriate to act so ruthlessly before her. Very well, then let us deal with this woman. Zhao Sanpao was true to his name, and once Gu Chuan cleared himself of suspicion, only Qiu Lingyun remained in the crosshairs. He immediately directed his accusations toward her. Chapter 58. My brother Chen is remarkable even though his strength was slightly inferior to Qiu Lingyun's. One could never be sure who would prevail in a physical confrontation. Given her raw power, I am willing to swear by the way of heaven that I shall never betray Yi Chan. Otherwise, may I be struck by 5 bolts of heavenly lightning. Qiu Lingyun was not foolish. At such a moment, she dared not continue to oppose these individuals and readily took the oath for cultivators. Oaths sworn upon the way of heaven were of utmost importance. Once pledged, they established a connection with the divine law, and failing to uphold such a vow would lead to certain doom. After uttering her words, Qiu Lingyun felt as though an enigmatic shackle had been placed upon her. Although it would not affect her actions, she understood that should she disclose today's events, she would indeed invite a calamity of thunder upon herself. Now, can you all trust me? After completing her declaration, Qiu Lingyun timidly cast a glance in their direction, specifically towards Yi Chan. Compared to the others, she clearly harbored a greater fear of this prodigy. With a single punch, even a golden core cultivator would not withstand him. Qiu Lingyun dared not provoke Yi Chan in the slightest. For now, survival was her priority. Once dead, no amount of wealth could save her. Begone. With a disinterested gaze, Yi Chan uttered these 2 words. Upon hearing them, Qiu Lingyun felt as if a great burden had been lifted and dared not linger further, swiftly vanishing into the depths of the forest. Though Zhao Sanpao and the others felt a lingering unease, with Yi Chan having spoken, they could not express further dissent. Everyone, I have one more piece of information regarding Elder San and C. These 2 old geezers have colluded with the Southern Peak Master Wu Ao to sell Sect disciples to the demon race for spirit stones, and even those talented disciples who have left the sect are implicated with them. Now that matters had escalated to this point, Yi Chan was no longer inclined to conceal information and decided to disclose what he knew, allowing those present to be informed. These 3 individuals seemed intent on the demise of the Sword Immortal Sect. They must have already established connections with the Zhenwu Academy. Why Yi Chan's speculation was not unfounded, as many factions wish for the Sword Immortal Sect's downfall, with the Zhenwu Academy leading the charge. Is this truly happening? As the crowd absorbed Yi Chan's revelations, they were left utterly stunned. Who could have imagined that the esteemed peak masters and elders, typically held in high regard, were such shameless individuals? Moreover, these transgressions had long since been uncovered. Following the conclusion of the upcoming hunting competition, it was only a matter of time before someone took action against them, alleviating their concerns. Why Yi Chan spoke with a smile, explaining why he was untroubled by Qiu Lingyun's potential betrayal. Even if she were to inform others, the remaining 2 old codgers would be too preoccupied with their own survival to turn their attention towards him. You, my friend, I truly find you increasingly inscrutable, Xiao Luo remarked, casting a deep glance at Yi Chan, her eyes filled with confusion and curiosity. Although she wished to know more, Yi Chan's silence rendered her powerless. In truth, apart from her, the others present shared similar sentiments. Even Gu Yuer felt the same way. When they had first met, it was outside the sect's election, and Yi Chan had appeared akin to a beggar. Yet now he seemed to have transformed entirely, possessing great strength and an air of mystery. How many secrets did he still harbor? Come on, with my brother Chen being so formidable, how could he not have some secrets? If he revealed everything, how would you all maintain your heirs in the future? It was Zhao Sanpao who broke the suffocating atmosphere. Although this lad often spoke without thinking, sometimes his words could evoke a sense of shame in others. As was the case now, Brother Zhao is right. We were indeed presumptuous. Li Wei, as the eldest disciple, graciously acknowledged his mistake while alleviating the tension. Zhao Sanpao chuckled innocently, scratching the back of his head while gazing at Yi Chen enviously. Brother Chen, your physical prowess is truly terrifying. When you have the time, would you mind teaching me a thing or two? As a body cultivator, Zhao Sanpao nearly drooled at the sight of Yi Chen's unyielding body. Once we return, there will be opportunities, Yi Chen replied, having no intention of keeping secrets. The unyielding body had a simplified version that he could teach Zhao Sanpao. After all, this lad was quite to his taste. As for the complete version, without the recognition of Wang Yu, it would be nearly impossible to cultivate, as one could easily veer into madness and meet a tragic end. Would you be willing to teach him that? Then how about your movement technique? With such speed, it can't possibly be solely due to brute strength, can it? Xiao Luo chimed in eagerly, not wanting to miss such a rare opportunity. In Yi Chen's eyes, he was now a treasure trove. Even a mere scrap could fetch a high price. Well, do not look down upon me and Brother Chen. Have you not always referred to us as fools? Zhao Sanpao retorted, wasn't that just youthful exuberance? Is my apology not enough? Xiao Luo responded, dismissing any concern for appearances. Cultivators were not bound by such trivialities. As long as they could grow stronger, they would not hesitate to sacrifice their pride, even their lives. After saying this, Xiao Luo seemed to recall something and shot a glare at Zhao Sanpao. So, I risked my life to save you just now, and this is how you repay me? Had it not been for him and Li Wei who had held off the Golden Ape King, Zhao Sanpao would likely have been crushed just moments ago. While the group laughed and bantered, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted from the depths of the forest, followed by a thunderous roar. The sound carried with it a sense of tragedy and boundless fury, instantly sweeping through the surrounding thickets. Yi Chen sensed this shift, and his brows furrowed, turning towards the source of the commotion. Activating his celestial eye, everything before him became crystal clear. He finally discerned the source of the disturbance. It was the Beast Prince, Angry Scale, who had previously conspired with Wu Ao. Why was he here? This creature had already reached the second level of the nascent soul realm, boasting terrifying power, and as a beast, his physical prowess was equally formidable. In a true confrontation, even a fifth-level nascent soul cultivator might not last more than a few exchanges. Moreover, behind Angry Scale, Yi Chen spotted two figures, one of whom was extraordinarily familiar. It was Immortal, who had successfully escaped earlier. Immortal now stood atop a black flood dragon, which was none other than her master transformed. Upon witnessing this scene, Yi Chen's pupils constricted. It was evident that these individuals had come seeking vengeance. It was unexpected that the serpent race would have ties to the legendary Flood Dragon clan. The lengths they had gone to in order to seek revenge suggested a profound connection between them. This was not supposed to be the case. According to the contract, demon beasts above the Golden Core realm were forbidden from appearing in the outer regions of the 10,000 demon mountains. What was the meaning of this aura? Could it be that they truly wished to wage war against humankind? Gu Chuan's brows knitted tighter, his expression darkening considerably. Chapter 59, in a desperate situation. Seeking to break through to Golden Core, this contract between humankind and the demon race had been established a century ago. The 10,000 demon mountains were a sacred ground for both races. No demon beast above the Golden Core realm was permitted to step foot within, lest it be seen as an act of war against humankind. This agreement had endured for 100 years without breach. Yet now the situation was dire. In truth, not only the demon race, but also the nascent soul realm cultivators of humankind were prohibited from appearing here. This explained why the Immortal Sect had not dispatched top-tier warriors for protection, allowing their disciples to undergo this bloody trial. The demon race had always been treacherous. What use was there in expecting honesty from them? Li Wei snorted coldly, his eyes filled with disdain for the demon race. Let us leave this place at once. They currently find themselves with no options. The power of these demon clans is formidable, far beyond what they can contend with. The most prudent course of action is to inform the elders within the sect, allowing them to intervene and resolve the matter at this moment. Preserving one's life is paramount, and the message must be dispatched without delay. However, just as everyone was preparing to depart, Chen suddenly spoke. Stepping in the opposite direction, I have matters to attend to. You should leave first. Clearly, the enraged scales have likely locked onto his position. If Chen were to continue following Guiwearer and the others, it would certainly endanger them as well. Brother Chen, you mustn't be reckless at a time like this, Zhao Sanpao exclaimed anxiously, calling out to the retreating Chen. Trust me, I possess the means to escape. You all must leave at once. Without waiting for further objections, Chen's voice gradually faded as he vanished into the woods. Just as Chen had taken his leave, the group heard a furious voice emanating from above. Indeed, it was from the enraged scales. Human race, listen closely. I will offer 100 million spirit stones as a reward for the whereabouts of a human named Chen. Any information, true or false, will be compensated. The voice of the enraged scales boomed like thunder, echoing clearly for miles, reaching the ears of disciples from various sections. What the hell? Brother Chen is truly formidable. Zhao Sanpao was left stunned. He had thought Chen was off to accomplish great deeds, but it turned out he was merely being hunted, with a bounty of 100 million spirit stones placed on his head for his whereabouts. It was hard to fathom just how he had offended the demon clans to warrant such a massive response. Not only Zhao Sanpao, but Li Wei and the others wore expressions of bitterness, unable to comprehend how Chen could stir such trouble. Having just slain Su Hui and Han Mo, now they had demon clan experts coming after them. Although their relationship with Chen was lukewarm, they were still fellow disciples, and if these demon clans discovered their connection, who knew what calamity might ensue? The key point was that these were not ordinary demons, but from the Serpentine clan, a significant faction among the demon races, boasting numerous formidable experts, and even a great ascendant among them. Brother, ye must not wish to implicate us. Guiwearer was the first to react, murmuring softly, regardless, we must leave this place immediately. The appearance of the Serpentine clan does not bode well. Li Wei decisively declared. As the eldest brother, he had to consider the safety of his younger companions. As for Chen, with their cultivation levels, all they could do was feel helpless. Meanwhile, within the depths of the myriad demon mountains, disciples from other sects also heard the voice of the enraged scales. Becoming acutely aware of the catastrophe Chen had caused, they gritted their teeth, filled with righteous indignation. Even if we have to overturn the entire myriad demon mountains, we will find this brat. Indeed, when the time comes, we will split the 100 million spirit stones. This is an extraordinary opportunity. Are you foolish? If we fail to locate Chen, do you think the demon clans will spare us? At this proclamation, the previously fervent crowd fell into a hushed silence, but a single statement had awakened them from their stupor. If they could not find Chen, would they not become scapegoats? Now that the entrance to the sect's grand formation was closed, even the fastest among them would have to wait 4 days. The elders within the sect would be unable to assist. Their only reliance was on themselves. Realizing this, they dared not linger any longer and quickly dispersed into the woods. Intent on locating this harbinger of misfortune, Chen, on the other side, Immortal, who had been trailing her master and the enraged scales, was astonished to find that the aura of the mark she had placed on Chen had vanished. Her face paled, clearly indicating that her internal injuries had yet to heal, though she had managed to stabilize herself temporarily with medicinal pills. Humph. As long as we are within the myriad demon mountains, even if he takes to the skies, we will ensure he is captured. The enraged scales maintained a calm demeanor, as though discussing a most ordinary matter. Thank you for your assistance, young master. I will forever remember this great kindness. Mo respectfully spoke. There is no need for thanks. I am merely fulfilling my duty. Moreover, we share the same roots. How could I allow a human to slay my kin and let him go unpunished? The enraged scales had always looked down upon humans, and now his hatred for Chen was palpable. wishing nothing more than to swallow him whole, in a secluded area of the myriad demon mountains. Yi Chen had swiftly fled nearly 100 kilometers, finally evading the tracking aura from above. Had it not been for his swiftness, he would have likely been discovered long ago. Dingo, is there a mark from that demoness on me? Can it be removed? Yi Chen had sensed something was amiss. If there weren't some hidden means, how could the enemy have pursued him to the myriad demon mountains? Unbeknownst to him, when he had escaped, Yi Chen had utilized the teleportation talisman, and now he possessed only a few remaining, with each used diminishing their number. Wait a moment. The voice of the swallowing immortal cauldron resonated in his mind. Accompanied by a flash of golden light, Yi Chen soon felt a lightness in his body, suggesting that the mark had indeed been erased. Thank you, Dingji. Yi Chen conveyed his gratitude mentally, then promptly plunged back into the woods. Seeking a hidden cave where he set up a formation at the entrance, he then seated himself on the ground, swiftly entering a state of cultivation. With the spirit ring in hand, it was merely a matter of minutes for Yi Chen to break through to the golden core stage. Given the imminent threat, he required greater strength to enhance his bargaining power. Relying solely on his perfected foundation establishment would undoubtedly be insufficient to confront the enraged scales. He must advance to the golden core stage. An hour passed swiftly, the spiritual energy surrounding him having been drawn to an extraordinarily thin level. Regaining it would likely take some time. At this moment, within the cave, Yi Chen's aura was more powerful than ever before. Chapter 60. 3 Dan Transformation Technique. During his earlier escape, the depleted spiritual energy had been replenished, and his realm had leaped forward, breaking through to the 3rd level of the golden core stage. Furthermore, he had successfully condensed a first-grade golden core within himself, feeling that his internal spiritual energy was at least 10 times stronger than before. However, why did it feel like his cultivation speed had slowed significantly after the breakthrough? Yi Chen murmured, glancing at his hands with a hint of confusion that it is not that it has slowed. Rather, the amount of spiritual energy required for your current advancement is immense. The voice of the swallowing immortal cauldron chimed in. Condensing a golden core and breaking through a realm entails that the golden core stage is also divided into various grades, all reflected in the quality of the golden core itself. The one you previously killed, Han Mo, had only condensed a 5th-grade golden core, which is considered average in strength. Had he produced a 2nd-grade golden core or higher, you would have had little chance of defeating him. Even with your utmost effort, and he might have escaped. The golden core is categorized from 1 to 9, with the weakest 9th-grade golden core being akin to mere paper. Even a slightly stronger perfected foundation establishment cultivator could slay it. This illustrates the disparity between talents. Those renowned prodigies across the continent generally condense golden cores of 2nd grade or higher. Listening to the swallowing immortal cauldron's explanation, Yi Chen slowly nodded, gaining a rough understanding of the golden core stage. However, the 1st-grade golden core you have condensed is merely the most ordinary. While it is strong, it is only just passable. I possess a technique for condensing Dan. Would you like to learn it? Condensing Dan technique? Upon hearing this, Yi Chen's interest was instantly piqued. The swallowing immortal cauldron had previously gifted him only a black cauldron, which turned out to be a divine artifact. Thus, the technique for condensing Dan must also possess its unique merits. I wish to learn. Yi Chen eagerly agreed. As the command fell, a mark swiftly entered Yi Chen's consciousness. The swallowing immortal cauldron was already within him, and its inheritance naturally imprinted directly, much simpler than other celestial paths. Yi Chen felt a slight pressure in his head as a torrent of information flooded his mind, taking a full quarter of an hour to barely digest it. 3 Dan transformation technique. By lowering one's realm, one can condense a golden core. Using 3 1st-grade golden cores as a foundation, one can condense a celestial-grade golden core. This is beyond the 1st grade, an unparalleled golden core, by mastering the 3 Dan transformation technique. You will be able to battle against the nascent soul stage with the golden core stage. Even that demon earlier, you would possess the strength to contend. The swallowing immortal cauldron smiled mysteriously. Moreover, with the 3 golden cores unified, you can later condense 3 nascent souls. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen immediately grasped the formidable nature of this technique. Was this not the legendary Qi transformation into 3 pure ones? 3 golden cores, 3 nascent souls. Did that not imply he effectively had 3 lives? This was truly a heaven-defying technique. Understanding this, Chen could not help but feel a rush of excitement, though he forcefully suppressed it and voiced his concerns. What is the cost? Such a technique cannot be simple, he pondered. Clever, the 3-Dan transformation technique requires an immense amount of spiritual energy. You can battle against the nascent soul stage due to the boundless spiritual energy within you. With the current spiritual energy in your surroundings, it is simply insufficient to support your cultivation of this technique. The words regarding the swallowing of the Immortal Cauldron were akin to dousing Chen with a bucket of cold water, instantly restoring his composure. What is the point of speaking of such might? A spell that cannot be cultivated, no matter how extraordinary, is ultimately of no use. Why Chen couldn't help but roll his eyes. Lacking spiritual energy, did you not possess elixirs and miraculous medicines? The Immortal Cauldron reminded him of the many treasures he had gathered from Chen, that it was high time to put them to use. Upon hearing this, Chen, realizing the urgency, hastily retrieved all the medicinal materials he had. Initially, these possessions were meant for the guardians of the Sealing Realm, but faced with his own peril, he had no choice but to utilize them, with the hope of procuring more later. With the Black Cauldron at hand, Chen unhesitatingly cast in over 10,000 spiritual herbs. The Divine Cauldron, as expected of a legendary artifact, began to refine the herbs autonomously after their introduction. And soon a miraculous elixir, embodying the essence of all the medicinal powers, came into being. Lacking any specific formula and merely purifying the most refined spiritual energy, this elixir, strictly speaking, could not be classified as a true pill. Otherwise, concocting a pill from such a multitude of spiritual herbs would undoubtedly attract celestial phenomena, exposing his location, leaving him no time to cultivate. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen swiftly consumed the elixir, which melted instantly upon contact. He quickly entered a state of cultivation. With the divine elixir and the spiritual ring, Chen's cultivation surged explosively to the 8th level, and it continued to rise. The immense spiritual energy surged violently within him, causing Chen to grimace in pain as blood began to seep from his skin's surface. The excruciating sensation of being on the verge of bursting from the overwhelming spiritual power could likely only be comprehended by Chen at this moment. Concentrate. Without further delay, Chen began to execute the 3 pillars transformation technique, striving to refine his second first-grade golden pill. Ordinarily, the creation of a first-grade golden pill would only require 3 levels of spiritual energy. However, Chen had underestimated the potency of the elixir, especially after being augmented by the Black Cauldron, which rendered its pharmaceutical power terrifyingly potent. Why Chen resolutely decided to push forward, gritting his teeth and utilizing his 8th-level spiritual energy as the foundation to refine the second golden pill. This process was excruciatingly painful and prolonged. Yet thanks to his cultivation of the indestructible body of the great Tao, even if his willpower could withstand it, his physical form would have long since succumbed to the ravaging spiritual energy. As time passed, dawn of the second day arrived. After a night of relentless effort, Chen's realm finally reverted to the first level of golden pill, yet his aura was more fearsome than ever. Reminiscent of a lion on the verge of awakening, with a slow exhale of foul air, Chen opened his eyes, which sparkled momentarily with golden light. The surging sense of power coursing through him was exhilarating. In his dantian, 3 golden orbs stood in a triangular formation, representing the 3 first-grade golden pills Chen had successfully refined. Indeed, you have achieved it, young man. This time, even the Immortal Cauldron could find no fault. As 5 hours had passed, surpassing any talent it had previously encountered without a dragon, you say, when we meet again, I shall take your head, although currently possessing only the first level of golden pill strength. Chen brimmed with confidence, convinced that he could easily best the furious scales. Initially, Chen had intended to seize the momentum to elevate his realm further, especially since he possessed the spiritual ring, a veritable artifact for cultivation. However, he quickly discovered that the medicinal power within him had been entirely exhausted. Not a drop remained. The surrounding spiritual energy was even more sparse than oxygen, rendering further cultivation a mere waste of time. Deprived of the nurturing spiritual energy, Chen noticed that even the nearby trees appeared to be withering. This spiritual ring is indeed remarkable, he mused. Yet before he could formulate his next plan, a terrifying explosion reverberated through the forest. Although it was still several dozen miles away, he heard it distinctly. Even the birds and beasts in the woods were startled into flight, causing an immediate uproar in the forest, sensing that ominous presence. Chen's brow furrowed, and his expression darkened. He swiftly activated his heavenly eye, gazing towards the source of the commotion, and was shocked to discover Guiwerer and her companions. I could see that moment. They were bound tightly. And the culprits were none other than the disciples of the Sword Immortal Sect. Surrounding them were numerous serpent-like demon creatures, led by Nu Lin and Immortal. Chapter 61. None shall escape today. Where is Chen now? Immortal spoke, her gaze sharp as a blade, her voice dripping with venomous hatred for Chen, wishing for nothing less than to see him ground to dust. Li Wei, what do you intend to do? Do not hesitate to reveal that boy's whereabouts. Our lives depend on you. Just tell us the location of that waste, and the demon lords will surely spare us. The disciples of the Sword Immortal Sect turned against each other, as if forgetting their human identities altogether, even siding with Mo to press Li Wei and his companions for answers. I speak only the truth. Chen parted ways with us yesterday, and we do not know his current whereabouts, Li Wei replied, his brow furrowed, his demeanor grim, as if he were about to burst into tears. He was genuinely anxious, for everything he said was true. Yet the demon tribe refused to believe him. What a waste of time. Kill them all. Nu Lin's eyes flashed with a cold light as boundless killing intent erupted, suffocating everyone around him. He had little patience for these humans. If they wished for death, Nu Lin would not show mercy. Moreover, even if they did betray Chen, he had no intention of sparing them. It was merely a matter of killing sooner or later. Wait, I am the third prince of the ancient Phoenix dynasty. Do you not fear that the dynasty will wage war against you if you kill me? Gu Chuan stood forward, bracing himself, for this seemed to be the only card he had left to play. The ancient Phoenix royal family? Nu Lin's brow furrowed slightly. He had not expected a member of royalty to be among the crowd. However, even so, his pride would not allow him to bow down. And his expression darkened further. Oh, you think I would be afraid? With that, he struck out with a mighty palm, sending it hurtling towards Gu Chuan. Gu Chuan, merely at the chi refinement stage, was no match for Nu Lin, and was immediately sent flying over 10 meters, crashing into a massive tree. Brother! Guiwerer cried out, rushing towards Gu Chuan, unable to keep pace with the unfolding events, forced to watch helplessly that moment. Gu Chuan, having sustained such a brutal blow, was already gasping for breath, teetering on the brink of death. The Guiwerer, witnessing this scene, felt her heart shatter, her eyes filled with hatred directed at Nu Lin. Nu Lin has always looked down upon humanity, and Guiwerer's piercing gaze only served to infuriate him further. Without uttering a word, he prepared to strike at her. Zhao Sanpao, unable to stand idly by, stepped forward and shouted, "Have the courage to face me. What kind of bravery is it to bully a woman?" With that, Zhao Sanpao unleashed his spiritual energy, his aura surging dramatically as he began to swell in size. Already tall, he now towered over 3 meters, resembling a small giant, even overshadowing Nu Lin. With his keen eyesight, immediately discerned the anomaly in Zhao Sanpao. This lad possessed the bloodline of the demon clan, and remarkably, a rare dragon lineage. Although it was but a trace, it was enough to make Zhao Sanpao stronger than any other human. Even Nu Lin could feel the suppression emanating from the dragon bloodline within Zhao Sanpao. He was merely a flood dragon, and the gap between him and a true dragon was immense. This trace of bloodline evidently came from a true dragon. It was a suppression born from the depths of the soul. And even if Zhao Sanpao's strength was not comparable to his own, Nu Lin still felt an inexplicable fear. You are not purely human. Nu Lin's brow furrowed, a hint of surprise flickering in his eyes. The suppression from the bloodline was even clearer to Mo Luan beside him. She was now gasping for breath. Zhao Sanpao's bloodline had yet to fully awaken. He had only triggered a faint trace. As his power grew, once that true dragon bloodline awakened entirely, it could potentially frighten Mo1 to death. Enough with the idle chatter. If you have the guts, fight me. Zhao Sanpao disregarded Nu Lin's ramblings, his singular desire being to send all these demons flying with a single punch. Yet, in the face of such an overwhelming disparity in strength, even Zhao Sanpao's bloodline suppression could not bridge the chasm. At the very moment Zhao Sanpao made his move, Angry Scale had already beaten him to it, delivering a powerful punch to his chest. Even though Zhao Sanpao, with his formidable physique, managed to endure this blow, he was still sent flying through the air. His recently inflated body deflated like a puncture balloon, and it wasn't long before Zhao Sanpao returned to his original state. Point 1 could only watch as he struggled on the ground, unable to rise multiple times, while Angry Scale stood before him, his gaze tinged with indifference. However, Angry Scale had no intention of striking again. Instead, he summoned a rope and bound Zhao Sanpao right there. "Let me go. If you have the guts, face me again." Zhao Sanpao barked defiantly, but his current condition rendered him incapable of fighting. His meridians were severely damaged, and 2 of his ribs were broken. Had it not been for his robust physique, that punch would have surely pierced him through. Rest assured, your demise is not yet upon you. With your ancient dragon bloodline, you are meant to serve my demon kin. Angry Scale declared, his eyes gleaming as though he had stumbled upon a treasure. Once your ancient dragon bloodline is fully awakened, I will merely need a drop of your essence to transform into a dragon myself. At that moment, I shall become a true dragon. At this juncture, a golden light erupted from Angry Scale's eyes, as if he could already envision the future he so fervently desired, which now lay tantalizingly within his grasp. Hearing his words, Li Wei and others exhibited expressions of shock, realizing that this seemingly foolish individual was indeed of great significance. No wonder their master held him in such high regard. Yet she had misjudged. Within Zhao Sanpao flowed not the ancient dragon bloodline, but rather the bloodline of the primordial wild bull. Here, I extend my congratulations to you, young Master Angry Scale. Mo1 quickly interjected, her tone exceedingly respectful, though her eyes betrayed a hint of envy. However, it is a pity that we did not capture that wretched slave, Yi Chen. As she mentioned Yi Chen, Mo1's expression darkened, her eyes filled with intense hatred. Let these lowly humans be your charge. Consider it a form of compensation for you. Angry Scale, in high spirits from capturing Zhao Sanpao, deemed this far more valuable than capturing Yi Chen. But rest assured, young master, Yi Chen will not escape. Licking his crimson lips, Angry Scale's eyes glinted with a bloodthirsty light. No one had ever managed to evade his grasp, and neither would Yi Chen. Thank you, young master, Mo1 said respectfully, nodding vigorously. Yet, just as Angry Scale prepared to leave with Zhao Sanpao, a voice suddenly rang out, "N01 is leaving today." Chapter 62. Fierce battle with Angry Scale. The voice was calm, akin to the tranquil waters of a clear lake. Following the sound, a figure emerged, an elegantly clad man in white, exuding an air of composure amidst indifference. It was Yi Chen. This fellow has finally shown himself. Humph, this is the trouble he brought upon himself. He must bear the consequences. All right. We don't have to die. We still have a chance to live. The disciples of Sword Immortal Sect were now brimming with joy, their faces radiant as if they had glimpsed the last glimmer of hope in the depths of despair, a feeling of relief that only they could truly comprehend. The demon kin sought Yi Chen. As long as he was dead, they would no longer implicate these innocent souls. You dare show your face? Mo1 glared at Yi Chen, her eyes ablaze with fury, as if she wished to incinerate him. Yi Chen paid her no mind. He first approached Gu Wearer and Gu Chuan, gently placing a finger on the nearly unconscious Gu Chuan to temporarily lock his life force that he won't die just yet. I have a way to save him, Yi Chen reassured. Hearing this, Gu Wearer wiped away her tears and nodded earnestly, instinctively cradling Gu Chuan and retreating to a safe distance. Staying behind in the face of Angry Scale would be futile. It was wiser to keep her distance and avoid adding to Yi Chen's burdens. Now, it is your turn. Having completed these actions, Yi Chen's gaze fell upon Angry Scale, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Clap, clap, clap. Angry Scale suddenly burst into laughter, clapping for Yi Chun. Such commendable courage. Wouldn't it be better to continue living like a pathetic dog? Why come out to meet your demise? Angry Scale's tone dripped with disdain. Even though he was astonished by Yi Chen's strength, having reached the first level of Golden Core at just over 20 years of age, a rare talent, it was of little consequence in the presence of a nascent soul. All Golden Cores were as insignificant as ants. Let them go. You seek me, Yi Chun replied nonchalantly. However, the demon kin accompanying Angry Scale would not agree, each letting out cold snorts. Do you think you have a right to negotiate with us? Unaware of your imminent doom. Ha! What a joke. Immortal sneered, her heart seething with murderous intent. Yi Chun, you shall pay for your actions. I demand that all the humans here accompany my sister in death. Forgetting the pain after healing. Escaping once makes you think you can escape again. Yi Chun chuckled coldly, his gaze assessing Immortal. Setting aside everything else, Immortal's long legs were indeed quite the sight. You seek death. Already incensed, Immortal was now consumed by rage. Her spiritual energy erupted, and she drew a long whip from her waist, striking at Yi Chun with ferocity. With a cultivation level of Foundation Establishment 5th layer, coupled with the physical prowess of the demon kin, she could easily dominate even those of Foundation Establishment 6th layer against ordinary humans. Flee. Yi Chun would not sit idly by. Before engaging, he swiftly transmitted a signal to Li Wei and the others. They were not foolish and quickly reacted, scattering in all directions. Although the disciples of the sect did not receive Yi Chen's signal, seeing Li Wei and others take flight, they too could not remain passive and fled in various directions. The scene descended into chaos, vibrant spiritual energies swirling throughout. Leave none alive. Angry Scale was not one to be trifled with. He slaughtered these mere humans without batting an eye. Several white streaks shot forth, and those who ran too slowly were instantly obliterated in a blood mist, their souls unable to escape. The arriving demon kin also sprang into action, baring their fangs and rushing towards the humans, each resembling a harbinger of death. For them, humans were delectable prey, and opportunities for such a feast were rare. In a flash, Yi Chun unleashed a devastating punch into the void, the force of which severely injured Immortal, sending her flying several meters, blood spewing forth. With the first strike successful, Yi Chun plunged into the throng of demon kin. Most of these demons were at the Foundation Establishment level. Yi Chun, in the Golden Core realm, was akin to a wolf among sheep, easily overpowering them. Each punch felled a demon, without a hint of hesitation. You actually broke through to the Golden Core. Immortal, having sustained heavy injuries, spat out several mouthfuls of blood. Her complexion even paler than before. She could hardly fathom how rapidly Yi Chen's strength had escalated. Angry Scale had sensed something amiss, but was equally surprised that a mere first layer of Golden Core could be so formidable. Still not fleeing, Yi Chun, with sheer force, carved a bloody path for Li Wei and the others, then shouted loudly. Li Wei glanced back at Yi Chun, a deep look in his eyes, before turning and fleeing without a backward glance. At that moment, their hearts were tumultuous. In just 2 days, Yi Chen's strength had seemingly leaped forward, achieving breakthroughs in the Golden Core realm. Such an astonishing rate of cultivation was likely unparalleled across the land. Incredible! Truly, my brother Chun. Brother Chun is magnificent. Zhao Sanpao, bound tightly, could only be carried by Xiao Luo as they fled. Xiao Luo was at his wit's end, realizing that escaping was already a challenge, and now he had to haul this hefty 200-pound mass. What a burden he had to bear. The crucial point was that Angry Scale's rope was evidently a magical artifact, and with their current strength, it seemed impossible to break free in a short time. Amidst Yi Chen's overwhelming strength, the situation became a chaotic mess. Taking advantage of the turmoil, Li Wei and the others had already vanished without a trace. By the time Angry Scale regained his senses, everyone had long since fled. Some of the weaker disciples had perished, but that was an unfortunate reality that Yi Chun was no saint. He could not save everyone, and rescuing the majority of the human kin was already commendable. You seek death. Angry Scale's face shifted through shades of blue and purple. He had just proclaimed to leave none alive, yet most of the humans had successfully escaped. Was this not a slap in the face? With a thunderous roar, the furious scales struck mercilessly, launching an attack towards Chen. The might of the nascent soul realm was unleashed in that moment, its speed akin to a fleeting ray of light. Chen furrowed his brow tightly, hastily channeling all his spiritual power to meet the oncoming assault. Despite his unwavering confidence in his evasive techniques, he found himself unable to escape the blow. Resorting instead to crossing his fist to shield his chest, bracing himself against the force of that punch. With a resounding thud, Chen's body was sent hurtling back like a cannonball, shattering boulders and stirring up clouds of dust. Is this the essence of the demon race? Though he sustained minimal injuries, Chen felt a tumultuous surge of spiritual energy within him, nearly losing control. The sheer ferocity of the strike from the enraged scales was terrifying. Had it not been for his indomitable body cultivated through relentless practice, he might have been reduced to mere fragments by that single blow. As the dust settled, the sight of Chen, unscathed, caused the scales' frown to deepen even further. Chapter 63. Practicing in battle, the ferocity of that punch was not lost on him. The scales had intended to slay Chen with a single strike to vent his wrath. Yet, not only had he failed to kill Chen, but the latter also emerged without significant injury. For what he sensed, Chen's aura was only slightly disordered, quickly regaining stability. This young man possesses an extraordinary physique. It is undoubtedly beyond what any human should possess. Could he be a body cultivator as well? Young master, you must eliminate this fellow at once. He cannot be allowed to escape. Immortal reacted instantly. The talent and strength displayed by Chen instilling a profound fear within her. If she failed to slay Chen today, the next time he appeared, it would likely be her own demise. Chen scoffed, the murderous intent in his gaze intensifying. He had almost forgotten about that wretched woman. In an instant, he unleashed his full speed, appearing before Immortal in under 10 meters. The overwhelming killing aura sent chills down her spine. She could sense that her life was on the line in the next heartbeat. However, while Chen was swift, the scales were even faster. Your opponent is me. With that declaration, another punch came hurtling toward Chen. Left with no choice, he turned to confront the scales' assault, their fists colliding with a cataclysmic force. The shockwave sent Immortal, who was closest, hurtling backward, her spiritual energy roiling within her, nearly causing her to spew blood. When had this boy become so powerful? Immortal was astounded. In a recollection, Chen had been easy to manipulate, yet now he was able to exchange blows with the scales. After that last punch, Chen staggered back a dozen steps before finally stabilizing himself. Though somewhat disheveled, he was not crushed. It was crucial to note that the scales were the nascent soul realm, which implied that Chen's strength must have reached that level as well. Young man, I may have underestimated you. The scales shook his slightly numb arm, fixing his gaze on Chen from afar. Among the younger generation, only a few monstrous beings from the demon race could match him in combat. And never had a human fought him to such an extent. What was more perplexing was that Chen's aura clearly indicated he should only be at the golden core realm. How was he achieving this? The scales pondered in vain, unable to fathom the reason behind it. Come again, Chen coldly declared, continuing to summon the vast reservoir of spiritual energy within him. But this time, his target was the scales. He understood that unless he dealt with the scales, he would not survive this encounter. Seeking death, the gap between the golden core and nascent soul realms was not something that mere techniques could bridge. The scales were now utterly enraged, unwilling to grant Chen any further opportunities. Yet after several rounds of combat, the scales were bewildered, while his attacks were fierce and effective against Chen. The latter seemed like an indomitable cockroach, growing stronger with each exchange. By the end, he was actually able to trade blows evenly with a being of the nascent soul realm. This is impossible. As they separated after another clash, the expression of disdain on the scales' face was replaced with shock as he regarded Chen. His brows knit tightly. This boy is adapting to my strength during combat. The scales had indeed surmised correctly. Chen's sudden surge in power meant that initially he had been unable to control the overwhelming spiritual energy. Had the scales chosen to crush Chen with overwhelming force from the outset, he might have indeed been slain. However, Chen had now acclimated to that surge of power, finally able to wield it with proficiency. Come again. When Yi-Chun uttered those words once more, a hint of fervor ignited in his eyes. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he charged toward the scales. Once again, he refrained from employing any martial techniques, relying solely on the most straightforward and unadorned fist strikes, clashing head-on with the scales. With each exchange, the scales' heart sank further. He realized he could not contend with Yi-Chun, and to make matters worse, he was starting to sustain injuries himself. It was known that he was of the demon race, with a body inherently strong, and having even cultivated the fourth body-refining inscription, making his physical defense among the most formidable in the nascent soul realm. Dragon into the sea. The scales could no longer contain himself. He swiftly formed seals, summoning a dragon conjured from spiritual energy, which charged forward alongside his fist, launching a devastating strike toward Yi-Chun. The might of this attack was nothing short of terrifying. With his nascent soul strength, even a small hill would struggle to endure this blow. Dragon into the sea. Show me the prowess of your demon race's martial arts. Yi-Chun smiled, showing no hesitation as he lunged at the dragon's head with a punch. This strike was executed without a hint of hesitation, imbued with boundless intent, as if it could shatter space itself. This was a technique taught by Wang Yu, one of the 8 styles of slaying immortals. Although this particular punch bore no name, its association with slaying immortals indicated its potential to do just that. And the scales were merely a minor insect in comparison, the chasm between them akin to a vast abyss. Boom! The dragon conjured from spiritual energy was instantly obliterated by Yi-Chun's punch. The terrifying power of his blow diminished only slightly, yet it still landed squarely on the scales. With another thunderous sound, the scales were sent flying, embedding into a distant hillside, a cloud of dust erupting around him. Everyone present was left in a state of shock. Yi-Chun, who had just been under the scales' relentless assault, had suddenly unleashed his strength and obliterated the scales. How was this possible? A mere span of a few breaths had elapsed. Had Yi-Chun broken through to the nascent soul realm, standing at a distance? Yi-Chun made no further moves, his gaze trained on the swirling dust, fully aware that the scales would not perish so easily. That last punch had only inflicted severe injury. Moreover, he had not even drawn out the scales' true form, suggesting the demon still had some strength left. Indeed, before long, the dust erupted, accompanied by a loud crash. As the scales emerged, disheveled, from the chaos that ate this moment, every piece of clothing on the scales was tattered, and his right arm hung limply at his side. Yi-Chun's previous punch had rendered his right hand useless. With blood trickling from the corner of his mouth and hair in disarray, the scales' eyes glinted with a mixture of fear and madness, suffused with a bloody thirst. You! How dare you injure me? You wretched human! You should forever remain a lowly slave. The scales' roar echoed through the valley, his rage entirely eclipsing his reason as he howled to the heavens, his original human form unable to maintain itself. Transforming into a 10-meter-long dragon. Chapter 64. Why has he grown so strong? The black dragon radiated an imposing presence, seemingly even stronger than before, perhaps a manifestation of the innate gifts of the demon race. Once they returned to their true forms, their strength and combat prowess would see a significant enhancement. However, the injuries sustained by the scales still lingered, such as the severed right arm, which was now visible on the black dragon as a missing front leg. It is said that the dragon is a treasure trove. If I were to refine your corpse into elixirs, I could surely concoct numerous potent pills. Yi-Chun recalled something, his eyes lighting up as he gazed at the transformed scales. To him, the scales now resembled not merely a black dragon, but rather a moving spirit herb. Given the depletion of spiritual herbs due to his recent upgrades, he was determined to replenish his supplies from the scales. No matter what. The black dragon sensed the greedy glint in Yi-Chun's eyes and felt a chill run down its spine. Yet blinded by rage, it was oblivious to such thoughts. Human, prepare to pay with your life. The earth-shattering roar resounded once more, startling the birds and beasts in the forest, creating a cacophony around them. The black dragon moved swiftly, faster than before, charging toward Yi-Chun with its formidable bulk. Ha ha! Splendid! I have yet to battle a black dragon. Although Yi Chun had slain numerous demonic beasts upon entering the Wanyao mountain range, the disparity between them and the formidable true dragon before him was not to be underestimated. The celestial eye activated. The weaknesses on the fury scales were now laid bare before his gaze. Found you. The adage of striking a snake at its vital point holds true, while the black dragon before him bore distinctions from a mere serpent. Its vulnerabilities were surprisingly similar. The 8th style of celestial slaying, second fist. Yi Chun inhaled deeply, exhaling slowly, as the spiritual energy within him fell into an eerie silence. Simultaneously, his muscles swelled dramatically, an enigmatic force erupting from his dantian. The spiritual patterns imparted by Wang Yu during his teachings on the 8th style of celestial slaying. Even a mere hint of integration greatly amplified the might of this second fist, far surpassing that of the first. The surging power pressed against Yi Chen's flesh, causing a tinge of pain. No wonder Wang Yu had previously stated that one must await the formation of the 4th corporeal inscription before wielding the 8th style of celestial slaying, should the strength of his body prove inadequate. Merely gathering power could lead to his own explosive demise. Feigning divinity. Die. Fury scales roared, charging towards Yi Chun with fierce intent. T was such a close range. Escape was no longer an option. It opened its gaping maw, preparing to strike with ferocity. Given its current form, even a massive boulder towering 3 meters could be crushed in an instant, let alone a mere flesh body. However, in the blink of an eye, Yi Chun struck with unwavering resolve. His figure flickered and vanished, as if into thin air. Before fury scales could react, Yi Chun's fist was already upon him. Die. A singular, unembellished word, an unadorned yet precise fist, detonated upon the vulnerable point of fury scales. This punch bore no trace of spiritual energy fluctuations. To the untrained eye, its subtleties were imperceptible. Only Yi Chun understood the tremendous cost of unleashing this blow. The veins within his body felt crushed under the sheer force, fearing that even a moment's delay could lead to his physical form being unable to withstand the pressure. Boom! A muffled sound resonated from the black dragon's body, as this punch shattered the resilient scales that had previously withstood all attacks, even from spirit artifacts. The once invulnerable scales crumbled like clay beneath Yi Chen's fist, unable to withstand even a moment's duration, scattering into fragments. Moreover, the intent of his fist effortlessly penetrated the flesh of fury scales, wreaking havoc within. Already severely wounded, fury scales could not endure this assault. Its nearly 10-meter-long true form was sent flying, crashing into the thicket with a resounding thud. Silence. The arena fell into an eerie stillness. Aside from the sound of the black dragon snapping branches, no other noise disturbed the air. Even Mo Wan, not far away, dare not breathe. This damned human slave, why has he become so powerful? Impossible, absolutely impossible. She had thought that bringing Zhang Hui along to capture Yi Chun would be a sure win. Even if they couldn't take him alive, killing him should pose no problem. Yet now, the outcome was far beyond Mo Wan's expectations. Yi Chun was no longer the contemptible slave of yore. His strength had far exceeded her own, rendering even fury scales no match for him. Li Wei and the others, who had already retreated to a safe distance, now turned their gazes toward this direction, their hearts gripped with astonishment, although they were unaware of the specifics of the battle. The sight of the immense dragon form of fury scales was impossible to ignore. When did Yi Chun become this formidable, capable of forcing the true form of fury scales to reveal itself? Cough, cough. Despite the earlier display of bravado, Yi Chun's condition was not particularly favorable. With his current physical state, barely managing to execute the second fist of the 8th style of celestial slaying, not only was its potency reduced to 70%, but he also sustained injuries. Numerous veins within his body had been shattered, and even his arm trembled slightly, still too forced. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Yi Chun could not help but smile wryly. But now was not the time for relaxation. His gaze remained fixed on the distant black dragon. Although that punch possessed terrifying power, Yi Chun knew it was utterly impossible to obliterate fury scales in one go. Moreover, the opponent had already cultivated into the nascent soul stage. As long as the nascent soul remained intact, immortality was within reach. equivalent to having two lives. Again, Yi Chen roared, extending another challenge to Fury Scales. However, at this moment, the once proud and haughty Fury Scales had lost its bravado. Its gaze toward Yi Chen shifted from astonishment and gravity to sheer terror. This boy is a monster. He is even more monstrous than a prodigy. He is merely at the golden core stage. Yet he dares to pursue me, a nascent soul beast. If Yi Chen were to break through to the nascent soul stage, would he not obliterate me completely? Unbeknownst to Fury Scales, it was all thanks to Yi Chen's mastery of the 3-Dan transformation technique. In his efforts to confront Fury Scales, Yi Chen had already depleted 2 golden core pills, leaving only one remaining that if he could not decisively eliminate Fury Scales with the next strike, he would be forced to surrender. However, Fury Scales was now thoroughly frightened by Yi Chen. Despite its numerous wounds, though not fatal, it had lost the will to resist. Even now, the terrifying intent of the 8th style of celestial slaying continued to wreak havoc within its body, affecting even the beast's formidable regenerative abilities, causing its wounds to linger without healing. Fury Scales was terrified, utterly so, devoid of any desire to continue fighting. Before the astonished eyes of the onlookers, the massive black dragon unexpectedly took to the skies, swiftly fleeing into the distance. Damn it. Where do you think you're going? Chapter 65. The third fist of celestial slaying. Yi Chen had set his sights on Fury Scales' physical form. Today, he would not allow it to escape with the phantom step. Yi Chen's speed surged to its zenith, leaving a trail of afterimages in the void. Fury Scales, gravely wounded and besieged by the intent of the celestial slaying fist, stood no chance of outrunning Yi Chen. Within mere blinks of an eye, Yi Chen had closed the distance. Little worm, prepare to receive another punch from me. Yi Chen howled to the heavens, his laughter echoing like a piercing, demonic sound, causing Fury Scales to tremble in fear. In that fleeting moment, Yi Chen seized the opportunity, condensing his spiritual energy into his fist, and then unleashed a ferocious strike. Fury Scales, already bereft of strength to continue fighting and desperate to flee, could not withstand Yi Chen's full-force attack. Should it connect, it would likely be obliterated on the spot. At this moment, despair filled its gaze, and regret welled within its heart. Where did this prodigy emerge from? Why had it never heard of such a young powerhouse among the human race? You brat, don't be so arrogant. At that instant, a voice resounded from all directions, and an unparalleled pressure suddenly descended from above, locking onto Yi Chen with unyielding force. His full-force strike was completely dispersed in that moment. The spiritual energy within him froze, nearly causing his blood to surge back, injuring his internal organs. Fortunately, his body was robust enough to withstand the assault. Yet a look of grave concern crossed his face. Damn it! Who is this ancient being? A figure appeared in the void above, looking down with cold indifference at the scene below, its icy gaze fixed on Yi Chen. A palpable murderous intent emanating from its eyes. Master, Elder. Immortal rejoiced, having already prepared to flee as she witnessed Fury Scales faltering against Yi Chen. Unexpectedly, her master had appeared. This individual was the elder of the Serpent Demon clan, Hei Feng, who was also the master of both Mo and Mo Qing. Seeing Hei Feng arrive, Fury Scales ceased its flight, transforming back into its human form. Though it appeared disheveled, it could not help but laugh in relief. Truly, the heavens had not abandoned me. Hastily consuming several medicinal pills to regain some strength, Fury Scales felt slightly better, its gaze locked onto Yi Chen, brimming with malice. Elder, swiftly eliminate him. This child cannot be left alive. Yi Chen's displayed talent and strength instilled fear even in Fury Scales, a paragon of the demon race. If allowed to grow unchecked, the entire Serpent Demon clan would likely face annihilation. Today's events had irrevocably forged a bitter enmity. Such a calamity must not be permitted to exist in this world. Hei Feng remained silent, his murderous intent peaking at this moment. With a slight raise of his hand, he gently grasped, and the space around Yi Chen contracted violently, as if seeking to crush him utterly. The Void Realm. Yi Chen's heart trembled. Hei Feng's attack unmistakably bore the essence of spatial energy, an indication of the Void Realm. He felt as though his limbs were ensnared, a terrifying force relentlessly compressing his body. even causing his bones to creak under the strain. Old coot, if you wish to kill me, be prepared to pay a price before the might of the Void Realm. Yi Chen found himself without any chance of resistance. This entity towered above him by 2 entire realms. The 8th style of celestial slaying, third fist. Without the slightest hesitation, the indomitable will of the fist erupted from Yi Chen's being at that moment. His fists, imbued with a trace of the true essence of the heavenly Tao, descended with force. Though the amount was meager, it was sufficient for Yi Chen to break free from his constraints. The space around him seemed to resonate with a sound of shattering. As He Feng gazed at the unfolding scene in astonishment, utterly unprepared for the fact that Yi Chen could escape his grasp. No wonder the furious scales regarded Yi Chen with such apprehension. This young man could indeed not be spared. At this moment, He Feng's murderous intent surged, ready to strike ruthlessly, only to suddenly discover that Yi Chen was hurling a punch toward him. A mere insect, overestimating its own abilities. He Feng snorted coldly, nonchalantly waving his sleeve as a tidal wave of spiritual power surged forth, directly crashing toward Yi Chen. In that moment, Yi Chen was akin to a mayfly attempting to shake a tree. Inflicting harm upon He Feng was utterly impossible. To bully the weak, you old scoundrels of the demon clan have made no progress whatsoever, just as everyone believed Yi Chen would be crushed by He Feng. Reduced to dust, a figure emerged once more, casually flicking a finger to shatter the wave of spiritual energy on the spot. The sudden appearance left He Feng momentarily stunned. He had yet to react when Yi Chen's third punch of the celestial slaying 8 styles landed squarely upon his face. With the strength of his 4th inscription, the third punch he unleashed was at least on par with peak nascent soul power, capable of severely injuring even those in the harmonization realm. However, as He Feng belonged to the Void Realm, this punch could hardly be fatal. With a resounding thud, He Feng was forcibly sent flying, crashing into the ground with a loud bang, stirring up a cloud of dust. Everyone was left agape at this spectacle. Even Yi Chen, the very person involved, wore a bewildered expression. Although he had exerted himself to deliver that third punch, draining every ounce of strength from his body and even fracturing his arm in the process. Yi Chen did not believe he could harm He Feng. Yet the result was that he had sent He Feng flying, a formidable opponent from the Void Realm. Could it be that the celestial slaying 8 styles were truly that formidable? Nu Lin and Mo Wan's pupils contracted, their expressions reflecting disbelief as they beheld the scene, nearly terrified out of their wits. Whoosh! Moments later, a disheveled figure rushed out of the smoke, covered in dust and looking quite ragged. It was He Feng. That punch had indeed inflicted damage upon his physical form, but that was only because his spiritual power had been momentarily restrained, allowing Yi Chen's fist to land upon him. However, the fist intent of the celestial slaying 8 styles was undeniably tyrannical, akin to a relentless parasite gnawing at his insides, wreaking havoc within him. It took He Feng some time to thoroughly expel it, which was why he had appeared a few seconds late. Mo Lin, do you truly wish to wage war against our demon clan? Upon seeing the figure before him, He Feng's expression darkened as if it could drip water. The one who had just intervened was none other than Mo Lin, the current Sect master of the Sword Immortal Sect, a being of the Great Ascension realm. Upon hearing He Feng's words, everyone finally realized that the Sect master had arrived. Even Yi Chen breathed a sigh of relief. With a Great Ascension expert present, his life was assured for today. But why did this elder brother not appear sooner? If he had come earlier, Yi Chen wouldn't have had to fight so desperately. Gazing at his dislocated arm, Yi Chen could only smile wryly, enduring the pain as he attempted to reset his arm. Old scoundrel, let's not speak of who wronged whom. It was you who first bullied the weak. Mo Lin showed no fear. As a Great Ascension realm cultivator, he could traverse the vast world. As long as he did not encounter a tribulation, who could impede his path? As for the so-called contract between the human and demon clans, that was merely a constraint for those below the Great Ascension realm. When faced with a true expert of the Great Ascension, it was nothing more than worthless paper. He Feng was clearly aware of this, which was why he did not dare to continue his assault. A mere Void Realm cultivator, he was not bold enough to confront a Great Ascension expert head-on. What? Have you backed down so soon? Did you not claim you would kill the disciples of the Sword Immortal Sect? If you have the capability, continue your attack, and let us see if I dare to flay your skin today. Chapter 66. I shall indeed bully the weak today. Mo Lin spoke with a cold laugh, his words laced with provocation, that if Hei Feng dared to act, then today's events would be justified. Mo Lin. If you dare to obstruct today's events, it would mean declaring war against our demon serpent clan. As Hei Feng faced the great ascension expert, he certainly was not foolish enough to engage him directly, resorting instead to verbal sparring. After all, their demon serpent clan also had a great ascension being overseeing them. Using this pretext, it would be even better if they could intimidate Mo Lin into retreat. I shall indeed obstruct you today. Let us see what you can do about it, Mo Lin replied with a cold smile. You. Hei Feng nearly spat blood in frustration. This feeling of being utterly vexed yet powerless was maddening. Mo Lin, as a great ascension expert and the sect master of a righteous sect, do you not fear bearing the unjust accusation of recklessly condoning your disciples' misdeeds? Are you not afraid of being scorned by the righteous cultivators? Since the threat from the demon serpent clan proved ineffective, Hei Feng quickly shifted tactics, fully aware of how much these righteous cultivators valued reputation and gain. This time, without Mo Lin needing to speak, Chen stepped forward, interjecting, condoning? Nonsense! You demon clan were the ones who captured me first. I was on the brink of death. Should I simply allow you to butcher me? I am merely seeking to survive. Your demon clan is the one lacking merit. Regardless of what you say, the fact remains that a member of my demon clan was slain by you. The death of a demon clan disciple must come with a price. And that is also a fact. Hei Feng snorted coldly, his demeanor exceptionally domineering that he feared Mo Lin, but that did not mean he feared Chen. On the contrary, he was now eager to eliminate this human prodigy, ensuring that the demon serpent clan would not be left with a ticking time bomb. What utter nonsense! What facts? This is merely your excuse for slaughtering and devouring. How many humans have perished at your hands, and you have shown no regard for them? Now, merely because a lesser serpent demon has died, you seek to claim my life with righteous indignation. Do you truly think me a fool, willing to sit idly by and await my demise? Chen rebuked fiercely, unwilling to waste time with this old scoundrel. Politeness is owed to people, not to beasts such as Hei Feng, who could hardly be described as a mere beast, but more fittingly as a vile creature. Having committed wrongs, and yet remaining so audacious, do you truly believe I cannot take you down? Hei Feng was infuriated. It was one thing to be slapped by Mo Lin, but now a mere youth dares to trample upon his dignity. If he did not act, would he not be a laughingstock? Ha! Well said. You are nothing but a pack of murderous beasts. If you are inferior in skill, you deserve to perish. Whoever dares to touch him today is my enemy. I shall not rest until my vengeance is achieved. Besides Chen's earlier words, Mo Lin openly supported him. Even if he could slay all the serpent demons present, no one from the righteous sect would dare to protest. You! Hei Feng was so enraged that he momentarily forgot what he wanted to say next. The atmosphere freezing in place, he had never anticipated that a mere outer disciple would challenge him to such an extent. Was Chen truly his father? A dignified great ascension being was protecting him so fiercely. What is it, old scoundrel? Do you not dare to refute? Mo Lin's incessant taunting left Hei Feng utterly speechless. He could neither argue nor fight back, only gnash his teeth in frustration. Refute? Very well. To bully the weak, I shall certainly not engage with you, that if you wish to contest, let New Lin come forth and continue the battle with me. Should he manage to slay me today, I shall accept it. Chen snorted, stepping forward, his gaze locking onto the heavily injured New Lin. Though his own condition was not ideal, it was evidently much better than New Lin's. Even if another battle were to ensue, Chen was fully confident that he could slay this little serpent. Indeed, let the disputes among the younger generation be resolved by themselves. Old scoundrel, you may simply observe alongside me. Mo Lin spoke with a semblance of a smile, his gaze resting calmly upon Hei Feng, as long as he willed it. A mere glance could confine Hei Feng's entire being, leaving him without the capacity to act. Were it not for the fear of the old serpent from the demon serpent clan wreaking havoc at the Sword Immortal Sect, Mo Lin would have long since beheaded He Feng with his sword. Rather than waste so many words, Mo Lin, do you truly wish to oppose our demon serpent clan to the very end today? He Feng's face shifted through shades of green and purple. He could see clearly that Nu Lin was no match for Yi Chan. To agree would only mean sending Nu Lin to his death. If it were an ordinary demon serpent clan member, that would be one thing, but Nu Lin was the young master of their clan. If anything were to happen to him today, He Feng would have a hard time explaining himself upon returning. Old scoundrel, are you done yet? Enough with the idle chatter. Are we fighting or not? If you dare not, then hurry and scurry away. Today, I shall turn a blind eye and grant you a path of survival. Mo Lin chuckled, uninterested in engaging in further dialogue with the serpent demons. His position as the sect master of the Sword Immortal sect was not built upon wisdom alone, but rather on the might of his swords. Should anyone challenge him, he would simply slay them. Mo Lin, today's affair will not be forgotten. We shall repay this debt 100-fold in the future. The furious voice of the black wind reverberated through the heavens and the earth. Without a moment's hesitation, he crushed the teleportation talisman in his hand, vanishing into the vortex with Mo Wan and the grievously injured Nu Lin, disappearing in the blink of an Yi Chan furrowed his brow. Observing the scene before him, feeling a tinge of reluctance within. Although he had severely wounded Nu Lin, it was regrettable that he had failed to slay Mo Wan. His grudge remained unavenged, leaving Yi Chan in a state of helplessness. It was all the fault of that old ghost, the Black Wind. Had he not appeared, Yi Chan, in his current state, could have undoubtedly dispatched both Nu Lin and Mo Wan. Nonetheless, it was fortunate that Mo Lin had suddenly intervened. Without him, Yi Chan would have likely met his end today. Disciple expresses gratitude to the sect master. Yi Chan regained his composure and respectfully clasped his fists towards Mo Lin smiled and communicated through thought. We are all family here. There is no need for such formality. Given that Yi Chan had once accompanied Mo Sangtian, he could indeed be considered a half-brother to Mo Lin, making the notion of family quite apartment. I must thank you for saving my brother. There is no need for further words between us. Let's dispense with the pleasantries, asked the sect master. Mo Lin was well informed of the happenings within the sect, but had simply lacked the time to express his gratitude to Yi Chan. However, in front of so many disciples, revealing this layer of identity was inappropriate, hence the telepathic communication. The disciples who had previously fled far away finally began to surface, particularly when they saw Mo Lin's appearance. Their spirits lifted as they cheered, feeling a profound sense of relief that moment. Witnessing Yi Chan, though somewhat weakened, still intact, their expressions were indeed a sight to behold in the face of the demon clan. Not only had Yi Chan survived, but he had also severely injured their prodigy, even forcing back an elder. Any one of them would likely have been incapable of achieving such a feat. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Yi Chan, Mo Lin leisurely waved his hand, causing the stone gate used for teleportation to reappear before everyone. Thus concludes this hunting tournament. You may pass through the stone gate to return to the sect. Upon hearing this, Yi Chan was the first to express confusion. Isn't there still a few days left? The hunting tournament lasted 7 days, and with barely half the time elapsed, Yi Chan was reluctant to miss the opportunity. Securing first place would come with considerable rewards. Having exhausted all his elixirs to enhance his strength, he had initially believed that defeating Nu Lin and Mo Wan would allow him to replenish some. But fate had proven unyielding, enabling their escape. Yi Chan was now utterly devoid of resources, with the only remaining hope being the first-place reward from the hunting tournament, which he was determined to seize. It's a miracle to have survived. Have you lost your mind, lad? If the demon clan harbors resentment and returns with reinforcements, we would all be doomed. Li Wei, the eldest disciple, quickly interjected to clarify, lest Yi Chen's impulsiveness lead him to speak out of turn against the sect master. But isn't the sect master right here? Even if they came in mass, would we not stand our ground? Yi Chan countered. Moreover, he was actually hoping they would come. If they did, it would merely be free points for him point one by one. I would take them down, and each of these demon clansmen possesses inner cores, similar to elixirs which can be used for alchemy. The higher the cultivation of the demon, the better the inner core. After all, The demon clan feeds on humans. Chen felt no psychological burden in slaying them. You fool, do you not think this is chaotic enough? Winning first place in this tournament should be sufficient for you, right? If you desire any gifts upon returning, simply approach the elder. I will ensure he honors your request. Mo Lin, somewhat exasperated, quickly communicated with Chen, fully aware of the latter's thoughts. Then I must express my gratitude to you. Second brother to Wai Chen smiled, secretly delighted. The Wanyao Mountains reached a temporary conclusion. Within the stronghold of the Demon Serpent clan, the elder was addressing the matter with urgency. Elder, this matter cannot be left unresolved. Black Wind, having fled back to the clan with Nu Lin and Mo Wan, was now reporting today's events to the elder. Given Mo Lin's intervention, the situation had escalated beyond what Black Wind could manage. This child must not be allowed to live. He must be swiftly dealt with. His talents are likely. Nu Lin's face was ashen, clearly still suffering from his injuries, yet this did not hinder him from voicing his grievances against Chen. Now, Chen had been painted as a target that must be eliminated, a prodigy of the human race, and one who had made enemies with the Serpent clan, that if he were not crushed in his infancy, he could very well become the harbinger of doom for the Demon clan. The Serpent demons present were astute. They understood this logic well. From your description, this human seems to possess a certain body refinement technique, though the Sword Immortal Sect does not appear renowned for such. The elder stroked his chin, deep in thought. Therefore, we must capture this child immediately. If all else fails, he must be eradicated. He cannot be allowed to continue his growth. Furthermore, elder, I have discovered that a disciple of the Sword Immortal Sect bears the bloodline of an ancient dragon. Upon hearing this, the elder's previously calm expression shifted dramatically, his eyes now filled with intrigue and excitement. Is this true? Indeed, I have witnessed this with my own eyes. I would not lie. Although the bloodline's essence is not fully awakened, I can already sense its suppressive aura. Nu Lin pounded his chest in assurance. He could still vividly recall the aura emanating from Zhao Sanpao. The suppression from the bloodline, the dread from the depths of the soul, regardless of whether the other truly possessed the ancient dragon bloodline. He was undoubtedly a being of ancient ferocity. Whichever it may be, it would greatly benefit them. Such a bloodline, on par with the ancient dragon lineage, if they could obtain even a single drop post-awakening. It would transform the serpents present into true dragons. The allure was irresistible, and likely none within the Demon Serpent clan could withstand it. The elder pondered briefly before decisively proclaiming, "We must immediately dispatch someone to investigate. We must uncover this person's background at any cost. If there are familial ties." Though the elder did not complete his thought, the assembled demons understood the implication to in fact, I have a plan that can both capture the ancient dragon bloodline and eliminate the wretch Chen, killing two birds with one stone. At this moment, Mo Wan, who had remained silent, suddenly spoke up. Ordinarily, her aptitude would not have allowed her to be present in such a gathering, but as she was the only one on site when Chen dismantled the entire demon palace. Coupled with her status as Black Wind's disciple, she had earned this opportunity. Pray tell. Black Wind raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Did not Mo Lin say that matters concerning the younger generation should be resolved amongst themselves? We could easily send someone to challenge Chen, with the wager being the ancient dragon bloodline. If we can defeat and slay Chen, we would simultaneously acquire the ancient dragon bloodline, an endeavor that serves dual purposes. Mo Wan articulated her plan, which indeed seemed promising. However, as soon as she finished speaking, Nu Lin outright rejected the idea. Currently, I am the only one capable of fighting Chen. Even I lack the certainty to defeat him. Let alone kill him. It would be nothing but self-humiliation to attempt it. Although Nu Lin was reluctant to admit it, the future of the entire Demon Serpent clan was at stake, and he had no choice but to face the truth. Furthermore, having failed to slay Chen in the Wanyao Mountains, should they challenge him, they would have to venture to the Sword Immortal Sect. To slay Chen before all eyes on his home turf would surely incite Mo Lin's wrath. A furious being of the Great Ascension stage was no laughing matter. Even if Mo Lin could not eradicate the entire Demon Serpent clan, if he were to sporadically invade their territory, causing havoc and leaving, what could they do but watch helplessly? While Yi Chun was indeed exceptionally gifted, he was still merely a prodigy, a variable until he truly matured. After all, not every gifted individual could evolve into a formidable force. Whereas Mo Lin was undoubtedly a true being of the great ascension. Everyone, as per Mo Lin's words, the challenger need not be of our clan. Any demon will suffice. Our demon clan is strong. And with our numerous types, slaying Yi Chun is not overly difficult. For instance, we could enlist Lu Mei to take action. Even the previously defiant Nu Lin has now obediently closed his mouth. His eyes filled with a hint of resentment. He has always harbored feelings for Lu Mei. However, this woman has consistently treated men with disdain. Despite Nu Lin's numerous attempts at courtship, he has only been met with cold indifference. As the young master of the Serpent Clan, what kind of woman has he not encountered? Yet, it is precisely the unattainable Lu Mei that leaves him feeling the sting of unrequited love. Now, tasked with persuading Lu Mei to deal with Yi Chun, Nu Lin's heart is undoubtedly burdened with discontent. It seems that Lu Mei will not be easily swayed. Furrowing his brow, he finally uttered, "I can discuss this matter with her master. We have some pretenses between us, so it should pose no significant issue." After a moment of contemplation, the Grand Elder deemed this plan feasible and slowly spoke. Once he finished, he turned his gaze to Hei Feng. "Hei Feng, be sure to thoroughly investigate the matter of the ancient dragon bloodline. We must guarantee absolute success that I will handle the preparations. Remember, we need not only that boy, but also his entire family and friends. This is an opportunity we cannot afford to miss." The Grand Elder's wisdom was evident. The others bowed in respect. The Sword Immortal Sect's plaza, a figure leaped down from the high platform. "Yi Chun, come out." The fourth elder, wielding a long sword, turned and charged at Yi Chun, his murderous intent genuine and threatening to take Yi Chun's life. Not only him, but the third elder also followed closely behind, unleashing a terrifying surge of spiritual energy. The two attacked in succession, both targeting Yi Chun. The immense pressure they emanated caused many weaker disciples to stagger backward, some even fainting from sheer terror. Their power was truly formidable. These two were masters at the pinnacle of the integration stage, on the brink of the void realm, far surpassing everyone present in strength. "What do you two intend to do?" Just then, the Grand Elder resolutely intervened, instantly placing himself in front of Yi Chun. With a surge of void realm spiritual energy, he waved his hand, sending the two elders flying. With assistance, Yi Chun's tense body finally relaxed. He had sustained injuries from battling the demon clan and had only just begun to recover. Now, facing such powerful adversaries, he had contemplated a desperate struggle. "Esteemed elders, what is the meaning of this? Do you truly intend to execute me before so many disciples?" Yi Chun remained composed, feigning ignorance. "Speak. Was it you who killed Han Mo?" The fourth elder was not foolish. He possessed Han Mo's soul lamp, which had now extinguished. A brief inquiry among the returning disciples would lead him to deduce the murder. As for Chiu Lingyun, Yi Chun suspected she would dare not report him, lest she be obliterated by the heavenly order. "Grand Elder, this boy has disdained the sect's rules, ruthlessly slaughtering his fellow disciples. First he killed my disciple Ling Fei, then Han Mo, the disciple of the fourth elder. How could such a murderous fiend be allowed to live?" The third elder stepped forward, each word resonating with righteous indignation, as if he were the embodiment of justice. Before long, Tianzhu and Si Kong Yinyu arrived and landed beside Yi Chun. "Esteemed elders, our disciples from the northern peak are known for their integrity. They would never commit wanton slaughter. If they are innocent, they shall not face any consequences." Although Si Kong Yinyu was merely the peak master of the outer sect, she exhibited no timidity before the elders, her presence commanding respect. Upon hearing this, the fourth elder was incensed. He was already furious over Han Mo's death, and now faced a bold young woman challenging him. "Is the Sword Immortal sect about to turn against us? You should know your place, and stay where it is comfortable." "Humph, what audacity! When you two colluded with Wu Ao to sell our sect's disciples, did you consider whether we had no one to stand against you? You seem to think you can dictate everything." Si Kong Yinyu's words struck like thunder, silencing the assembly and leaving the third and fourth elders in a state of shock. After a moment of silence, the third elder regained composure, his facade unbroken A mere recording stone cannot prove anything. It merely indicates that our relationship with Wu Ao is amicable. The recording stone captures images but not sound, so no one can discern what was said. Indeed, this meeting was meant to clarify the mysterious deaths of disciples in the valley, and as the disciple in question was from Wu Ao's peak. That is why we met. It proves nothing. The fourth elder quickly joined in, distancing themselves from any wrongdoing. I Kong Yin Yi Chen is your disciple. We can understand your desire to protect him. But you cannot falsely accuse us with such baseless lies. The two elders were clearly well prepared for this confrontation, their defenses meticulously crafted. Faced with their assertions, Kong Yin, despite her extensive preparations, momentarily found herself at a loss for words, unsure how to counter their claims. These two old foxes were indeed cunning, having honed their skills over a millennium. Dealing with them was far from simple. Bring Shen Ping forth. He is Wu Ao's senior disciple, and must know the truth. I only need to delve into his memories. Tianzhu, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke, having anticipated that matters were not so straightforward and prepared a contingency. However, scarcely had he finished speaking when a disciple hurried back, breathless. Elder, it's terrible. Shen Ping just self-destructed his soul, reducing his body to ashes. Chapter 69. Do you two truly think I am dead? The crowd collectively gasped, their expressions shifting as they pondered the implications. Even Tianzhu and Kong Yin furrowed their brows. This was an irreplaceable witness, and how could such dreadful news arise at this moment? In contrast, the third and fourth elders appeared unperturbed, inwardly relieved, as if a weight had been lifted from their chests. Humph! To slander an elder is a grave offense. According to Sect rules, your cultivation will be revoked, and you will be sentenced to reflect in isolation on the repentance cliff for a century. The third elder seized the opportunity and coldly declared, his eyes glinting with malice. Today, he was determined to eliminate Kong Yin to prevent her from pursuing them further. Though they currently had no witnesses, there was no telling what other clues Kong Yin might uncover that could expose their misdeeds. The old fox truly lives up to his reputation. Even now, you cannot pin your crimes on us. Yi Chen, who had remained silent, suddenly stepped forward, applauding the two elders for their performance. They had played their roles flawlessly, maintaining their composure to such an extent that Yi Chen was genuinely taken aback. You little brat, do you think you can commit wanton murder without consequence? The fourth elder bellowed, his eyes ablaze with fury. Whether I commit unjust slaughter is for the heavenly order to decide. Those who commit heinous acts will face divine retribution. Yi Chen scoffed, unafraid of the fourth elder's threats, and boldly stepped out from behind Kong. Wu Ao had once stated that the proud disciples of the sect had defected, and that many disciples had vanished without reason over the years. This was all orchestrated by the two of them in secret, their actions aimed at undermining the Sword Immortal sect. You lie. You are merely spouting nonsense, child. The third elder vehemently refuted, his heart filled with an ever-growing murderous intent towards Yi Chen. He had thought that the matter of selling sect disciples had been resolved. Yet to his astonishment, Yi Chen was aware of an even deeper conspiracy. This boy simply could not be allowed to live. You are already guilty, and your words hold no credibility if you dare to spout nonsense again today. I will surely kill you. Do you two truly believe I am powerless? The elder's cold snort betrayed his disdain. Although there was currently no evidence, combining the words of Tianzhu and Kong Yin with the expressions of the third and fourth elders, he had already surmised a great deal. Even if these matters were not masterminded by the third and fourth elders, they were undoubtedly complicit. Yi Chen, how much do you know of these affairs? The grand elder pushed back the third elder and turned to face Yi Chen beside him. In response to the grand elder, Yi Chen disclosed that the two had long been bribed by the forces behind the true martial academy, serving as undercover agents within the sect from the very beginning. That he no longer concealed the truth and revealed everything he knew. The two, along with Wu Ao, were responsible for undermining the inner sect, while the other focused on the outer sect, working in tandem to utterly eradicate the Sword Immortal sect. Should this scheme succeed, once the true martial dynasty allied with the demon clan to assault the ancient Phoenix dynasty and obliterate the Sword Immortal sect, they would ascend to greatness, basking in a lifetime of unimaginable wealth and glory. Yi Chen's words pierced like a dagger into the hearts of the third and fourth elders, causing their faces to change repeatedly, their lips twitching uncontrollably. They yearned to slay Yi Chen immediately to silence him for good. But alas, with the Grand Elder present, even if they joined forces, they would only barely match the Grand Elder's strength, leaving them with no opportunity to kill Yi Chen. "You're spouting slander. You dare to speak such nonsense here," the fourth elder retorted angrily. "You merely seek to absolve yourself of guilt by deliberately defaming us. Do you possess any evidence for your claims? If you cannot produce it, boy, you shall not escape death today." What a fine proclamation of unavoidable death. This world has always been such that if one wishes to keep a secret, one must refrain from wrongdoing. A cold laugh echoed from the void, and the disciples exchanged glances, while the elders were taken aback, having not anticipated that even the sect master, Lin, had arrived. They beheld a figure gradually materializing before them, eventually solidifying in front of Yi Chen. It was none other than the current sect master, Lin. Though Lin appeared to be merely in his early 30s, he had actually lived for centuries, having achieved the Great Ascension and regained his youth. All present bowed respectfully to the sect master, with some overly excited disciples even kneeling in reverence. In contrast to them, Yi Chen remained composed, smiling at his elder brother before him. Even Sikong Yenyu, standing beside him, could no longer bear it and hastily tugged at him. "Yi Chen, hurry and pay your respects. How impudent of you." Yi Chen finally nodded, mimicking the gestures of the others, bowing to Lin. However, given his status, he was, after all, Lin's third brother. Even if he did not perform this courtesy, Lin could not justly reproach him. "Sect Master, this child is a merciless killer, an irredeemable fiend who must not be allowed to remain within the sect. Sect Master, I propose we strip him of his cultivation, sever his limbs, and confine him at the cliff of regret for a lifetime of penance." The third and fourth elders, the wicked first to cry foul, lamented Yi Chen's alleged transgressions, believing their act to be flawless. "If the sect master doubts us, we can provide witnesses," the fourth elder added as a final note. With this preparation at hand, he was confident they could eliminate Yi Chen today. "What a coincidence. I've seen all that you speak of and can also be considered a witness." And one expected Lin to suddenly speak, leaving the third and fourth elders dumbfounded. "I have witnessed your disciple Han Mo, in his greed for others' rewards, act with tyranny, even colluding with other disciples to sabotage and attempt to slay Yi Chen, only to meet his demise due to his own inadequacy." These words not only left the third and fourth elders speechless, but also bewildered the other onlookers. They could hardly comprehend why the sect master would so fervently defend Yi Chen. The hunting competition was intended to hone the disciples within the sect and foster mutual support among them. Yet, look at what your disciples have done. Today, it was simply because Yi Chen was capable that he was not overpowered by them. Now, having failed, they were met with retribution. Elders, do you still wish to defend such scoundrels? Lin's words resonated powerfully, rendering the third and fourth elders speechless, their faces ashen with frustration. Even the disciples who had previously been bullied now stood up to voice their grievances. "Yes, they stole my magical beast. I had nearly slain it, only to have it snatched away. How despicable. Indeed, they even harmed their fellow sect members. Such individuals are the true threat to our sect." The previously uninformed disciples now found themselves united in purpose, rallying against Han Mo and his cohorts, whom Yi Chen had slain. The scene was overwhelmingly one-sided, a development the third and fourth elders had never anticipated. This should not be happening. Was the narrative not supposed to unfold with them using overwhelming force to suppress Yi Chen and restore order for their disciples, thereby vindicating themselves? How had it devolved into this? At this moment, the most delighted among them were undoubtedly those from the North Peak. With few disciples, and Yi Chen among them, the support of the sect master and numerous other disciples ensured that Yi Chen would likely emerge unscathed today. You all. The third elder glared at the disciples who were clamoring, his face turning green with rage. His temper, already volatile, now left him a loss for how to proceed. He truly wished to strike them all down. "Enough! The matter regarding Han Mo has reached a conclusion. It is unnecessary to waste further time. Mo Lin, as the sect master, waved his hand decisively, resolving the issue, and regardless of the third and fourth elders' dissatisfaction. They had no choice but to accept it. However, after Mo Lin finished speaking, he turned his cold gaze upon the third and fourth elders, pausing momentarily before continuing. You two are to confess your misdeeds today. In consideration of your years of service to the sect, I may spare your lives. Sect Master, what do you mean by this? We have been loyal to the Sword Immortal sect. You cannot allow the unfounded accusations of a mere child to cast doubt upon us. Our loyalty to the sect is as clear as day. Your words may cause disillusionment. The fourth elder quickly feigned innocence, even displaying a semblance of grievance, as if they were truly wronged, though others might be oblivious. Chen was not fooled by this act, and he sneered. "Ha! Loyalty is clear as day. Are you not afraid of divine retribution when you speak such words? If one wishes to keep secrets, one must refrain from wrongdoing. Do you not seek to prove your innocence? By all means, let the sect master delve into your memories. As to whether your actions are loyal or treacherous, the sect master will determine." Upon hearing this, the faces of the third and fourth elders shifted, realizing that should Mo Lin examine their memories, all would be revealed. The mere thought sent shivers down their spines, and they exchanged furtive glances. Plotting in their minds, why Chen, possessing the all-seeing eye, observed their every move, regardless of their superior strength. Not good. These two old foxes are about to act. Chen shouted almost immediately, and Mo Lin, ever vigilant, frowned and swiftly intervened, swiftly incapacitating the fourth elder. The fourth elder, grasped firmly by Mo Lin, could not possibly escape his grasp, and with Mo Lin's power at the pinnacle of the integration realm, he could crush him at any moment. However, the third elder would not remain idle. At the instant Mo Lin moved, he lunged towards Chen, gripping his throat tightly, as if time itself had frozen. All present were momentarily stunned, having been caught off guard by the rapidity of the events. Even the Grand Elder of the Void Realm had not reacted in time. Old Three, I had no intention of killing you. If you had simply confessed, I would have shown mercy. Yet your current actions lead me to believe you think I cannot handle you two. As a being of the Great Ascension, a glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Mo Lin's eyes. For he was genuinely angered. Had he not feared the third elder would harm Chen, he would have already slain him in that instant. Ha ha ha, esteemed leader, cease this pretentious display of righteousness. Both of us have devoted many years to the sect. Can it truly be that we are inferior to this newly initiated, youthful upstart? Your actions have left us utterly disheartened. The third elder laughed uproariously, nearly driven to madness, his eyes betraying a wild and vengeful fervor, laid bare for all to witness. Nonsense! The heinous acts you two have committed are evident to heaven and earth. Do you truly believe no one is aware? Sikong Yinyue stepped forth from the crowd, hastily intervening. Just moments ago, the leader, displaying great compassion, intended to spare you, yet you remain obstinately unrepentant. Moreover, Chen is merely a disciple of the sect. What purpose does capturing him serve? And what of it? Even should we perish today, I shall drag this wretched creature down with me. The third elder was utterly mad, driven to insanity by Chen. He was genuinely intent on a fight to the death. The murderous intent in his eyes, unmistakable, as a torrent of spiritual energy, surged forth from within him, indicating his resolve to take Chen with him in a final act of vengeance. Such madness from the third elder caught everyone off guard, but Mo Lin, quick to react, pointed his fingers like a sword, unleashing a strike faster than light. In an instant, it pierced through the third elder's shoulder, severing one of his arms. The speed was so astonishing that even the third elder had no time to react, unable to evade. Yet with his remaining hand, he gripped Chen tightly, intent on crushing him with all his might. To his astonishment, he discovered that Chen's flesh was as resilient as steel, his neck akin to a solid iron pipe. Despite exerting immense force, he could not budge him in the slightest. Old ghost, did you not anticipate this? I have forged 4 physical inscriptions. To kill me, you must exert yourself even further. Why Chen suddenly spoke, having remained silent until now to gather strength, and in front of all, unleashed a powerful punch, the 8th style of immortal slaying. The 4th punch, this strike instantly drained Chen of all his energy, and with a swift turn, he smashed it into the 3rd elder's head. At such close range, combined with incredible speed, the 3rd elder, already wounded and caught off guard, was unable to evade and took the full brunt of the blow. The terrifying force struck him down like a withering tree, sending him flying. The 3rd elder's face was contorted from the impact. After delivering his strike, Lin did not pause, coordinating with Chen for another assault, transforming his fingers into a fist and striking towards the void. A fist mark formed from spiritual energy suddenly appeared above the 3rd elder's head and struck solidly against it. Boom! This punch was even more terrifying than Chen's previous one. The already injured 3rd elder had no chance to evade and was obliterated, his very essence vanishing in an instant. The might of the great Ascension realm was truly horrifying. Everyone present, including disciples and elders, gasped in disbelief at this spectacle. In oh wonder, it is said that those beneath the great Ascension are but ants. Witnessing Lin's power, the crowd began to grasp the gravity of the situation. A peak harmonization realm powerhouse could not withstand even a single blow from Lin. This was simply outrageous. With the 3rd elder slain, the 4th elder, who had been under Lin's control, could no longer hold his ground. Utterly petrified with fear, he hastily begged for mercy. "Leader, I realize my mistakes. Please do not kill me. I do not wish to die. I will disclose everything I know." As Chen stated, we were bought off by the true martial dynasty. Not only us, but even the higher-ups of other sect have also been compromised. The 4th elder divulged everything he knew, daring not to conceal a single detail. It turned out that this insidious maneuver was not exclusive to the Sword Immortal sect. Every sect, regardless of size, had infiltrators planted by the true martial dynasty. The upheavals and even the annihilation of numerous sects over the years were largely orchestrated by the true martial dynasty. All of this was merely a prelude to their future assault on the ancient Phoenix dynasty. Although the 4th elder was unaware of their ultimate goal, those present could surmise that their ambitions were far greater. The true martial dynasty's ambitions were truly terrifying. Traitor, Chen's complexion paled slightly. After delivering that punch, his energy waned, yet he still spat in disdain at the 4th elder. What worth is there in a person who is capable of betraying their own sect? "Leader, they forced my hand. They promised me, once the true martial dynasty achieves its grand design, I would be granted high office, becoming a powerful figure governing a city, with ample support. If I refused, they would kill me. This was not a choice I made willingly." The 4th elder, seemingly deaf to Chen's words, continued to plead with Lin's expression darkened, gazing at the 4th elder with palpable disappointment. Once, the Sword Immortal sect stood as the foremost sect in the realm, commanding great respect. Even the imperial families had to bow before it. Yet now, to think that even the elders within the sect would choose to betray, aligning themselves with the enemy. You have wrought havoc upon the sect, slaughtering disciples. You have committed unspeakable atrocities, and heaven will not tolerate this. Lin nearly spat these words through clenched teeth, a flicker of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. "Leader, you mentioned that as long as I confessed, you would spare my life. You cannot go back on your word." The 4th elder's face turned pale, truly frightened now. Everything he had done was merely to save his own skin. Was that truly a crime? Before he could finish, Lin struck down with a palm, lightly imprinting it upon the 4th elder's heart. Though it appeared soft and feeble, this strike shattered all of the 4th elder's cultivation, rendering his essence null and void. Once spirited and appearing only in his 40s, the 4th elder instantly aged, his hair turning white and his face wrinkled, becoming a frail old man. This cultivation was bestowed upon you by the sect. Today, I shall act on behalf of our ancestors to strip it from you, to ask for your life. Let it serve as a means for reflection. I have declared I shall not kill you. You may now depart." Lin scoffed, turning away dismissively, no longer wishing to engage with the 4th elder. The 4th elder gazed at his hands, disbelief and shock filling his eyes, with his cultivation dissipated. He was now merely an old man of 100 years, struggling to walk, with little time left to live. Feeling the emptiness within him, devoid of any spiritual energy, the fourth elder could only force a bitter smile, bowing slightly before rising to leave. Yet now, he could no longer soar through the skies on his sword. He could only take one labored step at a time down the mountain, even descending the stairs proving to be an arduous task. But what choice did he have? That Lin had spared his life was already an act of great mercy. The disciples dared not utter a word, silently observing the scene before them, their hearts heavy with an indescribable mix of sorrow, outrage, and other emotions. Reporting to the leader, aside from the North Peak Master, the other 3 Peak Masters have gone missing. After addressing the situation, the law enforcement hall personnel returned to report to Lin. Prior to taking action, Lin had ordered the law enforcement hall to capture the traitors, including the East and West Peak Masters. However, he had not anticipated that these 2 would be so astute. Making a swift escape. Lin did not dwell on this. They were merely 2 in the nascent soul realm, and their flight would not stir significant turmoil. From this day forward, Tianju, you shall serve as the 3rd elder of our sect. With 1/3 elder dead and the other incapacitated, their positions were naturally vacant and required filling. Thank you, leader, Tianju respectfully replied. As for the 4th elder, Lin glanced at Yi Chen and then directed his gaze towards Sikong Yenhue. An expression of difficulty crossing his features. This position was originally meant for you. But there is a troublesome matter. I have formed a brotherly bond with this young man, yet you are his mentor, causing a confusion of hierarchy. What? Not only Sikong Yenhue, but even the others present were momentarily stunned, staring at Lin, unsure if he was jesting. Lin had anticipated this reaction, hence his prepared explanation. As for what had transpired between the 2, those present dared not inquire further. What the hell? Xiao Luo burst into laughter upon hearing this, feeling as though he were in a dream. What incredible fortune had befallen Yi Chen? How was it that all good fortune seemed to gravitate towards him? Zhao Sanpao was equally agitated, at a loss for words. After all, this was the leader. Who in the entire sect could claim such a blessing? Setting aside these matters, Lin was still a formidable figure in the Great Ascension realm. With him around, would Yi Chen's cultivation not ascend to great heights? No problem. We shall each express our views from now on. There is no need to be entangled in this matter. As cultivators, we pursue the essence of freedom and ease. If one becomes overly concerned with the opinions of others, what purpose does it serve to be a cultivator? Yi Chen's words were remarkably poised and unconventional, leaving many elder practitioners present feeling somewhat ashamed. Chapter 72. Yi Chen becomes the master. Indeed, the 3rd brother is right. Upon hearing this, Lin ceased his preoccupation and turned his gaze towards Sikong Yenhue. From today forth, Sikong Yenhue shall assume the position of the 4th elder of the sect and concurrently oversee the 4 outer peaks. Currently, with 3 of the 4 peak masters absent, it is a time of disarray. Therefore, this heavy responsibility must rest upon Sikong Yenhue's shoulders. After all, during this perilous time, the sect cannot afford to seek out additional manpower. Sikong Yenhue expressed her gratitude to the sect leader, momentarily stunned by the news. She quickly bowed in thanks, having been nearly overwhelmed by the information she had just received, taking a while to gather her thoughts. Elders, please convene with me for discussions. Those with no further matters may disperse. Lin declared, gracefully entering the hall to tea that moment. The oppressive weight that had loomed over everyone, akin to a great mountain, dissipated into thin air. Only then did the crowd exhale a collective sigh of relief. And the disciples' gazes towards Yi Chen transformed, filled with admiration. Their change of demeanor was swifter than turning the pages of a book. The entire square erupted into a flurry of chatter as disciples animatedly discussed Yi Chen. To be on brotherly terms with the sect leader was enough to evoke envy from all disciples, and many female disciples found themselves increasingly captivated by Yi Chen, even daring to throw flirtatious glances his way. How could this group of superficial admirers be worthy of my brother Chen? Zhao Sanpao, ever the straightforward man, expressed indignation on Yi Chen's behalf. It was worth noting that when Yi Chen had nearly been subdued by those 2 ancient beings, None of these individuals had dared to utter a word, cowering in the background. Moreover, many among them had been part of the crowd that encircled them in the Wanyao Mountains, even intending to hand them over to the demon clan in exchange for their own lives. Such cowardly and self-serving individuals are utterly shameless. But then again, human nature is inherently flawed. Why bother concerning oneself with it? As Chen said, we cultivators seek freedom and ease, and placing too much emphasis on such matters only serves to bind us. Xiao Luo sighed softly, clearly having a broader perspective on the issue. All right, everyone may disperse. With Sikong Yinyue now overseeing the 4 outer peaks, she naturally became the master of all outer disciples, and her words commanded respect. After dismissing the crowd, Sikong Yinyue finally turned her attention back to Chen. You must have intentionally allowed yourself to be captured by Wu Ao, didn't you? Were you aiming to infiltrate the demon clan? Chen nodded decisively, choosing to be forthright. Such matters could be easily uncovered with a little inquiry, and hiding the truth would only breed suspicion. I seized the opportunity to infiltrate the demon clan and successfully eliminated a group of snake demons from the demon palace. The hunting tournament does not solely involve hunting demon beasts. The demon clan is no different, is it? Chen recounted his experience, detailing how Wu Ao met his demise at the hands of the demons. Leaving nothing concealed, including the subsequent pursuit that, of course, his justification centered around the eradication of evil rather than seeking vengeance. Upon hearing all this, Sikong Yinyue and Li Wei finally grasped the situation, each displaying expressions of enlightenment. This clarified why the formidable black serpent sought trouble with Chen later on. Sikong Yinyue had intended to inquire further to resolve her lingering uncertainties, but was interrupted by a cough. The newcomer was none other than the Grand Elder, who had just departed with the sect leader. After casting a knowing glance at Sikong Yinyue, the Grand Elder prompted her to remain silent. He then approached Chen. Master Uncle, this item is from the sect leader. I have been instructed to pass it to you. Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out. Master Uncle? The address elicited discomfort among the gathered crowd, but upon reflection, considering Chen's fraternal bond with the sect leader, it did seem fitting for the Grand Elder to refer to him as such. Please convey my gratitude to the sect leader. Why Chen accepted the storage pouch graciously, recognizing it as rightfully his. Moreover, having cultivated this relationship, he intended to make full use of it, yet he still maintained decorum in front of others. Refraining from directly addressing the Grand Elder as second brother, the Grand Elder smiled and exchanged a few more words with Chen before turning to gather the other elders, including Sikong Yinyue. Goodness, will you become our master uncle from now on? With the elders having departed, Zhao Sanpeio's confidence surged, and he leaped from the crowd. Laughing heartily, it seemed this fellow had finally grasped his current position after much contemplation. Otherwise, with a straightforward nature, he might have been overwhelmed long ago. Whatever, we shall each express our views moving forward. There is no need for rigid adherence to such titles that Chen was indifferent to these forms of address. What he sought was the swift enhancement of his cultivation and access to resources. After exchanging pleasantries with others, Chen turned to approach Guiyue. Gu Chuan lay critically wounded, hanging by a thread, sustained only by Chen's spiritual energy. Although Guiyue had previously held a grudge against Gu Chuan, he was still her brother, and it would be disingenuous to claim she felt no sorrow. Come, let me see to why Chen spoke gently, understanding that Guiyue was in a fragile emotional state and refraining from rushing her. Brother Chen, can you truly save my brother? Guiyue inquired, her once dull, grayish-white eyes now sparkling with a glimmer of hope. Have I ever deceived you? Witnessing the haggard visage of Guiyue stirred Chen's compassion. The beautiful maiden, always radiant and smiling, had never appeared in such a manner before. All right. Upon hearing this, Guiyue's gaze hardened with determination as she entrusted Gu Chuan to Chen's care. With that, Chen turned and soared towards his residence, Guiyue hastily following, and the remaining disciples, curious about his methods for saving Gu Chuan, trailed behind. This moment, within the Sect's council hall, with the imminent duel against the Zhenwu Academy approaching, Mo Lin slowly began, scanning the assembly. In earlier times, the Sect could indeed select 5 prodigies. However, those talented individuals had mostly fallen to Yi Chen's prowess, leaving only a few who seemed less impressive. This tournament not only concerns the honor of the Jinxian sect, but also bears significance for the future of humanity. It is of utmost importance. Sect leader, if Master Uncle Yi Chen can secure 3 victories, we may yet have a chance, the Grand Elder interjected, articulating the thoughts of the assembly. Why Yi Chen had transformed from the once inept novice, relying solely on his own strength. He had consecutively vanquished the sect's former prodigies. Such prowess, even within the Jinwu Academy, would undoubtedly place him among the elite, enabling him to contend with their champions. If it were me, I would not only secure 3 victories, but 5 would pose no challenge. Sikong Yinyue asserted, confident in Yi Chen's capabilities, being his master and possessing deeper understanding than anyone present. Indeed, I too believe in his strength, yet having him alone in battle is insufficient. If outsiders learn of this, they may think our Jinxian sect is devoid of talent. Olin's words effectively concluded the meeting. North Peak, Yi Chen dashed towards his abode, locking the door behind him to keep outsiders at bay. Even Guiyue, his younger sister, could only wait outside, her only recourse being to pray for Gu Chuan's recovery and place her faith in Yi Chen's abilities. Alas, Gu Chuan's injuries may be quite challenging to treat. Li Wei, as the senior disciple of Beifeng, possesses unparalleled experience and insight. With Gu Chuan gravely injured and teetering on the brink of death, his 3 souls and 7 spirits are nearly dispersed, leaving him in a state akin to suspended animation in his perception, no one could possibly revive him. If Yi Chen truly manages to do so, he would indeed be a remarkable figure, relying solely on his enigmatic medical skills to dominate the world without the need for cultivation. However, while a few individuals were still whispering among themselves, the door that Yi Chen had previously sealed suddenly creaked open. Although Yi Chen had entered feeling somewhat fatigued, he emerged with a pale complexion, resembling someone on the verge of collapse. Not only that, but the feeble Gu Chuan was beside him, his face even more ashen than Yi Chen's, akin to a blank sheet of paper. Such stark pallor could not be attributed to mere days of death. Something's amiss, Zhao Sanpao, the towering figure, exclaimed in fright, retreating several meters. Despite his imposing stature, he harbored a deep-seated fear of supernatural beings since childhood. What has happened to me? While everyone else was bewildered, even Gu Chuan himself was struggling to comprehend the situation. Holding himself upright as he appeared before the crowd, touching his chest, if not for the imprint of injury still lingering, he would have thought that his recent experiences were nothing but a dream. "What are you all doing?" Gu Chuan inquired weakly, though no one had the time to respond, all eyes fixed in astonishment on Yi Chen. "How did you accomplish this?" Xiao Luo could no longer contain his curiosity and was the first to voice the question that lingered in everyone's minds. "I was fortunate enough to learn a smattering of medical skills from a reclusive master years ago. I only sought to give it a try, lacking absolute confidence. But fortunately, I did not disgrace myself." Yi Chen, of course, refrained from revealing the secrets of the Tai divine needle technique, concocting a casual explanation instead. After all, practitioners of the Tao often possess their own fortuitous encounters. These secrets are personal. And who would dare to pry too deeply? With that, Yi Chen shook his head. He was genuinely exhausted. Reviving a dying person demanded an immense toll. He felt his 3 golden cores, which had just begun to recover some spiritual power, completely drained, along with his mental energy. It was already fortunate that he managed to maintain enough strength to explain things to the others before collapsing. Uncertain how long he had slept, Yi Chen eventually roused from his slumber. Before even opening his eyes, he sensed a dizzying whirl, a remnant of his drained mental energy. He lay in bed for some time, allowing his body to recuperate, and upon regaining his senses, he caught a familiar fragrance. "Is that my master's scent? Am I in my master's room?" Suddenly realizing this possibility, Yi Chen's eyes flew open, surveying the exquisitely decorated, antiquated room, where the pink bed revealed the youthful heart of Sikong Yinyue. To his surprise, after his identity and strength were exposed, his treatment had improved so dramatically that Yi Chen couldn't help but smile wryly. He anticipated that life as a cultivator could be so pragmatic. "Say, how has Chen Ge been asleep for so long without any signs of waking?" Zhao Sampao remarked, while Xiao Luo chimed in, "This fellow defies the heavens. He has been asleep for 3 days and nights. If luck is not on his side, sleeping for 10 to 15 days wouldn't be unusual." That Wei Chan could easily recognize the voices of these two, even with his eyes closed, activating his Tong Tian eye. He peered through the wall and saw them seated outside the door, safeguarding him. However, feeling bored while on guard, they had settled on the ground to meditate and cultivate. Judging by their expressions, they had just exited their cultivation state to rest and chat. Yet, with Yi Chun still feeling drained, he decided to ignore them and check his physical condition through his spiritual eye. Once he regained some strength, he could begin cultivating with his spiritual ring and recover swiftly. After all, given the current strength of his corporeal form with 4 engraved patterns, this level of injury posed little difficulty for him. "Kid, the 3rd seal has appeared. Should we go take a look?" The voice of the swallowing immortal cauldron echoed in his mind. Without hesitation, Yi Chen nodded and slowly closed his eyes, directing his consciousness back into his sea of awareness. With prior experience, he navigated the celestial expanse effortlessly, even without guidance from the swallowing immortal cauldron. This time, he noticed that in addition to the 2 doors he had seen before, a new golden door had emerged. Without needing further clarification, this must be the 3rd seal. However, this door was markedly different from the previous ones, radiating golden light. Peering through the illumination, Yi Chen struggled to discern the material it was crafted from. Curiosity piqued, he approached, but upon glimpsing the black void beyond the door, his brow furrowed. Above that void, a skeletal figure sat cross-legged, floating in the emptiness. The bones emitted no aura, and it was uncertain how long its original owner had been deceased. Yet despite this, Yi Chen could still perceive a terrifying pressure emanating from the bones. Even standing at a distance sent waves of trepidation coursing through him. This person was once a force of the heavenly path, but alas, we have arrived a bit late. He has already perished here. The passage of time is too great. I can scarcely recall his name. The swallowing immortal cauldron lamented with a hint of despondency in its tone. "What of the seal?" Yi Chen inquired. According to the words of the previous 2 elders, once a heavenly path falls, the seal may weaken and crumble, unleashing unfathomable terror contained within. The consequences would be dire. Fear not. The heavenly path reinforced the seal before its demise, laying down a great formation. As long as the relic it left behind remains intact, the seal shall not shatter, the swallowing immortal cauldron reassured him. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen felt a slight sense of relief, though the stone in his heart had yet to fully settle. A skeletal figure remains a skeletal figure. Who could guarantee it would maintain its state? Should it turn to dust and release the seal, he would be the first to perish. However, given the capabilities of the heavenly path, he need not worry for the time being. Thus, Yi Chen resolved to find a suitable solution before that time came. With this in mind, Yi Chen took the initiative to step through the golden door. Lingering outside the black void, intent on ensuring the skeletal remains endured long enough. Even if it were to crumble, he needed to ascertain the timeline, to at least understand when his own fate might be sealed. Yet, just as Yi Chen stepped into the golden portal, a beam of light pierced through his brow, entering his sea of awareness. What the? Yi Chen's heart raced, cold sweat pouring down. If this were something detrimental to him, he would have had no chance to defend himself. Fortunately, upon inspecting the light, it appeared to contain the legacy left behind by the heavenly path before its fall. Yi Chen hastily closed his eyes, preparing to extract 1 or 2 pieces from this legacy. After all, this was the inheritance of the heavenly path, and having tasted its sweetness before, he knew just how potent it could be. Should he unleash it, even a cultivator at the great ascension stage would likely pay a heavy price for it. However, he soon opened his eyes in frustration, realizing that with his current strength, he was utterly incapable of discerning anything from it. The luminous orb in his mind merely floated there, and no amount of probing with his mental energy could break the seal above it. Kid, with your current cultivation level, don't harbor illusions about breaking the residual seal above. Your spiritual power, while commendable compared to your peers, is still woefully inadequate. A mere mental attack could render you bloodied and incapacitated. So, save your breath. Focus on strengthening yourself first, the swallowing immortal cauldron advised. Mental strength.it was the first time Yi Chun had encountered this term. Had it not been for the explanation from the swallowing immortal cauldron, he would have been unaware that one's spiritual consciousness could indeed be cultivated. The paths to enhancing mental strength are essentially twofold. Either it grows incrementally as one's own strength and cultivation level increase, or one employs a particular method of specialized training, akin to the cultivation of spiritual energy, to develop mental prowess. The former is relatively straightforward, requiring merely a patient approach, yet it demands an inordinate amount of time that Yi Chun could scarcely afford. Who knows when this withered bone might succumb to decay? By then, he might not even know how he met his end. What purpose would the inheritance serve then? As for the latter option, it necessitates a spiritual cultivation technique that suits one's self. But as the swallowing immortal cauldron aptly put it, such techniques are not accessible to everyone. They depend on one's innate talent. You possess the ability to awaken the celestial eye, so your aptitude should not be in question. What you need now is merely a mental cultivation technique. The swallowing immortal cauldron spoke as if it were a simple matter, yet it had none to offer. Upon hearing this, Yi Chun rolled his eyes in exasperation. After all that discussion, he was still unable to penetrate that orb of light and obtain the inheritance within. However, just as he was about to dismiss his thoughts and inspect the condition of the withered bones, a phantom materialized before him, gradually taking the form of a book, upon which were inscribed several large characters in ancient script, a title that Yi Chun struggled to comprehend at first. The Book of Spirit Gathering. The swallowing immortal cauldron exclaimed, clearly exhilarated at the sight of the tome. What? You know what this book is for? Yi Chun inquired curiously. Of course I do. It seems you truly are fortunate. Not only has it bestowed upon you an inheritance, but it has also left behind a mental cultivation technique. With this Book of Spirit Gathering, as long as you can master the techniques within, you will be able to cultivate mental strength in the future. This book is comparable to a spiritual ring. The swallowing immortal cauldron stated plainly, significantly elevating the perceived value of the tome. Ever since acquiring the spiritual ring, Yi Chun's cultivation had soared, and now this Book of Spirit Gathering could stand on equal footing with it. Did that not imply that his mental cultivation could progress with similar swiftness? If that were the case, possessing two extraordinary aids would ensure that he would not falter in his growth. With this thought, Yi Chun felt a measure of relief. At least he had not returned empty-handed. The Book of Spirit Gathering was now an unclaimed object at why Yi Chun reached out and gently touched its cover, causing the tome to transform into shimmering motes of light that, like the earlier orb, merged into his consciousness, reforming into a miniature version of the celestial book within his mind. This was not a place for cultivation. He would seek a suitable location for seclusion later to thoroughly study the book and uncover its mysteries. Having completed these tasks, Yi Chun approached the withered bones. This was the corpse of a venerable figure from the heavenly Tao. Although the heavenly Tao was now deceased, Yi Chun still regarded it with great reverence, bowing deeply before it. Not only had this predecessor left him an inheritance, but also a means to decipher it. Both sentiment and reason dictated that he perform this act of respect. After fulfilling this obligation, Yi Chun then examined the condition of the withered bones, finding them in better shape than he had anticipated, likely able to endure for a considerable time. Subsequently, Yi Chun exited the chamber and approached the other two venerable figures of the heavenly Tao. His purpose for entering this time was not only to ascertain the fruits of the third seal, but also to deliver some spiritual elixirs to these two heavenly predecessors, especially given the bountiful harvest of late. It should be sufficient to provide them with a taste of the extraordinary that he retrieved all the medicinal materials and promptly cast them into the black cauldron, with this tool for refinement at his disposal. The quality and efficacy of the resulting concoctions would undoubtedly be greatly enhanced at why Yi Chun divided the elixirs he had refined into two equal portions, ensuring each venerable figure received a share, devoid of any envy between them. Moreover, after a lengthy period of alchemical crafting, Yi Chun observed that the black cauldron before him appeared even more profound than before, a change that had never manifested previously. It seems you have noticed, the voice of the swallowing immortal cauldron resonated, tinged with a note of admiration. It had anticipated that Yi Chun would never discern this detail. Indeed, as you have observed, The Black Cauldron becomes increasingly perfected and whole through use. Only after 9 cycles will it evolve into its complete form at that point. Not only will it be capable of alchemical refinement, but it could even transmute an entire realm into an elixir. As the swallowing Immortal Cauldron spoke, its tone suddenly took on a commanding authority, as if it were the sovereign of all. Is that truly possible? Chen gasped in astonishment, his eyes widening as if what the swallowing Immortal Cauldron claimed were accurate. Then this cauldron was no mere auxiliary. It was a divine artifact, regardless of the formidable foes one might face. They could all be refined away, possessing a power so extraordinary that even the mightiest celestial artifacts would pale in comparison. Nevertheless, those matters would have to wait, having produced such a wealth of spiritual herbs. The Black Cauldron had yet to reach its second cycle, and without any signs to indicate its progress, Chen remained oblivious. After refining medicine for the 2 venerable figures, Chen decided to concoct a batch of recovery pills for himself as well. The recent depletion of his spiritual energy made it abundantly clear that he needed to keep some restorative elixirs on hand. The next time he encountered such a situation, merely consuming a few pills could sustain him for several hours, significantly enhancing his combat effectiveness. Having resolved all matters, Chen withdrew from his consciousness, returning to his corporeal form. Feeling the lingering weakness within, he could not help but smile wryly, since he was unable to move. He opted to delve into the book of Spirit Gathering. This tome, deserving of its title, was daunting. Upon opening the first page, Chen immediately felt dizzy. The characters within seemed alive, twisting and contorting chaotically, as if they were playing a game of hide and seek with him. After only a few minutes, he was utterly exhausted, not only physically, but mentally as well, leading him to succumb to unconsciousness. When he awoke again, an hour had passed, and he was astonished to realize this. Good grief, could training truly lead one to madness? To clarify, Chen sought counsel from the swallowing Immortal Cauldron, yet the entity merely suggested he experience it for himself. With no other recourse, Chen steeled himself and opened the first page once more. This time, he fared slightly better. He managed to endure for 3 minutes and could decipher a couple of characters. Then came another bout of unconsciousness, lasting approximately another hour, and thus the cycle continued, stretching into an entire day. Yet upon awakening again, he found himself invigorated. Aside from his physical weakness, he sensed that his spiritual consciousness had grown significantly stronger. It turned out that the true utility of the Book of Spirit Gathering lay in its ability to exhaust his mental energy repeatedly, only to restore it swiftly, thereby enhancing it. The Chen suddenly grasped the insight. His spiritual consciousness was now at least doubled compared to before. Perhaps even more. Previously, when extending his consciousness outward, he could only perceive a radius of 2 to 3 meters. Now, it had expanded to a minimum of 10 meters. This enhancement was nothing short of terrifying. If he could eventually extend his consciousness to 100 or even 1,000 meters or beyond, who would dare approach him? Any would-be assailants will be detected at the first instance, allowing him to strike back with overwhelming force. This was nothing less than a divine technique for reconnaissance. Compared to the celestial eye, it was far more effective. After all, the celestial eye had limitations in its range and angle, unlike the all-encompassing nature of extending one's consciousness. If he could somehow merge the two abilities, or if Chen could wield the celestial eye for mental assaults, the results would be utterly formidable. With these thoughts in mind, Chen eagerly anticipated what wondrous inheritance lay within the celestial tome. Master, Chen has yet to awaken. He has been asleep for several days and nights now. It's of no concern. Let him rest after such significant exertion. The voices of Sikong Yenyue and Xiao Luo conversed outside the door. Marking the first time Chen had seen Sikong Yenyue return since his awakening. However, he realized that having occupied the room, it was impractical for her to stay here without a place to rest. Hearing this, Chen, having regained some strength, grew weary of lying in bed. He understood that cultivation required patience and steady progress. After a prolonged period of immobility, Chen cautiously acclimated his legs before moving to the door and opening it. Master, Chen clasped his hands in greeting. Upon seeing Chen emerge from within, Sikong Yenyue was even more anxious than Xiao Luo. swiftly moving to support him, fearful that he might tumble headfirst to the ground. How do you feel now? While speaking, Sikong Yenue did not forget to take Yi Chen's pulse. With her cultivation level, examining his physical condition was not overly difficult. Thanks to everyone's care, I have improved significantly, Yi Chen replied with a smile. However, he noticed a hint of worry on Sikong Yenue's face, suggesting that she was troubled by something that Yi Chen had no intention of pretending not to see it, and directly inquired. Master, is there something troubling you? Did you notice that? Sikong Yenue was somewhat taken aback, but it was understandable. There had been too many issues lately, and she was nearly overwhelmed with additional troubles piling on. Since Yi Chen had already asked and the matter concerned him, Sikong Yenue decided not to keep it hidden and spoke decisively. The Demon Clan has sent a letter. The Yao Snake Clan has issued a challenge to you. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen furrowed his brow but nodded in acknowledgement. If they wish to fight, then let them come. I will accept their challenge. He now possessed sufficient strength to make such a statement. And naturally, he was not afraid of the so-called Yao Snake Clan's challenge. Given the trouble he had stirred with the Yao Snake Clan, it would indeed be strange if they simply turned a blind eye. Ultimately, this confrontation was inevitable, and in a way, Yi Chen felt less anxious about facing them openly now than he would have been if they had sent skilled assassins later. I am pleased to see you possess such courage. However, the opponent they have sent is not from the Yao Snake Clan, Sikong Yenue said, casting a satisfied glance at Yi Chen. She was increasingly impressed by him. She never expected that after all these years. Her northern peak could produce a talent like Yi Chen. Who is it? Yi Chen asked curiously. After all, the world was vast, and there were many demon clans. Without the Yao Snake Clan, he could not guess who else it might be. The Yao Snake Clan has invited the current prodigy of the Fox Clan, Lu Mei. She is just over 20 years old, but has already reached the second level of the nascent soul stage. This information is 3 months old, and no one knows her current condition. But given her talent, her strength is likely to be even greater now. Before Yi Chen could respond, Zhao Sanpao and the others were already taken aback. One angry scale was already challenging enough, and now there was another Lu Mei, even stronger. They found it hard to imagine how they would cope if they were in Yi Chen's position. Master, why would Lu Mei help the Yao Snake Clan? After all, the two clans are not closely related, and it seems unnecessary to provoke other forces for such a matter. Moreover, the Sword Immortal Sect has a Mahayana practitioner. Wouldn't they fear that their prodigy might not return? Perhaps there is some underlying connection between the two clans. After all, the strongest young member of the Yao Snake Clan, Angry Scale, has already been defeated by Yi Chen, so it makes sense for them to send someone else. Sikong Yenue pondered for a moment before providing her answer. Yi Chen did not dwell on this, but instead asked, when is the challenge? Come what may. If they dare to provoke me, they must be ready to face the consequences that in the past, I was submissive due to a lack of strength, but now I am confident in my abilities. At least among the younger generation. Tomorrow, however, I would prefer that you refuse. After all, there is no need for us to accept such a challenge, Sikong Yenue explained, as the competition with the Jinwu Academy was drawing near. If anything were to happen to Yi Chen, it would cause significant trouble for the entire Sword Immortal Sect, at present. The sect could only rely on Yi Chen in this competition, as the other disciples were still lacking in comparison. Master, I have confidence. Just inform them that I will accept the challenge, regardless of who comes, that I will ensure they are convinced. Yi Chen stated earnestly, his gaze so resolute that even Sikong Yenue was momentarily taken aback. Ultimately, Sikong Yenue could not oppose Yi Chen's determination, and with a resigned smile, she nodded in agreement. Very well. I will respond on your behalf. Make sure to rest well and recover swiftly. Everyone has their own pride, especially someone like Yi Chen, whose pride was undoubtedly more pronounced than that of others. If he were to shy away from this battle, it would leave a lingering obstacle in his heart, complicating his future cultivation. After speaking, Sikong Yenue did not linger and turned to leave the courtyard, burdened by numerous matters that left her no time to stay. All right, you two should return to your cultivation. I'm fine now, Yi Chen said, turning to his former roommates as he watched Sikong Yenue depart. Isn't it because Master cares for you? There are likely still many inner traitors within the sect. You are now a treasured asset for everyone, and all the elders are worried, Xiao Luo interjected, revealing a bitter smile as he spoke. He recalled when they first entered the sect together, Chen was just a scruffy beggar. He never expected the gap between them to grow so wide that to claim he was not envious would be a lie. Not only him, but countless disciples within the sect envied Chen. Yet they also respected his strength. I see. Then I thank you both in advance. Chen replied with a polite smile. Don't mention it. What are we being polite for? We once shared the same roof. So we are friends. Xiao Luo waved his hand dismissively. Although he had previously spoken of distancing himself from the two, Chen could tell that he was merely being sharp-tongued and soft-hearted. If anything were to happen, Xiao Luo would undoubtedly be the first to lend a hand. However, I am somewhat curious. How did you achieve such growth? Xiao Luo admitted he did not lack talent. Yet Chen's rate of advancement could only be described as monstrous, changing dramatically almost daily. It was unfathomable. Right, Chengu, why don't you teach me too? I want to learn body training. Zhao Sanpao quickly chimed in, having waited long enough to voice his desire. After all, he possessed the bloodline of the ancient bull demon, which gave him an intense obsession with body refinement, and he would learn anything suitable. If one were to compare their cultivation speed, he likely surpassed Xiao Luo, but he was not as monstrous as Chen. You want to learn? I can teach you, but I have conditions, Chen said generously, unreserved in his offer. Deal. Xiao Luo eagerly agreed, not even bothering to consider what conditions Chen had in mind. I agree too. Zhao Sanpao quickly followed suit, realizing the immense opportunity before him. Wait, I haven't even stated my conditions yet. And you both are already agreeing? Chen looked at them in surprise. What else could it be? We are well aware of your prodigious talent. It's rare for you to be willing to teach us. So of course, we must seize the chance before you change your mind. Xiao Luo stated plainly. Yes, Chengu. Hurry and tell us your conditions. Once you do, we can start cultivating right away. Zhao Sanpao was impatient, eager to begin training without regard for Chen's current state of health. Seeing their enthusiasm, Chen couldn't help but chuckle. He should have asked for some tuition earlier if he had known this would happen. Zhao Sanpao came from a poor background and likely had little to offer, but Xiao Luo was evidently from a wealthy family. He could easily part with several thousand spirit stones, alleviating Chen's current financial struggles. All right, what I teach you must not be shared with anyone else, even at the cost of your lives, Chen said earnestly, fixing his gaze on the two that upon hearing this, both immediately nodded in agreement without hesitation. What kind of condition was that? Even without Chen's warning, they would never disclose what they practice. As the saying goes, better a dead friend than a poor Taoist. Having another strong competitor meant having another potential rival for opportunities. Even they weren't foolish enough to reveal their training methods. Satisfied with their response, Chen nodded. If you still doubt me, we can swear an oath on the Tao, Xiao Luo added, although they would not break their word regardless. Before he could finish, Zhao Sanpao, ever impulsive, interjected and swore, if I, Zhao Sanpao, were to break this condition, may I perish without a trace in this world. Upon witnessing the situation, Xiao Luo naturally had no choice but to follow suit, lest he appear insincere. Observing the earnest demeanor of the two, Chen couldn't help but chuckle. He had not anticipated that they would take such oaths. All right, come here, he called with a wave of his hand, dismissing any hesitations. Once they had gathered, Chen extended his fingers, gently tapping each of their foreheads. Instantly, the simplified version of the undying body technique infused into their consciousness. Chapter 77. Practicing the 3-Dan avatar technique, the two seemed to sense something. Promptly settling down to assimilate the technique Chen had bestowed upon them. Though it was merely the simplest, simplified version, to them, it felt like an enigmatic scripture. It wasn't until half an hour later that they slowly opened their eyes. How did it go? Have you memorized it? Chen inquired with a smile. Xiao Luo nodded, appearing somewhat perplexed, while Zhao Sanpao also nodded before shaking his head, seemingly unsure of his understanding. This body cultivation technique, named the Undying Body, promised that with diligent practice to the 9th transformation, one could attain a sacred physical form, becoming immortal and indestructible. This was merely the simplified version. Had it been the complete version practiced by Chen, upon reaching the 9th transformation, one would possess power comparable to that of a heavenly Tao expert, unmatched by anyone in the world. What an imposing name, the Undying Body! Zhao Sanpao exclaimed, excitement gleaming in his eyes. This technique must be at least of earth rank, but how do we practice it? Xiao Luo posed the crucial question, for although they had acquired the technique, its application eluded him. By enduring blows. Yi Chen replied succinctly, enduring blows? What kind of cultivation method is that? The two were momentarily taken aback. Indeed, enduring blows. Through repeated strikes and recoveries, one forcibly enhances the body's resilience. The harder the blows, the better the recovery, and the faster the physical strength increases. This is the most effective method of body cultivation, Yi Chen affirmed with a nod. After each bout of punishment, one must operate the technique to heal. Initially, it may be quite painful, but if you persevere, your body will eventually autonomously initiate healing without conscious effort. However, it is imperative not to abandon the practice midway. Otherwise, the consequences will be dire, he cautioned. This was one of the drawbacks of the simplified version, but once one embarked on the path of cultivation, there was no turning back. Failure to proceed would result in physical collapse, madness, or even self-destruction. Upon hearing this, Xiao Luo and Zhao Sanpao exchanged glances, frowning as they grasped the weight of Yi Chen's warning that we should have guessed it. Once we start cultivating, there's no stopping. It's a one-way road. Therefore, it is not too late to reconsider now. I won't press you, Yi Chen observed, awaiting their responses. His complete version of the undying body would not carry such concerns, but the simplified version did. As for the complete version, it required the inheritance of the heavenly Tao, of which there was but one. Once Yi Chen obtained it, he could no longer distribute it. Thus, sharing the simplified version was a reluctant compromise. Unless Yi Chen were to ascend to the heavenly Tao, such a scenario was unlikely to occur anytime soon. I'll practice, Zhao Sanpao declared, his momentary hesitation evaporating in an instant. He was already focused on body cultivation. The method mattered little to him. Moreover, having prior experience, transitioning to the undying body would likely be simpler. I will practice as well. Xiao Luo, despite his longer deliberation, ultimately acquiesced that a technique as extraordinary as this surely came with some cost. He was wary of being deceived by Yi Chen. After all, the pursuit of strength invariably demanded sacrifice, a lesson he had learned from a young age. Xiao Luo, how about we spar, since we're both enduring? Training together might yield greater benefits, Zhao Sanpao suggested eagerly, already raising his fists in preparation to strike Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo hastily waved his hands, leaping aside. I see your true intention is to hit me. Stand still. Let us first head to the body refining hall and enhance our physical strength before anything else. That you've been training your body since childhood. If I were to engage you in combat, would I not be at your mercy? Do you think I'm foolish? Xiao Luo retorted, turning to flee. His agility was remarkable, and Zhao Sanpao could only watch him vanish. Xiao Luo, you cheat, if you have the ability. Let me catch up. Zhao Sanpao attempted to pursue, but paused. Recalling something, he turned back to hand a jade slip to Yi Chen. Brother Chen, this is from Gu Chuan that I have no idea what it contains. I'm off now, Zhao Sanpao called out as he departed, heading in the direction of the body refining hall. Observing their eagerness, Yi Chen couldn't help but smile wryly. With such enthusiasm, he believed that mastering the undying body was merely a matter of time. Holding the jade slip, he hesitated for a moment before shattering it. The message within read, Brother Yi, I owe you a great debt of gratitude. I had intended to express my thanks in person, but due to unforeseen circumstances at home, I must return swiftly with my sister. When we meet again, I shall repay you wholeheartedly, and I hope you will not hold any past grievances against me. This jade slip was a letter from Gu Chuan, indicating that much had transpired during his unconscious state. However, such matters were not Yi Chen's concern. After all, when the sky falls, there are tall individuals to bear the burden. And it was not his turn to worry at present. Currently, Yi Chen faced a pressing issue, resolving the third seal within his body. The heavenly Tao that had once sealed it had perished, leaving only a withered remnant. If he could not devise a solution quickly, he would be the first to suffer the consequences. Regardless of whether the seal was beneficial or malevolent, the first to bear the brunt would undoubtedly be Yi Chen himself. Do not fret so, young one. From my observations, the withered remnant of the heavenly Tao will take at least 180 years to erode. You still have time to prepare, The voice of the swallowing immortal cauldron echoed in his mind. Seemingly sensing Chen's anxiety, the two entities were now intertwined. The swallowing immortal cauldron had a vested interest in Chen's well-being. Upon hearing this, Chen felt a slight relief, but he could not afford to remain idle. The only course of action was to expedite his cultivation, especially with the impending challenge from the Fox clan. The renowned Fox clan talent, Liu Mei, had attained a cultivation level of the second stage of the nascent soul 3 months prior, and surely had grown stronger since. Until he understood his opponent's capabilities, it was imperative to bolster his own preparations. Thus, Chen closed the door to his room and sat on the bed to meditate and cultivate. Activating his spiritual ring, the surrounding spiritual energy surged toward him, swiftly forming a vortex as it had in the past. Currently, as Chen practiced the 3-Dan avatar technique, the immense amount of spiritual energy required for advancement was substantial, and his progress was not as swift as it once had been. After merely a short while of practice, he couldn't help but smile wryly, though the 3-Dan avatar technique is excellent. Having grown accustomed to rapid advancements, it is indeed a bit torturous to cultivate now. Transitioning from abundance to frugality is challenging. One must gradually acclimate. The swallowing immortal cauldron's laughter resonated in his mind. With no other recourse, Chen continued to cultivate, absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. There were no shortcuts in cultivation. He could only progress step by step. Within a mere hour, Chen had completely exhausted the spiritual energy surrounding the courtyard. Not a single drop remained. Yet his cultivation had only reached the 3rd stage, and he was merely at the threshold of the golden core stage. Faced with this outcome, Chen found himself dissatisfied. Very well, I shall study the Gathering Spirit Heavenly Book instead. I will resume once the surrounding spiritual energy has replenished. Chapter 78. Stay away from me. I have no interest in you. Chen shook his head in resignation, closing his eyes once more to enter a state of introspection, where the Gathering Spirit Heavenly Book materialized in his consciousness. With his prior experience, Chen now found it significantly easier to peruse the Gathering Spirit Heavenly Book, no longer straining himself as he had in the past, at least not to the point of unconsciousness. Previously, he could only manage to read for about 5 minutes before needing to pause and rest. However, to his astonishment, he discovered he could now sustain his focus for 6 minutes. Sweating profusely as he exited his introspection, Chen's face radiated joy, disregarding the throbbing headache that ensued. Hastily consuming a few medicinal pills to regain some energy, Chen re-entered his introspection, scrutinizing the Gathering Spirit Heavenly Book until his mental energy was completely drained, at which point he collapsed onto his bed, gasping for breath. Remarkable. In just 2 days, I can endure for 7 minutes. I have never seen anyone achieve this before. The voice of the swallowing immortal cauldron resounded once more. Chen, rarely accustomed to receiving encouragement, felt a slight comfort in his heart, sensing the faint aura of spiritual energy in the air. He refrained from utilizing the spiritual ring, instead relying on the pores of his skin to gradually absorb the energy, resting while incrementally enhancing his cultivation. Compared to his previous methods of training, this current pace brought a sense of ease to Chen, akin to the relaxation one feels after a restful slumber, if he could cultivate autonomously at any time and place in the future. Wouldn't his cultivation soar? Contemplating this possibility filled him with excitement, prompting him to share his thoughts with the swallowing immortal cauldron. Indeed, the spiritual ring possesses such capabilities. However, you have yet to unlock them, for your current strength is insufficient. Focus on enhancing your cultivation, young man, the swallowing immortal cauldron teased. Helplessly, with the surrounding spiritual energy depleted and his mental energy exhausted, Chen had no choice but to rest. After a full half-hour, he finally felt slightly rejuvenated enough to rise. Reflecting on the time that had passed, he noted that the sky had darkened. Surely, Xiao Luo and the others had made some progress in their cultivation, at least enough to feel their bodies growing stronger. He intended to use the heavenly eye to check on their situation, but before he could act, the two of them had excitedly returned to the courtyard. Brother Chen, this technique is incredible. Before they even arrived, Zhao Sanpeio's voice reached Chen's ears. He opened the door to find the two of them appearing before him in a flash. You rascal. I never thought you were genuinely telling the truth. The unyielding body of the great Tao. This is at least a high-level Earth-grade technique, Xiao Luo exclaimed, equally exhilarated, when he had initially agreed to the arrangement. Xiao Luo had approached it with a mindset of desperation, not expecting Yi Chen to be forthright and sincere. Yet he was astonished that the unyielding body of the great Tao Yi Chen provided was so formidable. After just a few hours of training, he could vaguely sense he was on the verge of condensing his first inscription. It was worth noting that this was his first attempt at body refinement. If other body refinement experts learned of this, they would surely be envious. Brother Chen, I have successfully condensed my second inscription from the unyielding body of the great Tao, Zhao Sanpao exclaimed eagerly. His gaze toward Yi Chen held a hint of affection, making Yi Chen feel a bit uncomfortable. Brother Chen, if I were a woman, I would surely offer myself to you today as someone who had practiced body refinement since childhood. Zhao Sanpao understood the arduousness of this path. Even after more than a decade of training without any resources, being able to condense his first inscription was already a mark of genius. Originally, he had believed that condensing the second inscription would take at least a year. The thought that a few hours today could surpass the efforts of the past decade thrilled him. If only he had met Yi Chen sooner, he was confident he could now condense 3 inscriptions. Enough! You rascal, get away from me. I have no interest in you. Yi Chen shot him a disdainful glance. Feigning disgust, Brother Yi, you truly deserve immense gratitude. Words cannot express my appreciation. Even Xiao Luo had begun to address Yi Chen as Brother Yi, indicating his genuine respect. All right, the 3 of us have become acquainted through this ordeal. What else with all this lingering sentimentality among men? Yi Chen said with a smile, considering this opportunity merely a casual act, without overthinking it. As for whether Xiao Luo and the others could succeed, that was up to them. Upon hearing this, the two exchanged a knowing smile, no longer dwelling on the matter. Practitioners of the Tao seek freedom and ease. Being overly attached to worldly matters could hinder their resolve. After chatting for a bit longer and offering guidance on their cultivation queries, Yi Chen concluded that the rest of the journey would depend on their own efforts. He had essentially done all he could to assist them. After sending the 2 off, Yi Chen returned to his room to continue his cultivation. After such a lengthy rest, he sensed that the surrounding spiritual energy had nearly replenished, allowing him to once again absorb it through the spiritual ring to elevate his cultivation. If he could find a place rich in spiritual energy, he would surely immerse himself within. Refusing to emerge, that he finally understood why those so-called reclusive sages in novels cherish such paradises. It was all for the sake of cultivation. As night fell into silence, Yi Chen, having concluded his training, exhaled deeply, feeling as though he had purged all impurities from his body, leaving him significantly lighter, just as he intended to rise and stretch his limbs. A sudden whoosh resounded as a sharp object flew past him, embedding itself in the bed behind him. Who? Yi Chen immediately activated the heavenly eye, only to find that the assailant had vanished without a trace. Glancing at the projectile, he discovered it to be a dart bound with a letter. It appeared to be a message intended for him, lacking any murderous intent, which explained why he had not sensed the sender's presence. It seems the Sword Immortal Sect indeed harbors quite a few spies, Yi Chen murmured, his brow furrowing tighter. With internal and external threats looming, he needed to hasten his cultivation. Preserving his life was paramount. After surveying his surroundings with the heavenly eye and confirming there was no danger, he approached the dart to inspect it and retrieved the letter attached to Yi Chen, relayed to Zhao Sanpao that if he does not wish for harm to befall his family, he must come to the Wanyao mountain range for a meeting, otherwise he will bear the consequences. Reading the terse message, Yi Chen frowned deeply. This note was not directed at him, but rather aimed at Zhao Sanpao. Upon finishing the letter, Yi Chen immediately recalled Zhao Sanpao's ancient bloodline. It seemed only the serpent demons would covet such a lineage, just as the furious scales had done before. Moreover, from the letter, it was evident that Zhao Sanpao's family had likely been taken hostage, their fates uncertain. However, he presumed they would not come to harm in the short term. After all, possessing the ancient bloodline, Zhao Sanpao's family would still hold some value to these demon clans. At least for the time being, the serpent demons would likely refrain from harming Zhao Sanpao's family. These despicable scoundrels, resorting to any means to achieve their ends, even threatening family. A glimmer of murderous intent flashed in Yi Chen's eyes. Chapter 79. Is this all? How can Yi Chen possibly prevail? If Zhao Sanpao, with his carefree demeanor, were to learn of this, he might very well storm into the Serpent Demon clan to confront them. Wouldn't that play right into the demon's hands? After much contemplation, Yi Chen resolved not to inform Zhao Sanpao of this matter. Although he was uncertain how long he could maintain the ruse, buying time was essential until he could devise a solution. The Serpent Demons were targeting Zhao Sanpao, and until they captured their intended target, they likely would not act against his family. Moreover, while he could have directly informed Zhao Sanpao, the delivery of this letter to him was clearly a warning meant to compel him to comply. If he could assist in delivering Zhao Sanpao to the Serpent Demon clan, perhaps the previous grievances could be overlooked. Having one less formidable demon clan to contend with would certainly be advantageous for Yi Chen. Yet he could never bring himself to betray a friend for personal gain. For now, the best course of action was to temporarily appease the Serpent Demons, preventing them from making any rash moves, while he sought a way to rescue Zhao Sanpao's family. Once everything was resolved, he would then pursue vengeance against the Serpent Demon clan. If Yi Chen could annihilate the Demon Palace, he could surely eradicate the Serpent Demons as well. Even if he lacked the strength now, he would eventually achieve that goal. He hoped that by the time he stood before the Serpent Demons with sword in hand, they would still be as arrogant as they were today. The night passed without incident. The following morning, Yi Chen entered the Sect's main hall under the guidance of Sikong Yinwei, accompanied by Xiao Luo and Zhao Sanpa, and other disciples accompanied them. The news of Yi Chen accepting a challenge had not spread within the Sect. Only the higher-ups were aware. Setting aside the uncertainty of victory, such challenges could easily incite public outrage, potentially leading to uncontrollable chaos and unnecessary trouble. Brother, are you truly planning to accept the challenge? The speaker was Sect Master Immortal, who approached Yi Chen with concern evident in his eyes upon seeing him. Of course. Do you think I could possibly be afraid of her? Yi Chen replied with a smile. Appearing relaxed, he then deliberately looked at Immortal. After all, it was you who said that if they wished to make a move, they should let the young prodigies of the Demon Clan challenge me. You are a dignified figure in the Ascendant Realm. You can't go back on your word, can you? Upon hearing this, Immortal awkwardly scratched his head, realizing he should not have made such bold claims. He should have simply suppressed them with an iron fist. These mere little demons are fit to contend with my brother. If it weren't for the face of the righteous path, I would have personally visited the Serpent Demon clan to demand an explanation. No matter, it remains to be seen who will prevail, that if I were to avoid the battle, they might smear the name of our sword immortal sect. It wouldn't just be my shame, but that of the entire sect, and even the human race, that I have no desire to be poked at by everyone, Yi Chen calmly stated. Now that the conversation has reached this point, if Immortal were to disagree any further, it would indeed seem rather petty. Very well, since you have come to this realization, I shall refrain from further persuasion. However, one must prioritize personal safety above all else. One should never act recklessly. I will ensure that you are well guarded. As he spoke, Immortal exchanged glances with several elders nearby, with only 4 elders remaining in the Sword Immortal sect. It was only natural that they accompanied Yi Chen to the impending battle. After giving his instructions, Immortal waved his hand grandly, activating the sect's teleportation array. A beam of light soared into the sky, and upon stepping into it, they would arrive at their predetermined destination, saving considerable time compared to flying directly. What are you two doing here? The Grand Elder inquired, somewhat puzzled, upon seeing Xiao Luo and Zhao Sanpao. Their presence would not contribute anything meaningful. Should any major incident occur, they would merely become a burden. Returning to the Grand Elder, it was I who invited them along, that it would be beneficial for them to observe and learn from the sidelines, aiding their future cultivation. That why Yi Chen preemptively answered for Zhao Sanpao and Xiao Luo. This reasoning was impeccable, leaving the Grand Elder with no choice but to turn a blind eye. The group, consisting of 4 elders and 3 disciples, stepped into the teleportation array and soon arrived in another realm. Here, the landscape stretched endlessly, shrouded in mist, revealing a vast platform akin to an arena. Remarkably, this fighting ground was naturally formed. leaving even Yi Chen in awe of nature's craftsmanship. Upon their arrival, several figures were already present in the arena, including some familiar faces to Yi Chen. Among them was the furious scaled Mo Wan, alongside an extraordinarily beautiful woman of enchanting grace, even as she merely stood still. An alluring aura radiated from her, a temptation that no man could easily resist. Upon seeing the woman's visage, Yi Chen furrowed his brow deeper. This was none other than the individual he had dealt with during his transaction with Wu Ao. So, she is Lu Mei. It must be said that Lu Mei's beauty was unparalleled. Her mere presence overshadowed all other women around her, diminishing even Mo Wan's allure. I could see that moment. Yi Chen remembered to utilize his heavenly eye to observe Lu Mei's cultivation level. However, the revelation left him astounded. Lu Mei had astonishingly reached the 5th level of the nascent soul realm, and even her physical inscriptions had been refined to the 5th mark. Such terrifying strength far surpassed that of Mo Wan. In terms of spiritual power and physical prowess, Yi Chen found himself utterly overwhelmed by Lu Mei. Standing there, it was as if the outcome of the contest was already predetermined. Are you Yi Chen? This time, it was Lu Mei who spoke first, her gaze coolly assessing her opponent. She seemed to seek some glimmer of worthiness in Yi Chen that would compel her to act, but her expression soon reflected disappointment. Is this it? A mere golden core cultivator, the only remotely impressive aspect being the 4 physical inscriptions that had been activated, yet even that paled in comparison to her own prowess. Lu Mei struggled to comprehend how Yi Chen could possibly triumph over her. It is I. I humbly request guidance from the Fox Clan Fairy. Yi Chen responded with poise, showing no signs of trepidation. Even in the face of their differing realms of cultivation, he believed there remained a possibility for victory. Master, if you feel this is not feasible, we can withdraw now. These lesser demons would not be able to hinder us, the Grand Elder quietly suggested. Given his strength in the Void Realm, he could indeed facilitate an escape for Yi Chen should the need arise. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen remained silent, gently shaking his head to indicate his stance. In his dictionary, there was no concept of surrendering before a battle. Having chosen to come, he was determined to gauge Lu Mei's true depth. He was eager to see just how formidable this so-called prodigy of the Fox clan truly was. Synopsis: Yi Chen has been traversing this realm for 3 months since his arrival from Blue Star. Initially, an ancient cauldron materialized in his mind, shrouded in mystery, leading him to believe he would become the destined protagonist, endowed with extraordinary abilities to ascend to the pinnacle of the world. However, upon his arrival, he was deceived and sold into this demon domain's palace. Regardless of his attempts to probe, the ancient cauldron remained utterly unresponsive, leaving him to watch helplessly as he was reduced to a blood slave, supplying the demonesses with the means to cultivate their dark arts.